In the East China Sea, at a certain location, two aircraft carrier groups are escorting a colossal vessel. The Imprisoned Dragon, renowned as the highest-grade penitentiary in the world, confines over 100 inmates, each having committed heinous crimes, their hands stained with countless bloodshed, rendering them some of the most dangerous individuals on the planet. The Imprisoned Dragon was constructed exclusively for these individuals, with the grim fate of those imprisoned being death within its confines. To date, no one has ever emerged alive from its grasp. With a resounding blast of a horn, the two aircraft carrier groups commenced their operations. A fleet of fighter jets and armed helicopters taking to the skies, circling the Imprisoned Dragon. Various heavy weaponry were poised, focused on the vessel. Over 10,000 soldiers remained on high alert, each performing their duties with utmost vigilance, meticulously monitoring every movement aboard the Imprisoned Dragon. The seasoned special forces stationed within, numbering in the thousands, were equally tense, their palms sweating, their grips on their weapons nearly deforming from pressure. All eyes were fixed intently on the deck below. Today marked the monthly recreation period, during which the more than 100 exceedingly dangerous inmates would emerge onto the deck to bask in the sun and stretch their limbs. For the guards, this day was fraught with peril, as countless special forces have met their demise at the hands of these prisoners over the years. As the hatch opened, a procession of fearsome inmates emerged, resembling hellish fiends, their faces adorned with wicked grins that inspired dread and terror. Each inmate was shackled with chains made of aviation-grade titanium alloy, thick as an adult's arm, weighing hundreds of pounds. Yet, this did not impede their movements, revealing the sheer ferocity of their strength. When a strikingly handsome young man, appearing to be in his 20s, was delicately carried out on a plush sofa by several inmates, the guards were taken aback, instantly filled with respect. The prisoners knelt in reverence to the handsome youth, who was then placed in a comfortable position, whereupon they began to cater to his needs, some massaging his feet, others kneading his legs, some attending to shoulders, and others offering tea and fruit. Were it not for the prison garb he wore, one might mistake him for a sovereign of this realm. My heavens, is that not the founder of the world's most notorious assassin organization, the Death God Society? How is he massaging someone's feet? And is that not the underground emperor, the Black Monarch, who has dominated much of the underworld in Dragon Country? He is actually kneading someone's legs? Is that not the leader of the world's foremost intelligence agency, the Celestial Pavilion, the Enchantress? She is truly attending to someone's shoulders? An ISNT that the captain of the Western Legion of Evil Spirits? He is peeling grapes for someone? A newly recruited Special Forces soldier, witnessing the spectacle, stood agape, bewildered, and turned to his companion, asking, "Who is that person?" The nearby Special Forces soldier, with a serious demeanor, rebuked him. "You must not speak disrespectfully of the Lord of the Celestial Abyss." "What? He is the guardian deity of Dragon Country, the founder of the Celestial Abyss, Tianyuan? I thought he was dead." Upon hearing those words, the newly arrived Special Forces soldier gasped in astonishment. His eyes swiftly reflected a deep admiration and respect. Who is Tianyuan? Enlisting at the tender age of 18, he ascended to the rank of general within a year, and in 3 years, he became the youngest war god of the Dragon Kingdom, commanding an army of millions. Subsequently, he established the Tianyuan Hall, and within a mere 5 years, he cultivated 4 war gods, 8 heavenly kings, and 72 guardian protectors, earning a fearsome reputation that resonated across the lands. The Tianyuan Hall was invincible, sweeping through neighboring nations, safeguarding every inch of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, and ensuring the safety and prosperity of its people. Tianyuan is regarded as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom in the hearts of the populace. With him present, the Dragon Kingdom is assured of peace. 3 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that the master of Tianyuan Hall had perished in foreign lands, posthumously honored as an unparalleled national hero. This revelation shocked the world, leaving countless individuals in tears. Yet, who could have imagined that the master of Tianyuan Hall, Tianyuan, would be imprisoned aboard this vessel? The Imprisoned Dragon? Has it truly been 3 years? After sipping from his glass of red wine, Tianyuan muttered a few words. 3 years prior, the Tianyuan Hall was at its zenith, and Yi Tianyuan was revered within the military of the Dragon Kingdom. His remarkable achievements stirred unease among certain factions in the capital. Consequently, Yi Tianyuan fell victim to a scheme that dispatched him on a covert mission. Upon completing the task, he discovered that he had mistakenly killed the crown prince of the Snow Kingdom. The ruler of the Snow Kingdom, infuriated, mobilized the entire military to wage war against the Dragon Kingdom, while Yi Tianyuan harbored no fear of engaging in battle with the Snow Kingdom. The higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, in an effort to placate the wrath of the Snow Kingdom's ruler, compelled Yi Tianyuan to publicly accept responsibility for the blunder. Understandably, the million soldiers of the war god of Tianyuan would not acquiesce to such a demand, resulting in a tense standoff that nearly escalated into civil war. In order to preserve the greater good, Yi Tianyuan pacified his troops and stepped forward to shoulder the blame. Ultimately, he found himself imprisoned aboard the Imprisoned Dragon for eternity, while the Dragon Kingdom proclaimed to the outside world that he had died in battle. The whereabouts of Yi Tianyuan remained a mystery even to the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall. What those rascals? But soon, Yi Tianyuan chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Enough of this. The Tianyuan Hall has been disbanded, and I am no longer its master. The past is past. It is time to let go. But can one truly let go? Feeling a sense of ennui, Yi Tianyuan began scrolling through short videos, a privilege afforded only to him among the prisoners. As he did so, several of the inmates attending to him craned their necks in curiosity. Such long, fair legs. Such a captivating waist. Ah, that woman possesses exquisite beauty. Silence. Yi Tianyuan suddenly snapped impatiently, causing the inmates to fall silent in fear. Before long, a particular short video captured his attention. A 6- or 7-year-old girl, dirty and clad in thin clothing, walked alone down a cold street, tears streaming down her face. In a trembling, youthful voice, she cried out, "Daddy, where are you? Don't he want Yuan and Mommy anymore? Mommy was taken away by bad people today, and they said they would kill her. Daddy, please come back quickly to save Mommy, or Yuan will be left without a mother." In response, Yi Tianyuan merely offered a faint smile. The internet is rife with all manner of individuals, and countless souls exploit sympathy to garner attention. Some would go to any lengths for the sake of popularity, employing every trick imaginable. This video is likely no different, a mere ploy for views. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to scroll past, a name mentioned by the little girl in the video caused his finger to pause instinctively. "My name is Yi Yuanwan, and my mother is Jiang Yao." Jiang Yao. Suddenly, Yi Tianyuan's memories were thrust back 8 years. It was the year he was the youngest general of the Fenglong Kingdom, having been ambushed by the coalition forces of a rival nation. After sustaining serious injuries, he fled to Qingshan City, where he was rescued by the kind-hearted Jiang Yao. She devoted a month of her life to nursing him back to health. One fateful night, after a bout of drinking due to her own troubles, an unexpected incident occurred between them. The following day, Jiang Yao dismissed it as an accident, urging Yi Tianyuan to forget it before departing. At that time, he was eager to return to the military and did not dwell on the matter. Little did he know, 8 years had swiftly passed. Surely, this must be a coincidence, he thought, shaking his head. At that moment, the video revealed a vagrant who abruptly seized the little girl. Her cries for help echoed in vain, and after her phone was knocked away, her final words jolted Yi Tianyuan to his feet. "My dad is Yi Tianyuan. My mother says my father is a great hero. If anyone knows my dad," and then silence fell. Jiang Yao, Yi Yuanwan, Yi Tianyuan. This was no mere coincidence. "She is my daughter. Jiang Yao is in danger. My daughter is in peril. I must return to the Dragon Kingdom at once." Chapter 2. The sky of the Dragon Nation is falling. Boom! Yi Tianyuan suddenly erupted with a furious roar, an overwhelming surge of wrath emanating from him, causing all the prisoners to cower on the ground, trembling in fear. The 1,000 guards, too, were instantly on high alert, their nerves taut to the breaking point, with all weapons aimed squarely at Yi Tianyuan. In that moment, some felt as if crushed under the weight of mountains, unable to breathe. Wail! The urgent alarm echoed across the 2 aircraft carrier fleets. Every fighter jet and heavy weapon was directed at Yi Tianyuan. Everyone was drenched in sweat. tension mounting to a climax, bewildered by the sudden fury of Tianyuan. If he were to lose control, it could mean certain death for all. The commanders of the two aircraft carrier fleets and the warden of the Imprisoned Dragon ship rushed out in haste, their faces etched with fear. Everyone, break free from your chains. Seize the aircraft carrier, commandeer the fighter jets, and follow me back to the Dragon Nation to rescue our people. Tianyuan issued his frantic command to the over 100 extraordinary prisoners. Who would dare disobey such an order? Upon hearing his command, the prisoners, fueled by fervor, sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the extraordinary prisoners shattered their chains with sheer strength. These dangerously formidable individuals, once unbound, could unleash chaos upon the world. Open fire, fire now. The over 1,000 Special Forces soldiers were gripped by terror. Just then, a loud and urgent voice commanded, "Everyone, halt! No one is allowed to fire." As the voice echoed, an elderly man bearing 3 stars approached swiftly, shielded by a contingent of Special Forces. However, before he could draw near, a prisoner, like a specter, lunged at him, a sinister smile on his face, ready to claim the elder's life. Fortunately, at the last moment, Tianyuan intervened, shouting, "Stop!" At the sound of his command, the prisoner hesitated, retracting his assault. The over 100 prisoners spread out, poised to act at a moment's notice. At Tianyuan's signal, they would storm the aircraft carriers and seize the fighter jets. The elderly man, now drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he addressed Tianyuan. "Tianyuan, have you lost your mind? If you release these individuals, chaos will ensue, and countless lives will be lost. Do you wish to bear the world's sins?" Tianyuan glared at the elder with cold fury, replying, "And what of it? Compared to the lives of my wife and daughter, what does it matter? Enough with the pleasantries. I demand immediate return to the Dragon Nation. Will you provide me with the aircraft from the carrier, or shall I take them by force?" The elder, now incensed, retorted, "Tianyuan, do not forget your promise from 3 years ago. You vowed to the Dragon Nation that you would never set foot beyond the Imprisoned Dragon ship. Will you renege on your word?" Tianyuan's gaze was unwavering as he declared, "For the sake of my wife and daughter, I am willing to betray the world." "Where did you even acquire a wife and daughter?" This time, Tianyuan did not wait for the elder to finish speaking. He stepped forward and instantly teleported several meters, directly arriving before the elder, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. In that moment, Tianyuan resembled an avenging deity. His overwhelming aura sent the elite Special Forces soldiers behind the elder sprawling backward, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Such a scene was utterly horrifying. The fingers of over 10,000 soldiers aboard the 2 aircraft carrier fleets, and the Tsulong seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds on their triggers. Although the elder, shouldering 3 stars, was suspended in the air by Tianyuan, he still gestured for them not to open fire. "Anyone who dared to obstruct me today shall meet a fate worse than death." Tianyuan's voice thundered, his teeth bared and eyes blazing with fury. He had no time to waste. He needed to return to the Dragon Kingdom with utmost urgency. "I would not hesitate to annihilate both aircraft carrier fleets entirely. Everyone, follow my command, seize the aircraft, and destroy the carriers. Should anyone dare to stand in your way, slay them." Upon hearing Tianyuan's words, the elder's complexion drained of color. Overwhelmed with dread, he hurriedly replied, all right, Tianyuan, I will let you all go. All the aircraft are yours." The elder understood all too well that Tianyuan was a man of his word. If he did not comply, the 2 aircraft carrier fleets would indeed face obliteration. Such a loss was beyond the capacity of the Dragon Kingdom to bear. Under the elder's orders, Tianyuan led over 100 prisoners to commandeer all the aircraft. More than 100 aircraft surged toward the Dragon Kingdom at breakneck speed. Watching Tianyuan and his group depart, the 2 captains, each adorned with 3 stars, and the elder, their faces pale, huddled together. The elder bellowed in rage. What on earth has happened? Why has Tianyuan's temperament changed so drastically? What does he mean by claiming his wife and daughter are in danger? This matter must be reported to the sovereign immediately. Instruct the military intelligence of the Dragon Kingdom to investigate. The Imprisoned Dragon ascends, This sky is about to change. On board the aircraft, Yi Tianyuan dialed a number he had not called in 3 years. The call was instantly connected, and an emotional voice, trembling with tears, came through. "Master, is it really you?" Yi Tianyuan replied coldly. "Tianqing, I will send a video to your phone. You must investigate immediately. At the same time, assemble the old guard of Tianyuan Hall and have them on standby, awaiting my command." The voice on the other end turned fervent. "Yes, Master, Tianqing is at your service." After hanging up, Yi Tianyuan pushed the aircraft to its maximum speed, yet he still felt it was too slow. "Hurry! Faster!" Yi Tianyuan was in a state of frantic urgency. "Jiang Yao, after that fateful night, I truly did not know you were with child. I, Yi Tianyuan, have wronged you. Please, do not come to harm. I will return. Yuan, Daddy is sorry. I am coming to save you. Hurry faster." In the northern border, the War Department, Supreme Command Room. At this moment, the Celestial Shield, one of the 4 war deities of the Dragon Kingdom, gazed intently at the video sent by Yi Tianyuan on his mobile device. Upon finishing the video, the Celestial Shield was engulfed in fury. How dare anyone harm the matriarch and the young master? "Quickly, investigate this matter for me," he commanded. "All former members of the Tianyuan Hall, assemble at once. Deploy all aircraft from the hangars and have them ready on the runway." With a series of orders issued, a soldier soon rushed in, breathless and filled with utmost respect, delivering the report. "War deity, we have traced the video. It was uploaded to the server 2 days ago from Qingshan City. The young girl should be in Qingshan City. However, the phone appears to be turned off, making it impossible to locate her precisely." Upon receiving this information, the Celestial Shield immediately dialed the earlier number to relay the situation. On the other end, a cold command echoed. "All former members of the Tianyuan Hall, proceed to Qingshan City at once to find my daughter and uncover who took my wife, Jiang Yao. Move swiftly." After hanging up, the Celestial Shield promptly made several more calls, reaching out to the Hell deity of the Eastern War Division, the Xianming deity of the Western War Division, and the Huangquan deity of the Southern War Division. Upon learning of the situation, the 4 war deities swiftly gathered the former members of the Tianyuan Hall. In a remarkably short span of time, the 4 war deities, the 8 kings, the 72 guardians, and 1,000,000 soldiers from the Tianyuan Hall surged toward Qingshan City. The Dragon Kingdom's War Division and the senior officials in the capital were thrown into turmoil, prompting an emergency high-level meeting of the Elder Council. The heavens of the Dragon Kingdom were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 3. The 4 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom gather at the capital's Supreme Conference Room. The 6 esteemed elders and the 4 commanding generals are present, forming a council of the 10 most powerful individuals, second only to the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. The 3rd elder speaks first, expressing his outrage. "This is preposterous. The over 100 unparalleled prisoners aboard the Dragon Prison were captured at great expense and sacrifice by nations around the world. Now, they have all been taken away by Yi Tianyuan alone. Is he attempting to incite rebellion?" The 2nd commanding general, equally incensed, adds, "The 4 war gods have assembled the remnants of the Tianyuan Hall to head towards Qingshan City. I issued a command forbidding their departure. And do you know how they responded? In unison, they replied with 9 words. Those outside the ranks are not subject to military orders. This is insurrection. Yi Tianyuan is utterly unrestrained. I propose we mobilize all forces to capture Yi Tianyuan and the over 100 prisoners, as well as detain the 4 war gods, to restore order to the state." The 5th elder interjects solemnly, according to reports from the Military Intelligence Office. Yi Tianyuan's wife and daughter have met with misfortune in Qingshan City, which explains his current madness. 3 years ago, it was you who insisted on apprehending Yi Tianyuan. He has borne too much for our Dragon Kingdom. Is that not enough? I did not stop you then, but this time I will not allow you to slaughter loyal ministers indiscriminately. I firmly believe Yi Tianyuan would not betray the Dragon Kingdom or revolt. If he were to rebel, it would undoubtedly be due to your coercion. I implore you to cease pressuring Yi Tianyuan. Otherwise, the formidable forces behind those 100 prisoners, coupled with the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, who could possibly withstand such might, do not bring ruin upon the Dragon Kingdom. Upon the fifth elder's words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. At that moment, the door to the Supreme Conference Room was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man strode in, declaring in a booming voice, "The sovereign has decreed that no one shall obstruct Yi Tianyuan, as long as he does not raise arms in revolt against the kingdom. Let him act as he pleases." Upon hearing this, the fifth elder became exhilarated, his heart finally at ease. He promptly issued several commands. Quickly, mobilize all resources to investigate this matter. Immediately instruct the Jiangjun War Department and the Jiangjun Governor's Office to fully cooperate with Yi Tianyuan without any obstruction. Those who defy this order shall face death. Jiangjun War Department. Investigate. Quickly, find out why thousands of fighter jets are heading towards Jiangjun. He ordered, activate all air defense radars, prepare all anti-aircraft weapons, and ready all fighter jets on the runway for takeoff. We are at a state of heightened alert. Commander Hong Yuanqi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, urgently issuing command after command. Thousands of fighter jets, this is no laughing matter. Should conflict arise, it could obliterate the Jiangjun War Department in an instant. Soon, a soldier arrived to report, Commander Hong, the Hell War God from the Eastern Front has sent a secret message requesting that we clear all airports. Commander Hong, the War God of the Western region, has dispatched a secret letter demanding the evacuation of all airports. Furthermore, the War God of the Southern region has sent a similar missive, as has the War God of the Northern region. What? Upon hearing these reports, Commander Hong sprang from his chair, his expression one of utter disbelief. Had the sky truly fallen over Jiangjun? The four war gods converging upon Jiangjun? Yet, I have received no orders from the Dragon Nation's War Department. What could possibly be happening? At that moment, the red phone on Commander Hong's desk rang. Hearing its shrill tone, he dashed over to answer it. The voice on the other end delivered a frigid command. Commander Hong, you are to comply fully with Yi Tianyuan. He must not be obstructed in any of his endeavors. Disobey, and you will face death. After hanging up the phone, Commander Hong remained in a daze. Who is Yi Tianyuan? Could it be the master of Tianyuan? Indeed, with the four war gods gathered, Yi Tianyuan must surely be the master of Tianyuan. Was it not said that he perished in battle beyond the realms 3 years ago? How could he still be alive? Heavenly Lord, the master of Tianyuan was indeed alive, and he had summoned the four war gods to Jiangjun. What on earth was transpiring? Not daring to ponder further, Commander Hong immediately issued an urgent command to his subordinates. Quickly, shut down all radar and air defense systems, evacuate all airports, and mobilize all helicopters and vehicles from the War Department. Hurry. Meanwhile, the governor's office of Jiangjun received similar orders from the capital. Governor Yang Jia, not daring to delay, promptly issued emergency directives to the capital of Qingshan City, ordering them to clear Qingshan Airport and summon all city defense troops to be on standby. Upon receiving the order, Mayor Hu Xianjun of Qingshan City sprang into action, though he was bewildered, entirely unaware of the monumental events unfolding. Yet, he sensed that calamity loomed over Qingshan City, hoping fervently that it would not descend upon him. Mayor Hu mobilized every resource at his disposal to investigate the extraordinary occurrences in Qingshan City. After 2 hours of rapid flight, Yi Tianyuan finally descended upon Qingshan Airport, accompanied by over 100 prisoners. At this moment, the airport had been seized by the War Department of Jiangjun. The War God of the Heavens had already arrived with his vanguard forces, awaiting Yi Tianyuan's arrival. Upon seeing Yi Tianyuan, the War God of the Heavens and his retinue knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We greet you, Master." Witnessing his former subordinates rush to his side at the behest of his command, Yi Tianyuan felt a profound sense of gratitude. He addressed them, "Rise. I am no longer the master of Tianyuan. From now on, do not call me master." Yet, the War God of the Heavens and his companions replied in unison, "In our hearts, you shall forever remain our master." Seeing their unwavering devotion, Yi Tianyuan chose to say no more. The Sky Sentinel, a formidable warrior, hastily reported to Yi Tianyuan, "Lord, I have brought 3,000 vanguard troops ahead, with the main force following closely behind. They are racing towards Qingshan City and should arrive before nightfall. The three from Hell are also en route and should be arriving soon." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. The Sky Sentinel's gaze then fell upon the over 100 prisoners behind Yi Tianyuan, his brows furrowing in concern. At that moment, the Grim Reaper approached with a disdainful smirk, his eyes glinting maliciously as he taunted the Sky Sentinel. So, you are one of the so-called 4 great warriors of the Dragon Kingdom? You don't seem all that impressive. Do you believe I could crush you with a single hand? Such audacity incited immediate fury among the Sky Sentinel subordinates, who had never faced such provocation. They glared at the Grim Reaper in retaliation. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance, and with a mere look, he intimidated the Grim Reaper into lowering his head and retreating, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Yi Tianyuan addressed the prisoners with a frigid tone. Although this is not the prison ship of dragons, you are not permitted to act recklessly. I have brought you back to the Dragon Kingdom to save lives, and during this time, you will only carry out the tasks I command. Otherwise, I will bring about your demise. Do you understand? The chilling authority in his voice sent shivers down the spines of the over 100 prisoners, who all nodded obediently in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Sky Sentinel received intelligence, and, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Yi Tianyuan, "Lord, we have located the young master." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's heart surged with exhilaration as he grasped the Sky Sentinel's arm, urging, "Take me there at once." Chapter 4. I'm sorry. Father arrived too late in the bustling Old Town's vegetable market. A chaotic scene unfolded, a gathering place for the destitute. In a conspicuous spot, a little girl, seemingly 6 or 7 years of age, lay on the ground. Despite the frigid winter air, she was clad in tattered, threadbare clothing, her body trembling violently, already mottled with the signs of frostbite. Bruised and battered, her legs were crippled, and her eyes, filled with tears of despair, reflected her helplessness. Beside her lay a sign inscribed with heart-wrenching words. Behind the sign, a man, feigning near death, lay sprawled, yet it was evident that his act was contrived. Occasionally, he cast furtive glances at the little girl, uttering menacing threats that rendered her mute with fear. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, many compassionate souls tossing coins into the bowl before the girl. How tragic for this family. The plight of the little girl was heart-wrenching. How could she possibly survive with her legs in such dire condition at such a tender age? I recalled seeing her begging 2 days prior in the eastern part of the city, her legs seemingly intact then. Could she have been harmed? Don't be deceived. I recognize that man. He pretends to be disabled to solicit alms. The girl must have been abducted by him. Call the authorities. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yuanyuan summoned her courage and cried out to the crowd. He is not my father. My father is the great hero Yi Tianyuan. My mother was taken by evildoers. Uncles and aunts, I implore you to help me find my father to rescue my mother. Slap. Before she could finish her plea, the man pretending to be disabled erupted in rage, delivering a vicious slap that left her mouth bloodied. Brandishing a sharp knife, he menaced Yi Yuanyuan, his voice dripping with malice. You little wretch, if you dare utter another word, I will cut out your tongue and render you mute forever. Terror-stricken, Yi Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. The man then pointed the knife at the onlookers, his voice icy. Who the hell suggested calling the police? Anyone who dares meddle in my affairs today will meet their end. The crowd, frightened, dispersed in haste. After intimidating the onlookers, the man turned his fury upon Yi Yuanyuan, cursing, "You little bastard, even after I've broken your legs, you still want to quiet down. I'll cut out your tongue." As he advanced with the knife, Yi Yuanyuan wailed desperately, "Father, help me. Father, please come save Yuanyuan." "Humph, you're merely a bastard. Where's your father?" The man sneered coldly. Yi Yuanyuan retorted with all her might, "That's a lie. My mother says my father is a great hero. He is very powerful. You are a villain, and when my father returns, he will surely punish you." "Bastard," the man spat, his hand reaching menacingly toward her face. Yi Yuanyuan was engulfed in utter despair. "Father, do you truly no longer want me?" she cried out. "Father, where are you?" At that moment, a voice thundered through the heavens like a furious storm. "Who dares to lay a finger on my daughter? I shall have them torn to shreds." As the voice echoed, a chilling light shot forth, severing the arms of a man with ruthless precision. Blood splattered as the severed limbs fell. "Ah, my hands, my hands!" The man writhed in agony on the ground. Tianyuan had arrived with his forces. Armored vehicles filled the streets, and 3,000 warriors encircled a radius of 200 meters, clearing the area of all onlookers. The sheer scale of the scene left those outside in stunned silence. Upon seeing his daughter's condition, Tianyuan felt an overwhelming wave of self-loathing. Tears of regret flowed from his eyes, a rarity for someone who had never wept. Trembling, he approached Yuanyuan, and the mighty heavenly war god and his comrades erupted in a fury that could shake the heavens. "Damn it! How could a wretch like this torment our young mistress so?" The heavenly war god placed his foot upon the man, instilling a terror that rendered him nearly paralyzed with fear. "Yuanyuan, I am so sorry. Father has come too late." Tianyuan's heart ached with guilt. Yuanyuan stared wide-eyed at Tianyuan, and after what felt like an eternity, she cautiously asked, "Are you truly my father, Tianyuan?" In an instant, Tianyuan's defenses crumbled. He enveloped Yuanyuan in a tight embrace, his voice quaking as he replied, "Yuanyuan, I am your father, Tianyuan. I have returned to rescue you." Yuanyuan smiled. "Mother said that father is a great hero. I knew she wouldn't lie to me. I knew you would come back to save me." But then, tears streamed down her face again as she sobbed. "Father, you must go save mother. She has been taken by bad people for 2 days now, and they will kill her." Wailing, she added, "I want my mother." Tianyuan immediately turned to the heavenly war god, who swiftly responded, "My lord, we are still investigating. We should have news shortly. Hurry, I demand it." Tianyuan bellowed in anger. It had already been over 2 days, and Jiang Yao's fate was still uncertain, causing Tianyuan to feel frantic. Time was of the essence. They must act swiftly. He addressed the enchanting demoness. "Take Yuanyuan to the vehicle for some rest." Yet, Yuanyuan clung tightly to Tianyuan, shaking her head adamantly. "No, I want to stay with father. I won't let you leave again." Hearing her words pierced Tianyuan's heart like a dagger. Gently, he stroked her head and said, "Be good, Yuanyuan. Go with your sister to rest in the vehicle. Father must confront the villains and find out where mother is." At his words, Yuanyuan nodded obediently. Tianyuan entrusted her to the demoness, who promptly led Yuanyuan to the war chariot. After bidding farewell to Yuanyuan, Tianyuan instantly transformed into a demon from the depths of hell, a ruthless god of slaughter. The frightened man hastily bowed his head and begged for mercy, exclaiming, "My lord, I was wrong. I truly did not know she was your daughter. This is not my doing. It was young Master Chun who commanded me to act this way." "Young Master Chun?" Tianyuan raised an eyebrow coldly. The man quickly elaborated. "It was Chun Jie from the Chun family who ordered me to capture your daughter for extortion. She has been trying to escape, so you broke her legs, did you not?" Tianyuan's voice dripped with a chilling intensity. Aye, the man stammered, panic overtaking him. Bang! Crack! Before the man could react further, Tianyuan lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on the man's legs. The sheer force crushed the man's legs into a pulpy mess, as if they had been run over by a tank. The pain was so excruciating that the man nearly fainted. Tianyuan commanded the Grim Reaper, "The rest is in your hands. Ensure he suffers in life and cannot find peace in death. Do not let him die before his torment is complete." Having spoken, Tianyuan immediately addressed the war god of Tianqing. "Find young Master Chun at once." The war god promptly complied, swiftly issuing commands. At that moment, a soldier approached with a report. "My lord, Commander Hong of Jiangjuan's War Department, Governor Jiang, and the leaders of Qingshan City and the Qingshan Defense Bureau request an audience. They say they have news regarding the mistress." Upon hearing news of Jiang Yao, Tianyuan instructed, "Quickly, let them in." Soon, Commander Hong and Governor Yang, along with the other two, entered trembling with trepidation. They gazed at Tianyuan with a mix of curiosity and reverence, for he was the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, the master of Tianyuan Hall. Governor Yang stepped forward with utmost respect, addressing Tianyuan, "Master Yi. According to our investigations, Miss Jiang Yao was taken by the Qin family." Once more, it was the Qin family? Tianyuan's fury erupted as he issued a decree. "Quickly, everyone, march on the Qin family." Surround them completely. Not a single fly shall escape. Chapter 5. The head of the Chun family, step forward to meet your demise. Governor Yang hastily spoke. Master Yi, we too wish to contribute in whatever small way we can. Allow us to join you. Yi Tianyuan did not voice any objections. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Governor Yang and requested, please assist me in capturing Chun Jia from the Chun family. Governor Yang promptly accepted the task. Following their conversation, Yi Tianyuan and his entourage swiftly boarded their vehicle, racing towards the Chun residence. Governor Yang immediately addressed Hu Shishou and Ma Sholing, urging, you must hurry to apprehend Chun Jia from the Chun family. This is an extraordinary opportunity to ally ourselves with Master Yi. We cannot afford to let it slip away. Naturally, Hu Shishou and Ma Sholing did not dare to delay, promptly issuing commands. This mission was personally entrusted to Ma Sholing. In the vehicle, the mighty war god Tianqing reported to Yi Tianyuan, Master, the three from hell have arrived. Ensure they seal off the entirety of Qingshan City. No one must be allowed to transfer Jiangyao. Yi Tianyuan instructed the war god Tianqing accordingly. The war god promptly nodded and dispatched orders to the hell warriors. Daddy, Mommy won't be harmed by the bad guys, right? Yi Yuanju suddenly inquired, her voice laced with concern. Yi Tianyuan shook his head reassuringly, not at all. Mother is the finest woman in the world. She will be safe. I will certainly bring her back. Those villains shall be sent straight to hell. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanju felt a measure of relief. However, her spirits soon fell again as she lamented, Daddy, my leg is broken. Does this mean I can never walk again? Yi Tianyuan's heart ached as he gazed at her injured leg. How could he have allowed his daughter, so young, to endure such inhumane torment and suffering? Why hadn't he seen the video sooner? Had he witnessed it on that day, perhaps there would have still been time to act. Yi Tianyuan loathed himself. He held Yi Yuanju tightly, proclaiming, you will walk again, my dear. I promise I will heal your leg. After speaking, Yi Tianyuan turned to the war god Tianqing and commanded, send someone immediately to fetch the Ghost Valley healer. He must arrive in Qingshan City before nightfall to treat Yuanju's leg. What? Master, are you referring to the Ghost Valley healer? It is said that no one knows the location of Ghost Valley. Even the ruler of Long Kingdom finds it difficult to summon him for treatment. The Ghost Valley healer is the most enigmatic and skilled physician in the entire kingdom. It is rumored that he can resurrect the dead. As long as there is breath remaining, he can certainly save lives. However, he has always remained in seclusion, and no one could find him. Even if found, he seldom leaves Ghost Valley to treat others. Yi Tianyuan decisively handed the war god Tianqing a phone, instructing, just make the call and mention my name. He will come. The war god Tianqing looked at Yi Tianyuan in astonishment, deeply impressed. Truly, he thought, the master commands respect even from the elusive Ghost Valley healer. Without hesitation, the war god set about arranging this matter. Indeed, everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Upon hearing the name Yi Tianyuan, the illustrious Ghost Valley medical sage readily acquiesced. The war god of Tianqing promptly dispatched the nearest armed helicopter to fetch the medical sage, who would then be escorted to Qingshan City by fighter jet. Yuan, do you comprehend why those nefarious individuals wish to capture Mother? Yi Tianyuan sudendi inwidet of Yi Yuan. After contemplating earnestly, Yi Yuanyuan shook her head. Gently, Yi Tianyuan caressed Yi Yuanyuan's head and reassured her, it is perfectly all right not to know. Father will certainly rescue Mother. Yi Yuanyuan nodded and nestled deeper into Yi Tianyuan's embrace. At the Chun family villa, the head of the Chun family was savoring a few cups of wine with an old friend. Master Zhang, congratulations. During this retreat, your martial prowess has undoubtedly ascended to new heights. It seems you are on the verge of breaking through to become Qingshan City's first martial arts master. The head of the Chun family remarked with a smile. Master Zhang humbly waved his hand, saying, although I am merely a step away. That step is akin to crossing a vast chasm. Transitioning from a first-rate martial artist to a martial arts master is indeed a formidable challenge. However, within 3 years, I am quite confident that I can attain the status of a martial arts master. Perhaps even within a year, if fortune smiles upon me. The head of the Chun family clasped his fists in congratulations. Then let me preemptively wish Master Zhang a swift ascension to the rank of martial arts master. There are but a handful of first-rate martial artists in all of Qingshan City, and you, Master Zhang, are universally acknowledged as the foremost expert. Who else could possibly qualify to become a martial arts master? With a hearty laugh, Master Zhang raised his glass. May your auspicious words ring true. Let us drink. After consuming a cup of wine, Master Zhang suddenly remarked, By the way, Master Chun, are you aware of the monumental events transpiring in Qingshan? It is said that both Governor Yang and Commander Hong have personally arrived in Qingshan City, and the Qingshan airport has been temporarily commandeered by the Jianjun War Department. With the entire city under lockdown by their personnel, rumor has it that the four war gods have converged upon our city. It remains unclear who has stirred such turmoil. The head of the Chun family shook his head. I have heard fragments of these rumors, but the situation remains ambiguous. Regardless, it does not concern us. Let us continue our revelry. At that moment, a thunderous voice akin to a raging storm resonated from outside. Where is the head of the Chun family? Come forth and meet your demise. This voice startled both the head of the Chun family and Master Zhang, causing them to leap to their feet, exchanging bewildered glances. What is happening? Who possesses the audacity to wreak havoc at the Chun family residence? The Chun family is one of the three most powerful clans in Qingshan City, commanding immense influence. Even the mayor of Qingshan must show them some deference. Who would dare to act so brazenly? The head of the Chun family coldly addressed an elder behind him. Old Wu, I must trouble you. After nodding in acknowledgement, Old Wu strode purposefully outside. A first-rate martial artist of formidable strength, Old Wu served as the protector of the Chun family, ensuring that the head of the Chun family could navigate perilous situations unscathed throughout the years. With a disdainful expression, Master Zhang addressed the head of the Chun family, proclaiming, Merely a reckless and insignificant wretch. With Elder Wu's intervention, his demise is inevitable. However, scarcely had his words settled when a figure shattered through the door, crashing down upon the dining table with a resounding thud, obliterating it into splinters. The heads of the Chun family and Master Zhang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. For the figure that had fallen was none other than Elder Wu himself. Dead? The two men gazed at each other, their shock reaching unprecedented heights. How could a top-tier martial artist like Elder Wu be struck down and discarded so swiftly? Before they could ponder further, Yi Tianyuan and a cadre of formidable warriors burst through the entrance. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached in a state of panic, urgently exclaiming to the head of the Chun family, Father, we are in grave peril. Our family is surrounded by a battalion of fully armed soldiers, and all our bodyguards have been ruthlessly annihilated. Just then, Yi Tianyuan's furious voice resounded once more. Who is the head of the Chun family? Step forward and meet your fate. Chapter 6. Those who harm my daughter shall die. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of Yi Tianyuan, akin to a deity of death, the head of the Chun family was instantly struck with terror, his complexion paling as he faltered in fear. Behind Yi Tianyuan loomed over 100 unparalleled warriors, alongside the god of war, Tianqing, and an endless array of fully armed soldiers. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming intensity, leaving no room for intimidation. In his state of utter apprehension, the Chun family head stammered, May I inquire who you are, sir? I, Chun, have never crossed paths with you before. If my family has inadvertently offended you, I beseech you to temper your wrath. Let us converse amicably. At that moment, the god of war, Tianqing, reported to Yi Tianyuan, Master, we have captured young Master Chun. Shall we bring him forth? Bring him up, Yi Tianyuan replied coldly. Tianqing promptly commanded his subordinates to usher Chun Jie into the presence of the gathering. Chun Jie, still bewildered, had been reveling with a group of companions when the chief of the city defense bureau, flanked by numerous officers, stormed in and seized him without granting him a chance to defend himself. Now, presented before the assembly, Chun Jie clung desperately to the hope of rescue upon seeing his grandfather, exclaiming, Grandfather, Father, please save me. These people have gone mad. They dare to arrest me without cause. Witnessing his beloved grandson in peril, The elder Chun was stirred to agitation, pleading, "Sir, let us speak. First release my grandson." Yi Tianyuan, however, paid no heed to the elder's entreaties. Instead, he cast a wrathful glare at Chun Jie, his voice icy as he proclaimed, "You claim you have done nothing wrong? You orchestrated the abduction of my daughter, leading her to suffer grievous injuries while begging on the streets. Your crimes deserve the utmost punishment." With a thunderous surge of lethal intent emanating from Yi Tianyuan, it descended upon Chun Jie like a mountain's weight. The god of war and his comrades shared the same menacing aura, their fury palpable, pressing down upon Chun Jie with an overwhelming force. Stricken with fear, Chun Jie's face turned ghostly pale, panic overwhelming him as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Why, you are Yi Wanwan's father? No, no, this cannot be. She is a bass slap." Before he could finish his thought, Yi Tianyuan struck him violently across the face. The blow left half of Chun Jie's face bloodied and bruised, eliciting a wail of pain from him. In that moment, Chun Jie could scarcely fathom that the child born of Jiang Yao, whom he had derided, could indeed have a father of such formidable stature. Observing his precious grandson in such a grievous state, the Chun family head was overwhelmed with anguish. The middle-aged man beside him, nearly in tears, urged, "Father, please save Chun Jie. He is my only son." The head of the Chun family was naturally anxious. He spoke to Yi Tianyuan in a grave tone, "Sir, even if my grandson has committed some wrongdoing, must you exhibit such a grand display?" The Chun family has stood in Qingshan City for over 60 years, esteemed as one of the 3 prominent families. Even the mayor of Qingshan City must show us some respect. In Qingshan, no one has dared to treat the Chun family in such a manner. This trivial matter does not warrant such severity, does it? If you require a sum, please state your figure. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan was immediately engulfed in fury, his cold gaze fixed on the head of the Chun family like that of a god of death. The terrifying intensity of his stare made even the seasoned patriarch of the Chun family feel a shiver of trepidation. What intimidating gaze! What overwhelming, killing intent! How could someone so young possess such might? When did Qingshan give rise to such a figure? To have the support of the War Department indicates he must possess considerable influence. However, the Chun patriarch felt no fear. After all, in Qingshan, it was the mayor who held the ultimate authority. He began to calculate the implications in his mind. To harm my daughter, even to the slightest degree, is an unforgivable offense. For this alone, Chun Jie deserves the harshest of fates. Yi Tianyuan, brimming with cold fury, gazed at Chun Jie and demanded, "Why did you incite others to abduct my daughter?" Under the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Tianyuan, Chun Jie, already paralyzed with fear, dared not hesitate. Trembling, he stammered, "I have been pursuing Jiang Yao, but she has persistently rejected my advances. Thus, I harbored resentment. Upon learning that she had been taken, I sought revenge and instructed a beggar to abduct your daughter. However, I absolutely did not order him to break her legs. I merely, suddenly..." Yi Tianyuan let out a furious roar. Bang! Following his bellow, he brought his foot down violently upon Chun Jie's head. Chun Jie could not even let out a final cry before meeting a tragic end. Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Chun Jie's lifeless body. Those who harm his daughter must pay the ultimate price. For now, he had avenged his daughter. It was time to settle accounts with the head of the Chun family. Witnessing Chun Jie's demise before their eyes, the Chun patriarch and Chun Jie's father were left in stunned silence, their faces etched with fury and sorrow. Damn it, damn it! The head of the Chun family let out a roar. Turning to Zhang Zhangmin with a pleading expression, he implored, "Zhang Zhangmin, I beseech you to take action and avenge my grandson." Zhang Zhangmin hesitated momentarily. The Chun patriarch continued, "These individuals are clearly ruthless and vicious, with no significant backing. As for the warriors from the War Department, this will be easily resolved. I will personally call Mayor Hu and Captain Ma. The Jiangjun War Department has my connections. I can also reach out to them." Upon hearing the Chun patriarch's words, Zhang Zhangmin's apprehensions were significantly alleviated. Zhang, the master of the sect, did not hesitate and strode forward with purpose. His robust strength radiated with each step he took. With a powerful shake of his arms, An immense force erupted from within him, inflating his sleeves, unmistakably revealing him as a master of exceptional caliber. As the foremost expert of Qing Shan, Zhang's prowess was indisputable. He bellowed, "I am Zhang Hong, the leader of the Bagua sect. State your name, you rascals." Alas, his proclamation was short-lived. Before he could finish, a nefarious assailant behind Yi Tianyuan struck. Zhang had no chance to react. He was swiftly silenced by a knife that severed his throat. By the time he grasped the gravity of the situation, he was clutching his throat tightly, but it was too late. Zhang's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief as he stared at his assailant, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Dead? At that moment, the head of the Qin family could no longer maintain his composure. His expression shifted to one of utter astonishment, fixated on Zhang's corpse. As a profound shock coursed through him. How could this be? The greatest martial artist of Qing Shan, a peak-level warrior, had been, without even a chance to defend himself, utterly annihilated? What level of terrifying power did the assailant possess? It was almost unfathomable. The perpetrator, known as the Black Emperor, cast a disdainful glance at Zhang's lifeless body and scornfully remarked, "To come out to die and chatter so much, I detest those who prattle." Afterward, the Black Emperor respectfully took his place behind Yi Tianyuan. This display left the head of the Qin family in a state of shock. A fearsome master capable of dispatching him in a single blow showed such deference to this young man. Who was this youth? He claimed to be the father of that little girl. Thus, his presence at the Qin family. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck the head of the Qin family. "I shall grant you but one opportunity to speak. Where is the woman you captured?" At that moment, Yi Tianyuan's cold, chilling voice resonated like thunder in the ears of the Qin family head, plunging him into a realm of despair. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of the esteemed Wu and the venerable Zhang, both paragons of martial prowess, the head of the Qin family could not help but realize the gravity of the formidable adversary they had provoked. Aware of the impending calamity, the Qin patriarch, rather than succumbing to rage, broke into a sardonic laugh. "Do you take me for a fool? If I were to divulge the information, it would seal my fate. If you possess the audacity, then strike me down directly. In doing so, you shall forever remain oblivious to the whereabouts of that woman. Should you unleash a massacre upon my family, do you think Mayor will let you off the hook? I have already sent word to him, and he is en route with the city defense personnel. What does it matter if you can summon the warriors from the War Department? Local affairs do not fall under their jurisdiction." Yi Tianyuan exchanged a glance with the heavenly war god, who promptly called out to the outside, "Hu Xianjun. You two may enter." "Hu Xianjun?" The Qin patriarch was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of incredulity as he turned toward the entrance. When he beheld Mayor Hu and Captain Ma scurrying in, bowing and scraping before Yi Tianyuan, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. At that moment, the Qin patriarch felt as if the sky itself was crumbling. It was over. The Qin family was genuinely facing dire straits. "Quickly, apprehend every last member of the Qin family, leaving no one behind," Yi Tianyuan commanded the heavenly war god. "Understood, my lord." The heavenly war god immediately complied. The Qin patriarch, now gripped by terror, pleaded with Yi Tianyuan, "I will speak. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my family." Yi Tianyuan raised a hand, halting the heavenly war god, and fixed a cold gaze upon the Qin patriarch. The latter, not daring to hesitate, quickly divulged. "It was the Jiang County Prince's residence that ordered the capture. That woman has already been delivered to the Jiang County Prince's estate." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Mayor Hu and Captain Ma's expressions shifted dramatically, exchanging alarmed glances. Yi Tianyuan noted their reactions with keen interest. He regarded them coolly and inquired, "What is the significance of the Jiang County Prince's residence?" Realizing that Yi Tianyuan was unaware of the Jiang County Prince's residence, the Qin patriarch could not suppress a smirk of derision within. His apparent willingness to disclose the residence was ostensibly under duress, yet, in truth, the Qin patriarch harbored his own cunning scheme. Should Yi Tianyuan dare to confront the Jiang County Prince for the woman, he would inevitably meet his demise there. thus alleviating the Chun family's crisis and avenging his grandson, Chun Jie. Truly a twofold victory. The Jiang County prince's residence was akin to the heavens of Jiang County. Those who dared to provoke it were doomed. Mayor Hu hastily elucidated, the Jiang County prince's residence is the abode of the prince of Jiang County, situated in the outskirts of Jiangning City, the capital of Jiang County. The prince of Jiang County is indeed a legitimate sovereign of the region. He has 4 sons. The eldest, Wang Hu, holds a high position in the capital and wields immense power. The second son, Wang Lei, is a legendary figure in the military, commanding the foremost battle zone. The third son, Wang Zhan, is the wealthiest man in Jiang County, possessing resources beyond measure. Lao Si Wang Ba, the underground emperor of Jiangjun, commands an army of over 10,000 subordinates. As soon as Hu Shichou's voice fell, the war god of Tianqing scoffed disdainfully. Wang Lei, the war god? What is he even worth? If he provokes our lord, he is as good as dead. Hu Shichou smiled awkwardly at such a display of arrogance. Indeed, in front of the lord of Tianyuan, Wang Lei was insignificant. However, in Jiangjun, the Wang family truly held dominion, and even Governor Yang and Commander Hong dared not provoke them in the slightest. But this time, the Wang family of Jiangjun had dared to provoke the might of the Dragon Kingdom. The Wang family of Jiangjun was surely doomed. Who exactly are you to be so audacious towards the Wang family? Master Chun bellowed with fury. Oomph. The war god of Tianqing emitted a heavy scoff, contemptuously retorting, the so-called Wang family of Jiangjun is nothing but a pile of dog waste. Do you even know who I am? I am the war god of the Northern Battle Department. What? Master Chin's expression froze in utter shock. You are the war god of Tianqing? The war god pointed at Yi Tianyuan and asked, do you know who he is? Have you heard of the Tianyuan Palace? He is the lord of Tianyuan. What? This. Master Chin's composure shattered. He could no longer maintain his calm. The young man before him, barely in his 20s, was the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. A military legend, the unparalleled hero, the lord of Tianyuan? It was over. The Chen family was utterly doomed. Was the Wang family of Jiangjun also on the brink of destruction? Master Chen dared not contemplate further. Yi Tianyuan, not allowing Master Chen any opportunity to recover, issued a command to the war god of Tianqing, execute all members of the Chen family. After delivering the order, Yi Tianyuan turned to leave. Governor Yang and Commander Hong, who had been waiting outside the Chun family residence, were taken aback when they learned from Hu Shichou that the Chun family was acting under the Wang family's orders. However, recalling Yi Tianyuan's terrifying strength and status, they quickly shook their heads, feeling a sense of dread for the Wang family of Jiangjun. They had landed themselves in a grave predicament. Soon, every member of the Chun family was executed. The Chun family, the foremost among the 3 great families of Qingshan, was thus erased from existence. Yi Tianyuan instructed Hu Shichou, you will handle the aftermath. All assets of the Chun family are to be donated to the needy children. Hu Shichou promptly nodded, understood, Lord Yi. I will see to it. After delegating this matter, Yi Tianyuan immediately commanded the war god of Tianqing. Notify everyone to swiftly assault the Wang family of Jiangjun. As you command. The war god of Tianqing responded and began issuing orders. Over 100 armed helicopters were already stationed at the doorstep of the Chun family. Lord, shall we board the aircraft? After arranging everything, the war god of Tianqing addressed Yi Tianyuan. However, Yi Tianyuan, with a furrowed brow, appeared deep in thought. He expressed his doubts. Jiang Yao should have no grievances with the Wang family. Why would the Wang family have the Chun family capture her? This enigma has left everyone perplexed, unable to discern its underlying rationale. Logically, Jiang Yao and the Jiangjun Wangfu inhabit entirely disparate realms. What purpose could the Jiangjun Wangfu have in apprehending an ordinary individual? There must be a compelling reason behind this occurrence. Based on Yi Tianyuan's understanding of Jiang Yao, she is an exceptionally kind-hearted woman, one who would never intentionally offend or provoke anyone. After some contemplation, Yi Tianyuan addressed Hu Shichou. Hu Shichou, could you kindly assist me in investigating this matter? If we can ascertain the reason, we may gain insight into Jiang Yao's current circumstances. Hu Shicho promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, Lord Yi. I shall exert myself to uncover the truth without delay." Having entrusted the task to Hu Shicho, Yi Tianyuan then ascended an armed helicopter alongside the formidable Tianqing war god and over 100 unparalleled ruffians, hastening towards the Jiangjun Wangfu with utmost urgency. The Hell War God and his companions were already racing at full speed towards the same destination. Governor Yang and Commander Hong, too, showed no hesitation and promptly followed suit. The skies over Jiang are ominously darkening, wishing everyone a joyous New Year's Eve and a prosperous year of the rabbit. Chapter 8. Where is the Prince of Jiangjun? Come forth and face me. As the armed helicopter departed from the territory of Qingshan City, the formidable warrior Tianqing reported to Yi Tianyuan, "Master, news has come from the Hu City side. We have uncovered a crucial lead. The blood type of our matron is exceedingly rare, akin to that of a panda. And someone has investigated this matter at the first hospital of Qingshan. Thus, her abduction may be linked to this." Upon hearing Tianqing's words, Yi Tianyuan's emotions surged with fervor, and he shouted urgently towards the cockpit, "Hurry, hurry, we must reach the Prince of Jiangjun's residence with utmost speed." Observing Yi Tianyuan's agitation, Tianqing quickly sought to reassure him. "Master, the forces from Hell will likely arrive at the prince's residence first and will swiftly seize control. Not even a fly shall escape from there." Yet, Yi Tianyuan shook his head, his voice turning cold. If Jiang Yao was indeed taken by the prince's men due to her blood type, there is only one possibility. Someone at the prince's residence requires Jiang Yao's blood. There exists a rare illness in this world that necessitates a complete blood transfusion for a cure. Jiang Yao has been captured for nearly 3 days now. A total blood transfusion would only require a maximum of 3 days. Thus, boom! Yi Tianyuan's overwhelming aura of wrath erupted once more, akin to the wrath of a vengeful deity. Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed at the driver, "Faster, even faster. By the infernal prince of Jiangjun, if anything befalls our matron, I shall ensure that not a single soul within the prince's residence escapes unscathed. Ba ba ba. Our matron is under divine protection. She shall come to no harm. She surely will not." Yi Tianyuan's eyes reddened, as if they could bleed. "Jiang Yao, you must not come to harm. You must wait for me. To the prince of Jiangjun, I shall see to it that all of you meet a grim fate." Suddenly, Yi Tianyuan instructed Tianqing, "Immediately send someone to investigate. A complete blood transfusion requires specialized equipment. Hurry and find out." Yi Tianyuan's murderous intent and rage had reached a boiling point. Tianqing promptly issued a series of commands. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Jiangjun's residence, situated on a vast island in the heart of a lake. This island spans over 1,000 acres. Only one bridge grants access to it, with the surrounding waters forming a natural barrier. The Prince of Jiangjun commands an army of 3,000, managed with military precision. Their selection criteria are exceedingly stringent, comparable to that of special forces. Moreover, these guards are armed. Such privilege is unique to the Prince of Jiangjun throughout the entire Jiangjun territory. The security here is remarkably stringent, rivaling that of the Jiangjun War Department. Guards are stationed every 3 steps, with sentries every 5, along with patrolling soldiers. In the watchtower, 2 guards were idly engrossed in their mobile phones. Suddenly, the distant roar of helicopters echoed through the air. The guards glanced outside and were instantly startled by the sight of a dense swarm of armed helicopters approaching from afar. A household soldier exclaimed in terror, "What is this grand spectacle? Should we sound the alarm?" Another soldier swiftly slapped him and retorted, "What alarm? It's probably just a drill from the Jiangjun War Department. It's certainly not directed at our Jiangjun Wangfu. Rest assured, no one dares to wreak havoc at the Jiangjun Wangfu, not even the Jiangjun War Department." However, as soon as the soldier finished his words, fiery projectiles shot towards the island. The 2 soldiers were momentarily stunned before they leapt up in sheer panic. An enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. But it was already too late. A shell had accurately struck the tower. In a cacophony of despairing screams, the 2 soldiers were instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, shells rained down upon the sentries of Jiangjun Wangfu, exploding around the estate, particularly targeting the barracks of the household soldiers. Hundreds of armed helicopters encircled the entire island, unleashing a relentless barrage. A multitude of armored vehicles surged onto the island across the bridge. Thousands of soldiers crossed the lake to land on the island, completely besieging Jiangjun. The atmosphere within the estate was one of devastation and chaos. Inside, Wang Zhan, the wealthiest man in Jiangjun, was dining with his mother. The eldest and second sons of the Jiangjun Wang were seldom present at the Wangfu, leaving only Wang Zhan to reside there. Wang Ba would return a few times a month. Wang Zhan's mother wore a deeply worried expression. Despite the lavish feast before her, she had no appetite whatsoever. Seeing this, Wang Hu quickly reassured her, "Mother, please do not worry. Father's blood transfusion surgery will conclude shortly. After today, he will be reborn, and living another 20 years will pose no problem at all. The doctors performing the surgery are the most esteemed experts in Longhua, and with a fourth master accompanying him, everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's mother gave a slight nod. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted from outside. The entire Wangfu was shaken to its core. The family was thrown into a state of panic. Wang Zhan's mother nearly toppled from her chair, but fortunately, Wang Zhan's wife was there to catch her. Wang Zhan and his two sons stood up in alarm, their faces etched with fear as they gazed outside. Wang Zhan bellowed towards the commotion. "What is happening out there?" The sounds of cannon fire and anguished cries filled the air, indicating that a fierce battle was underway. A captain of the household soldiers rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "Report to the Wang Fei and third master. We are in grave trouble. A large force of soldiers is fiercely attacking the Wangfu. No matter how we call out, they pay us no heed. The losses among our soldiers are catastrophic. We can hold out for at most 5 more minutes. I fear." The captain hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Wang Zhan erupted in fury. "Fear what?" Upon being bellowed at by Wang Zhan, the captain of the household soldiers hastily responded with trepidation. "I fear our royal household soldiers are destined for total annihilation." "What? Total annihilation? Just how many forces have they deployed? How could they eradicate our 3,000 household soldiers in mere minutes?" Wang Zhan, his face ashen with terror, incredulously pressed for clarification. The captain, his voice trembling, relayed the grim news. "According to incomplete statistics, the enemy has mobilized over 500 of our nation's most advanced armed helicopters, more than 500 armor vehicles, and the number of soldiers likely exceeds 10,000. At this revelation, the Queen Mother nearly fainted from shock. Wang Zhan, a figure of considerable prowess and the wealthiest man in Jiangjun, found himself momentarily unsteady. Such a formidable array of forces was enough to explain the swift obliteration of his household soldiers. Who were these adversaries that dared to assault the royal residence? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Tianyuan and the team of the heavenly war god stormed through the door, striding in with purpose. Following this, a chilling voice echoed, 5 minutes? You must vastly overestimate the capabilities of your household soldiers. This rabble is nothing more than a disorganized mob, utterly feeble. These words struck Wang Zhan and his companions like a thunderclap, leaving them gaping in astonishment at Tianyuan and his entourage. Each individual exuded an overwhelming aura of lethal intent and unparalleled malevolence, unmistakably not of the virtuous sort. Who were these formidable beings? Then a voice, as thunderous as a raging tempest, reverberated throughout the royal palace, demanding, "Where is the king of Jiangjun? Come forth and face me." Chapter 9. One death every 5 seconds. What? Bold. Audacious. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the Wang residence. Who dared to show such disrespect to the prince of Jiang County? Wang Zhan was utterly enraged, his voice thunderous. "Who are you to commit such atrocities within my estate? Who granted you the audacity? Kill him." In response to Wang Zhan's furious command, Tianyuan merely uttered 2 cold words. Instantly, an unparalleled villain lunged at Wang Zhan with a sinister grin. Death descended in an instant. Wang Zhan felt as though he had plunged into the depths of despair, his complexion turning an ashen white, his body rigid with terror. Just then, an elderly man in his 60s suddenly sprang forward, pulling Wang Zhan aside. With a fierce punch, he struck out. Bang! The elderly man collided fists with the emerging villain. Crack! Under the forceful impact, the old man's arm twisted grotesquely, rendered useless. His face drained of color as he staggered backward. Witnessing this, Wang Zhan gasped in shock. Master Duan, you PFF. A mouthful of blood spurted from Master Duan's lips. With a look of horror, he addressed Wang Zhan. I apologize, Mr. Wang, but I fear I can no longer protect you today. Wang Zhan's expression froze. The villain smirked disdainfully and remarked, What a feeble martial arts master. You're nothing but a pushover. Prepare to die. Before he could finish, the villain struck again. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Master Duan's head, instantly killing him. A martial arts master, slain in mere moments. How utterly shocking. Everyone in the Wang residence gazed at the villain with terror, wondering if he had indeed reached that legendary realm, a level said to exist only in myth. Only one such figure had ever emerged in all of Jiang County. After dispatching Master Duan, the villain seized Wang Zhan and brought him before Tianyuan. The onlookers were filled with dread, while Wang's mother cried out in desperation. Who are you to wreak havoc in our residence? Do you not fear the wrath of the Wang family? Quickly, call Governor Yang and Commander Hong to bring people here to protect our estate. Tianyuan paid no heed to Wang's mother, his gaze icy and menacing as he questioned Wang Zhan. Where's the woman you captured? What woman? Wang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Could it be the woman taken from Qingshan City? Yet, wasn't it said that she had no identity or background? Despite his surprise, Wang Zhan's face betrayed no emotion as he vehemently denied. What woman? You must be mistaken. I do not understand what you are saying. Just as Wang Zhan finished speaking, one of his hands was rendered useless. Tianyuan glared at him with icy fury. Wang Zhan, the wealthiest man in Jiang County. You ought to be a clever individual. I do not wish to hear any more of your nonsense. Otherwise, you will meet your end. The chilling aura of murderous intent sent a shiver down Wang Zhan's spine. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report, My lord, the entire Wang residence has been thoroughly searched, yet there is no sign of the mistress or anyone else. Our worst fears have materialized. Jiang Yao is not within the Wang residence, nor is Duke Jiang. It appears that there is but one possibility. Jiang Yao has been taken away by Duke Jiang, presumably for a blood transfusion. Tianyuan turned his gaze towards the heavenly war god, who promptly replied, My lord, a comprehensive investigation is underway. Duke Jiang's intention to perform the transfusion suggests he hasn't ventured far. It is highly likely that they are at some hospital in Jiangning City. Tianyuan urged with urgency. We must act swiftly, without hesitation or regard for cost, to locate them as soon as possible. Should any harm befall Jiang Yao, I shall ensure that all involved pay with their lives. A tempest of rage and murderous intent engulfed the Wang residence, leaving its inhabitants trembling in fear, gazing at Tianyuan as if he were the lord of the underworld. They wondered about the identity of this formidable figure and the whereabouts of Duke Jiang. Confronted with Tianyuan's overwhelming wrath, even the once unstoppable Wang Zhan found himself unsteady, as though crushed beneath the weight of mountains. I do not know, he stubbornly replied. Tianyuan's fury erupted. With a thunderous clap, his palm struck Wang Zhan's forehead. Poof! Blood spewed from Wang Zhan's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Dead. Perhaps Wang Zhan could scarcely believe that this young man had the audacity to kill him without a second thought. Who was he? He was the wealthiest man in Jiang County, the third son of Duke Jiang. How could anyone dare to take his life? Hubby Dad. Wang Zhan's wife and son cried out in horror and anguish. The matriarch nearly fainted, her face flushed with rage as she screamed, Young man, who are you? Do you realize what you are doing? Our Wang residence has stood in Jiang County for decades, ruling over this land. You dare to invade our home and slay my son? Your transgressions are unforgivable. I demand your death, all of you. Where are the guardians of the Wang residence? Come forth. With her words barely spoken, 5 figures darted from the shadows, each exuding a formidable presence and extraordinary strength. The power of these 5 individuals surpassed that of the earlier master, each a formidable martial arts expert. Martial arts masters are rare. It is known that the strongest in Qingshan City are merely peak-tier warriors striving to reach the realm of masters. In all of Jiang County, few martial arts masters can be found. Yet, within the Wang residence, 6 masters had now emerged. The presence of these 5 martial arts masters indeed commanded a measure of intimidation. Yet in the eyes of Yi Tianyuan, they were nothing but refuse. He could scarcely be bothered to cast a glance, instead booming like thunder as he inquired of the Queen Mother, "Where is the king of Jiang County? Should you remain silent, every soul present in the royal residence shall perish. Execute them." The Queen Mother issued her command to the 5 esteemed martial artists without hesitation. The 5 masters of martial arts did not waver, immediately launching an assault on Yi Tianyuan. Bang! 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 The outcome was unsurprising. The 5 notorious villains swiftly confronted them and, in a mere instant, obliterated the 5 martial arts masters on the spot. The disparity in prowess was staggering. The 5 martial artists, who had been lavishly hired by the king of Jiang County, proved utterly inadequate in their defense. Witnessing this scene, the Queen Mother was left utterly paralyzed with shock, enveloped in a sense of despair she had never experienced before. From this moment forth, I shall take 1 life from your royal residence every 5 seconds, until you disclose the whereabouts of the king of Jiang County. As soon as Yi Tianyuan finished speaking, the infamous villains surged forward, seizing each individual within the royal residence. The Queen Mother trembled violently, a mix of fear and fury coursing through her. "Young man, you possess audacity indeed." Yet she remained silent. Yi Tianyuan's voice turned icy. "Kill." With that command, blood was spilled and lives were extinguished. The eldest son of Wang Zhan met his demise on the spot. Chapter 10. The cunning prince of Jiang County. This scene left everyone in the royal residence utterly astonished. In a mere moment, the wealthiest man in Jiang County, Wang Zhan, along with his eldest son, met a tragic end. The princess, overwhelmed by rage and despair, collapsed in her chair, trembling as she asked those around her, "When will Governor Yang and Commander Hong arrive?" The others, gripped by terror, quaked in fear, their expressions reflecting sheer panic, and none paid heed to the princess's plea. A shadow of death loomed over the entire royal household. Yi Tianyuan, from his lofty position, regarded the princess with a chilling gaze, reminiscent of a supreme deity exerting dominion over all. To the eyes of those within the royal residence, Yi Tianyuan appeared as an imposing peak, unattainable and awe-inspiring. Abruptly, he spoke with a frigid detachment. "You wish for Governor Yang and Commander Hong to come to your rescue? Perhaps you should inquire directly whether they possess the courage to do so." No sooner had his words left his lips than the war god, Tianqing, ushered in Governor Yang and Commander Hong. Under normal circumstances, their demeanor towards the princess would have been one of utmost respect. However, with the true protagonist present, they understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. Both Governor Yang and Commander Hong stood respectfully behind Yi Tianyuan, an act that spoke volumes. The expressions of those in the royal residence shifted to one of renewed shock. The foremost figures of Jiang County's red and white factions were bowing to this young man. Who precisely was this youth? The princess, despite her stature, was not devoid of intellect. She realized the situation was far more complex and dire than she had initially perceived. Thus, she once again addressed Yi Tianyuan. "Pray tell, who are you?" Yi Tianyuan's voice was icy. "You are not worthy to know who I am." Still unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of the prince of Jiang County? Then let us proceed with another execution. The notorious villains awaited his command. At the utterance of Yi Tianyuan's word "kill," one of the infamous rogues lunged towards Wang Zhan's second son. Wang Zhan had 2 sons. The elder had already met his demise in the northwest. The younger, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. "Stop!" "No." The princess and Wang Zhan's wife cried out urgently, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. With a sickening snap, Wang Zhan's second son had his neck brutally broken by one of the rogues, dying instantly. Witnessing the horrific deaths of her husband and 2 sons proved too much for Wang Zhan's wife, who fainted from the shock. The princess, on the verge of a heart attack from the surge of emotions, was nearly incapacitated. The others in the royal residence were terrified. their fear palpable as they cast pleading glances towards the princess, hoping she would speak. Once the initial shock subsided, the princess declared, "I will call the prince of Jiang County immediately and demand he return that woman." Upon hearing this, Tianyuan felt a measure of satisfaction. The princess, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in retrieving her phone and dialing a number. The call connected swiftly. As she uttered a simple hello, the phone was snatched away and respectfully handed to Tianyuan. Tianyuan lifted his phone to his ear, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon my royal residence and abduct my kin? Do you not fear the inexorable wrath of this prince? Where is Wang Zhan? What is his purpose?" The voice belonged to the Duke of Jiangjun. Tianyuan replied coldly, "If you wish to know, you may descend and inquire with him yourself. Dare to seize my woman, and I shall not hesitate to annihilate your entire family. I grant you half an hour to return her unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your royal residence vanishes from existence. All within your domain shall perish." Before Tianyuan could finish his threat, the line abruptly went dead. The war god Tianqing immediately remarked, "Master, the conversation was too brief to trace the caller. However, we have pinpointed their approximate location, which is in Jiangning. The Hellions have mobilized entirely. They will scour every inch of Jiangning to locate the matriarch." Tianyuan's gaze darkened as he surveyed Governor Yang and Commander Hong, both of whom quickly expressed their commitment. "Master Yi, we have deployed all our forces to track down the Duke of Jiangjun. As long as she remains in Jiangning, we stand a good chance. I have already instructed a lockdown of the entire city. Not even a fly shall escape." Half an hour was still too long for Tianyuan. He was unwilling to wait. Jiang Yao's life hung by a thread, and he could not afford the luxury of time. Yet, at present, there were no better alternatives. He could only hope that the Duke of Jiangjun valued the lives of his own family and would refrain from harming Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, you must hold on. You must wait for my rescue." Suddenly, the war god Tianqing spoke again. "Master, the Duke's eldest and second sons are often away, while the third son, Wang Zhan, remains at the royal residence with the princess. Therefore, during this blood transfusion, it is likely that the fourth son, Wang Ba, is present. Wang Ba is the underground emperor of Jiangjun, surrounded by numerous subordinates. Some must know his whereabouts. Perhaps we can capture Wang Ba's trusted aides and interrogate them one by one to uncover his location." Tianyuan nodded in agreement. This plan was indeed feasible. The war god Tianqing promptly instructed Governor Yang to assist in this endeavor, to which Governor Yang readily complied. In Jiangning, at a private holiday resort, which was in fact a secluded sanatorium, 2 hospital beds were positioned side by side in the operating room. One bed cradled a woman under anesthesia, her face pale and devoid of any color. On the other bed lay an elderly man, appearing around 80 years of age. The two were undergoing a blood transfusion procedure. This elderly man was none other than the Duke of Jiangjun, while the unconscious woman was Jiang Yao. In the operating room stood several top-tier experts, diligently monitoring the surgical process to ensure its safe and successful completion. Should the operation fail, not only would their lives be forfeited, but their families would likely suffer the same fate. Before the operation commenced, a robust and fierce-looking middle-aged man stood nearby. The mere aura exuding from his being was sufficient to instill both reverence and trepidation, compelling others to maintain their distance. This individual was none other than the fourth son of the Duke of Jiangjun. After concluding a phone call, the Duke's expression darkened to an extreme, shrouded in cold shadows. Wang Ba stepped forward and said, "Father, I've clarified the situation." "What?" Upon receiving Wang Ba's report, the Duke nearly leapt from his sickbed in shock. Such a reaction startled the attending experts considerably. Fortunately, the Duke soon regained his composure. Regardless of their origins, anyone daring to oppose the Duke of Jiangjun must meet their demise. Half an hour? No one has ever posed a threat to me, the Duke of Jiangjun. Those who dare to threaten me have already faced the King of Hell. To dare to harm my son and grandson, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. The Duke's overwhelming fury surged forth, causing his blood pressure to soar, triggering alarms on the monitoring equipment. He turned to the experts and demanded, "How much longer until the surgery can be completed?" One expert replied cautiously, if all goes well, it should take about an hour. The Duke furrowed his brow deeply. An hour was far too long for him, especially since the adversary had stipulated merely half an hour. The surgery absolutely could not be delayed. Otherwise, all would be in vain. The Duke's expression darkened as he addressed Wang Ba. Fourth, didn't he, the eldest and second brothers, say they would return today? Quickly call and inquire about their whereabouts, urging them to return to the residence to save the lives at stake. I must see who possesses the audacity to oppose our house. Wang Ba replied earnestly, Father, even Governor Yang and Commander Hong are yielding to this individual. He must be of significant stature, perhaps someone from the capital? Yet the Duke remained unfazed, and so what? Would our Duke of Jiangjun fear such a person? Your elder brother is already half a step into the Elder Council of the Dragon Kingdom, and your second brother is the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, commanding millions. I ask, how many in the capital are worthy of our fear? Wang Ba nodded in agreement and promptly took out his phone to make a call. Chapter 11. The god of war Wang Lei. The Wang residence exuded an air of solemnity. Governor Yang and Commander Hong stood outside, awaiting orders. Old Yang, with your skills, can you not ascertain the whereabouts of Wang Ba? I have heard that you have been quite close to him, Commander Hong suddenly remarked. Upon hearing Hong's words, Governor Yang became exceedingly anxious. He quickly gestured for silence, but Commander Hong continued, Old Hong, we have shared a friendship for most of our lives. Do not lead me to my doom. Seeing the palpable fear on Yang's face, Commander Hong couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Yang on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Do not fret, old Yang. We are in the same boat now. If I were to bring your demise, what benefit would it yield me? There are no outsiders present. Let's converse openly. You are well aware of the current situation. We are merely following orders. Our best outcome is to retreat unscathed. Governor Yang nodded gruffly. Indeed, their paramount desire was to withdraw unscathed. However, when gods clash, the innocent often suffer. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Commander Hong and asked, Old Hong, do you believe that Master Yi truly has the power to annihilate the Wang residence? This question had been a matter of contemplation for Commander Hong as well. He shook his head and replied, That is difficult to ascertain. All possibilities remain on the table. The greatest variable lies with Wang Hu has 1 foot in the Elder Council. The god of war Wang Lei cannot suppress Master Yi. It ultimately hinges on whether Wang Hu dares to risk everything for the Wang residence. As for the Wang family's willingness to relinquish that woman, it seems a path to ruin. Given Master Ye's disposition, it is inconceivable that he would spare the Wang family. Their demise is almost certain. Should the Wang perish, the subsequent events are truly unpredictable. Governor Yang nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh. Just then, a voice boomed like thunder. I am the god of war Wang Lei. Who among you dares to be insolent? Quickly lay down your weapons and clear the path for Hong Yuanqi to come forth and meet me. Hearing this voice, Commander Hong cast a wry smile at Governor Yang. The god of war Wang had arrived. 3,000 soldiers raised their weapons to block Wang Lei's path, inciting his furious wrath. Yet, no matter how he bellowed, those soldiers paid no heed to the god of war. Wang Lei had returned to the Wang residence to celebrate his father, the Wang Duke's resurrection, and had brought only 100 trusted men with him. Those who dare to obstruct the god of war shall die. Wang Lei's fury surged, and murderous intent filled the air. Governor Yang hastened alongside Commander Hong. Upon seeing the two, Wang Lei's anger intensified, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Commander Hong, exclaiming, Hong Yuanqi, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard today, daring to besiege my Wang residence? Do you possess enough heads for me to sever? And you, Yang Jia, are you so weary of life? Commander Hong wore a bitter smile and said, War God Wang Lei, please temper your anger. We're merely carrying out orders. Before Commander Hong could finish his words, War God Wang Lei, filled with fury, retorted, Whose orders? In Jiangjun, the only orders you should heed are those of my Jiangjun Wangfu. Everyone else is inconsequential. Do not think that even your official titles or your lives are safe. My Jiangjun Wangfu can take them at any time. I shall say this only once. Henceforth, everyone shall obey my commands, and those who defy me shall face military law. Umph. As soon as Wang Lei's words fell, a voice as thunderous as a clap of thunder rang out. War God Wang Lei, how bold you are to exercise your military might against the soldiers of the northern battlefield. Who grants you the audacity and authority? Upon hearing this familiar voice, War God Wang Lei's brows furrowed deeply. Soon, he saw War God Tianqing striding toward him. Tianqing, War God, what brings you here? Wang Lei exclaimed, astonished, his imposing demeanor faltering slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and feigned strength, saying, What do you mean by this? You dare to besiege my Jiangjun Wangfu and slay my third brother and 2 nephews? Do you truly think my Jiangjun Wangfu is without defenders? Tianqing War God glanced at Wang Lei with disdain and scoffed, as if your Jiangjun Wangfu possesses any noteworthy individuals. You are nothing but a pack of swine and dogs. Wang Lei nearly spat blood from the insult. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, We are all war gods. Do you truly believe I fear you? Do not assume that merely because you have numbers on your side today, you can intimidate me. My Jiangjun Wangfu will not allow you to run rampant. And what of me? Just as Wang Lei spoke, Yi Tianyuan appeared, hands clasped behind his back. Wang Lei scrutinized Yi Tianyuan and coldly snorted. From which dark corner have you emerged? Is today as affair orchestrated by you? Humph. You are a fool who does not know your limits. Bold. The moment Wang Lei's words left his lips, 3,000 soldiers echoed his outrage. Yet, Wang Lei regarded this display with scorn, his lip curling in a derisive smile. Empty threats to frighten mere cats and dogs? Yi Tianyuan, with hands still behind his back, coldly regarded Wang Lei and inquired, Do you not recognize me? Wang Lei looked at Yi Tianyuan askance and sneered, Does this war god need to know you? Who do you think you are? I have no interest in the dead. Since you are the instigator, come forth and meet your end. Those who dare to harm my Jiangjun Wangfu shall be torn to pieces, leaving you with no place to rest. Yi Tianyuan shrugged. The world has declined so. After merely 3 years of seclusion, I, Yi Tianyuan, find myself unrecognized. Yi Tianyuan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. As the war god Wang Lei furrowed his brows, he glanced at Yi Tianyuan and then at the war god Tianqing. Connecting the dots from the past 3 years, a dreadful figure swiftly came to his mind. The realization of this individual caused Wang Lei's expression to change dramatically. His heart raced with terror as he fixed his wide eyes on Yi Tianyuan and inquired, Are you the master of Tianyuan Palace? It seems you are not entirely ignorant. Yi Tianyuan replied coolly, What? You truly are the master of Tianyuan Palace? Wang Lei stammered, his legs weakening in fear as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Merely uttering the 4 characters master of Tianyuan Palace felt as imposing as an insurmountable mountain. How could the Jiangjun Wangfu have provoked such a formidable presence? Wait, Wang Lei suddenly shook his head. Was it not said that the master of Tianyuan Palace died 3 years ago in battle beyond the realms? The Tianyuan Palace has been disbanded for 3 years. You cannot possibly be its master. This must be a deception, a fabrication. You audacious child. How dare you impersonate the master of Tianyuan Palace? What punishment do you deserve for such insolence? And you, war god Tianqing, how bold of you to aid in this treachery. Do you not hold the laws of the nation and military discipline in any regard? Gouverneur Yang, Commander Hong. Why do you not apprehend this impostor at once? However, no one heeded Wang Lei's words. They regarded him with astonished expressions. Yi Tianyuan, showing little interest in Wang Lei, coldly inquired, Do you know where Jiangjun Wang is? Wang Lei fixed his gaze intently on Yi Tianyuan, but remained silent. Clearly lacking patience, Yi Tianyuan stated, If you do not know, then you shall perish. This time, war god Tianqing took matters into his own hands. Witnessing Tianqing's audacity to strike at him, Wang Lei was both shocked and terrified. Erupting in a furious roar, War god Tianqing, I am a war god of the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, the military and high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom will not spare you. You will also meet your end. Not only you, but your brothers in the Northern Battle Department will suffer too. Stop this madness. Yet, war god Tianqing paid no heed to Wang Lei, swiftly closing the distance between them. Wang Lei's loyal guards attempted to resist, but were immediately gunned down by the former members of Tianyuan Palace. As he witnessed the demise of all his loyal soldiers, cold sweat poured down Wang Lei's face. He understood that Tianqing was deadly serious. Though both were war gods, Wang Lei's strength was evidently inferior to that of Tianqing. As they clashed, Wang Lei found himself retreating at every turn. Desperately, he called out, "War god Tianqing, please stop. The master of Tianyuan Palace has something to say. I believe you are the master. I truly do not know where my father is. All right, master of Tianyuan Palace, I will speak. I will tell you." Chapter 12. God of War? I slaughter them like dogs. It was at this moment that Yi Tianyuan signaled for the god of war, Tianqing, to cease his actions. Wang Lei, the god of war, limped painfully towards Yi Tianyuan, his body heavily injured. "Halt! Do not approach the master of the hall," Tianqing warned Wang Lei sternly. Wang Lei gazed at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Master Tianyuan, this matter concerns only you." Upon hearing this, Tianqing was immediately enraged. "You seek death." Just as Tianqing was about to strike Wang Lei again, Yi Tianyuan intervened. He raised his hand, signaling Wang Lei to come closer. Wang Lei quickly approached Yi Tianyuan, but in an instant, he lunged at him like a frenzied beast. Unbeknownst to him, a sharp knife had appeared in his hand. In his madness, Wang Lei felt he had no choice but to engage Yi Tianyuan in a desperate fight, believing this was his only chance for survival. However, it was evident that he had greatly overestimated his own abilities. Yi Tianyuan was well aware of Wang Lei's intentions, as were Tianqing and the others. Had it not been for Yi Tianyuan allowing Wang Lei to come forward, Tianqing would have already slain him. Despite Wang Lei's reckless and suicidal assault, Yi Tianyuan regarded it with disdain and indifference. With a casual flick of his hand, a resounding slap echoed across the hall as it struck Wang Lei's face. The sound was astonishingly loud, and the immense force sent Wang Lei flying, snapping his neck and causing his head to burst. By the time Wang Lei's lifeless body hit the ground, he was already dead. With a mere slap, Yi Tianyuan had effortlessly killed the god of war, leaving all onlookers in awe of his terrifying strength. Governor Yang and Commander Hong exchanged shocked glances, incredulous that a god of war could be slain so easily. After dispatching Wang Lei with a single blow, Yi Tianyuan turned and returned to the Wang residence. Tianqing picked up the deceased Wang Lei and followed closely behind Yi Tianyuan, while over 100 formidable henchmen obediently trailed after them, leaving Governor Yang and Commander Hong in stunned silence. It seemed that the Wang residence was destined for ruin. In the grand hall of the Wang residence, Tianqing tossed Wang Lei's corpse before the queen. Upon seeing her second son's lifeless body, the queen was momentarily struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the reality before her. She stared at Wang Lei's corpse for a long time before. In a mix of anger and helplessness, she confronted Yi Tianyuan. He is a god of war sanctioned by the Dragon Kingdom's military. He commands an army of 100,000. How dare you kill him? You are utterly lawless. The Dragon Kingdom's military will not let you go. You may slaughter everyone in my residence today, but tomorrow you will meet your own demise, and you will join us in hell. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at the queen, his voice dripping with disdain. A god of war? I slaughter them like dogs. Such words, were they not exceedingly arrogant? Upon uttering these words, the entire Wang residence was left in a state of profound shock. How dare he be so audacious? There were scarcely 30 war deities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, each one a paragon of military prowess. Standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's armed forces, truly formidable figures, wielding immense power. To slay such an eminent personage would undoubtedly carry grave consequences, tantamount to a monumental provocation against the military of the Dragon Kingdom. To dare to provoke the might of the dragon was to court one's own demise. Yet, Tianyuan regarded this as mere folly. He cast a cold gaze upon the princess, declaring, "If the Jiangjun Wangfu possesses any means, do not hesitate to employ them. Should you fail to withstand, it shall be deemed my incompetence. Your time is running short. I urge you to cherish it." Tianyuan, too, was waiting, anticipating the arrival of the Jiangjun Wang. He knew it was a faint hope to expect the Jiangjun Wang to willingly return Jiang Yao. The half hour he granted the Jiangjun Wang was, in truth, a strategic delay. Meanwhile, upon learning of his son Wang Leijian's demise on the operating table, the Jiangjun Wang was engulfed in sorrow and fury. What audacity! To dare slay a war deity! Who are you truly? Hearing news of his second and third brothers' deaths, the once indomitable Wang Ba found himself somewhat unsettled. Furrowing his brow in concern, he gazed at the Jiangjun Wang and said, "Father, it seems we have underestimated the strength and madness of these individuals. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. We must devise a solution swiftly, or else our Jiangjun Wangfu may face annihilation." At this moment, the Jiangjun Wang too sensed the encroaching crisis. It is not strength that instills fear, but madness. If one is merely strong, there remains a semblance of restraint. However, madness is truly terrifying. Quickly, call your elder brother. We have no alternative. In this dire hour, we must employ his trump card. Alas, had it been a few years later, he might have ascended to the Elder Council. Once his elder brother entered the council, no one in the Dragon Kingdom would dare to lay a finger on the Jiangjun Wangfu. The Jiangjun Wang hastily instructed Wang Ba. Without hesitation, Wang Ba resolved to utilize the Wangfu's greatest asset. Just as he retrieved his phone, his elder brother's call came through. Wang Ba quickly answered, "Elder brother, it is I. What the Tianyuan Palace Master? What are the million-old troops of Tianyuan besieging Jiangjun?" "Understood, elder brother. I shall act as you advise." As moments slipped away, for all involved, time dragged on interminably, each second feeling like an eternity. 20 minutes passed. Tianyuan found it stretched longer than his 3 years aboard the Prison Dragon. Fortunately, news finally arrived. The heavenly Q-ing war deity, brimming with excitement, approached Tianyuan, proclaiming, "Master, we have located the Jiangjun Wang. The Hell War deity and his forces have hastened to the scene and will rescue the matriarch within 5 minutes." Upon hearing the news, Tianyuan was instantly stirred with excitement, and he promptly exclaimed, "Tell Hell not to kill the Duke of Jiang. I shall personally deal with that beast. You few remain here, while the rest accompany me." 10 minutes later, Tianyuan, accompanied by the heavenly Ark War god and his entourage, arrived at the sanatorium. The deities of Hell, Xianming, and Huangquan respectfully knelt to welcome Tianyuan, simultaneously declaring, "We greet the Lord." At that moment, Tianyuan had no time for pleasantries. He urgently inquired, "Where is Jiang Yao?" The war god of Hell stepped forward, his face etched with guilt, and replied, "I apologize, my lord. We arrived too late. The matriarch has already been taken away. We have dispatched individuals to pursue them with all our might, but," he hesitated, "we have yet to ascertain the matriarch's whereabouts. Please punish us, my lord." "What?" Upon receiving this news, Tianyuan felt as if struck by lightning, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and coldly inquired, "Have the Duke of Jiang and his associates fled?" The war god of Hell immediately responded, "We captured the Duke of Jiang. He is over there. Only the matriarch has been taken, and her whereabouts remain unknown. However, we can be certain that the blood transfusion surgery between the Duke and the matriarch has not been completely successful, so she should still be alive. Yet that old fox, the Duke of Jiang, managed to send the matriarch away in advance." "Humph!" Tianyuan emitted a thunderous snort of fury. "Bring him to me." Chapter 13. Speak another word, and I shall end your life. With a mere gesture from the war god of Hell, Jiangjun Wang was promptly brought forth. Accompanying him were 2 individuals. 1. The formidable 4th King Ba, the underground emperor of Jiangjun. The other, an elderly man clad in a flowing black robe. Despite his well-concealed aura, Tianyuan discerned at a glance that this was a martial artist who had transcended the realm of a master. Rumor spoke of a martial artist surpassing the master level in Jiangjun, and it was undoubtedly this man before him. It seemed reasonable that he had remained by Jiangjun Wang's side all along. However, a mere earthly realm martial artist held little significance in Tianyuan's eyes. He barely spared a glance. Jiangjun Wang fixed his gaze on Tianyuan, desperate for just half an hour more to complete his blood transfusion surgery, which would grant him a new lease on life. Yet all of this was disrupted by the young man before him. "You are the master of Tianyuan Hall?" Jiang Junwang inquired, revealing he was aware of Yi Tianyuan's identity. Clearly, Jiang Yao had been timely evacuated, indicating a certain level of intricacy in the situation. With icy disdain, Yi Tianyuan replied, "I grant you 1 minute to disclose Jiang Yao's whereabouts." However, Jiang Junwang suddenly broke into a mocking smile, gazing at Yi Tianyuan with a defiant expression. "Master of Tianyuan Hall, are you not all-seeing and all-powerful? Then perhaps you can guess where that woman is at this moment?" Yi Tianyuan regarded Wang Wunvan coldly, Chusin Sidenge. Instead, he cast a sharp glance at Wang Ba. Instantly, an unparalleled brute surged forth, charging at Wang Ba with lethal intent. As the underground emperor of Jiangjun, Wang Ba was no weakling. He was indeed a master of martial arts, his prowess rivaling that of others. Yet, in the face of this extraordinary assailant, he soon recognized his own fragility. In a single encounter, Wang Ba was swiftly dispatched, meeting a tragic end, lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Jiang Junwang's 4 sons had all met their demise, save for the eldest. Witnessing the death of the 4th Wang Ba before his very eyes nearly sent Jiang Junwang crumbling to the ground. But the elderly man behind him steadied him just in time. Consumed by fury, Jiang Junwang's emotions soared to a fever pitch. "Master of Tianyuan Hall, do you not fear that I shall dismember that woman?" In a flash, Yi Tianyuan's anger ignited, just as he was about to advance on Jiang Junwang. The elderly man swiftly positioned himself in front of the ladder. Yi Tianyuan, with a tone of cold disdain, addressed the elder, "Step aside now, and I shall spare your life." "Madman!" the elder roared, launching a powerful palm strike towards Yi Tianyuan. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was imbued with colossal force. One could surmise that not even a bull, let alone an elephant, could withstand such a blow. Yet, alas, the elder faced Yi Tianyuan today. In response to the elder's fierce strike, Yi Tianyuan effortlessly countered with a palm of his own, shattering the elder's entire offensive in an instant. Crack! The overwhelming force obliterated the elder's arm, reducing it to fragments. The elderly man spat blood and was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His expression was one of utter astonishment as he stared intently at Yi Tianyuan, disbelief etched in his eyes. "You." He managed to utter a single word before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. "A warrior of the Earth Realm?" Yi Tianyuan cast a disdainful glance at the old man's lifeless body. "I slaughter them as one would crush ants." This scene left Jiang Junwang utterly petrified. The only Earth Realm warrior of Jiangjun had been killed with a mere glance? Just how terrifyingly powerful was the master of Tianyuan Hall? Was the Jiangjun Wangfu truly facing extinction? No. So long as that trump card remained in hand, defeat was not an option. Jiang Junwang quickly regained his composure. Coldly regarding Yi Tianyuan, a smile devoid of warmth creeping across his face. "Master of Tianyuan, I concede that I have erred in this matter, but alas, there is no remedy for regret. The situation has reached this point. There is little more to say. I now seek only a path to survival. A glimmer of hope for my Jiangjun Wangfu. Should you dare to take the life of another from my family, I assure you that the woman will perish as well. If you wish to spare her, then release me and my kin, and I shall divulge her whereabouts. By the way, Master of Tianyuan, you generously granted me half an hour earlier, but I find myself pressed for time now. I shall afford you but 10 minutes to deliberate. Once the 10 minutes have elapsed, should you remain obstinate, then we shall all meet our demise together. Though I may not be able to harm you, I will ensure that the woman accompanies me in death, leaving you to bear the guilt and regret for eternity." Ha! Even if you're the master of Tianyuan, do not presume to dominate Jiangjun. In this territory of Jiangjun, I shall remain the one in command. Yi Tianyuan's expression instantly turned icy, filled with an unyielding chill. Indeed, if anything were to befall Jiang Yao, he would blame himself for eternity, never able to forgive his own failings. Even in death, Yi Tianyuan was determined to save Jiang Yao. What now? The war god of the heavens clenched his teeth fiercely and declared, "Master, the matriarch cannot have gone far. Let us deploy all our resources to search for her. We shall certainly find her. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on her head, we will annihilate their entire family, exterminating their lineage. The Hell War gods nodded in agreement, endorsing the words of the war god of the heavens. A formidable and sinister figure stepped forward with a malevolent smile, saying, "Boss, hand Jiang Junwang over to me. I guarantee he will reveal the matriarch's whereabouts within 3 minutes. Should I fail, I am willing to die in atonement. No matter how tough the bone, it cannot withstand 3 minutes in my grasp." Tianyuan furrowed his brow deeply and suddenly stated, "The entire Jiangning has been sealed by us. The Jiangjun Wangfu is completely encircled, and all of Wang Ba's subordinates have been apprehended. Where does Jiangjun Wang find the strength to spirit anyone away from beneath our very noses?" Upon the utterance of these words, the 4 war deities fell into a profound silence. A moment's reflection revealed the unmistakable presence of a clue within the discourse. The heavenly Qiong war deity was the first to break the stillness. Addressing the Lord, "Are you suggesting that among us there exists an accomplice aiding the Prince of Jiang in escorting the matriarch away? For the time being, she must still be in Jiangning, evading our search, quite likely concealed. We can place our full trust in our brethren of the Tianyuan Hall, specifically Governor Yang and Commander Hong." Tianyuan spoke with a chilling tone. "Immediately summon those two to my presence." The heavenly Qiong war deity, with a huff of indignation, promptly issued the command. A wave of anxiety washed over the Prince of Jiang, yet he masked it with a facade of composure, intoning gravely, "Lord of Tianyuan, do not squander any more time. Otherwise, we shall face mutual destruction. Speak another word, and I shall ensure your demise." Tianyuan cast a cold glance at the prince, and the intensity of that gaze rendered the latter as if ensnared by the gaze of a hellish fiend, plummeting into an abyss of despair. An inexplicable terror surged through him, striking at the very core of his being, leaving him no room to doubt Tianyuan's words. Confronted with the specter of death, the prince struggled internally yet ultimately succumbed, choosing silence over defiance. This young man before him was an enigma, akin to an unfathomable chasm. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Soon thereafter, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were brought forth. Upon encountering Tianyuan's gaze, as cold as that of a death deity, both men trembled uncontrollably, their expressions betraying their fear. "You 2 old hounds, kneel before me," the heavenly Qiong war deity bellowed, causing Governor Yang and Commander Hong to falter, collapsing to their knees before Tianyuan with a thud. Their faces drained of color, cold sweat beating upon their brows. They appeared as though faced with imminent peril. The Prince of Jiang furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed by the intentions of the Lord of Tianyuan. Chapter 14. The third elder, "I shall grant you but a single opportunity to speak. I trust you will cherish it." Tianyuan's voice, cold and piercing, struck the hearts of Governor Yang and Commander Hong like a sharpened blade. Startled, they exchanged terrified glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. After a few agonizing seconds of silent communication, they finally spoke. "Master Yi, it is true that we assisted in sending your wife away." Boom! At this revelation, an overwhelming fury erupted from the body of the war god Tianqing. "You seek death." The war god, consumed by wrath, was poised to strike down Governor Yang and Commander Hong. Fortunately, Tianyuan intervened. Had he not, the next moment would have witnessed the severed heads of the 2 men. Pale and aware of their impending doom, Governor Yang and Commander Hong knew they were in grave danger. "Provide me with a reason not to slay you," Tianyuan commanded coldly. The 2 men exchanged glances once more, this time filled with a glimmer of hope. They had believed their fate was sealed, yet now Master Yi had bestowed upon them a sliver of mercy. After a brief hesitation, they confessed, "It was the orders from above that compelled us to act." The war god's furious gaze swept over them as he rebuked, "Nonsense. I am well aware that someone orchestrated your actions. Who is it? Wang Hu? Surely, he lacks the power to command you to risk your lives like this." Governor Yang and Commander Hong hesitated, their expressions betraying their reluctance to speak further. "If you remain silent, you shall meet your end." The war god's voice dripped with cold fury, and he prepared to strike once more. The two men felt as if they had plunged into the depths of despair, their faces etched with hopelessness. Enough, Yi Tianyuan suddenly interjected, halting the war god. Governor Yang and Commander Hong gazed at him with tears of gratitude. The war god, puzzled, inquired, Master, why do you not allow me to dispose of these wretched cur dogs? Yi Tianyuan replied, the individuals who command their obedience, to the point that they would rather die than reveal their identities, can only be the few from the Elder Council. If it were merely Wang who, they would not dare to act so recklessly. Given that it involves the Elder Council, they are indeed compelled to comply. If that is the case, then Jiang Yao should be temporarily safe. Upon hearing this, the war god's expression grew grave. Involving the Elder Council? This complicates matters. However, he soon snorted disdainfully, his anger still palpable. Humph! What the Elder Council? Should they dare to harm our matron, the millions of soldiers of Tianyuan Palace shall never acquiesce. We shall defy the heavens, if need be. Yi Tianyuan's gaze was as unfathomable as an abyss, frigid as ancient ice, and his overwhelming presence pressed down on Governor Yang and Commander Hong like an immovable mountain. Trembling, Governor Yang assured, Master Yi, rest assured. Your wife is absolutely safe for the time being. Umph. Yi Tianyuan let out a deep, cold snort, his eyes radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Regardless of who it may be, anyone daring to harm even a single hair on Jiang Yao's head shall not escape the wrath of Yi Tianyuan. Not even the tyrannical elders of the council can deter him. The weight of the world pales in comparison to the significance of his wife and child. For 8 long years, Yi Tianyuan has wronged Jiang Yao and Yuan far too much. Even if it means opposing the entire world, he will no longer forsake Jiang Yao and Yuan. Upon returning to the Jiang County Prince's residence, Yi Tianyuan resolved to seize control of everyone within, leaving no one behind. He coldly informed the war god of Tianqing, who promptly replied, Master, the Jiang County Prince's residence has already been fully secured. Except for Wang Hu and his family, all other personnel are in position. As soon as Yi Tianyuan and his entourage returned to the residence, Wang Hu arrived. After casting a furious glare at Governor Yang and Commander Hong, he turned to Yi Tianyuan with a grim expression and said, Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. My father was unaware that Miss Jiang is your wife. Had he known, he would never have dared to harm her in any way. This incident is a grave error on our part, and we have paid a substantial price for it. I implore you to show mercy and grant us a chance to survive. If you do, I shall ensure Miss Jiang is returned to you. Jiang Yao is in your custody? Yi Tianyuan's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Wang Hu. Wang Hu remained silent, but coldly asserted, there is no need to question further. I assure you, I will return Miss Jiang to you. If she is not in your possession, what guarantee can you provide? Yi Tianyuan's voice was icy. Wang Hu fell into silence, staring intently at Yi Tianyuan. Growing weary of the exchange, Yi Tianyuan stated coldly, you have 1 minute. Have your people come forth to negotiate. Or else, in 1 minute, I shall commence a massacre within the Jiang County Prince's residence. At the mention of a massacre, the over 100 fierce warriors became exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with a murderous intent, as if transformed into unparalleled demons. Wang Hu's expression plummeted. He dared not doubt Yi Tianyuan's words. To his surprise, he realized his own words held no sway over Yi Tianyuan. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hu was left with no choice but to yield. Ultimately, he gestured for Yi Tianyuan to follow him toward a nearby war chariot, saying, Master Yi, please allow me to lead the way. Yi Tianyuan glanced at the war chariot and proceeded forward. Though his companions quickly followed, he gestured for them to halt, insisting he would go alone. Wang Hu guided Yi Tianyuan onto the war chariot, which was devoid of any occupants save for a single display screen. After a few operations, a figure of an imposing elder appeared on the screen. Yi Tianyuan regarded the elder with a cold gaze. The third elder, the elder on the screen, with a grave demeanor, declared, Yi Tianyuan, this matter was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need to escalate it further. You have rescued the individual and expressed your grievances. Let this be the end of it. Let this be the end? Yi Tianyuan, filled with a cold fury, sneered disdainfully, I have yet to rescue anyone, nor have I vented my anger, and you expect me to cease here? Humph, I offer you 4 words regarding the third elder. Absolutely impossible. The third elder's countenance darkened ominously, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Rest assured, Lord Tian, that woman is unharmed. I assure you she is entirely safe and will not suffer further injury. I shall indeed deliver her into your hands, allowing for your reunion. However, this matter has escalated far too much and must come to an end. Would you be so gracious as to spare the Jiangjun Wangfu a reprieve? After a moment of contemplation, Tianyuan replied, I may grant the Jiangjun Wangfu a reprieve, but the instigator, Jiangjun Wang, shall not escape my wrath. He must die. He must pay the price for the suffering inflicted upon my woman and daughter. My daughter is merely 7 years old. What crime has she committed? Because of Jiangjun Wang, she has been condemned to witness her father with broken legs, reduced to begging in the streets, a shadow that will haunt her for life. And what of Jiang Yao? Must she perish simply for possessing a panda blood type? If I do not slay Jiangjun Wang, what justice remains? I will not extend this courtesy, not even at the behest of the third elder or the sovereign himself. I, Tianyuan, vow not to be human if Jiangjun Wang is spared. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's resolute declaration, Wang, whose face contorted with anguish and despair, was there truly no one who could save his father? 3 of his 4 brothers had already perished. If Jiangjun Wang were to die as well, the Jiangjun Wangfu would be utterly decimated. The third elder's expression grew even more somber, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Very well, let Jiangjun Wang be your responsibility, but spare the others. He ultimately conceded. At this concession, Wang, whose emotions flared, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Third elder, silence. The third elder interjected sternly before Wang, who could finish. With an air of gravity, he continued, Yi Tianyuan, let us now discuss the matter at hand. A matter at hand? Chapter 15. Even the Heavenly Father must perish. Wang, whose expression abruptly changed, his face displaying a mix of astonishment as he gazed at the third elder on the screen. Does this mean that the affairs of the Jiangjun Wangfu have come to an end? The third elder's personal intervention was not intended to save the Jiangjun Wangfu. There must be an even more pressing matter at hand. To this revelation, Yi Tianyuan was not at all surprised. He had anticipated this turn of events. The Jiangjun Wangfu, after all, was hardly worthy of the third elder's direct involvement. The third elder continued, Yi Tianyuan, you should be aware of my purpose. Let's strike a bargain. I shall release that woman, and you will return to the Imprisoned Dragon with those unparalleled fiends. You must understand that if you and those formidable fiends do not return to the Imprisoned Dragon, it will instill fear and unrest across the nations, leading to consequences that are unfathomably dire. It may even jeopardize the safety of our dragon nation. The Imprisoned Dragon was a monumental endeavor, a collaborative effort of nations, taking decades to construct, with countless warriors sacrificing their lives and immense resources expended. The Imprisoned Dragon cannot be allowed to be destroyed by you. Yi Tianyuan, you are a hero of the Dragon Nation. Your loyalty and love for our country are evident. Therefore, I hope you will prioritize the greater good. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan could not suppress a cold, bitter laugh, tinged with sorrow and rage. Prioritize the greater good? 3 years ago, I prioritized the greater good by willingly entering the Imprisoned Dragon. Yet, what have you accomplished in these 3 years? You disbanded the Tianyuan Hall, tearing apart my 100,000 soldiers into disarray. My wife and daughter have suffered such indignities, and you still wish to protect the Jiangjun Wangfu. Now that I have emerged from the Imprisoned Dragon, I shall never return. I intend to spend the rest of my life making amends to Jiang Yao and my daughter. Those unparalleled fiends who accompanied me to rescue Jiang Yao and my daughter shall not be betrayed. I have granted them their freedom. If you have the capability, come and capture them yourselves. I will never allow them to return to the Imprisoned Dragon. The third elder, now utterly enraged, exclaimed, Yi Tianyuan, do you wish to plunge the world into chaos and bring suffering to countless lives? Your actions will not only render you a sinner in the eyes of the Dragon Nation, but also a pariah across the globe. In time, you will transform from a hero into a despised criminal. Chaos and suffering? What concern is that to me? Yi Tianyuan retorted with a chilling laugh. First and foremost, I'm a husband. Second, I am a father. If I cannot protect my own wife and daughter, then what does the destruction of the world matter? I owe nothing to the Dragon Nation, nor to this world. My only debts lie with Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. The third elder was momentarily left speechless. Indeed, Yi Tianyuan owed nothing to the Dragon Nation, nor to this world. It was the Dragon Nation and the world that owed him far too much. However, the third elder quickly regained his composure and stated solemnly, Yi Tianyuan, I fully comprehend your emotions, but for the sake of the greater good, sacrifices must be made. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? You are the illustrious lord of the celestial abyss, the guardian deity of the countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and a paragon of virtue within our realm. You ought to comprehend this truth more than anyone else. Since reason and sentiment have proven futile, we must resort to more decisive measures. Today, I am here to negotiate a transaction, not to be subjected to your inquiries. You have two choices. Either escort those unparalleled fiends back to the dragon prison or face utter destruction. You have 10 seconds to decide. However, before the elder's words could fully resonate, Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck with ferocity. He grasped Wang Hu's neck with a vice-like grip and exerted tremendous force. Crack! In an instant, Wang Hu's life was extinguished, leaving him unable to utter even a final cry as he succumbed to his fate in the northwest. Perhaps until his last breath, Wang Hu remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Who was Wang Hu, after all? He was a figure of considerable stature within the capital, a man who had risen to the second tier of power within the Dragon Kingdom. Rumor had it that the third elder intended to groom Wang Hu as his successor. Therefore, many voices claimed that Wang Hu had already won foot in the Elder Council. Yet, such an influential personage met his end at the hands of Yi Tianyuan, and furthermore, in the presence of the third elder. This was Yi Tianyuan's message to the third elder. Upon witnessing the scene, the third elder's expression shifted to one of complexity, his face contorted with palpable fury. Yi Tianyuan, the third elder, unable to contain his rage, bellowed, Do you truly consider yourself above the law, seeking rebellion? You dare to slay even Wang Hu? If I were to stand before you at this very moment, would you attempt to kill me as well? Yi Tianyuan regarded the third elder with a cold gaze and replied, I do not know. Perhaps you should come and test your luck. The third elder's face darkened with indignation. Such audacity, such insolence. He was the third elder, the fourth most powerful individual in the Dragon Kingdom. Who would dare utter such seditious words to him? In all of the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the world, it seemed only Yi Tianyuan possessed the temerity to do so. After the storm of anger had passed, the third elder's voice turned chillingly cold. Yi Tianyuan, do you truly wish for that woman to perish? You may handle the Wang residence as you see fit. I shall not interfere further. However, you and those unparalleled fiends must never return to this realm. The chaos that would ensue is a burden the Dragon Kingdom cannot bear. Chaos? Yi Tianyuan retorted. As long as I am present, those unparalleled fiends would not dare act recklessly. The notion of chaos is unfounded. Yi Tianyuan, disinterested in explaining himself to the third elder, coldly declared, You should be aware of my temperament. Once I resolve to pursue a course of action, even the mightiest cannot hinder me. I have my limits and principles. The Duke of Jiang must die, and neither I nor those unparalleled fiends shall return to the dragon prison. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Jiang Yao, I will annihilate their entire family, including you, third elder. To desire Jiang Yao, one must first seek the consent of me, Yi Tianyuan, as well as that of the over 100 unparalleled fiends and the million warriors of the Tianyuan Hall. I have stated before that I can betray the world, but I shall never forsake Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. Elder 3, I implore you not to compel me, otherwise I would not hesitate to embrace the role of a villain, even to become a demon of annihilation. Upon uttering these words, Elder 3's expression stiffened. His gaze fixed intently upon Yi Tianyuan. He was acutely aware that Yi Tianyuan was not merely intimidating him or jesting. This madman would act upon any threat he voiced, and assuredly follow through. Should this lunatic truly enact such a course, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, potentially leading to the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the nation were not to face true extinction, A change of dynasty could very well be on the horizon. Who could bear the weight of such consequences? The very thought was too daunting to entertain. Elder 3 could never bring himself to be the architect of such ruin. Thus, after a profound internal struggle, he chose to concede. Tianyuan, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. The dreadful repercussions of your choice today remain unknown to anyone. Yet, it is you who must confront and resolve all that follows. Tianyuan regarded Elder 3 with a cold stare and replied, You need not concern yourself with this matter. Having dared to act, I have already contemplated all potential consequences. Should any troubles arise from this affair, you need only seek me, Tianyuan. I shall not shy away from my responsibilities. I will address them. Elder 3 chose to say no more, merely letting out a heavy, reluctant snort. I will arrange for that woman to be delivered forthwith, he declared before the screen faded to black. Tianyuan emerged from the war chariot, and the heavenly Aegis war god and his companions immediately surrounded him, their expressions filled with concern. Soon, they discovered that Wang who had perished, which sent a wave of tension rippling through them. Clearly, the situation was dire. Just as the heavenly Aegis war god was about to inquire, a squad clad in specialized combat attire approached from a distance. Chapter 16. The return of Jiang Yao. The appearance of the Imperial Guard, a distinguished group of elite warriors, left everyone in silent astonishment. Could it be that even the Imperial Guard had arrived? The Imperial Guard, tasked with the protection of the sovereign, answered solely to the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom and the members of the Council of Elders. Only they possessed the authority to mobilize such forces. The deployment of the Imperial Guard signified the involvement of the Council of Elders in this matter. It was evident to all that the presence of the elders was likely the reason why General Yang and Commander Hong complied so readily. The four war gods exchanged anxious glances with Tianyuan, fully aware of the formidable power wielded by the Council of Elders. Soon, the crowd beheld the Imperial Guard carrying a fainted woman. Her complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, as she exuded an aura of extreme weakness, appearing to be on the brink of death. The woman was none other than Jiang Yao. At the sight of Jiang Yao, Tianyuan felt as though he had plunged into a freezing abyss. His body stiffened as if struck by lightning. His eyes turned crimson, filled with unshed tears, and his lips trembled slightly. A tumult of emotions, guilt, self-reproach, agony, and fury converged within him, erupting in an overwhelming surge. Gazing at the nearly lifeless Jiang Yao, Tianyuan could not help but wish for his own demise. After the Imperial Guard laid Jiang Yao down, they swiftly turned and departed. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as if time itself had frozen. Everyone held their breath, unable to exhale, and they simmered with rage. Tianyuan collapsed to his knees before Jiang Yao, his heart wrenched with unbearable pain at the sight of her unconscious form. Jiang Yao, I am so sorry, he lamented. I, Tianyuan, have wronged you. It is entirely my fault for failing to care for you and our daughter. I am truly sorry. For the rest of my life, I will do everything in my power to make amends to you and our daughter. From this day forth, I shall ensure that no one inflicts harm upon you. Should anyone dare to raise their voice against you or our daughter, I will make them understand the meaning of death. Rest assured, Jiang Yao, I will heal both you and our daughter, and I will see you awaken in good health. As he spoke, Tianyuan extended a trembling hand towards Jiang Yao's face, only to feel the chilling touch of her skin, a clear indication that her condition was dire. He immediately called out to the war god of heaven's might, urgency lacing his voice. Hurry, transport Jiang Yao back to Qingshan with utmost speed. Secure the first hospital of Qingshan at once, and summoned the Ghost Valley physician to bring Yuan to the hospital immediately. The war god of heaven's might promptly acknowledge the command and set to work. He then inquired, Master, how shall we deal with the others from the Jiang County Prince's residence? There is no longer any need for the Jiang County Prince's residence to exist. Tianyuan replied coldly. The war god of heaven's might nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. And what are those two old dogs? He questioned, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his gaze. General Yang and Commander Hong knelt there, their faces ashen, resigned to their impending fate. They found themselves powerless against the edicts of the third elder. How could they dare to defy? Even if granted a second chance to choose, they would still have to obediently follow orders. As for the consequences, they could only accept them. To dare harm the matriarch is a sin deserving of death. Let me execute them. Seeing that Tianyuan had yet to speak, the war god of the heavens spoke out in furious indignation. Having said this, he prepared to take action. Tianyuan raised his hand and replied coldly, "It is the command of the third elder. Their reluctance to disobey is understandable. Enough. They do not deserve death." Upon hearing Tianyuan's lack of intent to kill them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were instantly filled with joy, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Tianyuan. The Lord of the Hall would actually show them mercy? It appeared that Tianyuan was not as terrifying as rumored. Not a relentless killer, but possessed a semblance of compassion. "My lord, we cannot simply let them go," the war god of the heavens urged, growing anxious. Tianyuan regarded Governor Yang and Commander Hong coolly and stated, "Although I have taken countless lives, I do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. I'm always clear about grievances and justice. You acted under orders. I will not make things difficult for you. However, while the death penalty may be averted, you cannot escape punishment. In light of Jiang Yao's safety, I shall spare you this once. You may return to your retirement." Hearing Tianyuan's lenient judgment, the war god of the heavens felt disgruntled, but he dared not voice his discontent. After all, it was the Lord's decision, one that no one could alter. Governor Yang and Commander Hong, upon hearing this, were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Tianyuan. They were not young, and retirement was not far off for them. Being able to retire early was not a misfortune. To preserve their lives and find safety was indeed a tremendous blessing. Once these matters were resolved, Tianyuan embraced Jiang Yao and boarded the aircraft, hastening back to Qingshan City. The affairs at the Jiang County Prince's residence were left to his subordinates. The four war gods, accompanied by over 100 formidable warriors, returned with Tianyuan to Qingshan City. The first hospital of Qingshan City was already sealed off by Mayor Hu and Commander Ma of the City Defense Bureau, who had taken control of the entire facility. No one was permitted to enter. Inside the hospital's VIP ward, an elderly man, exuding an ethereal presence, was treating a little girl's leg. Leaning against the wall beside the bed was an extraordinarily enchanting woman, casually sucking on a lollipop, exuding an unspeakable allure. Who would have thought that this was the fearsome and formidable Demoness? Encouraged by the Demoness's comfort, Yuan became quite brave and cooperated fully during the treatment. The ethereal elder was none other than the legendary Ghost Valley physician, a figure seldom persuaded even by the Elder Council of the Dragon Kingdom. His unmatched medical skills could bring back the dead. It is said that as long as there is a breath left, no matter how grave the illness, he can cure it. Even those on the brink of death could find a reprieve, borrowing time from the King of Hell himself. At this moment, the enigmatic physician from Gigu was remarkably cautious and intensely focused on treating Yuan's legs. At the entrance of the hospital room stood 3 individuals, their expressions betraying a palpable tension. Among them, an elderly man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, Zhang Jinquan, the esteemed director of Qingshan City First Hospital, appeared particularly anxious. The 2 men flanking him, Hu Shishou and Chief Ma, mirrored his concern. The gravity of the situation left them all in a state of uncertainty regarding the impending developments. Inside the room lay a young girl of significant stature. Should anything untoward happen to her, their fates would surely be jeopardized. Who exactly is that little girl? Zhang Jinquan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of her. Better not to ask if you value your life. Hu Shishou shot a piercing glance at the hospital director, instilling a deep sense of fear within him. Was the situation truly as dire as it seemed? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jinquan cautiously continued, Hu Shishou, how competent is that old man who just entered? Should I personally summon Physician Mo for assistance? You're aware of his esteemed medical prowess. Silence. Before Zhang Jinquan could finish his sentence, Hu Shishou's voice rang out with a fierce authority. He glared at the director with a serious demeanor, stating, "It would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut. Utter not a word, or I cannot guarantee your survival until nightfall. Zhang Jingquan was taken aback by this threat, his face draining of color as he stared at Hu Shishou, realizing the gravity of his warning. This only deepened his intrigue regarding the little girl and her extraordinary significance, which could instill such fear in a city leader. Initially, Zhang Jingquan had mentioned physician Mo in hopes of proposing an unexpected solution, but little did he anticipate. At that moment, a formidable aura surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the heavens with an overwhelming force. The trio trembled involuntarily, their bodies quaking as they beheld Tianyuan approaching, cradling a woman in his arms, flanked by 4 formidable warriors and over 100 unparalleled thugs. As they drew nearer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, pressing down upon them like the weight of 10 mountains. By the time Tianyuan was close enough, the 3 men were drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, Hu Shishou regained his composure and hastily opened the door to the hospital room, bowing deeply to Tianyuan with utmost respect. Master Yi, the little princess is inside. Chapter 17. Dragon blood pills stand guard at the door and allow no one to approach. Those who dare to come near shall face dire consequences. Tianyuan coldly instructed the war god of Tianqing and his companions. After delivering his command, he swiftly carried Jiang Yao into the hospital room. The war god of Tianqing carefully closed the door, ensuring silence, and stood like a sentinel at the entrance. The 3 leaders of whose city were instantly filled with trepidation, trembling in place, particularly Dean Zhang, whose mind was racing with apprehension. What kind of merciless gods of death were these? Just then, a chilling voice resonated in their minds like thunder, causing them to tremble in fear and retreat hastily to a safe distance. The 4 war gods and over 100 extraordinary warriors stood guard, silent yet exuding an aura of unparalleled menace. Inside the hospital room, upon seeing her unconscious mother, Yuan began to weep. "Mama," as she cried, she attempted to rise. The medical sage of Gigu quickly soothed her, urging, "My little ancestor, you must not move. Lie down obediently. Rest assured, your mother is fine. She is merely asleep." After placing Jiang Yao on the hospital bed, Tianyuan gently stroked Yuan's head, saying, "Do not worry, Yuan, your mother is all right. This esteemed elder possesses remarkable medical skills and will heal both you and your mother." Hearing Tianyuan's words, Yuan quieted, her tear-filled eyes wide as she gazed up at him, pitifully asking, "Really, Daddy? Mother is truly fine?" Tianyuan, filled with tenderness, embraced Yuan and nodded solemnly. "Father would never deceive you, Yuan. Be a good girl and lie down so the elder can treat your leg." Yuan obediently nodded and lay down as instructed. Soon, the medical sage of Gigu completed his treatment. Sighing with relief, he stood and addressed Tianyuan, "Lord Yi, little Yuan is fine now. She merely needs a few days of rest before she can walk again." Tianyuan nodded in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, and I appreciate your efforts here." The medical sage waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for formality. It is a great honor to assist you, Lord Yi. I never imagined that one day you would require my services. This indicates I still hold some esteem in your heart, which brings me great joy." Tianyuan merely regarded the medical sage with a calm demeanor and replied, "Let us focus on the matter at hand." The medical sage looked at Tianyuan with a hint of surprise, saying, "Lord Yi, your medical skills far surpass mine. I merely stepped in while you were occupied. Now that you are free, why not take the opportunity to intervene personally?" Tianyuan glanced at Jiang Yao lying on the hospital bed, but shook his head, saying, "No, I have not treated anyone in 3 years. My skills have become somewhat rusty. I trust you to handle this. This is not a malady that the esteemed Ghost Valley healer cannot resolve, so let us not linger." Upon hearing Tianyuan's words, the Ghost Valley healer, without a moment's hesitation, promptly began to examine Jiang Yao. After conducting a thorough examination, the Ghost Valley healer addressed Tianyuan, "My lord, fortunately, your beloved's condition is not as dire as it seems. She is suffering from profound shock due to excessive blood loss. However, the duration has not been lengthy, and we are in time to act." As he spoke, the Ghost Valley healer retrieved an exquisite jade box from his person. Upon opening the box, a peculiar fragrance wafted forth. Within lay a blood-red pill, resembling a small pebble. Upon seeing the crimson elixir, Tianyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he regarded the Ghost Valley healer with intrigue. You possess the dragon blood pill? This is the first time I have encountered such a celestial remedy. The Ghost Valley healer chuckled with pride. Indeed, my lord, as the ninth descendant of Ghost Valley, it is only fitting that I possess a dragon blood pill. Although this legendary elixir is said to be a lifesaver, our Ghost Valley has retained one. However, this is the sole remaining pill crafted by our ancestral master, and it has been in my possession for nearly 3 centuries. It can be considered a treasured heirloom of Ghost Valley. Tianyuan scrutinized the Ghost Valley healer. Since it is a cherished heirloom, you are so readily willing to part with it? This seems rather audacious. The Ghost Valley healer merely smiled, offering no further explanation, and directly administered the dragon blood pill to Jiang Yao. Once the pill was ingested, its remarkable effects became immediately apparent. Jiang Yao's vitality surged, her breath became steadier, and the pallor of her face began to gain a hint of color. The miraculous transformation elicited a satisfied nod from the Ghost Valley healer, who assured Tianyuan, "Rest assured, my lord. A single dragon blood pill is sufficient to restore your beloved. Not only will she recover, but she will also be immune to ailments, her youth preserved, and her lifespan extended." Tianyuan gazed at the Ghost Valley healer with profound gratitude, solemnly expressing his thanks. "I am deeply appreciative. This has cost you dearly." The Ghost Valley healer waved his hand dismissively. Though the dragon blood pill is exceedingly precious, something as valuable as this is worthless if not utilized. As the master of Ghost Valley, I determine how this pill is employed. If it serves your needs, then the dragon blood pill fulfills its purpose. Should you require it, a mere pill is of no consequence. Tianyuan nodded slightly, refraining from further remarks. Meanwhile, Yuan stared wide-eyed, her expression one of bewilderment as she observed Tianyuan and the Ghost Valley healer. She seemed to grasp fragments of their conversation, yet much eluded her understanding, filling her with curiosity. Under the miraculous influence of the dragon blood pill, Jiang Yao's vitality swiftly returned, her breath became even, and she appeared as if she had merely been resting, albeit still in a state of unconsciousness. The revered physician from Gigu meticulously examined Jiang Yao once more and assured Diane's, "Rest assured, your beloved is in no serious danger. It is merely the restoration of her vitality that requires a bit more time, which is why she has yet to awaken. Allow her to slumber peacefully. She shall awaken after a good rest." Tianyuan nodded, recognizing Jiang Yao's condition as well. The weight that had burdened his heart could finally be lifted. Casting a glance at the Gigu physician and the enchanting Lady Yaoheim, Tianyuan noted their understanding as they discreetly exited the ward without his prompting. Soon, the room was left with only Tianyuan, Jiang Yao, and Yuan. Jiang Yao remained in a state of unconsciousness. As he gazed upon her, memories of 8 years past flooded Tianyuan's mind. The past, like wisps of smoke, emerged vividly in his thoughts. Each recollection was imbued with warmth and touched his very soul. 8 years had etched numerous traces upon Jiang Yao's visage. From these marks, Tianyuan could envision the hardships she had endured alone while raising their daughter during those years. All of it, he felt, was his fault. 8 years prior, he had vanished without a trace, leaving no means of contact for Jiang Yao. Had he not departed so abruptly? Had he provided her with a way to reach him, if only? Yet, in reality, there were no ifs. Daddy, Chapter 18. The 4 great war gods heed the call. As Tianyuan was lost in deep contemplation, a sweet voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Yuan, who, with great effort, extended her tender little hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. With concern, she asked, "Daddy, why are you crying? Did Yuan misbehave and make you angry?" Tianyuan tenderly patted Yuan's head and smiled, saying, "Silly girl. Daddy isn't crying. Daddy is happy. You haven't made me angry. It's I who owe you an apology." Before he could finish, Yuan shook her head vigorously, her innocent face now radiating a serious determination as she spoke with conviction. "Daddy has nothing to apologize for. you saved me and Mommy. Daddy is the best father in the world." Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over him, as if a knife had been plunged deep into his heart, twisting painfully. He felt unworthy of the title good father. Gently stroking Yi Yuanyuan's head, he asked, "But Daddy has left you and Mommy for so many years. Don't you blame me?" Yi Yuanyuan continued to shake her head emphatically, her tone unwavering as she replied, "Of course, Yuanyuan wouldn't blame Daddy. Mommy told me that Daddy is a great hero, that you went to the battlefield to protect our home and country. Daddy is a glorious and magnificent warrior. I have always been proud of you." Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's eyes brimmed with tears once more. How much burden had Jiang Yao borne over the years? Yi Tianyuan felt an unbearable guilt. To hell with protecting the homeland. To hell with being the Lord of Tianyuan. To hell with being a hero. What right does a man have to speak of defending the nation if he cannot even care for his own wife and child? To protect the homeland, one must first safeguard the family. Yi Tianyuan had served the Dragon Kingdom well, ensuring peace and security for a decade. Yet, he felt he had failed Jiang Yao and their daughter. Everything he had done in the past 10 years was for the sake of safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom. From this day forward, everything he would do would be to protect them both. Yi Tianyuan resolved firmly within himself that he would no longer be the Lord of Tianyuan, nor an unparalleled national hero, nor the guardian deity of Huaxia. From now on, he would embrace only two identities, Jiang Yao's husband and Yuanyuan's father. Yi Tianyuan silently vowed to dedicate the rest of his life to making amends to Jiang Yao and their daughter. "Daddy, why are you crying again?" Yi Yuanyuan gently wiped away the tears from Yi Tianyuan's eyes with her small hand. He quickly composed himself, smiled at her, and softly replied, "Daddy is simply moved and happy." Yi Yuanyuan looked at him, blinked her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then nodded obediently, as if she understood. After a while, Yi Yuanyuan looked at Yi Tianyuan and asked, "Daddy, are you going to leave Yuanyuan again soon?" Yi Tianyuan immediately shook his head and replied, "No. Daddy will never leave Mommy and Yuanyuan again. Okay? Really? You're not lying to Yuanyuan, are you?" Yi Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement, her face radiating joy as she gazed at Yi Tianyuan. The happiness of a child is indeed so simple. Their desires are not extravagant. Yi Tianyuan gently patted Yi Yuanyuan's head and earnestly said, "Of course it's true. Did you forget what I just told you? Daddy will never deceive Yuanyuan." "All right." Yi Yuanyuan nodded eagerly, saying, "Daddy just promised not to lie to Yuanyuan. I almost forgot." With a playful giggle, she proposed, "Then let us make a pinky swear, and we can't change for 100 years." Yi Tianyuan chuckled and extended his pinky, saying, "All right, Yuanyuan, let us make a pinky swear." Filled with joy, Yi Yuanyuan linked her pinky with Yi Tianyuan's. After completing the promise, Yi Yuanyuan's laughter blossomed like a freshly opened peach blossom, her face beaming with innocence and happiness. It was a moment of purest childhood. Yi Yuanyuan's laughter melted Yi Tianyuan's heart completely. It was a smile capable of healing all ailments, making all worldly troubles dissipate into thin air. This smile seemed to possess a magical power. After a while, Yi Yuanyuan suddenly appeared to remember something, and her smile faded away. Yi Tianyuan, concerned, asked, "What is wrong, Yuanyuan? Are you feeling unwell? Please tell Daddy." With a worried expression, Yi Yuanyuan looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Daddy, aren't you going to the battlefield to protect the country anymore? You can't always stay with Mommy and Yuanyuan, right?" Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan felt reassured and confidently replied, "Silly girl, Daddy has laid down his armor and will never return to the battlefield. From now on, Daddy will stay with Mommy and Yuanyuan, never leaving even a step." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Yi Yuanyuan's smile returned once more. Seeing his daughter happy, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but smile as well. Her joy brought him happiness. Yi Tianyuan glanced at Jiang Yao, who was still in a state of unconsciousness, silently wishing, "Jiang Yao, please wake up soon so our family of 3 can reunite. It won't be long. Jiang Yao will wake up after a good rest." Yi Yuanyuan nestled obediently in Yi Tianyuan's embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing that if she let go, her father might leave again. After lulling Yi Yuanyuan to sleep, Yi Tianyuan stepped out of the ward. The four war gods and over 100 formidable warriors immediately stood in solemn respect as they gazed at Yi Tianyuan. To them, he was like a towering deity, inspiring awe and reverence simply by his presence. Heaven, hell, netherworld, Yellow Springs. Hearing the familiar call, the four war gods stood upright, their spirits soaring as they responded in unison. "We are here, my lord." Yi Tianyuan cast his gaze upon the four war gods and proclaimed in a booming voice, "The Qin family and the Jiangjun royal residence have been vanquished, and those who dared to oppress my wife and daughter have met their just fate. The matter of Qingshan has been resolved. It is time to settle the accounts from 3 years ago." Upon hearing these words, the four war gods were stirred, their hearts swelling with emotion as they clenched their fists in excitement. 3 years prior, Yi Tianyuan had been ensnared in a plot, leading to the accidental murder of the Snow Kingdom's prince, which resulted in his imprisonment aboard the Dragon prison vessel for 3 long years, the dissolution of the Tianyuan Hall, and the entanglement of 1,000,000 soldiers in his plight. The four war gods had endured humiliation for 3 years, awaiting the return of Yi Tianyuan. Now that he had returned, it was indeed time to reckon with the past. With a thud, the four war gods simultaneously knelt on one knee before Yi Tianyuan, their eyes aflame with fervor, their voices resonating in unison. "We implore you, Hall Master, to issue your command. The 1,000,000 soldiers of Tianyuan Hall stand ever ready, willing to spare no effort to restore justice for you and for our brethren." Yi Tianyuan regarded them as if he were a deity descended upon the mortal realm, and spoke with great conviction. "I once believed that sacrificing my life would secure peace for this world and shield Tianyuan Hall from repercussions. Yet I was mistaken. Those individuals care only for their own interests, disregarding the lives of the 1,000,000 soldiers of Tianyuan Hall. Having emerged from the confines of the dragon prison, I shall soar like a dragon unleashed, no longer bound by any shackles. Now that the 1,000,000 veterans of Tianyuan Hall have gathered here, heed my call and demand retribution from the heavens. Should justice not be served for Tianyuan Hall, we shall unleash a cataclysm upon this world." The four war gods, ready to obey the command. Chapter 19. Seeking justice for the Celestial Abyss Palace, I command you to divide into 4 groups and head north, with the capital as your objective. However, do not enter the boundaries of the capital just yet. Instead, encircle the outskirts without launching an attack. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's orders, the four war gods exchanged glances, perplexed. The war god of the heavens boldly spoke, "Palace Master, if we seek justice, why not advance directly into the capital and strike? With our 1,000,000 soldiers of the Celestial Abyss Palace, we would be an unstoppable force, reaching the very heart of power." Yi Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively and responded, "That is a last resort. We cannot act so recklessly. We are here to seek justice, not to incite rebellion. We have safeguarded the Dragon Kingdom for years, and its citizens are innocent. The ones who have wronged us are those from the Elder Council, the individuals entrenched in the power dynamics of the Dragon Kingdom. We shall not attack the capital unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" The four war gods nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Seeking justice requires strategy, but it must not come at the cost of moral integrity. They are warriors, heroes in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's people. The four war gods rose promptly to fulfill their orders. The over 100 unparalleled rogues were filled with fervor, each gazing at Yi Tianyuan with eager anticipation, some even cracking their knuckles in excitement. The leader of the evil spirits grinned wickedly, addressing Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, how about I summon my legion of 1,000,000 evil spirits to converge upon the Dragon Kingdom and encircle the capital?" Yi Tianyuan shot a cold glance at the leader of the evil spirits, causing him to instinctively shrink back. "Yi Tianyuan, replied coldly, the land of my Dragon Kingdom is not a place for your evil spirit legion. Dare to set foot here, and I shall ensure they find no resting place." The leader of the evil spirits, now drenched in cold sweat, nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, boss, I was just speaking nonsense. Please do not be angry." Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the group of unparalleled rogues. "Who among you wishes to remain in the Green Mountains and work alongside me?" With this, the god of death was the first to speak up eagerly. "Boss, I excel in disguise and thrive in the shadows. Allow me to stay and protect the mistress and the princess in secret. No one here can perform this task better than I." The alluring princess also chimed in, "Boss, let me stay as well. My intelligence network is unparalleled, granting me immediate access to information from nations and major factions worldwide, which will surely be of use to you. Moreover, Princess Yuan favors me. I can look after her. Caring for a young girl is more suited to a woman like me. As you head to the capital, I am the most suitable for the task of safeguarding the mistress and Princess Yuan. The other unparalleled rogues soon joined in, each vying for the opportunity to remain in the Green Mountains. Remaining there would guarantee their proximity to Tianyuan. Otherwise, such a chance may not arise again. Enough. Tianyuan's voice cut through the clamor, and he glared at the crowd, admonishing them, "Do not disturb my wife and daughter." Upon hearing these words, the formidable rogues hastily covered their mouths, refraining from uttering any further sounds. Tianyuan's gaze scrutinized the assembly of exceptional villains, each bearing an expression of eager pleading as they looked upon him, hoping he would permit their continued presence. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyuan arrived at his final decision. "Death God, Black Emperor, and Demoness, you three shall remain." At this pronouncement, the trio, Death God, Black Emperor, and the Demoness, exulted with the fervor of victors, while the others wore expressions of despair and sorrow, yet dared not voice their discontent. They understood well that once the leader had made a decision, no one could alter it. Tianyuan then addressed Death God, the Demoness, and Black Emperor, Death God. "Assemble a team to discreetly safeguard Jiang Yao and Yuan. I will not allow any harm to come to them, not even a single hair. Should anyone attempt to harm them, act without needing my consent." Death God promptly acknowledged, "Rest assured, boss. The safety of the mistress and Princess Yuan will be entrusted to me. If they lose even a strand of hair, you may hold me accountable." Tianyuan nodded slightly and continued, "Demoness, intelligence is paramount. I require you to swiftly organize the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. In future, I need detailed intelligence support in the shortest possible time." The Demoness affirmed, "Understood, boss. 3 days will suffice." Finally, Tianyuan turned to Black Emperor, stating, "As the underground emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, you command influence in any realm. You are tasked with establishing a force in Qingshan ready for my command. Some minor matters must be delegated to subordinates. Our hands need not be dirty. You will oversee this arrangement, with Death God operating in the shadows while you remain in the light." After issuing these directives, Tianyuan cast a glance towards the infirmary, then, with concern, addressed the Demoness once more. "Demoness, please take good care of Jiang Yao and Yuan. Should they inquire about me upon awakening, inform Jiang Yao that I am with the War Department processing my retirement formalities, and I will return shortly. Additionally, arrange for a house to be purchased in the name of the War Department, assigned to my ownership. It is best that Jiang Yao remains unaware of my true identity for the time being. I fear she may struggle to accept it. I shall reveal the truth to her gradually." The Demoness nodded earnestly. "Do not worry, boss. I will manage it well." With a nod of reassurance, Tianyuan felt a sense of relief. His gaze then shifted to the 3 leaders of Hu City, who appeared visibly anxious and trembling. Just moments ago, the Master Yi had commanded the 4 war gods to lead 1,000,000 of Tianyuan Hall's former troops towards the capital. If mishandled, this could ignite a cataclysmic conflict, a thought too dreadful to contemplate. Hu City leader, Tianyuan's voice turned icy, causing the leader to shudder involuntarily, quickly responding, "At your service, Master Yi. What are your orders? Have you ascertained the identity of the individual who leaked Jiang Yao's blood type?" Tianyuan inwited coldly. The mayor of Hu City nodded and said, "I have clarified, Master Yi. It was Liu Ping, the vice president of Qingshan First Hospital, who instructed the blood bank supervisor, Wu Jiansheng, to investigate." Tianyuan's cold gaze fell upon Director Zhang, who, in an instant, was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud, tremblingly stating, "Master Yi, I had no knowledge of this matter. It has nothing to do with me." Tianyuan replied coldly, "I never claimed it was related to you. Why are you so anxious?" Upon hearing this, Director Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yi Tianyuan issued an order to He Huang, saying, "He Huang, this matter is entrusted to you. The rest, follow me." After sending off Yi Tianyuan, the three officials of Wu City felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Once they left the hospital, Yi Tianyuan, accompanied by his formidable companions, boarded an armored vehicle and headed straight for Qingshan Airport. Upon their arrival, Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and commanded his extraordinary companions, "All of you, board the aircraft immediately and proceed to the suburban airport of the capital at the fastest speed. If anyone obstructs you, open fire without hesitation." The formidable companions surged forth like demons escaping from hell, each one filled with exhilaration as they climbed aboard the aircraft. In no time, over 100 warplanes ascended into the sky, soaring toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the million-strong veterans of the Tianyuan Hall marched toward the capital with great momentum. At that very moment, thousands of aircraft headed in the direction of the capital, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that shook the heavens. The skies of Long Country were about to change. In this instant, all major military departments of Long Country were stirred into action, with every radar and satellite locking onto Yi Tianyuan and his entourage. Chapter 20. The Confrontation of the Elders in the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Within the satellite monitoring room, the atmosphere was fraught with tension as 1,000,000 veterans of the Tianyuan Palace assembled at Qingshan, prompting the War Department to swiftly enter a state of high alert. All personnel in the command center were present and on standby. The satellite monitoring room was naturally on high alert, with every satellite directed towards the skies above Qingshan, meticulously observing the movements of the 1,000,000 veterans from the Tianyuan Palace. When all 4 War Department aircraft took to the skies and the armored vehicles rolled out from Qingshan, a collective sigh of relief filled the satellite monitoring room. It was initially believed that the veterans of the Tianyuan Palace had disbanded and were retreating to their respective war departments. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. For all the aircraft and armored vehicles were advancing in a singular direction, showing no signs of dispersing. This realization plunged the atmosphere of the satellite monitoring room into a state of heightened anxiety. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the monitoring screens. As the situation grew increasingly alarming, a voice broke through the tension, filled with panic. "Quick, notify the higher-ups. The Tianyuan Palace is staging a rebellion." The veterans of the Tianyuan Palace had not disbanded. They were racing towards the capital with the intent to assault it. The room erupted into chaos upon this revelation, as disbelief and fear gripped everyone. The notion that the Tianyuan Palace would dare to rebel and attack the capital was utterly shocking. Once this intelligence reached the upper echelons, the entire Dragon Kingdom's War Department was thrown into an uproar. In the highest conference room, 6 elders convened once more in an emergency meeting with the 4 commanders of the War Department. The Supreme Commander, his expression grave and solemn, addressed the 6 elders. "It is now unequivocally certain that Yi Tianyuan is leading 1,000,000 veterans from the Tianyuan Palace towards the capital. The advance party is estimated to arrive within 3 hours at the most, while the main force will likely be fully assembled and poised at the capital within 24 hours. I have already ordered the various war departments to urgently mobilize troops northward to intercept the Tianyuan Palace's forces. The capital has already entered a state of high alert, fully prepared for combat. The 4 major fleets are also hastening to the surrounding seas of the capital, ready to provide support at a moment's notice." "Oomph." The 3rd elder let out a heavy scoff, his face contorted with malice. "You should have heeded my advice from the start. We should have spared no effort to eliminate Yi Tianyuan. Now, look where we are. The 1,000,000-strong army of the Tianyuan Palace is gathering, and he is poised to rebel." With that, the 3rd elder cast a furious glare at the 5th elder, exclaiming, "If it weren't for your constant opposition to my proposals, we would not be in this predicament. I have long suggested that we should have captured that woman and brought her to the capital, using her as leverage to compel Yi Tianyuan and his band of ruthless marauders back to the Imprisoned Dragon. A figure as dangerously unstable as Yi Tianyuan belongs confined within the Imprisoned Dragon, ensuring the safety of the Dragon Kingdom." 5th elder, You have always sought to protect Yi Tianyuan. What do you propose we do now, given the outcome of your misguided efforts? The fourth elder, Yuhan, spoke up. What else can be done? He, Yi Tianyuan, dares to lead the million veterans of the Tianyuan Hall in rebellion. The only recourse is to eliminate him at all costs. In my view, we should directly petition the sovereign to mobilize all the forces of our dragon nation and eradicate Yi Tianyuan and his Tianyuan Hall, along with that group of unparalleled fiends, sending them to hell and ensuring no future troubles. The third elder wholeheartedly supported the fourth elder's words. The four commanders of the War Department also nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a dissenting voice emerged. For commanders, may I inquire whether you have calculated our odds of victory if we engage in battle with Yi Tianyuan? Even if we were to win, what price would we have to pay? Upon hearing this question, the four commanders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. This inquiry was indeed a profound moral quandary, difficult to answer. The fifth elder, not waiting for the commander's response, continued. The million veterans of the Tianyuan Hall have been forged in the crucible of battle, each a seasoned warrior, fierce and valiant. Moreover, these individuals are unwaveringly loyal to Yi Tianyuan, each willing to lay down their life for him. If war were to erupt, the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall would undoubtedly fight until only one remains. To annihilate 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall. How many of our own warriors will we need to sacrifice? 1 million? 2 million? Perhaps even more? And let us not forget the formidable presence of Yi Tianyuan himself, along with that cadre of over 100 unparalleled fiends. The power they wield is terrifying. Have you contemplated the sheer horror of their combined strength? If you seek to extinguish Yi Tianyuan and his forces, do you intend to expend the lives of all our Dragon Nation's warriors? Even if such a victory were possible, would our Dragon Nation have any chance of survival thereafter? The fifth elder's words resonated profoundly, casting a pall over the assembly. For a moment, they were uncertain of how to proceed. The third elder, his face stern, glared at the fifth elder and remarked, "So according to you, we should simply surrender and forego the fight altogether?" The fifth elder replied, "I understand Yi Tianyuan. He would never instigate a rebellion. His intention in leading the million veterans of the Tianyuan Hall towards the capital is not to attack it. If he truly harbored such ambitions, he would not have chosen to board the prison dragon 3 years ago for the sake of the greater good. If I am not mistaken, Yi Tianyuan's actions are aimed at seeking justice for the Tianyuan Hall. 3 years ago, we promised him that the Tianyuan Hall would not be implicated, yet it was you, third elder, who insisted on its dissolution. The Tianyuan Hall has sacrificed immensely for our Dragon Nation, shedding rivers of blood. It does not deserve such treatment. I can understand Yi Tianyuan's quest for justice on behalf of the Tianyuan Hall." Upon hearing this, the third elder's expression shifted abruptly. The dissolution of the Tianyuan Hall was indeed his proposal, and it had been achieved through his unwavering insistence. If Yi Tianyuan truly came to seek justice for the Tianyuan Palace, then his ire was undoubtedly directed at the third elder. The third elder felt a surge of panic at this thought, and without regard for his dignity, he bellowed at the four commanders, "Quickly, issue orders to all battle divisions to exert full force in obstructing the Tianyuan Palace. They must not be allowed to approach the capital." The fifth elder immediately retorted angrily to the four commanders, "No one is permitted to act rashly or issue commands. The only path before us is to negotiate with Yi Tianyuan and meet his demands. Otherwise, should he descend into madness, the very heavens of our Dragon Nation may collapse, and the nation itself could face ruin. I have some rapport with Yi Tianyuan. Allow me to personally negotiate with him." Upon finishing his statement, the fifth elder cast a glance at the other elders. After a brief exchange of glances, the other elders nodded in agreement with their support. The fifth elder expressed his gratitude with a nod and then commanded the four commanders, "Listen, all battle divisions are to remain on standby. No one is to obstruct the Tianyuan Palace's personnel. Clear the suburban airport of the capital for the landing of Tianyuan Palace's aircraft. Prepare a vehicle to take me to the suburban airport immediately. Communicate with the Tianyuan Palace to convey my intentions. The capital is under a first-level strategy, but without the unanimous decree of the Elder Council, no one may act rashly. Violators will face military law. The four commanders promptly acknowledged the orders. Meanwhile, the third elder sat in a dark and sullen silence, feeling powerless to alter the situation. On the other side, Tianyuan, leading a formidable squadron of fighter jets, surged toward the capital. With the speed of the aircraft, they would arrive shortly. Master, the voice of the war god Tianqing echoed through the communication system. The Dragon Nation's battle division has reported that the suburban airport has been cleared, allowing all our aircraft to land. The fifth elder is en route to the suburban airport to negotiate with you. What are your instructions? Tianyuan commanded the war god Tianqing. Order all aircraft to land at the suburban airport. The main force will proceed along the original planned route. After issuing the command, Tianyuan's gaze turned fierce and intense as he focused on the distant horizon. Chapter 21. Tianyuan angrily reprimands the fifth elder. The airport in the outskirts of the capital had been placed under the temporary control of the War Department, with all personnel urgently evacuated, and both the runway and the apron completely cleared. The fifth elder stood resolutely under the protection of 3,000 elite troops, his gaze penetrating and fixated on the distant sky, where a swarm of fighter jets approached at an astonishing speed. Beside the fifth elder, a fourth marshal of the War Department, adorned with 3 stars, spoke in a low tone. Fifth elder, Tianyuan and his team are descending in preparation for landing. The fifth elder merely nodded slightly. He had already observed the situation. Soon, a formidable formation of aircraft descended upon the outskirts of the capital. As Tianyuan, accompanied by the 4 great war gods, the 8 heavenly kings, over 100 unparalleled fiends, and a vanguard of tens of thousands from the remnants of the Tianyuan Hall, approached, the fourth marshal and the 3,000 elite troops could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread invade their hearts. The oppressive atmosphere was so potent it seemed to crush the very heavens above. Though the fourth marshal was a seasoned warrior, even he felt a twinge of apprehension in the face of such formidable power. In contrast, the fifth elder stood tall, his frail frame reminiscent of a spear, his expression unwavering. This display of indomitable spirit truly befit his esteemed title. The overwhelming pressure felt akin to the impending doom of a cataclysm. The 3,000 elite troops instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Yet beads of cold sweat trickled down their backs, their anxiety palpable. Despite being the strongest military unit of Long Nation, they lacked the courage to confront the Tianyuan Hall. The more than 100 unparalleled fiends regarded the elite troops with a twisted amusement, their expressions greedy and malevolent, akin to ferocious beasts eyeing a succulent prey, sending shivers down the spines of the 3,000 elite troops. They marveled silently, realizing these were the fearsome fiends imprisoned at a great cost by nations worldwide, each one exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity, resembling demons. To engage with these individuals, was it not akin to facing the King of Hell? The overwhelming aura cast an ominous shadow over the entire airport, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and silence, as if the air itself had solidified. Like a war god descending from the heavens, Tianyuan approached the fifth elder. His towering figure resembled that of a giant from the celestial realm, compelling all present to look up in awe. Behind Tianyuan stood the 4 great war gods, the 8 heavenly kings, and over 100 unparalleled fiends. Each of them was capable of upending the world. Each was a terrifying presence. Faced with such a spectacle, the fifth elder could not help but feel astonished. If Tianyuan were to be provoked, what dire consequences would follow? Did the current strength of the Long Nation's War Department possess the capability to confront him? However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a benevolent expression, remarked, Tianyuan, it has been 3 years. You have lost quite a bit of weight. Tianyuan regarded the fifth elder with a detached demeanor, his face betraying little emotion, and replied coolly, Have I lost weight? In the past 3 years, I have feasted, resided comfortably, and enjoyed life to the fullest. How could I possibly have lost weight? I must express my gratitude to your esteemed counsel. Without your influence, how could I have led such a refreshing and leisurely life for 3 years? My days have been filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. How delightful! Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's mocking words, Elder Fifth's face momentarily revealed a hint of guilt. Yet he helplessly shook his head and sighed. "I apologize, Yi Tianyuan. It is indeed our dragon kingdom that owes you. These 3 years have caused you much undue suffering, and I can understand your resentment." Before Elder Fifth could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan interrupted. "The dragon kingdom owes me nothing. It is you, the wielders of power, who are in debt to me." Elder Fifth's expression stiffened slightly, followed by a bitter smile. "Indeed, it is they, the rulers, who owe Yi Tianyuan. 3 years ago, the decisions made by their council ultimately led to his intervention, persuading Yi Tianyuan to bear the burden alone, which culminated in the imprisonment of the dragon prison ship. Now, 3 years later, he once again stood before Yi Tianyuan to negotiate. The scene was reminiscent of the past, yet the circumstances had changed. This time, Elder Fifth's emotions were notably complex, and he appeared to age significantly in that moment. Yi Tianyuan coldly stated, "Elder Fifth, let us dispense with pleasantries. Since you represent the council in this discussion, let us address matters directly. If the council's debt is merely to me, Yi Tianyuan, I could be magnanimous and refrain from pressing charges, for I have already borne the weight 3 years prior. Yi Tianyuan, I might want to go back on my word. However, you promised that the affairs of Tianyuan Hall would not be entangled. Why, then, have you reneged on that promise? Had I remained within the dragon prison ship, I could have endured, but now that I have emerged and summoned the 1,000,000 veterans of Tianyuan Hall, I shall demand justice for Tianyuan Hall." At this moment, the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall glared at Elder Fifth with fiery eyes, their pent-up emotions from 3 years erupting forth. Tianyuan Hall represents the honor of all. It is a name forged from the blood of countless warriors. Yi Tianyuan's voice grew increasingly impassioned. 8 years ago, I founded Tianyuan Hall, leading 1,000,000 valiant soldiers to conquer in the east and west, engaging in no fewer than 100 battles, yet suffering not a single defeat. Nations trembled at our name, daring not to offend the Dragon Kingdom. It is Tianyuan Hall that has, with the blood of 1,000,000 soldiers, constructed an impregnable wall to safeguard our nation, keeping enemies at bay. For years, Tianyuan Hall has protected the Dragon Kingdom's peace and prosperity, bearing immense contributions, yet remaining humble, wielding national power without resorting to arms. Loyalty to Tianyuan Hall, loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom, loyalty to its citizens. This is the highest tenet of Tianyuan Hall. The 1,000,000 soldiers of Tianyuan Hall have remained steadfastly loyal to the Dragon Kingdom, a truth witnessed by heaven and earth. Yet what have we ultimately received in return? We have been met with your council's suspicion, your unrest, and your disregard for your promises, resulting in the dissolution of Tianyuan Hall, shattering the hearts of 1,000,000 soldiers. Do you not feel a twinge of shame, disregarding the common people for your own selfish desires? The fifth elder wore a countenance of profound shame and self-reproach. Although he had fervently opposed this matter 3 years prior, he ultimately failed to prevent it. This has been a source of immense torment for him over the past 3 years. The fourth marshal, unable to bear the sight any longer, rebuked Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Yi Tianyuan, do not overstep your bounds. This is the fifth elder. You must not act so insolently. You are soldiers, and it is the duty of soldiers to obey orders." Bang. Yet, before the fourth marshal could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan struck suddenly, delivering a punch that sent the fourth marshal staggering several meters back. The fourth marshal knelt on one knee, blood pouring from his mouth. This scene astonished the 3,000 Imperial Guards, who immediately turned their attention to Yi Tianyuan, adopting a battle stance. The 4 war gods swiftly raised their hands, and the remnants of the Tianyuan palace brandished their weapons. Over 100 fearsome rogues opened their mouths like demons. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension, and a great conflict was poised to erupt. Chapter 22. The Imprisoned Dragon ascends to the heavens in the highest conference room. 5 elders and 3 military commanders sat in tense silence, their gazes fixed upon the large screen displaying the scene at the suburban airport. Suddenly, the third elder, filled with indignation, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." Yi Tianyuan has grown ever more unrestrained. He has yet to answer for his audacious hijacking of over 100 fighter jets aboard the Imprisoned Dragon, and now he dares to confront us, the Council of Elders, with accusations? This is insurrection, an unforgivable crime. If we allow him to continue unchecked, Dragon Country may soon bear his surname. Can we permit him to dictate our actions? With that, the third elder turned to the three military commanders, his voice laced with fury, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Mobilize all forces immediately to besiege the suburban airport and capture Tianyuan and his cohorts." The three commanders, however, hesitated, casting wary glances at the other elders. Witnessing their reluctance, the third elder's frustration intensified. Am I no longer to be heeded? Finally, the first elder, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Calm yourself, third elder. The events of 3 years ago were indeed our misstep. We should never have disbanded the Tianyuan Hall. The imprisoned dragon has ascended. It is no simple task to confine him again. The moment he and his formidable cohorts emerged from the prison dragon, we should have recognized the gravity of the situation. Now is not the time for rashness, but rather for devising a solution. We all understand Yi Tianyuan's temperament. He is now all in, reckless, and undeterred. I fear he is capable of anything, and the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall will undoubtedly follow him to the end. Should war break out, Dragon Country would face annihilation." The third elder scoffed, retorting, "First elder, must you elevate his stature at the expense of our own? Though the million former soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall are formidable, if we give our all, we shall surely vanquish them. Have you not witnessed Yi Tianyuan's audacity? He openly berates the fifth elder and injures the fourth marshal. What is it that he would not dare? If we allow him to continue his rampage, will we not be forced to bow to him, to heed his commands? This is utterly absurd, disgraceful beyond measure. While you may endure, I cannot. I propose we spare no effort to eliminate Yi Tianyuan. Only with his demise can peace return to Dragon Country. His existence is a perpetual threat. It was your insistence, third elder, that led to the disbandment of the Tianyuan Hall 3 years ago. And now, you propose the same again. Yet this time, the other four elders did not echo the third elder's sentiments as they had 3 years prior. Instead, they shook their heads in opposition, inciting the third elder's ire, as he hurled invective at them without regard for their dignity as elders. At the suburban airport, dark clouds loomed overhead. A great battle was imminent. The fifth elder, Hong, commanded the 3,000 Imperial Guards with a firm voice. "Lay down your weapons at once. No one is permitted to act." Upon his authoritative call, the guards promptly relinquished their arms. The fifth elder then turned to Yi Tianyuan and stated, "Yi Tianyuan, I comprehend your feelings and anger. Since I represent the Elder Council in this discussion, everything is negotiable. The dissolution of the Tianyuan Hall was indeed a misjudgment on our part, and you may express your desires openly. The members of the Elder Council are observing you closely." Yi Tianyuan cast a glance at the nearby high-definition camera, fully aware of its presence. He regarded the fifth elder with a cold stare and replied, "Fifth elder, I hold you in high esteem. But this matter cannot be decided by you alone. If the Elder Council genuinely wishes to negotiate, it should not be solely you standing here to converse with me. I am willing to discuss, but only if all 6 elders of the council and the 4 commanders of the War Department are present. Otherwise, there is no point in continuing this dialogue. After all, it is a common tactic of yours to go back on your word, is it not?" The fifth elder's expression faltered, momentarily rendering him speechless. It was only natural for Yi Tianyuan to be cautious. After all, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of a rope for 10 years. However, the fifth elder hesitated, reluctant to concede readily. Yi Tianyuan continued with a chilling tone, "Fifth elder, my patience is wearing thin. My 100,000 veteran soldiers from the Tianyuan Hall will soon gather and march toward the capital. Should I not attain a satisfactory resolution by the time my forces assemble on the outskirts of the capital, I shall advance into the city and sweep away your Elder Council and the Dragon Kingdom War Department. Fifth Elder, you ought to know that I, Yi Tianyuan, am a man of my word. What I declare, I shall undoubtedly fulfill. This is not merely my affair. It concerns the honor of the 100,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, both living and deceased. This justice may arrive late, but it will assuredly not be absent. I have come today to reclaim justice for the Tianyuan Hall. The four war gods and all the veterans of the Tianyuan Hall were filled with fervor, chanting in unison, "Reclaim justice! Reclaim justice! Reclaim justice!" At that moment, the entire outskirts of the capital trembled with their fervent cries. The fifth elder could only shake his head in resignation, knowing that he could neither persuade nor deter Yi Tianyuan today. Yi Tianyuan was like an arrow drawn taut, compelled to be released. Should his wishes be thwarted, the consequences would indeed be dire. Any reasoning presented to him now would likely be in vain. The tactics of 3 years prior would no longer suffice. After a moment of contemplation, the fifth elder adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Yi Tianyuan. "Very well, Yi Tianyuan. I can arrange for all 6 elders of the council and the 4 commanders of the War Department to meet with you. However, the location must be the supreme conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, and you may only bring yourself. No one else may accompany you. Should they enter the capital, it could easily lead to unforeseen conflict." As the words of the fifth elder echoed in the air, before Yi Tianyuan could respond, the war god of the sky immediately interjected, "Absolutely not. Allowing the sect master to enter the capital alone would be akin to walking into a trap, falling prey to your ambush. If the sect master is to enter the capital, we must accompany him. Otherwise, let the elder council and the commander-in-chief come here to discuss matters. If you lack the sincerity to negotiate, then let us settle this on the battlefield." Upon hearing the war god's proclamation, the warriors of the Tianyuan Hall erupted in fervent agreement, expressing their unwavering resolve to accompany Yi Tianyuan into the capital. The fifth elder, with a solemn expression, declared, "Yi Tianyuan, I stake my life on the assurance that there will be no ambush, no deceit against you. Even if negotiations falter, I guarantee your safe departure from the capital. Please trust me. I would not deceive you." Yet, the war god of the sky remained steadfast in his refusal. "Is there anyone in your elder council whom we can truly trust? Your duplicitous tactics are executed with remarkable finesse. In any case, allowing the sect master to enter the capital alone is out of the question." The fifth elder wore an expression of helplessness. He too was reluctant, yet he understood that it was utterly unfeasible for the other elders and the commanders to convene with Yi Tianyuan at the airport on the outskirts of the capital. Just as the fifth elder found himself at an impasse, Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke with a firm voice. "Very well, fifth elder. I shall heed your words and enter the capital alone." At this declaration, all 4 war gods voiced their objections simultaneously. Chapter 23. The 3 conditions of Yi Tianyuan Master. "You must not." Yet, Yi Tianyuan boldly addressed the 4 great war gods. "It matters not. Even if they have truly laid a web of schemes to ensnare me, I, Yi Tianyuan, shall depart unimpeded. Who in this world could possibly obstruct my path? The one capable of ending my life has yet to be born. The capital, in my eyes, is merely a private garden. What is there to fear?" Such audacious words stirred the hearts of the old guards of Tianyuan Palace, filling them with profound admiration for Yi Tianyuan. The fifth elder gazed at Yi Tianyuan in astonishment. He recognized the terror of Yi Tianyuan's prowess. Yet he had not anticipated such unwavering confidence. Clearly, after 3 years aboard the Imprisoned Dragon, Yi Tianyuan's strength had not waned, but had instead flourished. To what terrifying extent had his powers now burgeoned? The fifth elder cast a glance at the severely injured fourth marshal, acutely aware of his formidable strength, a being of the heavenly realm. Yet, before Yi Tianyuan, he appeared as fragile as an ant. The sheer magnitude of Yi Tianyuan's power was almost unfathomable. However, the fifth elder harbored no intentions of plotting against Yi Tianyuan. Thus he felt no concern on that front. Nodding towards Yi Tianyuan, the fifth elder expressed, "I am grateful for your trust and for the opportunity you have afforded us within the Elder Council. Rest assured, the errors of 3 years past shall not be repeated. This time, even at the cost of my own life, I shall stand by your side. Yi Tianyuan, let us proceed." Yi Tianyuan gave a slight nod, refraining from further comment. The war god of heaven, with a cold gaze directed at the fifth elder and the fourth marshal, declared, "Should you dare show even the slightest disrespect towards the master, The millions of old guards from Tianyuan Palace will undoubtedly raise your Elder Council and the Dragon Kingdom's war division to the ground. Having spoken, the war god of heaven turned to Yi Tianyuan with deep respect. Master, the millions of old guards of Tianyuan Palace will heed only your command, at your behest. We shall brave any peril without hesitation. Remain in place. Without my command, do not act recklessly. Those who disobey shall face the palace's regulations. After uttering these words, Yi Tianyuan followed the fifth elder out. In the grand conference room, the third elder remained unsatisfied, his expression dark as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, this is a divinely bestowed opportunity. Yi Tianyuan is far too arrogant and presumptuous to dare venture alone into the capital to meet us. Since he has the audacity to come alone, let us ensure he does not return. This is our finest moment. If we weave a web of traps and await Yi Tianyuan to fall into our snare, we can strike him down on the spot, and the situation will be quelled immediately. Once Yi Tianyuan is dead, I refuse to believe that the millions of old guards from Tianyuan Palace will continue to be a menace. However, the third elder's words were swiftly countered by the first elder. Third elder, what are you thinking? At such a time, how can your thoughts still dwell on how to eliminate Yi Tianyuan? Do you truly wish to drag our dragon kingdom into the abyss? The loyalty of the millions of old guards to Yi Tianyuan is indisputable. If we dare to harm him, they will surely storm the capital. The third elder, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, "This is our only opportunity to resolve this matter with minimal cost. Are you truly so apprehensive of Yi Tianyuan?" The first elder, equally incensed, retorted with a sharp tone, "There is no need for further discussion. The Elder Council is not solely dictated by you, the third elder. Were it not for your proposal and insistence 3 years ago, we would not be facing this predicament today. All of this turmoil is a result of your actions, and now we find ourselves cleaning up your mess." These words left the third elder quite displeased. "It is true that the proposal originated from me 3 years ago, but did you not also endorse my suggestion? Without your support, could I have unilaterally decided this matter? It is evident that you too feared the growing power of the Tianyuan Palace and its increasing popularity, which posed a threat to our Dragon Nation's War Department. Therefore, you concurred with my proposal to disband the Tianyuan Palace and eliminate this potential grave hazard. Are you now intent on placing the entire burden of responsibility upon my shoulders?" In response to the third elder's remarks, the 4 elders fell silent. Indeed, they had agreed with the third elder's proposal 3 years prior, considering the implications at that time. However, now, after a prolonged silence, the first elder solemnly stated, "Enough of this bickering. Let us contemplate how to quell this situation. Resorting to force is a last resort, a path we must avoid at all costs. The consequences of violence are burdens no one can bear. Third elder, I implore you to recognize this reality." The third elder let out a cold snort and ceased to speak. Half an hour later, the fifth elder and the fourth marshal escorted Yi Tianyuan into the highest conference room. 30,000 elite troops had surrounded the area, bracing for any eventuality. Yi Tianyuan's arrival instantly cast a chilling and oppressive atmosphere over the conference room. His gaze swept across the elders and marshals, his expression remaining utterly indifferent. The former leaders, who once commanded his respect, now appeared to him as adversaries, leaving him devoid of any semblance of reverence. Even the fifth elder, whom he had once held in the highest regard, now felt strangely unfamiliar. 3 years may have altered him significantly. Particularly, his reckless emergence from the Imprisoned Dragon vessel heralded the return of a wholly transformed Yi Tianyuan. Previously, he had lived for the Dragon Nation. Now, he lived for himself, for his wife and daughter, and for the Tianyuan Palace. Yi Tianyuan's cold and formidable aura weighed heavily upon all present. The figure standing before them was distinctly foreign. Both sides exchanged glances, yet words remained unspoken. After an indeterminate period, the fifth elder broke the silence, addressing Yi Tianyuan. "Yi Tianyuan, you may speak now." Yi Tianyuan, coldly regarding the 10 highest authorities of the Dragon Nation, those who stood above all, responded in a frigid tone, "I am here today, not for any other reason, but to seek justice for the Tianyuan Palace. First, let be declared to the world the restoration of the Tianyuan Palace. Secondly, You shall personally extend apologies to the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace and assuage their discontent. Thirdly, posthumously honor all the valiant warriors who perished on the battlefield as martyrs and allocate the highest compensation. Before Yi Tianyuan could finish his statement, the third elder abruptly interjected with a frigid fury, declaring, "This is utterly impossible. The Tianyuan Palace has been disbanded and integrated. How can it be reinstated? Yi Tianyuan, do you think the structure of the War Department is a mere jest, easily altered at whim? If the Tianyuan Palace were to be restored, then 1,000,000 soldiers would heed your command alone, thereby allowing you to share dominion over the realm with us. You expect us to personally apologize to the soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace? Do you believe that is feasible?" The other elders and marshals fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, the conditions proposed by Yi Tianyuan were rather severe. The Tianyuan Palace had been disbanded and restructured, if it were to be reorganized. The implications for the Dragon Kingdom's War Department would be monumental. They were, after all, among the 10 highest authorities in the Dragon Kingdom, and for them to apologize. Yi Tianyuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he retorted, "Impossible? Then there is no further need for discussion. We shall meet on the battlefield." With that, Yi Tianyuan turned and departed. As he did, several voices called out simultaneously. Chapter 24. If you do not agree, then let us battle. Yet, Yi Tianyuan paid no heed to them. He had not come to negotiate terms with these individuals. Rather, he had arrived to impose his own conditions. To acquiesce would lead to discussions. To refuse would lead to nothing. Such is the simplicity of this principle. The errors of 3 years past would not be repeated by Yi Tianyuan. If he could not seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall, how could he claim the title of its master? How could he expect the 100,000 soldiers of Tianyuan Hall to heed his call and rally from all corners of the Dragon Nation without hesitation? If the 100,000 soldiers of Tianyuan Hall would not betray him, then he too must not betray them. This time, even if it meant tearing the heavens asunder or incurring the wrath of the world, Yi Tianyuan was prepared to face the consequences. He feared not the scorn of the masses, nor did he dread being labeled a demon. For what he upheld was the righteousness within his heart, the very backbone of a warrior. Thus, he stood fearless and undaunted. "Yi Tianyuan, we can agree to your 3 conditions." The first elder finally spoke, conceding. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan halted his steps, turning to face the first elder. The third elder immediately objected, glaring at the first elder. "This is utterly unacceptable. How can we acquiesce to such unreasonable demands? How can we allow Yi Tianyuan to manipulate us?" Before the third elder could finish, the first elder rebuked him sternly. "Enough, third elder. The council is not governed by your whims. Since you hold a differing opinion, let us put it to a vote. Those in favor of agreeing to Yi Tianyuan's 3 conditions, please raise your hands." With that, the first elder lifted his hand. The fifth elder did so almost simultaneously. The second, fourth, and sixth elders hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised their hands as well. Witnessing the 5 elders in agreement, the third elder's countenance turned ashen, as if struck by lightning, and his emotions became exceedingly agitated. The council has always adhered to the principle that the majority rules. What could the third elder possibly say now? Casting a cold glance at the third elder, the first elder addressed Yi Tianyuan. "Yi Tianyuan, we concede to your conditions. For this matter undeniably stems from our oversight. When the sovereign transgresses, he must answer as any commoner would. A mistake must be acknowledged, and once acknowledged, it must be rectified. Yi Tianyuan, we apologize for the grievances we have caused you." Such flattering words were of little interest to Yi Tianyuan at this moment. He would not take them to heart, merely offering a cold smile in response. The first elder continued, "Yi Tianyuan, do you believe we can bring this matter to a close? I hereby command the Dragon Nation's Ministry of War to immediately commence the restoration of all affairs pertaining to Tianyuan Hall to be completed within 3 days. What do you think? If you require our apology and acknowledgement of fault, we can meet you at the airport on the outskirts of the capital to address the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall. We have laid bare our sincerity and hope that you, Yi Tianyuan, will consider ceasing your pursuits." Yi Tianyuan regarded the first elder and replied, "Very well, since you have agreed to my 3 conditions. I shall indeed cease my endeavors. What I seek is merely justice, not the wholesale invasion of the capital. I'm also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and more importantly, a warrior of this great nation. My love for this country runs deep, and my loyalty is unwavering. However, should anyone dare to push me to the brink, I am prepared to forsake the world and transform into a formidable demon. In no more than 24 hours, the million soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Palace will be assembled, and I shall await you at the airport on the outskirts of the capital. If you miss this chance, there shall be no further opportunity. With that, Yi Tianyuan turned and departed. After seeing Yi Tianyuan off, the third elder seemed to succumb to madness, smashing objects in a frenzy. At the airport on the outskirts of the capital, everyone anxiously awaited Yi Tianyuan's return. Tianqing, are we truly to wait here idly? We remain completely unaware of the situation at the palace. Do you think those individuals might? The god of hell could no longer contain his concerns and spoke to the god of Tianqing. The god of Tianqing shot a glare at him and retorted, "Cease your nonsensical worries. The strength of our Lord is unparalleled in the world. If he has declared his intention to depart, no one can impede him. We're 30,000 elite soldiers in comparison. They cannot halt the Lord's advance. While we lack insight into the proceedings within the highest council, we are vigilantly monitoring the situation outside. Should there be any movement from those elite soldiers, we shall disregard all else and march forth into the capital." The god of hell nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure appeared at the airport on the outskirts of the capital. It was Yi Tianyuan. Upon his return, the crowd surged forward, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at him, each one awaiting the final outcome. Yi Tianyuan looked at the gathered warriors of the Heavenly Abyss Palace and smiled gently, saying, "The elders have agreed to restore the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Welcome home, brothers." A resounding roar erupted from the crowd. At that moment, the soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Palace were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces in sheer joy. The four great war gods embraced one another tightly, overwhelmed by elation. This day marked the end of their 3-year wait. They had once believed they would never see this moment, yet it had unexpectedly come to fruition. In that instant, everyone felt a surge of passion, as if they had reclaimed their lost souls. The Heavenly Abyss Palace had returned. Brothers, we are home. They had finally found their rightful place, returning to the sanctuary that was theirs. With a sudden unison, all the soldiers of the Heavenly Abyss Palace knelt before Yi Tianyuan, proclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Observing his comrades, Yi Tianyuan could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The feeling of returning home was truly exquisite. "Rise," he instructed, and the crowd stood, their faces illuminated with radiant smiles. At that moment, over 100 formidable rogues also knelt before Yi Tianyuan, declaring in unison, "Boss, allow us to join the Heavenly Abyss Palace. We pledge to follow you forever, loyal to the end." Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the 100-strong rogues. In terms of strength, they indeed possessed the qualifications to become the war gods of the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Yet, Yi Tianyuan shook his head and replied, "You all possess your own factions and are considered sovereigns in your respective realms. Thus, there is no need for you to join the Tianyuan Palace. All the members of the Tianyuan Palace are brothers in arms with whom I have fought side by side on the battlefield. Our bond is thicker than blood. Furthermore, your prowess is too formidable. If you rejoin my Tianyuan Palace, the positions of the four great war gods would certainly be jeopardized." Upon hearing this, the four great war gods felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, in terms of strength, they were not a match for the over 100 unparalleled fiends. In the Tianyuan Palace, strength reigns supreme. Should those over 100 exceptional fiends be allowed to join, their positions would truly be at risk. In unison, the exceptional fiends implored, "We do not wish to be war gods. We would be content to serve as mere soldiers. As long as we can join the Tianyuan Palace, we are willing to start from the very bottom. We beseech you, our leader, to grant us this opportunity." Yet, Yi Tianyuan continued to shake his head, stating, "There is no need for you to join the Tianyuan Palace. However, since I have brought you out of the Imprisoned Dragon ship, I shall not return you there. This time, you shall act under my command, and I shall risk everything in this world to restore your freedom." If you truly wish to follow me, then heed my arrangements. Return to reorganize your respective factions, for I shall have use for you in the future. However, I hope you will firmly remember the rules I have established for you over these 3 years. Should anyone violate them, I will personally intervene to bring them back to the Prison Dragon ship. You are to supervise one another. If you successfully report any violators, I may consider allowing you to remain by my side. The exceptional fiends immediately replied in unison, "Yes, our leader. We shall remember this with utmost sincerity and strive to become better individuals. If we transgress, we shall accept your judgment." Tianyuan nodded slightly and waved his hand once more. The exceptional fiends reluctantly boarded their war machines and departed. After sending off the exceptional fiends, Tianyuan could not shake a feeling of emptiness within his heart. Having spent 3 years together, he felt a sense of reluctance to part. However, in this world, there are no eternal banquets. This farewell may lead to an uncertain reunion in the distant future, perhaps even in the next life. After a long while, Tianyuan reclaimed his thoughts and addressed the warriors of the Tianyuan Palace once more. "Let us rest in place and await the gathering of 100,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace." Upon hearing this, the 4 great war gods were instantly invigorated, asking, "Master of the Palace, are we to march against the Elder Council?" Chapter 25. The assembly of 1,000,000 soldiers at Tianyuan Hall. Tianyuan cast a disdainful glance at the 4 war gods, expressing his irritation as he remarked, "The negotiations have been finalized. What purpose does it serve to pacify the Elder Council? Soon, the Elder Council and the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department will personally come to apologize to our 1,000,000 soldiers at Tianyuan Hall." What? Upon hearing this, the members of Tianyuan Hall were struck with disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. My goodness! The Elder Council and the War Department of the Dragon Kingdom. These are the pinnacle of authority in the Dragon Kingdom. The notion that these high-handed tyrants would come to apologize to 1,000,000 soldiers at Tianyuan Hall was beyond comprehension, a thought so outrageous it seemed unreal. Yet, the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall held an unwavering belief that their lord would never deceive them. This had to be true. It was an unparalleled glory that belonged to them. Emotion overwhelmed everyone, and tears of joy welled in their eyes. Observing the fervor of his soldiers, Tianyuan spoke once more, "This is what you rightfully deserve. Our Tianyuan Hall is willing to shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom, to make sacrifices for it, and to endure grievances for it. But if we do not receive the respect of those in power within the Dragon Kingdom, what meaning does it hold? We shall reclaim everything that belongs to Tianyuan Hall." A resounding roar erupted from the crowd, akin to a torrent of a mighty flood. In the Qingshan, Villa 88 of Tanga Palace. "Juan, no, please. Do not harm Yuan. Jiang Yao suddenly awoke from a nightmarish dream. She bolted upright in bed, her consciousness ensnared in a web of unending terror. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated beside her. "Mommy, you are finally awake." "Mommy, what is wrong?" Yuan is fine. Yuan is right here." Hearing this voice, Jiang Yao's spirit jolted. Her awareness quickly returned, and as she looked up, she saw Yuan standing at the bedside, her face filled with concern. "Am I dreaming?" Jiang Yao felt an incredulous disbelief wash over her. She surveyed her surroundings. It was an unfamiliar room. Where was she? She recalled being abducted after being rendered unconscious. And in a haze, someone had mentioned drawing her blood. The subsequent events eluded her memory, and she seemed to have slipped into a nightmarish vision where her daughter was captured and subjected to torment. Upon waking, she found herself in the current scene. Yuan climbed onto the bed, leaning closer to Jiang Yao, and asked again, "Mommy, why aren't you speaking? Are you still unwell?" "But that doctor said you would feel better after a good sleep." Jiang Yao gently touched Yuan, confirming that everything was indeed real. Overcome with emotion, she tightly embraced Yuan, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Yuan, I am so relieved you are safe. I'm sorry. It was Mommy who failed to protect you. I'm so sorry." Yuan, with her innocent voice, replied, "Mommy, why are you crying? We should be happy. Daddy saved us. Daddy has finally returned." "Huh, Daddy?" Jiang Yao gazed at Yuan with a look of perplexity. Noticing Jiang Yao's disbelief, Yuan earnestly replied. It was truly Father who saved us. Mother, did you not say that Father is named Tianyuan? The one who rescued us is indeed Father. What? Tianyuan, he has returned? Is it true? After 8 years of disappearing without a trace, Jiang Yao had long relinquished all hope. Could it possibly be that he had truly come back? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, Sister-in-law, Yuan speaks the truth. It was Tianyuan who saved you. It was then that Jiang Yao noticed a stunningly enchanting woman in the room. With a look of confusion, she turned to the alluring figure and inquired, Who are you? Before the enchanting woman could respond, Yuan introduced her, saying, Mother, this is Sister Yeoheim, a friend of Father S, who came with him to rescue us. Sister Yeoheim explained, Sister-in-law, here's how it unfolded. She detailed the prearranged narrative to Jiang Yao, explaining that Tianyuan had been engaged in continuous battle for the past 8 years and had fortuitously come across a distress video posted by Yuan, which revealed to him that he had a daughter. Promptly, he returned to Qingshan to rescue both of them. Sister Yeoheim even presented the video to Jiang Yao, which dispelled her doubts. After listening to Sister Yeoheim's explanation, Jiang Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she finally comprehended the situation and came to believe that Tianyuan had indeed returned. This revelation inevitably brought to mind her encounter with Tianyuan 8 years ago and the unexpected events of that fateful night. After that night, Tianyuan had vanished without a trace, seemingly evaporating from existence. Shortly thereafter, upon discovering her pregnancy, Jiang Yao attempted to reach out to Tianyuan. It had left no means of contact, rendering her unable to connect with him. From the time she carried her pregnancy until Yuan turned 7, she had endured 8 years of solitude. Throughout those years, she often reminisced about Tianyuan and fantasized about the day he might return to Qingshan to find her. Yet, time and again, she faced disappointment, which eventually led her to despair and even foster a sense of resentment towards him. However, she could never have anticipated that in her and her daughter's hour of peril, Tianyuan would miraculously return to rescue them. Where is Tianyuan? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yao quietly inquired. Her feelings toward this man who had been absent for 8 years were undoubtedly complex. Sister Yeoheim immediately replied, Sister-in-law, Brother Yi has gone back to the War Department to process his retirement paperwork. He will return in the next few days. Retirement paperwork? Jiang Yao furrowed her brow in confusion, looking at Sister Yeoheim. Sister Yeoheim nodded, affirming, Yes, sister-in-law. Brother Yi said he would always accompany you and Yuan from now on and would never leave again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt a sudden jolt of emotion, an indescribable stirring within her. Tianyuan was willing to relinquish his identity in the War Department and retire to Qingshan to be with her. And Yuan? This was indeed something she had longed for deeply, yet dared not to hope for. Was it truly coming to fruition? Yuan suddenly murmured to the enchanting princess, Sister Yeoheim, When will my father return? I miss him a bit. As she spoke, she turned to Jiang Yao, asking, Mother, don't you miss Father as well? Mother truly did not deceive Yuan. Father is indeed a great hero. He is incredibly formidable, defeating evildoers with ease. Father is truly a valiant warrior, defending our homeland. I admire him so much. I really like him. Upon hearing this question from Yuan, Jiang Yao found herself at a loss for words. Did she think of Tianyuan? She had to admit that over the past 8 years, she had contemplated this countless times, yet as time passed, resentment had begun to brew within her. Now, with Tianyuan truly returning to accompany her and Yuan, could she forgive him for his 8 years of absence? She was uncertain. At the airport on the outskirts of the capital, 24 hours later, 100,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace had gathered, forming a grand procession that occupied the vast expanse of the airport. All the soldiers of Tianyuan Palace knelt in unison, their voices resonating. We pay our respects to the Lord of Tianyuan Palace and welcome your return. Seeing the 100,000 soldiers assembled, Tianyuan felt a surge of emotion. Rise, he commanded the soldiers of Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, hundreds of war chariots approached. Tianyuan cast a cold glance, a slight smile gracing his lips. They had arrived. Chapter 26. Yi Tianyuan confronts the third elder. The six esteemed elders and the four supreme commanders gathered in unison, standing before the million soldiers of Tianyuan Hall. As they beheld the 10 most powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom, the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall stood in solemn silence. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the assembly of elders as he declared, "Broadcast the live footage of your apology to Tianyuan Hall across all major war departments in the Dragon Kingdom. I wish for every soldier of our nation to witness this moment, to restore the glory of Tianyuan Hall, and to reclaim justice for our esteemed hall." Upon hearing this, the third elder erupted with fury, exclaiming, "Yi Tianyuan, do not overstep your bounds." "Overstep?" Yi Tianyuan retorted with a scoff, fixing his eyes on the third elder. "You need not comply if you choose not to. I merely wish to return to you what you imposed upon Tianyuan Hall 3 years ago. Why can you not endure it? Did you consider the plight of the million soldiers of Tianyuan Hall when you disbanded us 3 years prior?" The first elder spoke with a grave tone. "Enough of this fruitless contention. Since we have resolved to admit our fault, let us act in accordance with Yi Tianyuan's wishes. This matter indeed requires announcement to the entire army, so that all soldiers may be informed." With that, the first elder instructed the 4 War Department commanders, immediately arrange for all war departments to gather their members and watch the live broadcast. The commanders promptly set about their tasks. Soon, all war departments received orders from headquarters and swiftly assembled their forces, turning on their televisions. Confusion reigned as they wondered what was unfolding, until the scenes from the suburban airport appeared on the screen, prompting gasps of astonishment. "My heavens! The 6 elders and the 4 supreme commanders have all convened. What is happening? Look, a million troops are assembled. Could it be Tianyuan Hall? Yes, it is indeed Tianyuan Hall. Reborn. Is that not Yi Tianyuan, the master of Tianyuan Hall? Do we not hear he perished on the extraterrestrial battlefield 3 years ago? He lives, and he has summoned a million soldiers once more. What could be his intent? The master of Tianyuan Hall, the 4 war gods, the 8 great kings, the 72 protectors, and a million soldiers. Tianyuan Hall stands poised before the capital. Could this signify rebellion? A cacophony of discussions erupted throughout the war departments, as the war gods were equally taken aback. However, clarity soon dawned upon all. Surely I misheard. The 6 elders and the 4 supreme commanders are collectively apologizing to Tianyuan Hall, acknowledging the error of disbanding Tianyuan Hall 3 years ago. They intend to restore it? Truly, the tides of the Dragon Kingdom are shifting. The return of Tianyuan Hall is a blessing for our nation. Should we not rejoice for Tianyuan Hall? This is exhilarating. This is glorious. I yearn to be a soldier of Tianyuan Hall. As the 6 elders and the 4 supreme commanders collectively offered their apologies to Tianyuan Hall, every war department erupted in fervor. This was madness. A new era had dawned. The landscape of the Dragon Nation's war department is on the verge of transformation. At the suburban airport, the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall are moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. This moment signifies the glory of Tianyuan Hall, a testament to their enduring honor. The first elder addressed Yi Tianyuan, stating, "Yi Tianyuan, we have acted according to your wishes. Now, may you allow the million soldiers of Tianyuan Hall to depart?" Yi Tianyuan collected his emotions and replied to the first elder, "The matters concerning Tianyuan Hall have been resolved. Rest assured, I will ensure the safe departure of the million soldiers. However, there remains another issue that must be addressed." Another matter? The other elders furrowed their brows, gazing at Yi Tianyuan with a look of confusion. Yi Tianyuan's gaze turned icy as it landed upon the third elder, and he coldly inquired, "Third elder, I must ask you, 3 years ago, were you not the one who urged me to shoulder all responsibilities upon entering the Prison Dragon, proposing the dissolution of Tianyuan Hall?" At the sound of this thunderous accusation, the third elder's expression darkened, his countenance chilling to the core. He glared fiercely at Yi Tianyuan, rage surging within him. The other elders exchanged apprehensive glances, an ominous premonition creeping into their minds. Could it be that another significant event was about to unfold? "Why, esteemed third elder, who stands above all, do you dare to act yet shrink from accountability?" Yi Tianyuan continued coldly. The third elder retorted, "And if it was I, what of it? Yi Tianyuan pressed on. Did you not command the capture of my wife, seeking to coerce me? This time, the third elder readily admitted, yes, it was I. Very well. Yi Tianyuan responded, and without hesitation, he lunged at the third elder with lethal intent. Such audacious and reckless behavior immediately stunned everyone present. The other elders shouted in unison, Yi Tianyuan, cease at once. Do not harm the third elder. The four commanders of the War Department swiftly intervened, attempting to restrain Yi Tianyuan. Yet, he paid them no heed. Though powerful, the commanders were insufficient to contend with Yi Tianyuan. In a mere instant, he struck them aside with force. Before the third elder could react, Yi Tianyuan delivered a devastating blow that sent him sprawling. The third elder, feeling weightless, was propelled backward, spewing blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth. His body lay motionless, eyes filled with resentment, teetering on the brink of death. This scene cast an eerie silence over the entire suburban airport, leaving even the million soldiers of Tianyuan Hall in shock. This was the third elder. The hall master had dared to kill him without a second thought. Was this not akin to treason? The five elders stood pale-faced, utterly astonished as they beheld the third elder lying in a pool of blood, life hanging by a thread. Despite their utmost efforts, the four commanders had failed to stop Yi Tianyuan, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Was he truly on the verge of rebellion? Did he dare to kill even the third elder? If the capital does not take action soon, it will truly lose all semblance of imperial authority. The atmosphere has become palpably tense and oppressive. The 100,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace are fully prepared for battle. Given the gravity of the situation, it seems that a confrontation is inevitable. The fifth elder could no longer contain himself and exclaimed to Yi Tianyuan, have you truly lost your mind? Are you really forcing us to take action against you? With matters having escalated to this extent, do you believe we can still tolerate your defiance? The first elder glared furiously at Yi Tianyuan, his anger palpable. Even a figure of clay would be incensed under such provocation. This is unequivocally an affront to the imperial authority of the Dragon Nation, leaving no room for compromise. Should they choose not to engage in battle, what significance would the existence of the Elder Council and the Dragon Nation's military hold? At that moment, Yi Tianyuan spoke coldly. He is not dead. I acted with restraint, merely inflicting serious injury upon him. I may be provoked, but anyone who dares to harm my wife or daughter will face dire consequences, regardless of who they are. Out of consideration for my wife's safety, and for the return of Tianyuan, I spared the third elder's life, avoiding any grievous harm. However, should such an incident occur again, I, Yi Tianyuan, will show no mercy. I will not hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens my family. After declaring this, Yi Tianyuan turned away from the elders and commanded the four great war gods. You are ordered to reorganize the Tianyuan Palace within 3 days and ensure all formalities with the Dragon Nation's military are completed. Once everything is in order, report back to me at Qingshan. Now, everyone retreat. The four great war gods immediately complied. Yi Tianyuan then leapt into a warplane and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, at Villa number 88 in the Tang Palace, Yi Yuan sat on a small stool at the door, waiting patiently for her father's return. Jiang Yao approached her and said, Yuan, the wind is strong outside. Come inside lest you catch cold. However, Yi Yuan resolutely shook her head, insisting, no, I want to wait here for Daddy to come back. It has been 2 days. He will surely return today. Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile wryly. Glancing at the empty surroundings, she silently shook her head. Would Yi Tianyuan truly return today? She recalled that the individuals who had captured her belonged to the Chun family, one of the 3 prominent families of Qingshan. Yi Tianyuan's intervention must have angered them, which could place him in peril. Thus, she harbored a lingering concern for his safety. Just then, Yi Yuan suddenly leaped up in excitement and dashed toward the entrance, exclaiming, Daddy, it's Daddy. Daddy has come back. Jiang Yao's heart raced, and she looked up, only to see a familiar yet strange figure approaching her. Chapter 27. Kneeling for one's wife, a natural obligation upon seeing Jiang Yao. Yi Tianyuan was instantly seized by a wave of emotion, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Yet, Jiang Yao gazed at him with an unexpected calmness. Despite their 8-year separation, she recognized him at once. He was the man etched into the very fibers of her being, and even if he were to turn to ashes, she would still identify him. After 8 years apart, she was astonished that they were destined to meet again. As their eyes locked, time seemed to stand still in that moment. A glance could span a millennium. Perhaps it was indeed so. It was unclear how long they remained like this, but eventually, Tianyuan stepped closer, guilt etched upon his face as he addressed Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, I am truly sorry. Over these past 8 years, it has been my fault. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yao offered a cool, detached smile and replied, Tianyuan, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. You have not wronged me in any way. What transpired back then was merely an accident, and we had agreed never to revisit it. Although Yuan bears your surname, she is not your daughter. Thus, there is truly no connection between us. Yi Tianyuan's brow furrowed in confusion as he stared at Jiang Yao. Yuan is not my daughter? How could that be? Before he could ponder this further, Jiang Yao continued, her tone icy. Yi Tianyuan, I appreciate your assistance in saving me and my daughter this time. I shall remember your kindness. However, I hope you will refrain from disturbing our lives in the future. We should not intrude upon one another, should we? This was the unspoken agreement we had. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave. Thank you. Hearing Jiang Yao's resolute words felt like a blade piercing deep into Yi Tianyuan's heart, causing him a pain so profound that it rendered him breathless. No adjectives could possibly encapsulate even a fraction of this torment. At that moment, however, Yi Yuan shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, Mommy is lying. Mommy has always told me that my father is Yi Tianyuan, a great hero and a warrior who defends our country. She often speaks of him, and it is clear she misses him, as she secretly weeps and calls out his name in her dreams. Upon hearing her daughter reveal this secret, Jiang Yao grew alarmed. Grasping Yi Yuan's shoulders, she insisted, Yuan, he is not your father. Mommy has been deceiving you because I do not know who your father truly is, and I fabricated a lie to shield you. With that, Yi Yuan burst into tears, crying, Mommy is lying to me right now. This is my father. Suddenly, Yi Tianyuan fell to his knees before Jiang Yao. His act of kneeling took her by surprise, leaving her stunned and speechless as she gazed at him in disbelief. In that moment, Jiang Yao covered her mouth, unable to utter a word. She understood the weight of Yi Tianyuan's gesture all too well. For his own sake, he would, at that instant, a wave of unexpressed emotion washed over Jiang Yao, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Yi Tianyuan looked at her with utmost seriousness and said, Jiang Yao, I hope you will let me finish what I have to say if you would. 8 years ago, my abrupt departure without leaving any means of contact was indeed my fault. I never anticipated that fateful night would lead to such a profound impact on you. Over the years, I have come to realize that I owe you and Yuan a great deal. Previously, I was unaware of this, which is why I never sought you out. Now that I comprehend the gravity of my shortcomings, I have returned. Jiang Yao, I implore you to grant me an opportunity, a chance to care for you and your daughter. In the days ahead, my sole desire is to ensure the well-being of both of you, vowing never to let anyone harm even a single hair on your heads. I yearn to repay my debts to you 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Jiang Yao, can you bestow upon me this chance? I wish to provide you with a home, to embrace the role of a father, as I accompany Yuan through her growth. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's heartfelt plea, it would be disingenuous for Jiang Yao to claim she was not moved. For 8 long years, there has not been a single day when she did not think of him. She had often dreamt of the moment he would return, envisioning the surprise she would present him. Yet, despairingly, it felt as though Yi Tianyuan had evaporated from the world over those 8 years. She had contemplated searching for him, but apart from knowing his name, she had no other information to guide her. In the vastness of this world, where could she begin her search? With each disappointment, her hope faded further into despair. 8 years had seen her lose so much, endure so much, and bear an unbearable weight. Now this man finally stood before her. No, more accurately, he was kneeling before her. She longed to rush into his embrace, to pour out the anguish of those 8 years. Yet, she hesitated. 8 years ago, Yi Tianyuan vanished without a trace. What assurance did she have that he could truly remain by her side and that of their daughter? If he could not, then perhaps it was better to relinquish this fantasy altogether. If she did not hope, she would not face disappointment. Yuan tugged at Jiang Yao's hand, shaking her head vigorously, wearing a pitiful expression as she pleaded, "Mom, please say yes to Dad." Yuan wants Dad. She doesn't want him to leave. Yuan wants him to stay forever. Listening to her daughter's words, Jiang Yao's heart ached indescribably, tears streaming down her cheeks like two small streams. Aren't you a soldier? Aren't you supposed to protect your country? You have your duties, so how could you possibly stay and be with me and our daughter? Yet, Jiang Yao's heart began to soften. Yi Tianyuan quickly reassured her, "I have retired. I am no longer a soldier, but rather an unemployed wanderer now." Really? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming surge of joy. If that were indeed the case, Yi Tianyuan nodded emphatically, his expression earnest as he assured her, "Absolutely. Without a doubt. As long as you do not find me wanting." Jiang Yao laughed through her tears, saying, "But if you cannot provide for me and our daughter, I may indeed find you wanting." Yi Tianyuan, with a face full of assurance, declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure that you both are well-fed and healthy. From now on, I shall be the breadwinner, while you shall remain as beautiful as a flower." At that moment, Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. "You better keep your word. Both my daughter and I are taking note of this. If you fail to deliver in the future, I shall not allow Yuan to recognize you as her father," she said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's agreement, Yi Tianyuan stood up in delight, reaching out to embrace her. However, before he could do so, Jiang Yao halted him. "Aren't you getting a bit too forward? Are you eager to act shamelessly? 8 years, and you've only knelt for 8 seconds. Surely that is too lenient for you. Should I make you kneel a little longer?" "I'm merely jesting, you fool. A man's knees are treasures. How can one simply kneel? Kneeling before a wife is entirely justified." "Who's your wife? You haven't even married me yet, so refrain from making such claims. Then shall we select an auspicious day to wed? Get lost, I won't marry you." Just then, Jiang Yao received a phone call. After exchanging a few words, she hurriedly hung up, casting a quick remark to Yi Tianyuan. "Yi Tianyuan, something has come up at home. Please take care of Yuan while I return home." With that, she swiftly departed. Chapter 28. Who dares to call Yuan a bastard? I will deal with them. At the Jiang family villa, the elderly patriarch suddenly fell ill and lost consciousness, prompting the family to rush back. The patriarch had 3 sons, the eldest, Jiang Zhenghai, the second, Jiang Zhenghe, and the youngest, Jiang Zhengchuan. Jiang Zhenghai had a daughter, Jiang Yao. Upon her return, Jiang Yao was met with disdain from the family members. "Jiang Yao, what are you doing here? How dare you show your face? Haven't you caused enough distress for Grandpa? Ugh, seeing you brings me bad luck. Your grandfather's illness is the result of your presence, you harbinger of doom. If you have any sense, just leave. You're not welcome here." The speaker was a plump, middle-aged woman adorned in extravagant jewelry, her tone cutting and filled with contempt for Jiang Yao. This was Jiang Yao's second aunt, Tang Hongyan. Among the 3 Jiang brothers, only the second, Jiang Zhenghe, had a son. The elder and younger brothers both had daughters. Consequently, Jiang Zhenghe's family naturally held the patriarch's favor. Always considering herself a great benefactor of the Jiang family, Tang Hongyan wielded considerable influence, backed by the patriarch's support. After berating Jiang Yao, she turned her ire toward Jiang Zhenghai and his wife, mocking, "What foolishness has befallen you today, brother and sister-in-law? Why invite this harbinger of misfortune?" Jiang Zhenghai and his wife, Li Yongmei, wore expressions of embarrassment. Jiang Yao looked at Tang Hongyan and said, "Aunt, regardless of the circumstances, I'm still a member of the Jiang family. As a granddaughter, I should come to see Grandpa in his time of need." "Huh. So now you acknowledge your identity as a Jiang? 5 years ago, when you left, you didn't seem to remember your ties. Since you chose to abandon your family for that illegitimate child, why return now?" Tang Hongyan's heartless words pierced Jiang Yao, causing her pain akin to a knife in her heart. Her eyes reddened, brimming with unshed tears. All she felt was concern for her grandfather's well-being. Yet the Jiang family no longer had a place for her. She resolved to leave, having accepted that she was no longer a part of the Jiang family. Just as she turned to leave, a cold and furious voice rang out. Who dares to call Yuan Yuan a bastard? I will deal with them. Yi Tianyuan entered, holding Yi Yuan Yuan's hand. Upon hearing the derogatory remarks about his daughter, a father's fury ignited within him. The sudden outburst startled the Jiang family, all eyes turning toward the unexpected visitor, Yi Tianyuan. Seeing Yi Tianyuan and his daughter, Jiang Yao felt a rush of alarm and hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him. Yi Tianyuan, don't act recklessly. You mustn't speak such nonsense. I told you to take your daughter home. Why are you here creating chaos? Let's go. As she spoke, Jiang Yao attempted to pull Yi Tianyuan away. Stop right there. At that moment, Li Yongmei shouted, having rushed in front of Yi Tianyuan, her icy gaze scrutinizing him intently. After scrutinizing for a while, Li Yongmei pointed at Yi Tianyuan and questioned Jiang Yao. Who is he? Where did you find such a wild man? Has your brain been devoured by a dog? Why do you always have a penchant for associating with such dubious characters? The young master of the Chun family has pursued you relentlessly without any disdain, yet you ignore him, only to turn around and find yourself with another wild man. Do you think you're doing right by me and your father? At that moment, Yi Yuanyuan stood up for Yi Tianyuan, exclaiming, Grandma, he is my father, not a wild man. Be quiet. Li Yongmei shouted angrily at Yi Yuanyuan. Startled, Yi Yuanyuan felt tears welling up in her eyes and hurriedly hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao, filled with compassion, embraced Yi Yuanyuan and said to Li Yongmei, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you venting your anger on a child? Li Yongmei had been seething with pent-up frustration, and despite having a shred of maternal compassion for her own daughter, she seized the opportunity to vent her ire. With a huff, she retorted, just seeing this illegitimate child makes me furious. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling wave of terror swept over her, akin to a storm, leaving her feeling as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. A sense of impending doom enveloped her. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back, as though an invisible hand had gripped her throat tightly. Instinctively, Li Yongmei glanced at Yi Tianyuan, who, at that moment, regarded her with the cold gaze of a vengeful deity. This frigid and fearsome expression startled Li Yongmei, causing her to involuntarily step back. Seeing this, Jiang Yao quickly grasped Yi Tianyuan's arm and said, What are you doing, Yi Tianyuan? This is my mother. Yi Tianyuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, No one shall ever call Yuan Yuan an illegitimate child again. It was my fault for not returning earlier. That was my responsibility, and I was willing to let bygones be bygones. However, now that I am back, if anyone dares to utter such words again, I will not hold back. I do not care who they are. Should they speak such words again, I will truly resort to violence. Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback by Yi Tianyuan's transformation. She could unmistakably sense that he was not jesting. Yi Tianyuan cast another icy glance at Li Yongmei, who, trembling, glanced towards Jiang Zhenghai, silently seeking his help. The other members of the Jiang family were equally unnerved, their hearts weighed down as if by a massive stone. All eyes were fixed on Yi Tianyuan, pondering the identity of this suddenly emerged man. Was he the one who had abandoned Jiang Yao 8 years ago without a word? The one who would not even admit to having harmed her? Yi Tianyuan coldly addressed Li Yongmei once more. Annie, I am the man who hurt Jiang Yao and left 8 years ago without explanation. For all these years, I was unaware that Jiang Yao had given birth to our daughter. I only learned of this today, which is why I rushed back to Qingshan. I bear full responsibility for all of this. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me, for Jiang Yao is innocent. I am the father of Yuan Yuan and the partner of Jiang Yao. Henceforth, I shall take good care of both Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. As I spoke, Li Yongmei's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The members of the Jiang family wore varied expressions, each reflecting their astonishment. What a melodramatic scene this was. Suddenly, Li Yongmei let out a cold laugh. Do you own a house? A car? Any savings? A career? No. Perhaps I should first inquire if you even have a job? Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own worth, to observe the pitiful state you find yourself in? Do you know what people online call individuals like you? They refer to you as losers. Do you believe yourself worthy of my daughter, Jiang Yao? Although my Jiang family is not a prestigious lineage in Qingshan, we are at least a third-rate family with assets amounting to several tens of millions. What do you possess to care for my daughter? What capability do you have to ensure her happiness? I fear you can barely sustain yourself, let alone support Jiang Yao and her mother. How utterly ridiculous, how laughable. Beside her, Tang Hongyan interjected with a mocking tone. Li Yongmei, is it not true that you gave birth to a foolish daughter who engages in such unprofitable ventures? My Jiang family's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by her actions. It is a pity she is so beautiful, even recognized as one of the 4 great beauties of Qingshan. Had she possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would have long since married into a wealthy family, rather than leading such a wretched and wandering existence. Li Yongmei gazed at Jiang Yao with a face full of disappointment, wishing she could have done better. Jiang Yao remained silent, having endured far too much over the past 8 years. She had heard such remarks countless times. She never considered herself foolish. This was a path she had chosen for herself. Thus, even amidst tears and pain, she resolved to see it through to the end. Had it not been for her daughter, Yuan, perhaps she would have succumbed to the pressures of the Jiang family, accepting their arrangements. But now, with Yuan in her life, she must live for her. She has no regrets about her choices. Though the past 8 years have been arduous, she finally glimpses hope ahead. Tianyuan has returned. Even if life becomes poorer and more difficult, she is willing to endure it. Jiang Yao clenched her teeth, resolutely gazing at Li Yongmei. Mother, this is the path I have chosen for myself, and I will not blame anyone. Tianyuan treats both me and my daughter well, and I am willing to endure any hardship. Upon hearing this foolishness, Li Yongmei was infuriated, her blood pressure rising as she pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yao, exclaiming in exasperation, You ungrateful girl. I have truly wasted my efforts in raising you. You are driving me to the brink of despair. Do you know what kind of person he is? What if he is a lazy gambler? He could even be a wanted criminal. Before Jiang Yao could respond, Yuan bravely stepped forward to defend her father. My dad is a great hero, a warrior who protects our borders, a champion against evil. My father is neither a gambler nor a wanted criminal. After speaking, Yuan seemed to fear being scolded by her grandmother and quickly hid behind Tianyuan. Witnessing Yuan's actions warmed Tianyuan's heart. Daughters truly are their father's little treasures. Jiang Yao glanced at Tianyuan before turning to Li Yongmei, saying, Mom, Tianyuan is a recently retired soldier. His character is beyond reproach. However, Li Yongmei cast a disdainful glance at Tianyuan and scoffed. After so many years of service, he retired without even securing a modest position? That suggests he has not fared well at all. So, you mean to say that Tianyuan is now merely an unemployed drifter without wealth, influence, a home, or a car, correct? Tianyuan remained silent, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Just as Jiang Yao was about to defend Tianyuan, the grave-faced Dr. Huang, who had been treating the elder Jiang, emerged from the room, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Dr. Huang, how is my father? The Jiang family inquired anxiously. Doctor, Huang shook his head with a heavy heart, saying, I'm sorry, I have done all I could. Elder Jiang's condition is quite dire. He can last at most 2 more hours. At this point, only Dr. Mo might be able to save him. The Jiang family stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Dr. Mo is a revered master in the Qingshan medical community, recognized as the foremost authority in the field. The Jiang family, being merely a third-rate clan, could never afford to summon Dr. Mo. Just as despair engulfed the Jiang family, a voice suddenly rang out. Mom, Dad, look who I have brought. Chapter 29. Yuan. Watch as father defeats the villains. Upon hearing that voice, the members of the Jiang family turned in unison. However, it was not Jiang Yao who appeared before them, but rather Jiang Zhengchuan's daughter. Jiang Ling beside her stood a young man clad in resplendent attire, exuding an air of privilege that clearly indicated his distinguished lineage. Behind them lingered an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a demeanor that was stern and humorless. The sight of this venerable figure ignited a wave of excitement among the Jiang family. It was none other than the esteemed Dr. Mo, the foremost physician in the medical community of Qingshan City. Jiang Ling, with an expression of utmost pride, introduced him to the family, saying, "Allow me to present Wang Tianshui, the young master of the Wang family. Dr. Mo is here at my behest." Courtesy of young Master Wang. The mention of the Wang family elicited a look of astonished joy between Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife, their smiles widening. The Wang family was a newly ascendant elite household in Qingshan. If the Jiang family could align themselves with such a powerful ally, fortunes would surely follow. They even entertained the possibility that the elder might relinquish control of the family to Jiang Zhengchuan. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, the expressions of Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife became increasingly smug. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhenghai and Jiang Zhenghe exchanged glances, sensing a hint of foreboding in the air. "Ha ha ha!" Jiang Zhengchuan chuckled triumphantly, deliberately raising his voice. "My daughter truly excels, earning the favor of a young master and securing Dr. Mo's assistance. Our elder will be saved." Jiang Zhengchuan's wife, Wu Wan, seized the opportunity to taunt Jiang Zhenghai and his wife, remarking, "Indeed, among the younger generation of the Jiang family, my daughter Jiang Ling stands out the most. Beautiful, capable, and dutiful, unlike certain daughters who only bring shame upon their family." The faces of Jiang Zhenghai and his wife darkened further, their humiliation palpable, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Jiang Zhenghai spoke in a low voice. "Let's focus on saving father first." Jiang Zhengchuan stepped forward with a respectful bow to Dr. Mo, saying, "Dr. Mo, my father is inside. We are deeply grateful for your assistance." Dr. Mo cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Zhengchuan, replying coolly, "I am here for young Master Wang, not for your insignificant Jiang family." Jiang Zhengchuan eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes, we shall forever remember young Master Wang's kindness." Only then did Dr. Mo proceed into the hospital room of the elder Jiang. Jiang Ling turned to Wang Tianshui with a smile, saying, "Thank you, young Master Wang." He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon Jiang Yao, her disdain unmistakable. She then scrutinized Yi Tianyuan, her contempt intensifying. With a mocking smile, she addressed Jiang Yao. "Tell me, Jiang Yao, can you not possess even a modicum of ambition? You have beauty and figure. Why do you insist on rummaging through the rubbish? If you truly have no prospects, I could have my boyfriend, young Master Wang, introduce you to someone." Wu Wan quickly added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, Jiang Yao. With young Master Wang's connections in Qingshan, he could introduce you to any man you desire. From a young age, you were remarkably intelligent. Yet, as you matured, it seems you have become rather foolish. This is something you ought to learn from Jiang Ling. What good could possibly be unearthed from a heap of refuse?" Hearing this mother and son duo mock and belittle Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan was instantly filled with rage. Jiang Yao sensed that Yi Tianyuan might lose his temper. She tightly grasped his hand, shaking her head, her eyes pleading. Jiang Yao feared that Yi Tianyuan might indeed resort to violence against her aunt and cousin, as they were, after all, her family. Upon seeing the desperate look in Jiang Yao's eyes, Yi Tianyuan could only suppress his anger and endure for the time being. "Young Master Wang, could you perhaps introduce someone for my cousin?" Jiang Ling said, entwining her arm with Wang Tianshui's, playfully addressing him. Wang Tianshui cast a haughty glance at Jiang Yao and chuckled lightly. "Ling Ling, that might be somewhat challenging. After all, those around me are exceptional individuals with discerning tastes. Your cousin, while possessing some charm, is a bit older and carries the burden of a child. Do you think my friends would find her appealing? Perhaps scavenging in a trash heap would be more fitting." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei's expressions darkened considerably. Jiang Ling immediately nodded in agreement, smiling, "Yes. Indeed, young Master Wang is quite right. A broken shoe pairs well with broken goods. Wouldn't you say?" Jiang Yao's face turned a deep shade of gloom, her fists trembling with fury. Over the years, she had endured countless jests and humiliations. What could she do besides remain silent, having withstood it all before? Now that Yi Tianyuan stood by her side, what could possibly deter her? Little Yuan, on the verge of tears, turned to Yi Tianyuan. "Daddy, Mommy is not a broken shoe, and you certainly are not broken goods. These wicked people only bully Mommy. Please stand up for her." Yi Tianyuan tenderly stroked Yuan Yuan's head, saying, Yuan Yuan, let daddy deal with the bad people. With that, two resounding slaps echoed through the air. Jiang Ling and Wang Tianshui were momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of the blows, while others stood in astonishment. Clearly, no one expected Yi Tianyuan to dare strike the heir of the prestigious Wang family. Had he lost his senses? Yi Tianyuan's actions also startled Jiang Yao, leaving her in disbelief as she gazed at him. This was the first time in 8 years she felt protected. Undeniably, this sensation was immensely gratifying, something every woman longs for. Yet, considering Wang Tianshui's status, Jiang Yao grew anxious for Yi Tianyuan, fearing he might attract significant trouble. She hurriedly apologized. Jiang Ling, young Master Wang, I am so sorry. I apologize on behalf of Yi Tianyuan. Before Jiang Yao could finish her sentence, Wang Tianshui spat disdainfully, glaring at her with anger. Does he not have a mouth? Must you, a woman, apologize on behalf of this young master? Moreover, if apologies held any significance, what purpose would fists serve? Throughout my life, no one has dared to lay a finger on me. How dare you strike me? If I do not bring you to ruin, I would lose the honor of my name. Jiang Ling, seething with indignation, glared at Yi Tianyuan and exclaimed, You insolent fool! Do you realize the enormity of your lie in daring to strike me and young Master Wang? Following her outburst, she turned her ire towards Jiang Yao, reprimanding her. Control your own affairs, or you may not live to regret it. Should young Master Wang's wrath remain unappeased today, you ought to be aware of the consequences. The members of the Jiang family began to vociferously denounce Yi Tianyuan. Witnessing such a scene, Dean Zhang could only shake his head and sigh, lamenting the ignorance of those who dared to confront the esteemed Lord Yi. Wang Tianshui, filled with rage, gazed at Yi Tianyuan with a mixture of amusement and contempt, declaring, You're the first to challenge me. You foolish creature, kneel before me at once. As he spoke, he emphatically pointed to the ground beneath him, exuding a menacing aura. At that moment, Wang Tianshui resembled a roaring tiger, baring his teeth in a predatory display. Jiang Yao, on the verge of tears, found herself at a loss for what to do. She looked to her parents for help, but Jiang Zhenghai and his wife turned their heads away, unwilling to offend young Master Wang, even if they could afford to do so for Yi Tianyuan's sake. Desperate, Jiang Yao turned to Jiang Ling with a pleading expression. Yet before she could utter a word, Jiang Ling coldly interrupted, Do not even think of pleading with me, Jiang Yao. Your wild man has dared to strike me and young Master Wang, and he must face the consequences. Whatever punishment young Master Wang deems fit, he shall endure. However, should you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider persuading young Master Wang to show some leniency. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao agreed, Very well. I will kneel and plead with you. As she prepared to kneel, Jiang Ling awaited with a self-satisfied expression, reveling in the prospect of finally overshadowing Jiang Yao, eager to assert her dominance and become the pride of the Jiang family. But just as Jiang Yao was about to descend to her knees, a firm hand grasped her, and Yi Tianyuan looked at her with unwavering seriousness. You need not plead to anyone, nor should you bow to anyone. I have vowed to protect you and Yuan Yuan from any harm. This matter, though seemingly trivial, I can handle. Trivial? Wang Tianshui scoffed, incredulous as he addressed Yi Tianyuan. You dare label this a trivial matter? I declare it a matter of utmost importance. Whose authority do you believe you should heed? Before I lose my patience, you would do well to kneel and accept your punishment. Perhaps then I might show you mercy. Otherwise, he sneered, I assure you, I can have you dealt with. Jiang Ling was indeed a woman unafraid of trouble. She chimed in, with the Wang family's influence in Qingshan, it wouldn't just be a matter of ruining you. Extinguishing your life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Do not be foolish and seek your own demise. Jiang Yao is no longer one of us, and you are even less worthy of being a son-in-law to the Jiang family. We shall not extend even a modicum of pity towards you. Jiang Zhenghai and Liu Mei, both wearing stern expressions, reprimanded Yi Tianyuan, urging him to heed Wang Shao's words without dragging the Jiang family into this mess. The second and third branches of the family were desperately distancing themselves, insisting that Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao were no longer affiliated with the Jiang clan. This series of actions left Director Zhang utterly dumbfounded. What sort of family were these? Eagerly disassociating themselves from the Lord Yi. It should be noted that even the mayor of Wu City would not be worthy enough to act as a servant for Lord Yi. Yet, here were the Jiang family, pushing away this great benefactor who had come to their doorstep. If Lord Yi extended even the slightest assistance, it could effortlessly elevate the Jiang family above the three major families of Qingshan, establishing them as the rulers of the region. Alas, they were but a bunch of short-sighted frogs at the bottom of a well. Jiang Yao looked at her parents with a heart heavy with despair. What was to be done now? Yi Tianyuan, perhaps you should. Jiang Yao glanced at Yi Tianyuan, contemplating urging him to soften his stance. But the words felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, lodged in her throat. Yi Yuanwan, visibly frightened, cast a pitiful glance at Yi Tianyuan. Her innocent demeanor evoked immense sympathy. Jiang Ling, with an air of arrogance, addressed Yi Tianyuan. Did you hear that? You worthless scum? Jiang Yao has spoken. Why don't you hurry and kneel? Yi Yuanwan gently shook Yi Tianyuan's hand, softly saying, Daddy, I don't want you to be bullied by bad people. They're the ones who are bullying Mommy, boo-hoo. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The sight of his daughter's tears was a devastating weapon against Yi Tianyuan, piercing his heart with anguish. He quickly wiped away her tears, soothingly assuring her, Don't worry. Yuanwan, Daddy is a great hero. How could he ever be bullied by the wicked? Be good and don't cry. Watch how Daddy deals with the bad guys. At his words, Yi Yuanwan ceased her tears, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely, Yi Tianyuan was not about to. After comforting his daughter, Yi Tianyuan turned his icy gaze upon Wang Tianshui. The chilling intensity of his stare made Wang Tianshui feel as if he had fallen into the depths of despair, a cold dread enveloping him. Yi Tianyuan stepped forward, closing the distance to Wang Tianshui. An invisible yet formidable pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, compelling Wang Tianshui to involuntarily step back, engulfed by an inexplicable fear. Yet, before he could retreat further, Yi Tianyuan's hand had already seized his shoulder. Wang Tianshui's complexion paled at Yi Tianyuan's audacious act, and he shouted in anger, You brat, are you seeking death? Try moving again, and I'll make sure you regret it. Jiang Ling immediately pointed at Yi Tianyuan and shouted fiercely, You wretched fool. Release young Master Wang at once. If you dare to lay a finger on him again, both you and Jiang Yao will face consequences beyond your imagination. Do not court your own demise. Li Yongmei, equally frantic, bellowed, Yi Tianyuan, who bestowed upon you such audacity. Release young Master Wang. If you do not humbly kneel and submit to his will, you shall never see Jiang Yao and Yuan again. Jiang Yao's voice trembled with anxiety, her heart racing with dread. Should Yi Tianyuan take any further action against young Master Wang, it would indeed lead to an irreparable disaster. The prospect of an escape would vanish entirely. Thus, Jiang Yao gazed at Yi Tianyuan, filled with panic and despair, feeling utterly lost and helpless. The atmosphere grew palpably tense and oppressive. Yi Tianyuan regarded Wang Tianshui with cold disdain. Is it truly your desire to see others kneel before you? Wang Tianshui, seemingly incensed, glared at Yi Tianyuan and retorted, It is not that I enjoy seeing others kneel. I merely wish to see you at my feet. Then it shall be as you wish. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly, and then, with a sudden surge of strength, an overwhelming force erupted from his palm. This tremendous power swiftly compelled Wang Tianshui to the ground, where he knelt heavily with a resounding thud. Chapter 30. Those who provoked Yi Tianyuan shall perish. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. How dare Yi Tianyuan lay hands on young Master Wang once more? Having just struck him across the face, he now had the audacity to force Wang to kneel, amplifying the humiliation to an unprecedented level. Twofold humiliation. One could hardly expect even an ordinary person to endure such disgrace, let alone the heir of the Wang family. I will annihilate you. Wang Tianshui roared in a fit of rage. He struggled to rise, yet it felt as if a mountain pressed upon his shoulders. If you do not release me, I will slaughter your entire family. His frantic cries echoed with despair. This extreme humiliation was unbearable for Wang Tianshui. At that moment, Jiang Ling suddenly came to her senses and rushed forward, attempting to pull Yi Tianyuan away. "You filthy scoundrel! Release young Master Wang at once." However, before she could approach, Yi Tianyuan cast a chilling glare reminiscent of a demon from hell. Instantly, Jiang Ling felt as if death itself were staring her down, her body freezing in place. The temperature around her plummeted to an icy chill. What a terrifying gaze. It was not the look of a mere human. It was like peering into an endless abyss, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Like a specter from the depths of hell. Jiang Yao hastily stepped forward to grasp Yi Tianyuan's arm, desperately shaking her head. "Yi Tianyuan, do not act impulsively. Please release young Master Wang." Upon seeing Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan retracted his murderous intent and finally let go of Wang Tianshui. As Wang Tianshui rose, he still harbored intentions of retaliating against Yi Tianyuan, but found himself cowed by a mere glance from him. Nonetheless, Wang Tianshui was the scion of the Wang family, accustomed to arrogance and having never suffered such a significant setback. Naturally, he could not let this incident rest. After distancing himself from Yi Tianyuan, he pointed an accusatory finger at him and declared with venom, "Brat, I shall remember you. Await your fate." After delivering his threat, Wang Tianshui turned to the esteemed physician Imo, who was still attending to old Master Jiang, and said, "Physician Imo, do not trouble yourself with this patient any longer. I must take my leave." Jiang Ling promptly followed him, eager to ingratiate herself. Observing this, Physician Imo ceased his efforts and exited as well. The Jiang family members were thrown into a state of panic. How could one abandon a patient midway through treatment? They implored Physician Imo for his assistance, but he remained indifferent. "I only came here out of respect for young Master Wang. Since you have already harmed him, I see no reason to continue my efforts. May the patient fend for himself." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The Jiang family members erupted in anger, directing their ire towards Yi Tianyuan. "Originally, your family was already a harbinger of misfortune. Now, we have an additional one. Just look at the chaos Yi Tianyuan has wrought. If anything happens to grandfather, you will be the ones to blame." "Jiang Yao, could this be deliberate? Your grandfather's ailment was already exacerbated by you, and now you brought home a wild man to endanger his life. If your affair with young Master Wang falls through because of this, I assure you, I will not let you escape unscathed. Jiang Yao, you must provide us with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Elder brother and sister-in-law, do you not have a word to say?" Jiang Jinghai and Li Yongmei glared furiously at Yi Tianyuan. Their expressions darkened with anger, and their disappointment in Jiang Yao was palpable. Tears welled in Jiang Yao's eyes as she clutched Yi Tianyuan's hand tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. She fought valiantly to restrain her tears. The sight pained Yi Tianyuan, filling him with heartache and guilt. Initially indifferent to the fate of old Master Jiang, Yi Tianyuan felt compelled to act when Jiang Yao expressed her desire to save him. Jiang Yao strode directly towards old Master Jiang's room, prompting the Jiang family to attempt to stop Yi Tianyuan. "I'm going to treat the old master. Anyone who dares to approach the room will face my wrath," Yi Tianyuan declared coldly, causing the Jiang family to retreat in fear. Jiang Yao was also taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Could Yi Tianyuan truly possess medical skills? 10 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan emerged from the emergency room, stating impassively, "All is well. The old master is out of danger and will awaken after some rest." Out of danger? So soon? The Jiang family rushed into the room, and indeed, they found a heart monitor displaying a steady heartbeat and even breathing, with signs of impending consciousness. Clearly, old Master Jiang had escaped peril. With relief washing over her, Jiang Yao felt at ease knowing her grandfather was safe. "Your grandfather is fine. Let us depart," Yi Tianyuan said, taking Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan's hands as they strode out. Upon leaving the Jiang residence, Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan with deep admiration and exclaimed, "Daddy, you are truly a great hero. You make Yuan proud. I admire you so much for driving away the bad guys." Hearing his daughter's praise filled Yi Tianyuan with sweetness, akin to savoring honey. The joy of being lauded by his daughter was a feeling one could only understand through experience. Normally modest and unassuming, Yi Tianyuan felt a twinge of pride. However, as he gazed upon the tender scene of father and daughter, a sense of melancholy enveloped Jiang Yao. Yuan Yuan turned to Jiang Yao and asked, "Mommy, why are you not happy? Daddy is so amazing. He chased away the bad guys and protected us. You should be happy." A woman with a furrowed brow ages quickly. When she grows old, she will not be as lovely, and then Daddy may not like her anymore. Jiang Yao found herself both amused and exasperated by Yuan Yuan's words. Tianyuan gently stroked Yuan Yuan's head, saying, "That will not happen. Mommy will age, and so will Daddy. In my heart, Mommy will always be the most beautiful, and I will always love you both, understand?" Yuan Yuan blinked her bright, starry eyes, pondering for a moment before nodding, half comprehending. At that moment, several cars suddenly came to a halt. A dozen thugs armed with clubs leapt from their vehicles, quickly surrounding Yi Tianyuan and the others. Yuan Yuan, in a state of fright, immediately sought refuge in Jiang Yao's embrace. Jiang Yao held her tightly, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Yi Tianyuan. It was evident that these individuals were dispatched by Wang Xiao to confront Yi Tianyuan. While Yi Tianyuan possessed some skill, could mere fists contend against a multitude? With so many adversaries, could he truly prevail? Wang Tianshui swaggered over, his arm possessively around Jiang Ling's waist, exuding an air of confidence and arrogance. Jiang Ling sneered at Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Mocking, "Jiang Yao, don't say I, as your cousin, Haven T, offered your worthless piece of trash a chance. If he kneels down now and allows Wang Xiao to vent his frustrations, perhaps, out of consideration for me, Wang Xiao might spare you both. Otherwise, should it come to blows, that worthless piece will undoubtedly be left incapacitated. Jiang Yao, you can barely support yourself, let alone care for a cripple. Don't let it come to begging on the streets. That would truly disgrace the Jiang family's ancestors." Jiang Yao looked anxiously at Yi Tianyuan, uncertain of what to do. Yi Tianyuan turned to her with a reassuring smile, exuding confidence. "It's all right. You and Yuan Yuan just need to cheer." He then addressed Yuan Yuan, saying, "Yuan Yuan, Daddy is going to take down the bad guys again." At this, the initially frightened Yuan Yuan erupted in joy, dancing with delight. "Yay! Yuan Yuan loves watching Daddy take down the bad guys." This declaration ignited an inferno of rage within Wang Tianshui. The insult, though not physically harmful, was deeply humiliating, pushing him to the brink of fury. "How dare you? A toast refused leads to punishment. You will regret this insolence. You think you can be defiant? I'll shatter your pride." He commanded his henchmen, "Get him, but don't kill him. Upon completion, each of you will receive a reward of 20,000. With the promise of a reward, the henchmen intensified their efforts. At Wang Xiao's command, they swung their clubs mercilessly at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan let out a cold snort, dismissing them as mere ants. Had he wished to reveal more of his prowess, a single stomp would have sent them sprawling, bleeding on the ground. However, he chose to be restrained. In an instant, Yi Tianyuan moved with breathtaking speed, so swift that his actions were nearly imperceptible. The only sounds were the resounding thuds of fists meeting flesh. Within mere moments, all the henchmen lay incapacitated, groaning in agony. Yi Tianyuan had initially intended to remain discreet, but his strength could not be concealed. If dealing with such insignificant foes required excessive effort, it would be a disservice to his abilities. This scene left Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling utterly dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. The sheer magnitude of his strength was nothing short of terrifying. Jiang Yao was nearly startled into exclamation, covering her mouth with her hand. She was aware of Yi Tianyuan's remarkable skills, yet she had not anticipated such prowess. Yi Yuanyuan obediently exerted herself in assisting her father, delight radiating from her. "Mother, father is incredible. So many villains are no match for him. With father protecting both me and you, no bad person will ever dare to bully us again. Mother truly did not deceive me. Father is indeed a great hero." Yi Yuanyuan expressed her joy to Jiang Yao. Listening to her words, Jiang Yao felt a mixture of happiness and an indescribable pang of sorrow. Over the years, Yuan Yuan had endured much hardship alongside her, and Jiang Yao felt a deep sense of guilt for not caring for her properly. With Yi Tianyuan's return, she hoped this would mark a fresh beginning. However, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wang Tianshui. Yi Tianyuan had severely offended the young master of the Wang family, and she pondered how they might remedy the situation. Sighing, it was not until Yi Tianyuan approached that Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling seemed to awaken from their stupor. Both were so frightened that their legs weakened, instinctively retreating. Yet, they stumbled and fell to the ground, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Jiang Ling's face turned pale with fear, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "You wretched fool! Don't act recklessly. I am Jiang Yao's cousin, and he is the young master of the Wang family." Jiang Yao quickly restrained Yi Tianyuan. Do not let him lose control. If he were to harm young Master Wang, you know the consequences. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yao stepped forward to grasp Yi Tianyuan, shaking her head gently. "Let go, Yi Tianyuan. There is no need to escalate matters." She then turned to the visibly perturbed Wang Tianshui, whose expression was a chilling blend of anger and fear. "Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize for today's incident on behalf of Yi Tianyuan. We truly did not wish to offend you, and considering we may become family in the future, there is no need to exacerbate the situation. How about this? I will ask Yi Tianyuan to cease hostilities, and we can conclude today's events here. Young Master, please refrain from troubling us in the future, and we will certainly not provoke you in any manner. Let's maintain a peaceful coexistence." Yi Tianyuan's countenance darkened as he interjected, "Jiang Yao, you need not say any of this. Yi Tianyuan, please let me handle this. I beseech you," Jiang Yao implored, her eyes pleading. Seeing her so earnest, Yi Tianyuan felt his heart soften. Very well, he would yield to her wishes. Some matters required a more gradual approach. Jiang Yao turned to Jiang Ling and said, "Jiang Ling, we are family, sisters even. I have always regarded you as my own sister. Please, help to calm young Master Wang's anger. Let's be magnanimous and put this behind us, shall we?" Jiang Ling glanced at Wang Tianshui and promptly nodded, "All right, as long as my brother-in-law does not lay a hand on young Master Wang again, we can consider today's events forgotten." Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After expressing her gratitude to Wang Tianshui, she firmly grasped Yi Tianyuan's hand and departed. Were it not for Jiang Yao and their daughter by his side, Yi Tianyuan would undoubtedly have ensured that Wang Tianshui would not live to see another day. Those who dared to provoke Yi Tianyuan were destined for a solitary fate, death. However, with his wife and daughter present, the murderous aura that enveloped Yi Tianyuan had considerably dissipated. As he followed Jiang Yao away, he subtly gestured to the lurking Grim Reaper and Enchantress, signaling them to refrain from taking action for the time being. Yi Tianyuan discerned that Jiang Yao was an individual deeply rooted in familial bonds. Despite the Jiang family's mistreatment of her, she still regarded them as kin. Should the Grim Reaper and Enchantress intervene, it was likely that both Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling would meet their demise. While eliminating Wang Tianshui posed no dilemma, the thought of harming Jiang Ling would undoubtedly sadden Jiang Yao, a sentiment Yi Tianyuan wished to avoid. Thus, he opted to delay any aggressive maneuvers from the Grim Reaper and Enchantress. With Yi Tianyuan and his family gone, Wang Tianshui, in a fit of anger, suddenly struck Jiang Ling across the face with a resounding slap. The unexpected blow left Jiang Ling momentarily stunned, and as the reality of her situation sank in, tears threatened to spill from her eyes due to the pain. Yet, she dared not express her fury towards Wang Tianshui. After all, he was the affluent heir she had painstakingly endeavored to attract. She was wholly committed to securing his affection, aspiring to ascend to a life of luxury by marrying into wealth. Countless dreams of a splendid future danced in her mind. Therefore, even after receiving the slap, Jiang Ling could only look at Wang Tianshui with a pitiable expression, suppressing her resentment. Fuming internally, Wang Tianshui thought to himself, "Yi Tianyuan, if I do not bring you to ruin, I shall not bear the Wang surname." He smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice, as he concocted a nefarious plan. Jiang Ling leaned closer, attempting to soothe him. "Wang Xiao, please calm down. Anger is detrimental to your health." With the might of the Wang family, Eliminating that scoundrel would be a mere trifle. Wang Tianshui's hands began to roam inappropriately over Jiangling's body, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he embraced her, leading her towards the car. Once inside, he forcefully pressed Jiangling's head down towards him. Chapter 31. Those who bully my wife shall face my wrath. As Yi Tianyuan and his companions departed from the residential area housing the Jiang family villa, they were abruptly confronted by a group of individuals blocking their path. Among them stood a brazen young man with a disheveled appearance, sporting dyed brown hair and long locks, who leered at Jiang Yao with a malicious grin. Behind him trailed several lackeys, each exuding an air of delinquency. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at the group, his eyes brimming with disdain. The brown-haired youth, however, paid no heed to Yi Tianyuan, instead fixating his lustful gaze upon Jiang Yao. With a sly grin, he addressed her. "Darling, where have you been hiding lately? It has been quite a challenge for me to find you. Are you playing hide and seek with me, Tao?" Furious, Jiang Yao glared at the young man and retorted, "Huayun Tao, shut your filthy mouth and get lost. How dare you speak to your future brother-in-law like that?" One of Huayun Tao's lackeys sneered, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yao. Slap! Before the lackey could finish his insolent remark, Huayun Tao delivered a sharp slap across his face, followed by a kick, admonishing him, "How dare you address your future sister-in-law in such a manner? While it's forbidden for others to insult me, your future sister-in-law can say whatever she wishes. Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course not, Tao. My apologies." The lackey quickly backtracked, eager to appease. Huayun Tao kicked him again, exclaiming, "Apologize to your sister-in-law." "No, your future sister-in-law." Immediately, the lackey bowed and groveled. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Witnessing this farcical exchange, Jiang Yao's face flushed with indignation. How could such shameless individuals exist? Yi Yuan also fumed in defense of her mother, declaring, "You are all bad uncles, only here to bully my mom. I despise you. My daddy said that bad people will be caught by the city guards and sent to hell." Her innocent voice, however, lacked any real impact. Yet, Huayun Tao merely chuckled at Yi Yuan's words, responding, "Yuan, you don't even have a daddy. What do you know? Why not let uncle be your daddy? Call me daddy, and I'll buy you anything you desire." At this, Jiang Yao could no longer contain her fury, erupting, "Huayun Tao, you better leave now. If you speak another word of nonsense, I swear I will fight you." Yet, beneath her fierce words lay a sense of helplessness. Yi Yuan, still seething, asserted, "Who says I don't have a daddy? Look, my daddy is right over there. He is a great hero, a warrior who defends our country. If you dare to bully me and my mommy again, my daddy will beat you up. He is very powerful." Only then did Huayun Tao finally notice Yi Tianyuan, his gaze turning menacing as he scrutinized him. After assessing him from head to toe, Huayun Tao sneered, "Who the hell are you to emerge from nowhere and compete for women with my Tao? What gave you the right? Are you aware that my brother Tao operates in a rather precarious realm? He commands a following of nearly 100 individuals, and there are those above him to consider as well. To dare to vie for a woman with my brother Tao is tantamount to courting disaster, do you not think? If you were to vanish from his sight this instant, he would refrain from inflicting harm upon you, otherwise." The words hung ominously in the air, replaced by a chilling, sinister laugh. Those who understand, understand. Jiang Yao clung tightly to Yi Yuan, her face etched with worry as she gazed at Yi Tianyuan. They had only just reunited. She hoped no calamity would befall them. Yi Tianyuan's gaze was sharply frosty as he regarded Huayun Tao, his eyes glinting with an undercurrent of menace that sent a shiver down Huayun Tao's spine. It felt as though he were being scrutinized by something terrifying. This discomfort stirred a sense of indignation within Huayun Tao, who perceived it as an affront to his pride. "How dare you glare at my brother Tao? Surely, you have never experienced the harshest of beatings," he spat. "Dare to glare again, and I shall ensure you taste the consequences. Do you believe me? Oh, still glaring, are you? My temper is not to be trifled with." As he spoke, Huayun Tao lunged towards Yi Tianyuan, seeing their leader about to strike. Several of his underlings raised their fists in anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, bang, a tremendous sound erupted as a figure was sent flying through the air. The speed was so astonishing that no one could comprehend what had transpired. The unfortunate soul was none other than Hua Yintao himself, a robust man weighing 160 pounds, who was propelled several meters away before crashing violently into a nearby trash bin, rendering him unconscious. The sight left his underlings utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and terror, as if witnessing a bizarre spectacle. Tianyuan cast a cold glance at the bewildered thugs. "Aren't you going to leave?" The thugs, as if awakening from a dream, scrambled away in sheer panic, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Once the ruffians were dealt with, Yi Tianyuan turned to Jiang Yao and Yi Yuan with a reassuring smile. "All is well now." Jiang Yao stared at him in astonishment, perhaps experiencing for the first time the sensation of being shielded by a hero. Consequently, admiration flickered in her gaze towards Yi Tianyuan, akin to that of a young girl. Yi Tianyuan chuckled lightly. "I have served as a soldier for over a decade, seasoned by countless battles. Dispatching these petty thugs was but a trivial affair." He continued, "I have promised to protect both of you. I shall not permit anyone to bully you again." Jiang Yao nodded with a smile. "You must keep your word. Do not deceive me. To deceive you would be akin to a puppy-esque folly. A man's words can be deceiving, and I do not expect you to trust me easily. Ask Yuan if you wish." "Mommy, I believe Daddy. He has promised never to deceive Yuan." She chimed in, "He is so impressive, truly a great hero." At that moment, they found themselves at Villa 88 of Tangong. After a bustling 3 hours, Jiang Yao finally laid Yi Yuan to sleep. After bidding good night to the mother and daughter, Yi Tianyuan retreated to his own chamber. No sooner had he entered than 3 figures appeared like phantoms, respectfully bowing to him. "Hey Huang, how have your assignments progressed?" Yi Tianyuan inquired of He Huang. He Huang promptly replied, "Boss, I have summoned a group of loyalists to Qingshan, and they have largely arrived. Tomorrow, the Qingshan branch of my He Huang group will officially be established, with the office building already purchased. Hu Shi will personally attend the inauguration ceremony." He continued, "Moreover, the largest underground force in Qingshan, the Qinglong Society, is already affiliated with my He Huang group. However, within the group, the leader of the Qinglong Society, Lu Jinlong, is merely a trivial character. The one named Hua Yintao is also a minor figure within the society. Boss, he is but a mere ant. Shall I send someone to eliminate him?" Yi Tianyuan waved his hand, saying, "Anyone who dares to bully my wife and daughter must be dealt with by me personally. Make arrangements for Lu Jinlong to meet me tomorrow." He Huang immediately nodded in acquiescence. Yi Tianyuan gestured for the 3 to leave, and they swiftly departed. Just as he bid farewell to them, Yi Tianyuan's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the long-lost caller ID, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Without hesitation, he answered the call. A voice, aged and familiar, greeted him. "You rascal, you've finally decided to step out of the prison dragon. I have been urging you to do so all along, but you wouldn't listen. Ha! It seems you've finally come to your senses. Old man, where have you been all these years?" Yi Tianyuan retorted, "Somahat ikaspiratit." The old man chuckled mysteriously on the other end. "Ah, it's a secret, a monumental secret. Soon, you will find out. Just wait. In a few days, I will send you a surprise." With that, he hung up abruptly. Yi Tianyuan shook his head, bemused and speechless at the old man's cryptic demeanor. However, he couldn't help but ponder with curiosity about the monumental secret the old man mentioned. What could this surprise possibly be? Chapter 32. Sending my daughter to school the following morning, as Jiang Yao descended the stairs with Yuan, she was struck dumb upon seeing Yi Tianyuan, who had just set a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with emotion. She truly did not expect Yi Tianyuan to be so considerate and warm-hearted, preparing breakfast for her and their daughter so early in the day. This was indeed the mark of a commendable father. "Come and enjoy breakfast." Yi Tianyuan beckoned to Jiang Yao and Yuan. Yuan immediately dashed over with joy. "Daddy, you are amazing. This breakfast is so lavish and looks so delicious. It must taste incredible." Yuan praised Yi Tianyuan with admiration. The compliment from his little princess filled Yi Tianyuan with pride. The table was adorned with century egg and lean pork congee, poached eggs, fried sausages and bacon, milk, and toasted bread, all presented as exquisitely as if crafted by a high-end restaurant. Though Jiang Yao had yet to taste the food, its visual appeal was undoubtedly tantalizing. Just gazing at it stirred her appetite. Jiang Yao, once the daughter of a third-rate family in Qingshan, had not indulged in such a lavish breakfast for many years. An indescribable sense of happiness welled up within her. She looked at Yi Tianyuan, feeling a warmth in her heart. Heaven had finally bestowed upon her a ray of sunshine. "Mommy, hurry and sit down to eat. Daddy is the chef. His breakfast is so delicious. It must be the best in the world." Yuan exclaimed between mouthfuls. Observing Yuan devour her food, Jiang Yao chuckled. Yuan, slow down. No one is competing with you." With that, she took a seat as well. Followed by Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao picked up the bowl of century egg and lean pork congee before her and took a taste. The first spoonful made her eyes light up with astonishment. She had never encountered such delectable congee before. It was extraordinarily fragrant, fresh, and utterly delightful. She couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyuan in surprise and asked, "You must have been the cooking team of the military, right?" Yi Tianyuan shook his head and replied earnestly, "How could that be? I've been an orphan since childhood, so I learned to cook at a young age. Practice makes perfect. The more I cooked, the better I became." Jiang Yao nodded appreciatively. "I was merely jesting, but your culinary skills are indeed exceptional. Even a five-star hotel-esque chef would struggle to replicate such exquisite congee." Yi Tianyuan remarked, "That is different. I only know how to make home-cooked meals." Suddenly, Yuan chimed in, "From now on, I want to eat Daddy's cooking every day. It's truly delicious." Yi Tianyuan affectionately patted Yuan's head and said, "All right, Yuan, I will cook for you every day, ensuring you enjoy it for a lifetime. Daddy will make sure you and Mommy are healthy and plump." Yuan nodded happily. Jiang Yao quickly interjected, "I do not wish to be plump. Fair is acceptable, but plumpness is out of the question. A woman's beauty is ruined by excess weight." "Not at all. Mommy will always be the most beautiful woman in the world," Yuan declared immediately. Yi Tianyuan similed softly. In his eyes, Jiang Yao was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, now and forever. After enjoying a sumptuous and heartwarming breakfast, Jiang Yao accompanied Yi Tianyuan to tidy up the dishes. Once they had completed the task, Jiang Yao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, we're going to be late. Yi Tianyuan, hurry and take our daughter to school. I must get to work." Fortunately, it was the weekend. Otherwise, with my mining job, I might have been dismissed from the company after 3 days. Without further ado, I must leave now. Seeing Jiang Yao's anxious demeanor, Yi Tianyuan, with a pained expression, suggested, "Why not take a break from work? Who will support you if I don't work?" Jiang Yao jested. Yi Tianyuan nodded, replying, "Yes, I will support you." Jiang Yao burst into laughter, but soon regained her seriousness, stating, "All right, Yi Tianyuan, although the housing issue is resolved, there will be many financial demands in the future. To ensure Yuan has a better life, it requires substantial funds. You are still unemployed, and I cannot afford to lose my job. Besides, being a stay-at-home wife is not the life I aspire to." Realizing Jiang Yao's strong ambition, Yi Tianyuan understood that keeping her at home was indeed not a wise choice. "I will drive you," he offered. However, Jiang Yao shook her head, insisting, "No need, I can take a taxi later. You should take our daughter to school first. That is the most important matter. After missing a day of class, you need to explain things to her teacher. I won't keep you any longer. I must hurry." With that, Jiang Yao grabbed her bag and swiftly exited their home. With the Grim Reaper silently watching over Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan felt no concern. Holding her backpack, Yi Yuan took Yi Tianyuan's hand, happily bouncing towards the car. Once inside, she gleefully exclaimed, "Daddy, this is my first time taking a car to school. All my classmates ride to school, but I usually walk." Then, with a beaming smile, she added, "This car must be a BMW, right? Many of my classmates ride BMWs to school." Due to the lack of a desirable school district residence, Yuan could not attend a good public school. To ensure her daughter received a quality education, Jiang Yao enrolled her in an expensive private institution, enduring numerous hardships in the process. Were it not for these sacrifices, Jiang Yao would not have been living in such a dilapidated rental. Yi Tianyuan felt a deep sense of guilt and sorrow. Gently patting Yuan's head, vowed, From now on, Daddy will take you to school every day. Yuan nodded in blissful agreement. Unfamiliar with the traffic conditions, Tianyuan ended up arriving at the school a few minutes late. After escorting Yuan inside, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the enchanting Demoness. Take good care of Yuan, Tianyuan instructed her. The Demoness promptly replied, Rest assured, boss. Leave Yuan to me. Should she lose even a single hair, I would willingly face my demise as retribution. The enchanting Empress has departed, and the Black Monarch has returned. Upranching, Tianyuan. The Black Monarch reported, Boss, the grand inauguration ceremony of the Black Monarch Group is set to take place this evening at the Qingshan Grand Hotel. Will you be attending? Tianyuan shook his head, responding, No, I prefer to avoid such ostentatious gatherings and publicly exposing myself. You need not attend. Let your subordinates handle it discreetly to prevent unnecessary attention. The Black Monarch immediately nodded, Understood, boss. I had initially planned to attend as a guest alongside you. Personnel arrangements have been made, and I have reassigned some trusted confidants to manage the Black Monarch Group. However, there is one matter I wish to consult with you about. Tianyuan regarded the Black Monarch, signaling him to continue. Boss, what are your thoughts on appointing my sister-in-law as the president of the Black Monarch Group? The Black Monarch inquired cautiously. Tianyuan cast a cold glance at him, causing the Black Monarch's expression to shift slightly in fear. Chapter 33. The Despair of Hua Yuntao. However, Tianyuan ultimately refrained from expressing anger, stating, There is no need for haste. If the Black Emperor Group were to elevate Jiang Yao to such a prominent position upon their arrival in Qingshan, the ensuing rumors would be overwhelming, and it would not necessarily serve Jiang Yao well. Moreover, she may not even agree to it. She is an astute woman. Though the performance we staged yesterday with the Enchantress appeared flawless, I sensed that she remained somewhat skeptical. It is best to avoid complicating matters at this juncture. The Black Emperor nodded in understanding, but could not help but whisper, Boss, perhaps it wouldn't be detrimental for sister-in-law to know your true identity? You are a hero, the master of Tianyuan Palace, the guardian of Huaxia, an unparalleled gentleman, a figure of righteousness. Tianyuan shook his head, replying, My identity must remain concealed from Jiang Yao for the time being. Firstly, it will be difficult for her to accept all at once. Secondly, it may backfire and deter her from approaching me. Most importantly, numerous forces and individuals, including those within the Council of Elders, are closely monitoring my every move. Revealing my identity to Jiang Yao would bring her no benefit and could potentially embroil her in endless troubles. Upon hearing Tianyuan's reasoning, the Black Emperor was finally at ease. Indeed, keeping sister-in-law unaware of the boss's identity was an act of protection. At this moment, it was uncertain how many eyes were fixed upon the boss, and the future was fraught with perilous unknowns. This was the very reason Tianyuan chose to conceal his identity from Jiang Yao. He sought to shield her and their daughter as much as possible, for they were exceedingly vulnerable and could not withstand even the slightest turbulence. Tianyuan would never permit anyone to inflict harm upon them. Boss, Lu Jinlong is awaiting an audience with you. What do you think? The Black Emperor suddenly interjected. Tianyuan coolly replied, We shall discuss another time. I shall first check on Jiang Yao. By the way, discreetly acquire Lanya Trading Company for her. Since she refuses to resign, let us create a conducive work environment for her. The Black Emperor promptly took his leave to attend to the matter. As Tianyuan approached Jiang Yao's door, he was confronted by a large group of ruffians. The leader among them was none other than Hua Yuntao, who had been struck by Tianyuan the previous day at the hospital. Today, he was accompanied by over 30 thugs, brandishing various implements, effectively surrounding Tianyuan. Hua Yuntao regarded Tianyuan with a mixture of amusement and malice, gritting his teeth with palpable hatred. Damn it, I intended to confront that wretched woman, but it seems I've stumbled upon an unexpected delight. I've caught you, and now we shall settle yesterday's score. Do you have any idea who you've dared to assault? Are you aware of my affiliations? Have you not inquired about me? Everyone knows that I, Tao Ge, am in league with Biao Ge. Have you heard of his reputation? The Qinglong Society, the sovereign of the underground realm of Qingshan. My Biao Ge is one of the 8 hall masters of the Qinglong Society, a formidable figure in the realm of Qingshan. Before Hua Yuntao could finish his boastful tirade, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his face was a grotesque display of wounds. This scene rendered the group of ruffians utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What had just transpired? None of them had discerned the events that unfolded. They only heard a harrowing scream, followed by the pitiful sight of Brother Tao. After a moment of anguished cries, Hua Yuntao, filled with rage and humiliation, let out a frenzied roar. Kill him. Make sure he is dead. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of a fierce brawl, quickly followed by a chorus of wails and lamentations. Hua Yuntao's intuition alerted him that something was amiss. When he abruptly glanced up, he was met with the shocking sight of his 30-odd subordinates sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. How could this be? In merely 4 or 5 seconds, all 30 of them had been felled? Was this even humanly possible? The expression in Hua Yuntao's eyes shifted to one of bizarre terror as he regarded Yi Tianyuan. How do you wish to die? Yi Tianyuan looked down upon Hua Yuntao as if he were a deity, his formidable and terrifying presence causing Hua Yuntao's heart to tremble, as if he were gazing upon a demon from the abyss. Fear finally overtook Hua Yuntao, and he stammered, "Young man, no, big brother. It's all a misunderstanding. I, your humble brother, failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you in many ways. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. From now on, I shall keep my distance from you and your wife. Even if you do not consider my face, please grant a modicum of favor to my boss, Brother Biao." Yi Tianyuan regarded Hua Yuntao coldly, responding, "Then let Brother Biao come to speak with me personally." At this, Hua Yuntao found himself in a state of incredulity and amusement. Big brother, surely this trifling matter does not warrant troubling Brother Biao? Yi Tianyuan, uninterested in Hua Yuntao's protests, retrieved his phone and dialed He Huang. "Have Lu Jinlong come to see me immediately and bring along his subordinate, a certain Brother Biao." Lu Jinlong? Wasn't he the infamous dragon lord of Qingshan? Hua Yuntao stared in disbelief at Yi Tianyuan. Was this a jest? In Qingshan, who would dare to utter the name of dragon lord so casually? Aside from a few dominant figures like Hu Shi, who possessed such audacity, a young man in his 20s not only dared to call out Dragon Lord's name, but also insisted on having him come at once. It was utterly absurd. Surely, no novel would dare to depict such a scenario. Yet, 20 minutes later, Hua Yuntao's mind was shattered by the reality before him. Dragon Lord had indeed arrived, accompanied by Brother Biao and He Huang. Both Dragon Lord and Brother Biao followed He Huang with utmost deference, oblivious to He Huang's true identity, believing him to be an envoy from above. "Boss, this is Lu Jinlong, and beside him is Zhang Sanbiao." He Huang respectfully introduced the two to Yi Tianyuan. After the introduction, He Huang humbly stepped back behind Yi Tianyuan. Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao were profoundly shaken. To command the respect of a formidable figure like He Yi, one must possess extraordinary stature. Having encountered Mr. Yi, both Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao dared not hesitate, promptly bowing in reverence to Yi Tianyuan. Witnessing this scene, Hua Yuntao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. His composure shattered completely. What kind of formidable bodhisattva had he inadvertently provoked? Who exactly was Yi Tianyuan? In a state of sheer terror, Hua Yuntao trembled violently, overwhelmed with dread. He quickly knelt, fervently bowing his head to Yi Tianyuan, pleading for mercy with tearful desperation. "Mr. Yi, I acknowledge my faults. I deserve death 1,000 times over. I implore you, great sir, to overlook my minor transgressions and spare my wretched life. I truly did not know who you were. Had I been aware, I would not have dared to offend you or your esteemed wife, even with 100 lives to spare. As long as you choose not to end my life, I am willing to comply with any demand." In a fit of rage, Biao Ge delivered a forceful kick to Hua Yuntao, then turned to Yi Tianyuan, earnestly stating, "Mr. Yi, it is my failure in guiding my subordinates that has led to this debacle. I humbly request that you grant Sanbiao a chance for redemption, allowing me to rectify this matter personally." Yi Tianyuan, disinterested in further discourse, coldly responded with a single phrase before turning to depart. handle this appropriately. He Huang, exuding an aura of formidable wrath, cast a menacing glare at Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao, warning them, should such an incident arise again, you shall bring your heads to me in apology. He Huang's words drained the color from Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao's faces as they hastily nodded and bowed, submissively assuring, yes, 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 He Yi, there shall be no next time. Once He Huang had taken his leave, Lu Jinlong shot a fierce look at Zhang Sanbiao. You must resolve this immediately. Having offended that individual, we are as good as dead. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Sanbiao waved his hand, and soon, individuals arrived to escort Hua Yuntao away. Biao Ge, I am your own nephew. Uncle, please do not kill me. Hua Yuntao's pleas echoed in despair as he was led away, facing only the inevitability of death. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyuan had already entered Jiang Yao's company. Chapter 34. A dog will always be a dog. Sometimes humans are inferior to dogs. Lanhai Trading Company is not particularly large, comprising just over 200 employees, with an annual revenue of only a couple of $100 million. In Qingshan City, it can only be considered a small enterprise. Although the company is modest in size, it is rife with intrigue. In the general manager's office, General Manager Li Tai gazed sternly at Jiang Yao, who stood before him. He tapped a stack of reports on his desk and said, Jiang Yao, let us set aside your recent absence for the moment. Regarding this month's performance, Lily has outperformed you. Had you secured that project with the municipal government, victory would have been assured. However, during your 3-day absence, Lily seized the opportunity and acquired the project before you. Consequently, in the competition between you and Lily in the business department, you have lost. Lily will now assume the role of department manager, and you shall assist her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's emotions surged. She had joined the company 5 years ago and, through her exceptional capabilities, had ascended from a mere employee to a supervisor, then to the deputy manager, and finally to the position of department manager. All in just 3 years. Once she became the department manager, Jiang Yao dedicated herself even more fervently to her work, often sacrificing weekends. Her strong ambition was fueled not only by her own aspirations, but also by a desire to provide a better life for her daughter. Thus, she had tirelessly toiled over the past 5 years. Initially, she had been excelling in her role as department manager. However, a month ago, General Manager Huang Chong summoned her to his office, discussing the need to enhance the department's competitiveness and suggesting that some were dissatisfied with her leadership, advocating for fair competition within the company. The individual vying for her position was none other than Lu Lily, whom Jiang Yao had mentored and had even supported against opposition to elevate her to the deputy manager's role. To Jiang Yao's astonishment, just a month after assuming the deputy position, Lily had the audacity to contest for the department manager position. The most disheartening aspect was that this endeavor had the backing of General Manager Huang. Feeling disheartened and helpless, Jiang Yao reluctantly agreed to a month-long wager proposed by General Manager Huang. Within this time frame, both she and Lu Lily would strive to generate results for the company, with the one achieving superior performance emerging as the department manager. Jiang Yao was confident in her abilities, having held her position for 2 years, consistently delivering steady growth in departmental performance while amassing a considerable clientele. What was originally a bet devoid of uncertainty now seemed precarious. Jiang Yao could not fathom how a project she had initiated had inexplicably fallen into Lu Lily's hands during her absence. After much contemplation, Jiang Yao arrived at a singular conclusion. General Manager Huang must have intervened, assisting Lu Lily in seizing the municipal project while she was away. A cold smile suddenly crept across Jiang Yao's face. General Huang, I understand now. Everything makes sense. Huang Chong furrowed his brow, his voice low and commanding as he inquired, what do you understand? If I still do not comprehend at this point, would I not be a fool? Jiang Yao responded with a cold smile. It is not that I was unaware before. Rather, I was reluctant to accept the truth. There have been whispers about this matter within the company for some time, yet I chose to disregard them. It now appears that these rumors are indeed founded in reality. Huang Chong's anger began to surface, his expression darkening as he fixed a steely gaze upon Jiang Yao. What of it? Even if you know, do you intend to report me to the chairman? If so, proceed. Let us see whom the chairman believes. You or me? Oomph, Jiang Yao. I have afforded you opportunities, yet you failed to appreciate them. Just look at you. With such beauty, had you been compliant, who could ever contest your claim to the position of the business department manager? You, a woman who was born a daughter, still pretend to be innocent? It is said you were abandoned by a man. What is wrong with being my mistress? Silence. Jiang Yao interrupted vehemently, unable to contain her fury. General Manager Huang, I implore you to maintain a modicum of respect. If attaining a position requires sacrificing my dignity, I would sooner forego it altogether. Lu Lily's willingness to do so is her own affair. Do not project your twisted desires onto me, now or ever. If the position of department manager is one she has earned through her own means, then I shall gladly concede it to her. Bang! Huang Chang, filled with indignation, slammed his hand upon the desk, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yao. You overstep your bounds. This matter is settled. I will issue a formal notification shortly. You may leave. Faced with such injustice, Jiang Yao could only stifle her anger. However, just as she was about to exit, the office door swung open, revealing Lu Lily, who entered with a triumphant smile, having eavesdropped at the door until the moment was ripe for her entrance. Upon entering, Lu Lily habitually locked the office door behind her, unabashedly casting a flirtatious glance at Huang Chang. With the matter now laid bare, Huang Chang saw no need to feign pretense before Jiang Yao. After all, he was the company's general manager. Jiang Yao had grasped the situation, and she accepted it. She regarded Lu Lily with a cold gaze, a scoff escaping her lips. How blind I've been. For 5 years, I treated you as a sister, elevating you to the position of deputy manager, and yet you repay my kindness with betrayal. A dog may show gratitude for 3 days, but a person can turn against you after 3 years. A dog will always be a dog, yet sometimes a person is even worse. I acknowledge my defeat, yet I do not concede. Lu Lily, do not rejoice too soon. I doubt your ability to command the respect of others as the business department manager. In response to Jiang Yao's rebuke, Lu Lily laughed dismissively. Only a defeated individual would resort to such hysteria, losing all semblance of grace. I am the victor, and today, I shall not stoop to your level. Spare me the grandiose talk about taking care of me. I earned my position as deputy department manager through sheer hard work, step by step. You may have offered me a sliver of assistance at the beginning, but it was negligible, hardly worth calling favor. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. An employee who doesn't aspire to be a manager is no good employee. I'm younger, smarter, and more capable than you. Who dares object to me becoming department manager? Jiang Yao, face reality. If you lost, it's because you lacked ability. Complaining is pointless. If you can't stomach working under me, I have a better path for you. Submit your resignation to President Huang. I run a tight ship. My subordinates want to have it easy. Her words dripped with veiled threats, even coercion. Jiang Yao glared at Lu Lily with icy fury. Not only had this woman repaid kindness with betrayal, she now sought to drive her out of the company. The bamboo snake's bite, the wasp's sting. Neither compares to a woman's venomous heart. Lu Lily, who once called her sister Yao with more affection than one would show their own mother, hadn't even officially assumed the manageress role yet. Was she so desperate to eliminate her? Afraid I'd pose a threat if I stayed? Or that I'd expose your affair with President Huang? Jiang Yao seethed. How did it feel to be betrayed by a subordinate she treated like a sister? Stabbed in the back by a superior who once valued her? To surrender her position, then serve under the very schemer who usurped her? She longed to resign. But with a daughter to support and her husband, Tianyuan, still jobless, she had no choice but to swallow her humiliation. Lu Lily shot her a mocking glance and sneered. If you're shameless enough to cling to your job, then get out. And close the door behind you. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yao left. The moment the door shut, Lu Lily locked it and melted into Huang Chang's embrace. Thank you, Chang, she cooed after a loud kiss. His hands already wandering, Huang smirked. And how will you thank me? With a sultry look, Lu Lily purred. You seemed tense earlier. Let me help you relax. Dropping to her knees, she reached for his belt. Huang leaned back in his chair, watching her practiced movements with lecherous delight. Bang! Like a thunderclap at midnight. The office door exploded inward. Chapter 35. The Dragon's Forbidden Scales. Who dares to touch? Ah! The sudden turn of events left Lu Lily in a state of sheer panic. Instinctively retreating beneath her desk, Huang Chang hastily adjusted his trousers and shot an angry glare in her direction. However, as he was about to unleash his wrath, he was met with the icy, deathly demeanor of Yi Tianyuan, which bore down on him like an immense mountain. Instantly, Huang Chang felt as though he could scarcely breathe under the oppressive aura that enveloped him, and the words he had been prepared to utter were swallowed back in horror. The frigid gaze of Yi Tianyuan plunged Huang Chang into an abyss of dread he had never experienced before. By the time Yi Tianyuan approached, Huang Chang was trembling with fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as if he were face to face with a deity or demon. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Yao rushed in, seizing Yi Tianyuan's arm, shaking her head as she implored, "Yi Tianyuan, enough, let us depart." "Enough?" Yi Tianyuan regarded Jiang Yao, shaking his head in turn. "Your ability to concede stems from your benevolence and compromise with reality. However, I cannot yield, for you are my woman. I have vowed that no one shall ever harm you again. This is my pledge, my forbidden scale. The dragon's forbidden scales, who dares to touch?" A formidable strength resonated in Yi Tianyuan's voice, one that was utterly irresistible. Jiang Yao beheld a paragon of masculinity and unyielding confidence. After gazing at him in astonishment, she chose to remain silent. Well then, Lu Lily suddenly emerged from beneath the desk, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Jiang Yao, declaring, "Jiang Yao, so it was you who brought him here. You're nothing but a discarded trinket. Where did you find this wild man? Huh, he looks like a pathetic pauper." As she spoke, Lu Lily regarded Yi Tianyuan with contempt, her face twisted in anger. "Why do you stare at me? Are you indignant because I called you a wild, miserable wretch? What did you possibly see in Jiang Yao? Are you happy to become a father to a 7-year-old daughter for nothing? Any man with a modicum of ambition would scoff at such a worn-out shoe. What are you glaring at? Do you wish to strike me? Slap." Lu Lily's words rang true. Yi Tianyuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding blow to her face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her cheek immediately swelled, turning crimson, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The force of that slap was terrifying. Huang Chang watched in shock, his lips twitching in disbelief, his body frozen in fear. "Why you?" he stammered, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Yi Tianyuan. "How dare you strike someone? Where are the security guards?" However, it was clear that no one would respond to his cries for help. Huang Chang was too intimidated to act rashly and turned to Jiang Yao, commanding her in a tone of authority, "Jiang Yao, you must stop him at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. This is the company, the office of the general manager. What is this chaos?" Jiang Yao stood there with an expression of indifference, paying no heed whatsoever. The moment she allowed Yi Tianyuan to act as he pleased, Jiang Yao had already resolved to resign. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Lu Lily, who lay on the floor, her eyes filled with tears of pain and resentment, and remarked, "I have never struck a woman, but you have compelled me to break my principle. Your face has sullied my hand. Next time, make sure to cleanse it before I strike again." As he spoke, Yi Tianyuan retrieved a tissue from his desk and vigorously wiped his hand, stained from slapping Lu Lily. After he finished, he casually tossed the tissue, which landed squarely on Lu Lily's face. While the impact was minimal, the insult was profound. Lu Lily's expression darkened instantly. "Both of you get out now, or I shall report you to the authorities." Huang Chang, having regained his composure, finally assumed his authoritative demeanor as the general manager. Jiang Yao clenched her teeth and replied to Huang Chang, "Very well, I shall submit my resignation by noon." However, as soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Yi Tianyuan's frigid voice interjected, "Resign? On what grounds? What wrong has she committed?" Huang Chang burst into laughter at this, gazing at Yi Tianyuan with a look of disbelief. Mocking, "Are you truly asking me that? Are you quite unwell? Assaulting a superior, intimidating a leader, each of these is a grave offense. I am the general manager. All personnel matters are at my discretion. I demand her resignation as an act of mercy, to preserve some semblance of dignity. Should you persist in your prattling, it will not merely be a matter of resignation. 1. She resigns voluntarily, and you both depart. 2. She is dismissed from the company, and you find yourself in custody. Choose one. Lu Lili, wincing in pain, struggled to rise and beseeched Huang Chong. General Huang, they must not be let off lightly. They must pay for their actions. Silence. Huang Chong shot a cold glare at Lu Lili, silencing her immediately. Yi Tianyuan regarded Huang Chong with a steely gaze, leisurely retrieving another tissue from the desk and laying it flat upon his palm. Huang Chong, perplexed by this action, wondered what Yi Tianyuan intended. But soon, the answer was revealed. With a resounding slap, Yi Tianyuan struck Huang Chong across the face. The tissue had been a precaution to keep his hand unsoiled. The force of the blow sent Huang Chong reeling, spinning in confusion. "You dare strike me?" he exclaimed, his face flushed with humiliation and rage as he glared at Yi Tianyuan. Yet, Yi Tianyuan's next words rendered him nearly speechless. "Do you believe I would not dare to kill you?" Had anyone else uttered such a threat, Huang Chong would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, when words escaped the lips of this cold, merciless man, an unsettling fear gripped him. Just as the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, Huang Chong's secretary hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, "President Huang, the chairman has arrived and requests an urgent assembly of everyone at the entrance." The circumstances remain unclear. Huang Chong furrowed his brow, perplexed by the chairman's unexpected commotion. He could not fathom the reason behind it. However, he dared not hesitate and promptly instructed Lu Lili, "Quickly, let us go meet the chairman." As he passed by Jiang Yao, he cast her a meaningful, cold glance. Once the two departed, Jiang Yao exhaled deeply. With a bitter smile, she refrained from casting blame upon Yi Tianyuan, instead offering him a smile. "Let us leave this matter here. I apologize, but your return coincided with my dismissal. It seems I am truly in need of your support." Clearly, Jiang Yao was jesting. Yi Tianyuan approached Jiang Yao, offering her a gentle smile. "Have you surrendered? This is quite uncharacteristic of you. To utter such despondent thoughts before the conclusion is disheartening. Perhaps you need not resign after all. It might be they who should consider stepping down." This issue, Jiang Yao chose not to further dispute with Yi Tianyuan. It had become inconsequential. Resignation was her final semblance of dignity. Just as she was about to lead Yi Tianyuan to collect her belongings, the general manager's secretary rushed in once more, breathlessly announcing, "General Jiang, why are you still here? The chairman is awaiting you. You are specifically requested to meet with him. Please follow me at once." Hearing this, Jiang Yao looked at the general manager's secretary, her expression one of confusion. "The chairman wishes to see her?" Had Huang Chong reported her to the chairman? In her moment of hesitation, Yi Tianyuan took her hand, guiding her outward. "Come, it may well be a fortuitous opportunity." Fortuitous? Jiang Yao regarded Yi Tianyuan with a puzzled expression. Chapter 36. Jiang Yao's resplendence as Yi Tianyuan escorted Jiang Yao to the entrance of the company. All eyes converged upon them, a chorus of astonished gazes. Many male colleagues widened their eyes, regarding Yi Tianyuan with a mix of disbelief and intrigue. With Jiang Yao's striking beauty, it was indisputable that she was the unequivocal goddess of the company, the foremost beauty without contest. Despite being nearly 30 and a mother to a 7-year-old daughter, she still attracted admirers aplenty. However, Jiang Yao typically maintained a demeanor of stern composure at work, earning her the nickname of the Ice Mountain Goddess among the male employees. Moreover, as a department manager and an executive, no one dared to pursue her openly. For a long time, many had presumed Jiang Yao to be single. However, the sight of her holding hands with a man today left numerous males utterly astounded, inciting feelings of indignation within them. What had they lacked? Under the scrutiny of over 300 pairs of eyes, Jiang Yao finally grasped the situation, quickly retracting her hand from Yi Tianyuan's and softly instructing him, "Please wait for me over there." Yi Tianyuan complied without protest, stepping aside. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yao endeavored to quell the flush of embarrassment on her face as she approached the assembly with a hint of trepidation. Ahem. Chairman Li Taijun cleared his throat twice, redirecting the collective attention away from Jiang Yao. Huang Chong and Lu Lili cast cold glances at her, both pondering why the chairman had summoned Jiang Yao. Earlier, Huang Chong had inquired, but the chairman insisted on waiting for Jiang Yao's arrival to make the announcement. Li Tai cleared his throat and raised his voice. I have the pleasure of sharing some splendid news with you all. Our company has secured a strategic investment from a mysterious major capital source, which will infuse our company with substantial funds and various support. He continued with such backing. I firmly believe this year will mark a pivotal moment for our company as ascent. I am confident that our revenue will at least double compared to last year. The proclamation sent ripples of excitement throughout the room, with cheers and jubilations erupting. The better the company performed, the more beneficial it would be for all employees, leading to increased prospects for promotions and salary raises. Huang Chang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exhilaration, envisioning the opportunity to showcase his talents. If the company's revenue indeed doubled, his year-end bonus and dividends would be substantial. However, before Huang Chang could fully relish this moment, an unexpected thunderclap struck. In light of the company's developmental trajectory, I have decided to implement significant personnel adjustments. At this juncture, Li Tai's gaze settled upon Jiang Yao. All eyes followed the chairman's focus, causing Jiang Yao to momentarily freeze in surprise. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's expressions faltered, exchanging anxious glances. A sense of foreboding surged within both individuals. Indeed, Li Tai solemnly announced, in light of Jiang Yao's outstanding performance over the past 5 years and her indelible contributions to the company, coupled with her exceptional capabilities in our business sector, I have decided to appoint Jiang Yao as the president of the company. She will now oversee all company operations, including the business and finance departments, while also supervising the human resources department. Other departments will continue to be managed by Huang Chang. The current structure positions both the president and the general manager as equals, with both reporting directly to me. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in a cacophony of murmurs and astonishment. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's faces darkened, as if struck by lightning, particularly Huang Chang, whose expression seemed to convey a grief that could rival the loss of a parent. The most significant departments within Lan Hai Trading Company Limited are the business and finance departments, the former generating revenue for the company and the latter managing its finances. Following closely is the Human Resources Department, which determines personnel appointments. However, with the chairman appointing Jiang Yao to the position of president, granting her oversight of both the business and finance departments along with the Human Resources Department, it essentially means that a vast majority of the company's authority has been transferred to her. Consequently, Huang Chang, as the general manager, would become little more than a figurehead. While it was diplomatically framed as an equal standing, it was evident that he would be relegated to a subordinate role, shifting from second-in-command to third. Moreover, just moments ago, Huang Chang was advocating for Jiang Yao's resignation. The irony of such swift retribution was palpable. Jiang Yao stared at Li Tai in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the chairman would entrust her with such a monumental responsibility, one that elevated her above Huang Chang. The happiness she felt came too swiftly, leaving her unprepared and somewhat apprehensive. With a warm smile, Li Tai approached Jiang Yao and declared, "Congratulations, Jiang Yao. You will now manage the company. As a young leader, I hope you will infuse the organization with youthful vigor and energy, fostering its robust and rapid development. The future of the company is now in your capable hands." This statement conveyed an unmistakable message to all present. Jiang Yao was now effectively the second-in-command of the company. The assertion that Huang Chang and Jiang Yao were equals merely served to placate Huang Chang and spare him further embarrassment. Jiang Yao quickly shook her head and insisted, No, Chairman, I can continue as the department manager, but I cannot accept the position of president. I do not believe I possess the necessary capabilities and fear I might disappoint your goodwill." Before she could finish her thought, Li Tai waved his hand and interjected, "Jiang Yao, I see you as a remarkably confident, capable, and ambitious woman. Your dedication to your career, your strong learning ability, and your conscientious work ethic are all commendable. Your abilities in every aspect are beyond reproach. I have a discerning eye for talent. Having made my choice, you must naturally trust your own judgment and have faith in your abilities. I believe in you. Why then do you waver in your confidence? Such uncertainty does not befit you. Proceed boldly. You are capable, and I stand firmly behind you. No one would dare to oppose you. However, Jiang Yao still felt a flicker of hesitation and trepidation. Her ambition was undeniable, yet the sudden elevation to such a high position left her momentarily dazed. Li Tai interjected, urging, "Do not hesitate. Consider this an opportunity to assist me and the company." Jiang Yao glanced at the chairman before nodding in agreement. "Very well, chairman. I shall give it a try." Upon hearing this, Li Tai let out a quiet sigh of relief. Failing to adequately serve this esteemed individual could very well lead to his own dismissal from the company. "By the way, Jiang Yao, what did you mean when you mentioned that I could have you continue as department manager? Was there someone who previously opposed your promotion?" The chairman inquired suddenly. At this, Huang Chang's expression shifted dramatically, and he cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Yao. She shot him a cold look before recounting the events with unwavering honesty. Li Tai's fury erupted as he glared at Huang Chang and Lu Lily, who instantly turned pale and trembled in fear. Huang Chang hastily attempted to explain, "Chairman, please listen, humph." Li Tai interrupted with a scornful snort. "You are both dismissed from the company. Pack your belongings and leave immediately." "What?" The word struck Huang Chang and Lu Lily like a bolt from the blue, and in despair, they fell to their knees. They wished to plead with Jiang Yao, but she turned her back and walked straight towards Tianyuan. Li Tai summoned security to escort Huang Chang and Lu Lily out, while the others returned to the company, leaving behind the two filled with regret. Jiang Yao was celebrated as the new president of the company, and the atmosphere was one of joy. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's expulsion brought satisfaction to many. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Yao, Tianyuan took his leave. As he settled back into his car, a call came through from Yaoi. Chapter 37. Do you wish to witness your father's confrontation with evildoers? Tianyuan hastened to Yuanyuan School with utmost urgency. The enchanting demoness respectfully reported to Tianyuan, "Boss, the perpetrator has been eliminated and thoroughly dealt with. He was sent by the young master of the Wang family, intending to abduct the princess as leverage against you. Would you like me to capture him or eliminate him directly?" Tianyuan Koldi Sukofut. The moment he harbored malicious intentions towards my daughter, he sealed his own fate. Anyone who dares to harm Jiang Yao or Yuan will find themselves personally dispatched to the underworld by me. As for young Master Wang, I shall take his life myself. The demoness promptly nodded, "Understood, boss. I will go apprehend him immediately." As she prepared to leave, Tianyuan called her back. "Your task is to protect Yuan. You must not leave her side. This matter does not require your involvement." Upon hearing this, the demoness halted and returned. Tianyuan continued coldly, "Let Black Emperor handle this." Just as he was about to dial Black Emperor, Jiang Yao's call came through. Upon answering Jiang Yao's call, Tianyuan's murderous aura instantly dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile, transforming his demeanor entirely. The demoness watched in astonishment, contemplating the undeniable power of love. Tianyuan, please pick up our daughter from school and then come to the company to collect me. Mom just called and invited us to lunch at Grandpa's house. He has been discharged and returned home." Jiang Yao's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. 5 years prior, she had been cast out of the Jiang family, ostracized by all. Even her grandfather, who had once showered her with affection, had become unrecognizable in his demeanor, neglecting her completely. Over these 5 years, Jiang Yao endured a barrage of disdain, mockery, insults, grievances, and hardships. Kinship remained an inextricable bond for her. Today, her grandfather invited her to bring Tianyuan and Yuan for a meal, signaling a potential thawing of relations. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to mend her ties with the Jiang family and facilitate her return. After hanging up, the demoness suddenly spoke. "Boss, I know I may be overstepping, but I cannot hold my tongue, even if it invites your ire. The Jiang family is truly despicable. The mistress should distance herself from them rather than eagerly seek their approval. I fear today's meal will not be pleasant. The mistress may face resentment and humiliation." Tianyuan glanced at the demoness and nodded slightly. "Indeed, you are correct. I share your apprehension. However, I can empathize with Jiang Yao. Everyone has their own attachments, be it familial, friendship, or romantic. No matter what choice Jiang Yao makes, I will support her silently. Yet, should anyone dare to bully her, I shall not concern myself with their affiliation to the Jiang family." The demoness nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Since I am to accompany Jiang Yao to her family for lunch, I shall set aside matters concerning Wang Xiao for the time being. At precisely 11:20, school was dismissed. Upon exiting the school gates, Yi Yuan spotted Yi Tianyuan and, filled with exuberance, ran towards him with open arms, leaping into his embrace. Yi Tianyuan tenderly held Yuan, a blissful smile gracing his face. This sensation was the most exquisite feeling in the world, the epitome of happiness. Yi Yuan, too, radiated joy and contentment. Yi Tianyuan placed Yuan in the car, her face adorned with a constant smile of delight. Observing her elation, Yi Tianyuan felt a mix of joy and an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Over the years, Yuan had been deprived of paternal affection, making such simple gestures bring her immense happiness. Inside the car, Yi Yuan animatedly shared snippet from her school day with Yi Tianyuan, mentioning that she had told her classmates that her father had returned, though they had not believed her. Hearing this deepened Yi Tianyuan's heartache. He regretted not being present during Yuan's childhood. It is often said that a troubled childhood requires a lifetime to heal. Yuan, I will always be there to drop you off and pick you up from school, Yi Tianyuan spoke softly to her. Yi Yuan eagerly nodded, exclaiming, yes. Dad is the best to Yuan. I love you so much. Yi Tianyuan smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair, and said, now, let us go pick up your mother. At the mention of picking up her mother, Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Lanhai Trading Company. However, he did not enter the building, but waited in the car. After a few minutes, he saw Jiang Yao, clad in professional attire and wearing high heels, striding towards him. A beautiful woman, she looked stunning in any outfit. Dressed in her business attire, Jiang Yao exuded a unique charm. Although her ensemble appeared somewhat modest, it emanated a sense of sophistication that even the most luxurious brands could not replicate. As she entered the car, Jiang Yao glanced at Yi Tianyuan and then at her daughter rushing towards her. An overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her. This was the first time in many years that she felt such profound contentment. The simple act of Yi Tianyuan bringing their daughter to pick her up after work was an unparalleled joy, something she had never experienced, nor had she even dared to dream of it. Yi Tianyuan drove from the front seat, while Jiang Yao and Yuan sat in the back. Yuan, brimming with excitement, asked, Mom, are we going home? I miss our big villa. Today, I told my classmates that we have a grand villa and that my dad drives a BMW, but they didn't believe me and accused me of lying. Yuan is a well-behaved child. Mother has always taught her not to lie, which is why she never does. Listening to Yuan, Jiang Yao felt a surge of guilt and sorrow. Because of her circumstances, Yuan had faced ridicule from her classmates since kindergarten. Though things were manageable in preschool, where everyone was still quite naive, now that she was in first grade, she had begun to understand the world better. Yi Yuan glanced at Jiang Yao, blinked her eyes, and timidly inquired, Mommy, why are you unhappy? Did Yuan do something wrong to upset you? Jiang Yao immediately shook her head, gazing affectionately at Yi Yuan, and replied, How could that be, my dear Yuan? You are so well-behaved. You could never bring sadness to your mother. You have done nothing wrong, and I am indeed very happy. From now on, everything that others possess, we shall have as well, and no one will ever mock Yuan again. Hooray! Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yuan joyfully began to dance and clap her hands. Jiang Yao smiled and turned her gaze to Yi Tianyuan. Perhaps this heralded a turning point. She hoped this would mark a splendid new beginning. Yi Tianyuan had returned, the housing issue was resolved, and now she had received a promotion and a substantial salary increase, several times more than before. With such a generous income, everything would improve. It merely required a touch of time. At last, they had endured hardship and emerged victorious. In this world, 99% of troubles could be alleviated with wealth. If not, it was likely due to insufficient riches. A few minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. Upon seeing the villa, Yuan recoiled in fear, retreating into Jiang Yao's embrace. With a terrified expression, she shook her head, exclaiming, I don't want to go to the Jiang family. They will only bully Mommy and me. They are all so frightening. I refuse to go. Daddy, let's go home. I don't like it here. Witnessing Yuan's intense reaction, Jiang Yao felt a pang of heartache. Unsure of how to comfort her daughter, she cast a pleading glance at Tianyuan. He gently ruffled Yuan's hair and soothingly said, Yuan, have you forgotten that Daddy is a hero? He excels at dealing with bad people. Don't you want to see Daddy confront those who bully Mommy? Yuan immediately looked up at Tianyuan, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Observing how Tianyuan had managed to pacify Yuan, Jiang Yao felt a mix of amusement and concern. She genuinely worried that Tianyuan might take action against the Jiang family. Just as the three of them stepped out of the car, a Ferrari roared towards them at breakneck speed. Chapter 38. A slap in the face to Wang Tianshui. Wang Tianshui leapt from the Ferrari, his arm wrapped around Jiangling. Upon seeing Tianyuan and his companions descend from the BMW X5, their expressions morphed into a peculiar blend of disdain and suspicion, akin to that of a thief spotting a rival. Yuan, startled, instinctively sought refuge behind Tianyuan. With a cold glance directed at Wang Tianshui and Jiangling, an unsettling chill coursed through them, rekindling the painful memories of the humiliation they had suffered at his hands the previous day in the hospital. Jiangling let out a derisive laugh, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Jiang Yao, how impressive you are! You've even managed to drive a BMW X5? The top-tier model must cost around $800,000 to $900,000 on the road. Renting it for a day would surely set you back a few thousand. Enough to cover half a month's salary for you, I imagine. And your subsidized rental, if I recall correctly, is only $600 a month, right? Jiang Yao, I never realized you possessed such a hypocritical side, pretending as if no one knows your true circumstances, puffing up your cheeks at home. Having grown accustomed to the cold jibes from the Jiang family, Jiang Yao was in a good mood today and chose not to engage with Jiangling further. Wang Tianshui, with an amused expression, remarked, If you wish to use a car, just ask me directly. Why go through the hassle of renting? I have a plethora of vehicles sitting idle in my garage. Feel free to select one as a gift. After all, we are family. Jiangling immediately chimed in with mockery. Did you hear that, Jiang Yao and Tianyuan? Look how generous our Wang Shao is. Even his least impressive car surpasses your rented BMW X5. You should be quick to express your gratitude to Wang Shao. Tianyuan retorted coldly. We have our own vehicles. There is no need for this pretense. With that, Jiangling erupted into laughter, her amusement laced with scorn. How ridiculous! You dare to claim a rented vehicle as your own? Have you no shame? Why not rent a Rolls-Royce instead? After all, birds of a feather flock together. Only those of the same ilk would gather in such a manner. Poverty is not your fault, but pretending to be something you're not certainly is. Tianyuan's expression darkened, a glint of anger flickering in his eyes. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Jiang Yao anxiously grasped his hand, shaking her head in a silent plea for restraint. Had it not been for her, those two would have been long gone to meet their fate. Before I lose my temper, do not provoke me. Leave. Tianyuan's voice was icy. This only heightened Jiang Yao's anxiety. Yet Wang Tianshui and Jiangling appeared utterly unfazed, dismissing his warning with a brazen audacity. Jiangling defiantly retorted, Leave? Are you out of your mind? How much fake wine did you consume to be this delusional? This is my Jiang family home. You, who have yet to earn our family's recognition and have never even crossed the threshold, have no right to bark orders here. Why don't you leave? The one who should be going is you, isn't it? What? Are you glaring at me and planning strike? If you dare to touch me, I assure you that you won't be able to leave here today. Jiang Yao firmly grasped Tianyuan, preventing him from retaliating. The commotion outside quickly drew the attention of everyone in the Jiang family villa. The elder of the Jiang family in Jiang, along with the others, emerged to witness the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the situation, Wu Wan immediately pulled Jiangling aside to inquire about what was happening. Jiangling recounted the events with embellishments, claiming that Tianyuan intended to strike her, adept at inciting animosity against Jiangling. After hearing her account, the members of the Jiang family cast disapproving glances at Tianyuan. Wu Wan was the first to launch a verbal assault, laden with sarcasm and mockery, while Tang Hongyan fanned the flames, reveling in the chaos. Jiang Jinghai and Li Yongmei could only exchange irritated glances, their faces burning with embarrassment. They had yet to acknowledge this son-in-law. They had not even welcomed him into their home, and their disdain only deepened. Yet, their foolish daughter had become attached to this Yi Tianyuan and even bore him a child. Jiang Jinghai and his wife harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing they had no such daughter, as she only brought them shame. Enduring the biting remarks of the Jiang family, Yi Tianyuan suppressed the raging fury within. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have long been in repentance before the king of hell. However, today, with Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan by his side, especially seeing Jiang Yao's tearful, pleading gaze, Yi Tianyuan could only endure in silence, standing there stoically amidst the verbal onslaught. Yi Yuan Yuan was frightened to the point of tears. Just as the discussion reached a peak, Wang Tianshui suddenly displayed his phone before everyone, grinning as he said, "I had someone check this car. Although it was registered just yesterday, the owner is not Yi Tianyuan. Hence, this vehicle is indeed rented." Jiang Ling scoffed at Yi Tianyuan. "What do you have to say now?" Yi Tianyuan retrieved his phone and dialed the enchanting lady's number. The call connected immediately, and Yi Tianyuan commanded, "Transfer that car into my name immediately. You have 3 minutes." After hanging up, laughter erupted from Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world, laughing until their stomachs hurt. "Yi Tianyuan, do you think you can make me laugh to death and inherit my debt? You must truly be out of your mind to utter such nonsense in broad daylight. Should I have Dr. Imo take a look at you? If you're ill, it's better to seek treatment sooner. Wouldn't you agree?" After Wang Tianshui's taunts, Jiang Ling swiftly followed up with her own jibe, the two of them displaying an impressive synergy. Mental illness should not be neglected. Finally, Li Yongmei could no longer contain herself and shot Yi Tianyuan a venomous glare, her resentment palpable as she scolded, spending money without means. Thinking a swollen face can compensate for a fat body? Refrain from displaying your pitiable vanity, which brings us shame. "Mother," Jiang Yao wished to explain on behalf of Yi Tianyuan. Yet, before she could utter more words, Li Yongmei cast a fierce glare her way and admonished, "Silence. How much humiliation have your father and I endured over the years? How many whispers and scornful remarks have we faced? All of this is due to your lack of ambition." Li Yongmei spoke with an expression steeped in sorrow. At that moment, the patriarch of the Jiang family finally interjected, "Enough of this bickering. We are merely providing outsiders with fodder for laughter. Regardless of whether this vehicle was rented or borrowed by Yi Tianyuan, as long as it was not stolen or obtained through dishonest means, it suffices. He is likely concerned about making a poor impression on his first visit to our home. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Let us proceed indoors." With the elder's words, the Jiang family members obediently fell silent. However, Wang Tianshui scoffed. What if it were indeed stolen? The elder's expression darkened. Was Wang Tianshui opposing him? Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Wang Tianshui and stated, "The 3 minutes are up. Check again to see who the true owner of this vehicle is." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's unwavering confidence, Wang Tianshui hesitated, casting a penetrating glance at him. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the capability? Yet, it seemed implausible. How could ownership be transferred in such a brief span? "Young Master Wang, if he remains obstinate, let reality serve as a lesson," Jiang Ling promptly advised Wang Tianshui. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Tianshui commanded an investigation. The results arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the information, Wang Tianshui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his phone. He stared at the screen, utterly astonished. Observing this, Jiang Ling hurriedly leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "What on earth? Just moments ago the owner was someone else. How has it now become Yi Tianyuan? Young Master Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Aghast at the revelation, Wang Tianshui snapped at Jiang Ling. "How should I know? The results are as they are." The members of the Jiang family now looked towards Yi Tianyuan with expressions of confusion and curiosity. Jiang Yao regarded Yi Tianyuan with similar perplexity. Yi Tianyuan coldly questioned Wang Tianshui, "So, this vehicle is now mine, is it not?" His words nearly left Wang Tianshui choking on his astonishment. It was he who had been publicly humiliated. But Wang Tianshui was not one to take defeat lightly. "Come forth," he suddenly bellowed. Chapter 39. In the next life, perhaps I should not be reborn as a human, as Wang Tianshui's voice faded. A man in his 40s emerged from the shadows. This man exuded a cold demeanor, his face etched with a fierce expression, radiating an intimidating aura. It was evident that he was not a benevolent soul. "Dispose of him," Wang Tianshui commanded the fearsome man. The man's lips curled into a sinister smirk, and he approached Yi Tianyuan with a menacing gait. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yao's face paled in fright, and she clutched Yi Tianyuan's hand tightly. Her palm slick with cold sweat, icy as frost. Yi Yuanyuan was on the verge of tears, her fear palpable. The members of the Jiang family observed the unfolding drama with cold indifference. "Daddy," Yi Yuanyuan's eyes glistened with tears, her expression fraught with anxiety as she gazed at Yi Tianyuan. With a tender pat on Yuanyuan's head, Yi Tianyuan reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. Have you forgotten that your father is a great hero? I am quite adept at dealing with villains." At his words, Yi Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled like bulbs, and after a glance at Yi Tianyuan, she nodded in relief, her tears giving way to a smile. "Oh, what a great hero indeed. One might wonder if you know the meaning of embarrassment. While you possess some fighting prowess, what of it? Do you comprehend the stature of the individual before you? Let me be candid. This is a martial artist, a revered member of the Wang family. Do you understand what that entails? Alas, for someone like you, a mere pawn in society, such matters are beyond your grasp. Yi Tianyuan, if you possess any sense, you should kneel and beg for mercy now. Perhaps young Master Wang will spare your miserable existence." Jiang Ling stirred the pot, her eyes glinting with mockery as she observed Yi Tianyuan. Wang Tianshui wore an expression of confidence, as if he had already ensnared Yi Tianyuan in his grasp. Upon hearing that the formidable man was a martial artist from the Wang family, the Jiang clan regarded Yi Tianyuan with pity. Why provoke someone like young Master Wang? The martial artist from the Wang family had approached Yi Tianyuan, and a powerful aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Jiang Yao felt this overwhelming force and instinctively took a step back. Boom! At that moment, action was taken. A sound resembling a thunderous collision echoed as a fist struck flesh. Instantly, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The martial artist from the Wang family had not yet laid a finger on Yi Tianyuan. He had merely reached him when Yi Tianyuan delivered a punch that sent him flying. Yi Tianyuan's speed was astonishing, too swift for anyone to react. No one discerned how he had executed the move. Not even the martial artist from the Wang family had a chance to comprehend it. He felt a tremendous force, akin to being struck by a speeding tank, crashing into him. This overwhelming power erupted within the martial artist's body, sending his vital energy surging and swirling chaotically. The royal family's priest suddenly lost control of his body, hurtling backward for over 10 paces before crashing heavily to the ground. His bones and organs bore the brunt of the impact, shattered beyond reckoning. Blood surged forth from his mouth like a gushing spring. In that moment, he was confronted with the specter of death. How could this happen? The priest of the Wang family stood utterly dumbfounded by Yi Tianyuan's punch, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, he was a warrior. Although merely a low-tier, third-rate martial artist, he had transcended the limitations of ordinary people. The strength of a warrior is beyond the imagination of common folk. To put it plainly, as long as their physical stamina permits, a warrior can mercilessly annihilate ordinary individuals without limit. The notion of 1 against 100 pales in comparison. A warrior's speed and reflexes can easily evade bullets. A single punch from a warrior can effortlessly fell a cow. Warriors are beings that transcend the boundaries of humanity. In the verdant mountains, warriors are exceedingly rare. One could hardly count them on one's fingers. This priest of the Wang family had been recruited at an exorbitant annual salary of 10 million to safeguard the clan. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be grievously injured and rendered incapacitated by a single blow from Yi Tianyuan, bleeding profusely and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. How could a priest of the Wang family be so easily vanquished? This revelation left Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling utterly stupefied. Their expressions were frozen in exaggerated shock as they stared intently at Yi Tianyuan. The members of a Jiang family were equally terrified, clearly unable to fathom such an outcome. A warrior? Is this all there is? A warrior. I can slaughter like a dog. Yi Tianyuan cast a disdainful glance at the fallen priest of the Wang family, sneering in contempt. Such a being was hardly worth a second glance. His gaze shifted to Wang Tianshui and Jiangling. Under Yi Tianyuan's cold scrutiny, they trembled uncontrollably, as if facing impending doom. Particularly as Yi Tianyuan approached them step by step, cold as a reaper, they were filled with dread, their legs trembling. They longed to flee, yet their limbs felt as heavy as lead, rendering them immobile. All they could do was watch in abject terror as Yi Tianyuan drew nearer. Thud! Under the weight of his overwhelming presence and psychological assault, Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling could no longer withstand the pressure. Their legs buckled, and they knelt before Yi Tianyuan. Overwhelmed by fear, they felt as though a demon stood before them. Yi Tianyuan, no, dear brother-in-law, we were merely joking with you earlier. How could you take it hard? Cough. We acknowledge our mistakes. We are all family now, right? You just at this moment. Jiang Ling attempted to play the familial card, yet she had been quite earnest in her earlier mockery of Yi Tianyuan. Slap. Before Jiang Ling could finish her words, Yi Tianyuan struck her with a resounding slap. Who do you think you are, family? If you dare to call me brother-in-law again, I will shatter your foul mouth. Yi Tianyuan cast a chilling glance at Jiang Ling, terrified by his wrath. Jiang Ling nodded repeatedly, submissively agreeing, too fearful to utter a single word of dissent. Jiang Zhengchuan and Wu Wan, witnessing their daughter being assaulted once more, glared at Yi Tianyuan with a mixture of fury and desperation, on the verge of voicing their outrage. However, Yi Tianyuan's murderous glare silenced them, sending shivers down their spines and rendering them speechless. Yi Tianyuan's cold stare turned toward Wang Tianshui, who was now utterly bewildered. Panic etched across his face. Yi Tianyuan, today's events are my fault. Please don't strike me. I am willing to apologize and can offer you compensation. State your price directly. But Yi Tianyuan refused to grant Wang Tianshui the chance to finish. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across Wang Tianshui's face. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Following that, Yi Tianyuan forcefully stomped down on Wang Tianshui's knees. A sickening crack echoed through the air, accompanied by Wang Tianshui's agonizing screams. A sound so heart-wrenching it pierced the very soul. My leg is broken. Yi Tianyuan, you are a madman, a lunatic. You have crippled me, and the Wang family will not let this slide. The mention of the Wang family elicited nothing more than disdain from Yi Tianyuan, who regarded Wang Tianshui's pitiful state with indifference. He lifted his foot once more, stating, "Too much leniency breeds arrogance. Even dogs start to fancy themselves as individuals. I spared you yesterday for Jiang Yao's sake, yet you remain ungrateful. Perhaps in your next life, you should not be born as a human." What? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianshui felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning a ghastly white, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Did Yi Tianyuan intend to kill him? No, no, no. Chapter 40. Many are worth less than a dog. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, piercing the depths of his soul. The breath of death loomed like a colossal wave, engulfing Wang Tianshui in its relentless tide. He felt an unprecedented fear, regretting his entanglement with the madman Yi Tianyuan. How could such a lunatic exist in this world? Who dared to threaten the heir of the Wang family in Qingshan? As a prominent family in the region, how many would dare to provoke them? The Wang family wielded immense power in Qingshan. Yet, even the stature of the Wang family's heir could not shield Wang Tianshui from peril. Stop. Please stop. Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife cried out urgently, desperately attempting to halt Yi Tianyuan. Wang Shao was their golden son-in-law, their beacon of hope for prosperity. Old Master Jiang hastily interjected, "Yi Tianyuan, cease at once. Do not harm Wang Shao, or else." But it was evident that Yi Tianyuan paid no heed to the Jiang family's pleas. Jiang Ling, paralyzed by fear, could only watch helplessly as Yi Tianyuan aimed to bring Wang Shao to his demise. How could this wretched individual dare to act so recklessly? Did he not comprehend the law of retribution? Moreover, He was dealing with the scion of the Wang family. How many lives would be required to satiate their vengeance? At that moment, no one could deter Yi Tianyuan. Just as Wang Tianshui seemed destined to meet his end beneath Yi Tianyuan's foot, a voice pierced the air. "Daddy, don't." It was Yi Yuanyuan's voice. Upon hearing his daughter's cry, Yi Tianyuan's foot, poised to crush Wang Tianshui's chest, halted abruptly. His foot had already brushed against Wang Tianshui's garment, who was now paralyzed by fear. Yi Tianyuan turned to gaze kindly at Yi Yuanyuan, who was nestled tightly in Jiang Yao's embrace. Seeing Yi Tianyuan relent, Jiang Yao fervently shook her head, her eyes reddened, tears welling in her gaze as she implored. "Yi Tianyuan, please, if you kill Wang Xiao, there will be no turning back. My daughter, and I still need you. You cannot come harm. I beg you, do not take a life." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Yuanyuan, with tear-filled eyes, added, "Daddy, just defeat the bad guy. You can't kill him. That's against the law. If you kill the bad guy, Uncle Chungwei will take you away, and then I won't have a daddy anymore." Listening to Jiang Yao and Yuanyuan's words, Yi Tianyuan felt a pang in his heart. In their understanding, killing was a crime punishable by a lifetime in prison. Thus, he could empathize with their emotions. Yi Tianyuan resolved within himself that he must refrain from taking lives in front of Jiang Yao and his daughter in the future. Not only would it instill fear and anxiety within them, but such a gruesome scene would also leave lasting psychological scars, especially on Yuanyuan, who was still so young and should never witness such brutality. Yi Tianyuan withdrew his feet and walked back to Jiang Yao and Yi Yuan. He gently embraced the two of them, softly saying, "I apologize. I was impulsive just now. I assure you, it will not happen again." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yao broke into a smile through her tears. Yuanyuan also nodded happily, leaning in to kiss Yi Tianyuan as a form of reward. A warmth and sweetness enveloped Yi Tianyuan's heart. Meanwhile, Wang Tianshui, having narrowly escaped peril, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Yi Tianyuan opened the car door and addressed Jiang Yao and Yuanyuan, saying, "Let us depart." "Depart?" Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in confusion and asked, "Do we not come here to dine?" "Dine?" Yi Tianyuan let out a cold, faint laugh, casting a disdainful glance at the Jiang family. He then turned to Jiang Yao and said, "Have you not realized? Today's invitation for dinner was merely a trap set by Wang Xiao, deliberately luring us here to ambush me. The Jiang family is not so benevolent. If they truly cared, they would not have cast you and Yuanyuan out 5 years ago and neglected you both since." Jiang Yao's expression darkened immediately. She was no fool. She was an exceptionally astute woman. How could she fail to comprehend what Yi Tianyuan had just articulated? She glanced at her parents, who averted their gazes, their expressions awkward and uncomfortable. Turning to her grandfather, she found him silent and sullen, his face clouded with discontent. The silence spoke volumes. Jiang Yao had long grown accustomed to the Jiang family's callousness. 5 years had allowed her to see through and let go of everything. Yet today, she had returned to the Jiang family, filled with hope and excitement, yearning to mend past grievances and once again experience the warmth of home and familial love. Little did she expect that it was all a ruse, far from her imaginings. This revelation pierced her heart like an ice pick, inflicting both pain and a chilling sense of betrayal. To save a dog is to know gratitude. To save a person often evokes indifference. Many individuals are inferior to even a dog. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold, unrelenting gaze at the elder Jiang, delivering a scathing remark. Afterward, he led Jiang Yao and Yuanyuan into the car and departed. However, Yi Tianyuan had no intention of sparing Wang Tianshui. He was not one to overlook transgressions lightly. Having previously let Wang Tianshui go, he could not allow him to scheme against him again, especially at the cost of Jiang Yao's sorrow. Thus, Wang Tianshui must face dire consequences. Yi Tianyuan issued a command to the Grim Reaper, entrusting this matter to him. It was only after Yi Tianyuan's car had vanished from sight that the Jiang family came to their senses. The elder Jiang hurriedly spoke up quickly. "Call for an ambulance. We must get Wang Xiao to the hospital at once and notify the Wang family. No, I must personally visit the Wang family. Only in this way can I clarify the situation and absolve the Jiang family of suspicion, distancing ourselves from this incident. Otherwise, Even the slightest ire from the Wang family could plunge the Jiang family into irreparable ruin. Yi Tianyuan returned to the villa with Jiang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan. Jiang Yao had been weeping throughout the journey, as the recent event had indeed inflicted a profound wound upon her. Yi Tianyuan, filled with compassion, enveloped Jiang Yao in his embrace, while Yi Yuanyuan obediently remained by his side. "I am sorry, Jiang Yao. It is all my fault. It is I who have caused you and your family such distress," Yi Tianyuan expressed with a face full of remorse. Jiang Yao wiped her tears, stifling a sob, and glanced at Yi Tianyuan, saying, "I do not blame you. If there is blame to be placed, it should be on my unfortunate fate. From their perspective, I can understand. Let it be. It is all in the past, and I have grown accustomed to it." Yi Tianyuan shook his head, replying, "They are blinded by wealth and self-interest, utterly disregarding your feelings and circumstances. To them, familial bonds hold little significance." "Enough, Yi Tianyuan. Let's not discuss this further. It gives me a headache," Jiang Yao interrupted, displaying a hint of displeasure. Since Jiang Yao wished to avoid the topic, Yi Tianyuan naturally refrained from pursuing it any further. The bonds of kinship may still be something Jiang Yao finds hard to sever. Perhaps it is best not to force the matter. Some things must be approached gradually, not rushed. Meanwhile, the Jiang family urgently transported Wang Tianshui and the Wang family S-priest to the Qingshan First Hospital. Old Master Jiang personally visited the Wang family to apologize, shifting all blame onto Yi Tianyuan. Although the Wang family was furious, they directed all their anger and resentment towards Yi Tianyuan rather than retaliating against old Master Jiang. However, faced with a formidable opponent capable of inflicting severe harm with a single blow, the Wang family dared not act recklessly. The immediate priority was to ensure the recovery of Wang Tianshui and the family priest. Fortunately, their injuries were not life-threatening. After undergoing surgery, Wang Tianshui was out of danger and recuperating in a hospital room. Lying in his bed, he reflected upon the humiliation of the day, filled with rage and bitterness towards Yi Tianyuan. "You wretched scoundrel! I have never suffered such a loss, endured such disgrace, or experienced such anguish in my life. If I do not eliminate you, how could I uphold the reputation of the Wang family's young master? What manner of freak are you? How could you have injured my family's priest with a single punch? Are you also a martial artist? But how could there be such a young martial artist? They say that attaining martial prowess by 30 is a rare phenomenon. Who are you?" At that moment, a shadow flitted before Wang Tianshui like a specter. The hand struck, the blade fell, blood splattered, and life was extinguished. Wang Tianshui had no time to discern the identity of his assailant before succumbing to his fate. Chapter 41. The Wrath of the Wang Family. It was not until 2 full hours later that Jiang Ling discovered Wang Tianshui's lifeless body in the hospital room. The news of Wang Tianshui's demise ignited a fierce rage throughout the Wang family. This act was a blatant affront to their authority and a disgrace to their dignity. As a prestigious family in Qingshan, should this incident become public, the Wang family would undoubtedly be reduced to a laughingstock among the locals. In an urgent response, the family patriarch convened a meeting with all direct descendants in attendance. Although the hospital surveillance footage failed to reveal the perpetrator, the Wang family was resolute in their belief that the assailant was undoubtedly connected to Yi Tianyuan. Few dared to provoke the Wang family in Qingshan, and this audacious young man not only gravely injured a revered elder of the family, but also infiltrated the hospital to slay their eldest son. What a profound humiliation! The members of the Wang family were filled with righteous indignation, vowing to avenge Wang Tianshui's death by eliminating Yi Tianyuan. However, they faced a formidable challenge. Given that Yi Tianyuan had already managed to inflict serious harm on a family protector, it was evident that he possessed formidable martial prowess. To kill a warrior was no simple task. After much deliberation, the Wang family devised a plan for revenge. The elder patriarch solemnly addressed his eldest son, Wang Guohua. "Wang Tianshui's father, Guohua, you must personally visit the Qinglong Society and pay your respects to Lord Long. If he is willing to extend a favor to our family, we shall offer him 100 million as a token of our gratitude. Should he refuse our courtesy, we must present him with an irresistible proposition." Wang Guohua promptly nodded in agreement. Jiang Ling returned home to the Jiang family's villa, her mind haunted by the horrific image of Wang Tianshui's death, an unsettling vision that refused to fade. She felt as if she were under a spell, chilled to the bone. Her face pale with terror as she curled up in a corner of the sofa, trembling violently. Her expression was a portrait of fear. The members of the Jiang family were equally shaken upon learning of Wang Tianshui's murder. Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife were especially distraught, their dreams shattered in an instant. With Wang Xiao's demise, Jiang Ling's aspirations of entering high society lay in ruins. Could the killer truly be Yi Tianyuan? This thought echoed ominously among the Jiang family members. If it were indeed Yi Tianyuan, it was a frightening realization that this madman had the audacity to kill the heir of the Wang family, an act of sheer lawlessness. That evening, Yi Tianyuan took it upon himself to prepare an exquisite feast. Yi Yuanyuan unabashedly declared that she had never tasted such delectable dishes in her life and insisted that she wished to savor her father's cooking every day henceforth. Jiang Yao's culinary skills were cast into the shadows in comparison. In the realm of gastronomy, Jiang Yao had to concede that she was woefully inferior to Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao even jested with Yi Tianyuan. I truly believe you could work as a chef in a grand hotel. With your culinary talent, I am certain you would have no trouble leading a five-star establishment. I've heard that the salaries for five-star chefs can reach tens of thousands. Quite an impressive sum indeed. Though Jiang Yao appeared to be jesting, Yi Tianyuan discerned her true intention. She wished for him to seek employment. Employment was, of course, unnecessary for Yi Tianyuan. Did he desire wealth? With a mere utterance, he could amass riches rivaling those of nations. He feigned levity, saying, Jiang Yao, you've become the company president with an annual salary of 2 million. You can certainly support both me and Yuan. I've taken care of the house and car. From now on, I shall handle childcare, laundry, cooking, while you earn a living. Doesn't that sound agreeable? Yi Yuan nodded vigorously, in enthusiastic agreement with her father's words. Jiang Yao smiled faintly, her expression inscrutable. She chose not to elaborate further, but Yi Tianyuan, ever perceptive, sensed a flicker of discontent within her. It was only natural. Who would relish the thought of a man relying on a woman for support? Such a man was not held in high regard by Jiang Yao. Nevertheless, at that moment, she believed Yi Tianyuan simply harbored a reluctance to become a chef, not contemplating any darker implications. After their meal, an unexpected guest arrived. Old Mo, the medical sage from Gigu. Jiang Yao regarded him as a lifesaver, having rescued both her and Yuan. Thus, she greeted Old Mo with utmost warmth and courtesy. Upon discovering that Old Mo was not from Qingshan, she promptly invited him to stay at her home, which he readily accepted. Jiang Yao prepared a guest room for him. After a flurry of activity, she took Yuan upstairs to wash up and rest. In the living room, Yi Tianyuan glared at Old Mo, who wore a sheepish, ingratiating smile as he addressed him. Young master uncle, please don't look at me with such a predatory gaze. This old body of mine isn't suited for such treatment. Hearing Old Mo's irreverent banter, Yi Tianyuan picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, aiming to throw it at him. Alarmed, Old Mo hastily waved his hands in surrender. No, young master uncle, I merely wish to follow you and serve you. Please grant me this opportunity. Yi Tianyuan rolled his eyes disdainfully, retorting, I'm still young. I don't need you, an old codger, to serve me. If you want to learn the Tai Xian 9 needles, just say so. Spare me the nonsense. Why not stay in your Gigu instead of trailing after me? Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Old Mo awkwardly chuckled and, with an ingratiating demeanor, replied, whether it's about the Tai Xian 9 needles or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is my earnest desire to learn and improve. By staying with you, young master uncle, I'm bound to acquire some knowledge, right? Regarding Old Mo's shamelessness, Yi Tianyuan chose not to dwell on it further. If he wished to follow, then so be it. Having an extra person around could prove useful at times. At that moment, another visitor arrived. He Huang. He respectfully reported to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, we have news from Lu Jinlong. The Wang family has approached him, offering 500 million to have the Qinglong Association eliminate you. Lu Jinlong declined the Wang family's overtures, dismissing them with indifference. He sought your guidance, esteemed leader, on how to proceed. Should Lu Jinlong apprehend the members of the Wang family? Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and replied, "Let it be. After all, this is a city. If we can avoid bloodshed, we shall strive to do so. I yearn only for a tranquil life with your sister-in-law and Yuan. I have grown weary of the cycle of violence." The death of Wang Tianshui and the Wang family's quest for vengeance were anticipated by Yi Tianyuan. Their approach towards the Qinglong society was not surprising either. It would be for the best if the Wang family chose to abandon their ambitions. Should they persist in their schemes, it would merely be an invitation to their own demise. Yi Tianyuan had little desire to dwell on these matters. He Huang paused, then continued, "Esteemed leader, there are several matters I must report to you. Today, the He Huang Group has officially been established, with you as the chairman. An office has been arranged for you on the top floor of the He Huang Group building. From now on, I shall serve as your secretary." Yi Tianyuan, indifferent to this development, casually replied, "Do as you wish." He Huang added, "Tomorrow evening, our He Huang Group will host a commercial gala at the Qingshan Grand Hotel. With quite a high entry threshold. The invitees are prominent enterprises from Qingshan, numbering only a few dozen. It is the most prestigious business gala in Qingshan. Should we invite the Jiang family and the matriarch?" Yi Tianyuan, still nonchalant, responded, "You may handle that as you see fit." He Huang promptly nodded, fully understanding the implication of his words. He Huang continued, "Leader, do you have time to visit the He Huang Group tomorrow? It would serve both as an inspection of work and an opportunity for the main executives of the group to meet you." Yi Tianyuan replied coolly, "We'll see about tomorrow." "Understood, leader. I shall await your instructions." He Huang dared not say more. He concluded, "One last thing. The matriarch's cousin, Jiang Fei, has come to our He Huang Group seeking employment. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Fei. Yi Tianyuan had not encountered him before. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Allow him to stay." Upon concluding his report, He Huang did not linger but departed promptly. Just as he left, a small head suddenly peeked around the corner of the staircase. Chapter 42. Indeed, it was I who killed Wang Xiao. "Father, Mother wants you to come here for a moment." Yi Yuan chirped sweetly, her voice laced with innocence as she smiled at Yi Tianyuan. Upon seeing Yuan, a tender smile graced Yi Tianyuan's face, revealing the affection of a loving father. "All right, I'm coming," Yi Tianyuan replied without hesitation, rising promptly to ascend the stairs. As he passed by old Mo, the old man flashed a mischievous grin and whispered, "Little master uncle, take it easy tonight. My old bones are light sleepers and easily disturbed." Yi Tianyuan responded with a playful kick to old Mo, bemused by the old man's antics. Upon reaching his room, Jiang Yao instructed Yuan to go play with Grandpa Mo for a while. After sending Yuan off, Jiang Yao turned to Yi Tianyuan with a serious expression, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Wang Xiao is dead. Are you aware of this?" Yi Tianyuan gazed at Jiang Yao, fully understanding the implication behind her words. She was an astute woman, and it was evident that she found it hard to believe such a coincidence. Yi Tianyuan had no intention of concealing the truth. He openly confessed, "Indeed, it was I who took Wang Xiao's life." Though Jiang Yao had harbored some suspicions and had prepared herself mentally. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's admission left her momentarily pale, instinctively stepping back. The expression in her eyes shifted to one of tension and complexity, as the revelation was indeed beyond what she could emotionally bear. Yet, amidst her turmoil, Jiang Yao understood that Yi Tianyuan had acted for her sake, leaving her unable to cast blame upon him. Yi Tianyuan, aware of her concerns, looked at her earnestly and declared, "I have fought on the battlefield for years, vanquishing countless foes. I have emerged from the depths of death. When confronting an enemy, one must not show mercy, one must decisively eliminate them. I have vowed never to allow anyone to bully you and Yuan. That is my unyielding principle, and no one shall dare challenge it. Should anyone provoke me, I will not hesitate to strike them down. I do not aspire to be a so-called hero. I simply wish to be a good husband and father. Let no one disturb my peace. Those who do shall pay a grievous price, just like Wang Xiao, who is no better than a beast." Jiang Yao understood this logic well. She too held a deep disdain for the likes of Wang Tianshui and his ilk. Had Yi Tianyuan not possessed sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly have faced a dire fate, perhaps even death. However, while she comprehended the rationale, she also recognized that taking a life is an unlawful act. Should the truth come to light, do not worry, Jiang Yao, I am not so foolish. Since I have taken this step, I assure you that there will be no repercussions, Yi Tianyuan stated with unwavering conviction. Jiang Yao stared at him, and from the confidence radiating in his eyes, she felt a surge of strength. With events having unfolded as they had, worry was futile. Jiang Yao could only place her trust in Yi Tianyuan, hoping that all would be well. After reassuring Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan descended the stairs, urging Yuan Yuan to return to her room and rest. After bidding farewell to Yuan Yuan, old Mo cast a mischievous glance at Yi Tianyuan, raising his eyebrows and teasing. Finished so soon? Was that even 10 minutes of foreplay? Little master uncle, you really need to work on this. How about I prescribe you some potent medicine? If you can't last an hour, come find me. Get lost. Yi Tianyuan retorted coldly, giving old Mo a frosty glare. Realizing Yi Tianyuan was on the verge of anger, old Mo promptly fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor, wary of further jesting. The sudden stillness in the air was palpable. Yi Tianyuan appeared lost in thought. Observing this, old Mo rose to return to his room for sleep. Just before closing the door, he flashed a cheeky grin at Yi Tianyuan and remarked, "Little master uncle, I've sent some useful material to your phone. You might want to take a look, it could be beneficial." With that, he swiftly shut the door, seemingly eager to avoid any potential backlash from Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan retrieved his phone, pondering what this incorrigible old man could have sent. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a plethora of adult films. Did I really need this? Later that night, in the Wang family's living room, the lights were still brightly lit. Old Master Wang and his 3 sons sat there, their expressions grim and foreboding. Old Master Wang furrowed his brow deeply, appearing utterly perplexed. 5 billion has been offered, yet Lord Long decisively declined? This is not the Lord Long I know. Although our relationship isn't particularly deep, we've been acquainted for decades and are hardly strangers. I thought my family's reputation would at least earn us some consideration, if not respect for our wealth. But surprisingly, he has shown such cowardice this time. Killing a martial artist is hardly unprecedented for the Azure Dragon Society. I cannot fathom why Lord Long would refuse us. The Wang family members were equally bewildered. Wang Guohua shook his head. Indeed, father, 5 billion should be an irresistible offer for him. Previously, the Azure Dragon Society only charged 1 billion to eliminate a martial artist. It is strange that 5 billion could not persuade Lord Long. Could it be that he fears Yi Tianyuan? However, as soon as Wang Guohua uttered this, he himself found it implausible. Who was Lord Long? He was the underground emperor of Qingshan, one of the most powerful figures in the area. There were only a couple of individuals in Qingshan who could stand on par with him. Who could possibly instill fear in Lord Long? Old Master Wang shook his head. That's impossible. Lord Long must have his reasons for refusing this task. Well, since he won't take it, we will have to find another way. At that moment, the second son, Wang Guoshu, spoke up. Father, I have a potential avenue we might explore. Oh! Upon hearing Wang Guoshu's words, the family members turned their attention to him. Wang Guoshu continued, since Lord Long has declined, we can seek assistance elsewhere. I have a certain acquaintance with Zhuo Xiaohu, the left protector of the Qinglong Society. This man is inherently greedy and lascivious, valuing wealth over life itself. For the sake of money, he is willing to undertake any endeavor, no matter how perilous. Zhuo Xiaohu is a second-rate martial artist, flanked by 2 third-rate fighters. His prowess is far superior to that of our Wang family's offerings. Should Zhuo Xiaohu choose to intervene, eliminating Yi Tianyuan would be a trivial matter for him. Moreover, hypothetically speaking, if Zhuo Xiaohu were to falter, it is likely that, given Yi Tianyuan's erratic nature, he would retaliate with lethal force. If Zhuo Xiaohu were to meet his end at Yi Tianyuan's hands, would Lord Long remain indifferent to the situation? Therefore, it is imperative that Zhuo Xiaohu understands that, regardless of success or failure, Yi Tianyuan is destined to perish. Upon hearing Wang Guoshu's words, The members of the Wang family nodded in agreement. The elder Wang expressed his approval, saying, Guashu, your strategy is quite commendable. It warrants consideration. Wang Guashu smirked coldly and continued, to ensure our plans are foolproof, we should also dispatch someone to capture that girl from the Jiang family along with her daughter. They represent Yi Tianyuan's Achilles heel. If we can seize them, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, we will possess our ultimate trump card. This way, our success is guaranteed. The elder Wang nodded emphatically, praising, Excellent. Let us proceed according to your plan, Guishu. I shall make Yi Tianyuan aware of the consequences of provoking the Wang family. He must perish along with his wife and daughter. Their entire family shall pay the price in Tianshui. With the plan established, the Wang family members dispersed to commence their actions. A surreptitious current began to swell, and it is likely that none within the Wang family could foresee that this would herald the tolling of their own demise. Chapter 43. The company awarded Jiang Yao a Maserati. The following day unfolded as usual, with Yi Tianyuan rising early to prepare breakfast. Originally, old Mo had been quite eager to take over the cooking duties, but he was promptly dismissed by Yi Tianyuan, who proudly declared, My wife and daughter only relish the meals I prepare. After breakfast, with a troubled expression, Jiang Yao pulled Yi Tianyuan aside and, with a hint of helplessness, said, Yi Tianyuan, my mother wishes to meet you. Not a chance, Yi Tianyuan replied succinctly and decisively. His feelings towards the Jiang family were far from amiable. In fact, he harbored a growing aversion. Were it not for Jiang Yao's familial ties, he would likely be far less accommodating. His disdain for his sharp-tongued and materialistic mother-in-law was particularly pronounced. Jiang Yao had anticipated such a reaction from Yi Tianyuan, but continued, I understand that my parents have behaved excessively, and I can see why you dislike them. I know you're concerned for me. However, they're still my parents. They may treat me coldly, but as their daughter, I cannot reciprocate that indifference. My mother wants to speak with you regarding our relationship. I'm not fixated on obtaining their blessing for our marriage, yet I would naturally appreciate their acknowledgement and support if possible. Before Jiang Yao could finish her thought, Yi Tianyuan nodded in agreement. All right, Jiang Yao, then please arrange a meeting. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's consent, Jiang Yao felt a surge of excitement and gratitude. After glancing at him, she said, Thank you, Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan shook his head, a look of guilt crossing his face. Foolish girl, I have brought you trouble. Even a lifetime of atonement would scarcely suffice. I am willing to do anything you ask of me, and you need never thank me, for I am your man. Though I may not yet be your legal husband, grant me some time, and I shall give you a wedding worthy of your dreams. A wedding, an event of profound sanctity and longing for any woman, would undoubtedly be a significant moment of joy and reverence for Jiang Yao. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words warmed her heart, filling her with sweetness and a hint of hope. Yet, she felt it necessary to maintain some modesty. I have not yet agreed to marry you, she said, blushing slightly. With a serious expression, Yi Tianyuan replied, Then I shall strive to court you diligently, proposing to you at intervals until you are compelled to accept. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh at his somewhat romantic words. What woman wouldn't appreciate such a young man? She teased him, You said it, and I have it all noted down. If you fail to deliver in the future, I shall take Yuan and vanish to a place where you could never find us. Yi Tianyuan promptly extended 3 fingers, his expression solemn as he declared, I swear, if I fail to fulfill this. Before he could complete his oath, Jiang Yao swiftly placed her finger over his lips, shaking her head gently. All right, I believe you. No need for oaths. I prefer not to hear any ill-fated words. However, may I request something from you? I hope that at our future wedding, our parents and relatives will be in attendance. Without the presence of elders, I feel that the marriage would be incomplete, lacking in solemnity and sanctity, devoid of blessings. Yi Tianyuan nodded earnestly. Very well, Jiang Yao, I promise you. With his affirmation, Jiang Yao's face lit up with joy. The feeling of being cherished is truly delightful. After their discussion, Jiang Yao hurried off to work. Yi Tianyuan had intended to accompany her, considering that she was now the president of the company, and taking a taxi or bus seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, Jiang Yao dismissed such concerns, insisting that he need not escort her, but instead take Tianyuan to school. She would take a taxi to the office. Jiang Yao, how about I buy you a car? I still have a substantial amount from my retirement subsidy, Tianyuan suggested. Yet, Jiang Yao resolutely declined. You should save that retirement subsidy. There will be many occasions when you'll need it. I don't require a car at the moment. We can discuss it later. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed. With no alternative, Tianyuan acquiesced. Nevertheless, in this day and age, being without a car is quite inconvenient. Since Jiang Yao refused his offer to drive her or purchase one for her, he decided to enlist Li Tai's assistance. Tianyuan made a call to He Huang, requesting him to handle the matter. After hanging up, he took Yuan to school. Once he had dropped her off, Tianyuan proceeded to the CAF where he had arranged to meet Jiang Yao's mother, Li Yongmei. Although Jiang Yao had mentioned her mother would be visiting to see him, he had declined. Jiang Yao was managing to navigate the situation for now, but if her mother were to come and see the villa, it would be challenging to keep things under wraps. This predicament was one Tianyuan had no intention of confronting. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the company, Jiang Yao was greeted by Li Tai standing at the entrance. "Chairman, why are you here so early?" she inquired, hurrying towards him. Li Tai smiled as he handed her an exquisite gift box. Jiang Yao instinctively accepted it, her face reflecting her confusion as she looked at Li Tai. "Chairman, what is this?" Li Tai replied with a smile. "Open it and see. This is a small gift from the company to you. You should know that I am of advanced age, and my children are all developing their careers abroad, indifferent to my modest business. Therefore, I seldom come to the company. Now that you are the president, all matters, big and small, will be entrusted to you. I have witnessed your efforts and dedication. I have always believed in rewarding hard work, and your contributions to the company merit this recognition." Hearing the chairman's words, Jiang Yao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. In recent days, the chairman's kindness towards her has left Jiang Yao in a state of trepidation. She cannot shake the feeling that the chairman's affection for her is misplaced, and she is constantly anxious about failing to meet his expectations. With trembling hands, Jiang Yao opened the gift box, revealing 2 Maserati keys and a small green booklet. A gift of a Maserati? This present is exceedingly extravagant. She hastily contemplated refusing it. However, Li Tai did not allow her the opportunity to decline. "You must accept this reward. Do not attempt to refuse. After all, you are now the president of our company, and you will represent our corporate image in the future. How can you do so without a respectable vehicle? I have already arranged for a driver. When you need him, he will be at your service, and when you do not, you may drive it yourself. The car will be registered in your name, becoming your personal property. Of course, both fuel and insurance will be reimbursed by the company. The company will be entrusted to you, and rather than making excuses, it would be more prudent to manage and operate it well, generating greater benefits for the company, as that would be the greatest reward for me. I also hope to present you with a reward each year." With that, Li Tai left no room for Jiang Yao to respond and departed in his vehicle. After bidding farewell to the chairman, Jiang Yao felt compelled to accept this precious gift. Deep within her heart, she vowed to manage the company diligently, determined not to betray the chairman's generous affection. This represents a monumental opportunity in her life. If she can seize this chance, it may very well transform her destiny. The future surely holds promise and potential. Press on, Jiang Yao, for the gates of opportunity have swung wide open for you. Once she had steadied her emotions, her gaze fell upon the Maserati parked at the entrance of the company. This vehicle, valued at nearly 2 million, would now serve as Jiang Yao's chariot. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no joy. However, an odd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Chapter 44. Tianyuan encounters his future mother-in-law yesterday. She narrowly escaped being ousted from the company by the collusion of Huang Chong and Lu Lili. Yet it was at that critical juncture that the chairman intervened, summarily dismissing both Huang Chong and Lu Lili. While the expulsion of Lu Lili may not have raised eyebrows, the dismissal of Huang Chong is, in retrospect, quite perplexing for Jiang Yao. Huang Chong is a stalwart of the company, one of the earliest supporters of the chairman, and has held the position of general manager for 2 decades. Given his seniority and loyalty, it seems inconceivable that the chairman would expel him simply due to Huang's underhanded schemes against Jiang Yao. The decisiveness with which the chairman acted leaving no room for negotiation and granting Huang not the slightest semblance of respect, bore an air of personal vendetta. This is a conundrum that Jiang Yao cannot fathom. She shares no personal rapport with the chairman, yet he treats her with the warmth of a beloved daughter. This sudden shift in demeanor strikes Jiang Yao as inexplicable. Moreover, she distinctly recalls Yi Tianyuan assuring her that she would not be dismissed. Indeed, not only was she spared from expulsion, but she also succeeded in displacing Huang Chong, ascending to the position of president of the company. This abrupt elevation has catapulted her to the pinnacle of her career, transforming her life entirely. If yesterday's events were mere coincidence, what about today? Just moments ago, Yi Tianyuan expressed his desire to buy her a car, which she resolutely declined. Yet upon arriving at the office, she received a vehicle as a gift from the chairman. Is it truly possible for such serendipity to exist? Furthermore, 2 days prior at the hospital, when she had sought the director Zhang for assistance, he had initially treated her with utter indifference. However, upon Yi Tianyuan's entrance into Zhang's office, the director's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, becoming exceedingly courteous. In her fervor to save a life, Jiang Yao had given little thought to this at the time. It was only upon reflecting later that she began to perceive the peculiarity of these occurrences. There was also that enigmatic figure, Mo Lao, who accompanied Yi Tianyuan, exuding an extravagant charm that seemed far from ordinary. All these events appear to be intricately linked to Yi Tianyuan. Perhaps, however, she is just overthinking it. Jiang Yao suddenly chuckled to herself, shaking her head in self-deprecation. Time to focus on work. Just as Jiang Yao was about to turn and enter the company, a voice called out to her, "Sister Yao." Upon hearing that familiar voice, her brow furrowed, and a wave of disdain washed over her. The speaker was none other than Lu Lily, who had once conspired to usurp her position. Gone was the arrogant, mocking demeanor Lu Lily had displayed the day before. Now, she appeared pitiful and abject, gazing at Jiang Yao with an ingratiating expression. The way Lu Lily called her sister Yao was more affectionate than even how one might address their own mother. Jiang Yao had endured Lu Lily's calls for 5 years, yet today, it was the first time she felt a surge of nausea at the sound. "Do not call me Sister Yao. I cannot bear it." Jiang Yao is a woman of great kindness, yet that does not imply she is naive or incapable of harboring resentment. The events of yesterday have deeply wounded her heart. With a thud, Lu Lily, unashamed, knelt before Jiang Yao, her voice trembling with tears as she pleaded, "Sister Yao, I realize my mistakes. I was wrong, deserving of blame, blinded by momentary folly. You have shown me kindness, and without you, I would not be where I am today. It was a lapse in judgment that led me to commit such a grievous error. I implore you, grant me one more opportunity to redeem myself. Please do not dismiss me. I promise to obey your every command, to follow your lead unerringly. If you say east, I shall not dare to venture west. I beg you, Yao." Yet before Lu Lily could finish her entreaty, Jiang Yao coldly interjected, "A person bitten by a dog once will not offer a second chance. This is all you're doing. You have no one to blame but yourself. I do not wish to see you again. Take care of yourself." Watching Jiang Yao's retreating figure, Lu Lily sank to the ground in despair. She had believed that by aligning herself with the influential General Huang, she could ascend the ranks within the company, achieving great success and reaching the pinnacle of her life. Who could have anticipated such a sudden and drastic turn of events? Regret was now futile. In a charming CAF, Li Yongmei gently stirred her cup of coffee with a spoon. Before Yi Tianyuan sat another cup of coffee, yet he did not spare it a glance, for he had never been fond of coffee. To place such a beverage before him was a sheer waste. Observing Li Yongmei, who sat in silence, seemingly lost in thought, he noted that the coffee on the table must have grown cold, yet she showed no inclination to drink it. Yi Tianyuan, unwilling to linger in silence, decided to take the initiative. "Annie, if you have something to say, please feel free to express it," he ventured. Only then did Li Yongmei set down her spoon, her expression stern as she regarded Yi Tianyuan. "You should know that I am quite dissatisfied with you. To put it plainly, I do not regard you favorably. You fall woefully short of even the minimum standard I hold for a son-in-law. My daughter Jiang Yao is an exceptionally talented young woman. She could have a promising future. marry into a fine family, and if she so desired, even enter high society. Yet you, Yi Tianyuan, have ruined her life, forcing her into an early motherhood, subjecting her to the scorn and derision of those around her. You have brought our family to this impasse. All of this is your fault. It is your doing. How can I not resent you for this? Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei, momentarily at a loss for words. In this matter, he had indeed caused Jiang Yao significant harm, failing her in many ways. Thus, facing such accusations, he could only silently bear the weight of her reproach. Yi Tianyuan declared, "In the years to come, I shall endeavor tenfold, 100-fold, to make amends to Jiang Yao. Every debt I owe her, I shall repay." However, Li Yongmei scoffed at his words, her disdain evident as she regarded Yi Tianyuan with contempt. What value do pretty words hold? What do you possess to compensate Jiang Yao? What can you offer her in terms of happiness? Do you have any academic qualifications? Any work experience? Any familial background? Do you own a car, a house, or savings? You possess nothing. You are merely a retired soldier. After years of service, you remain unable to transition to civilian life, which illustrates how poorly you have fared. If I am not mistaken, your only asset is a meager retirement allowance of several $100,000. Do you think that's some substantial? You must understand, this is Qingshan, not your dilapidated rural hometown. Are you aware of the average housing prices in Qingshan? I tell you, the current average exceeds 20,000, with prime locations reaching 30 or 40,000. Even for a modest dwelling, you would need 300,000. Your retirement allowance would scarcely cover a down payment. Do you still believe you can provide my daughter with happiness? Listening to his future mother-in-law's lengthy tirade, Yi Tianyuan felt no inclination to respond or retaliate. A house? He could acquire every property in Qingshan with a mere word. Money? He could summon the wealth of the entire world with the utterance of a phrase. To him, money was merely a numeral. As for family lineage, while he lacked that, he possessed immense power. With a single stamp of his foot, he could evoke tremors across the entirety of Longhua, even the world. Yet, such truths were not ones he could convey to his short-sighted future mother-in-law. As Yi Tianyuan remained silent, Li Yongmei sighed deeply and shook her head. Very well, since Jiang Yao is resolute in her choice, and Yuan is now of an age where I cannot compel her further, I can consent to your union with Jiang Yao. However, you must provide her with a respectable wedding and a suitable home. You should grasp the essence of my words. Only when you can fulfill these conditions should you propose. Yi Tianyuan nodded, understood. Annie, I will achieve that. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed with 2 messages from the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress. 2 factions were simultaneously targeting Jiang Yao and Yuan, attempting to abduct them. It was evident that this was the work of the Wang family. Yi Tianyuan's expression turned icy as he cast a sharp glance at Li Yongmei. Chapter 45 Yi Tianyuan, now pronounce your death. Under the chilling gaze of Yi Tianyuan, akin to that of a reaper, Li Yongmei's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. An indescribable sense of dread surged from the depths of her heart, causing her to instinctively lean back, her eyes darting about as if she had been caught in an egregious act. At that moment, a group of menacing figures entered the CF, their sights set unmistakably on Yi Tianyuan. Upon receiving the messages from the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress, Yi Tianyuan quickly comprehended Li Yongmei's true intentions for summoning him. Thus, he regarded her with a gaze filled with cold fury. Realizing that her deceit had been uncovered, Li Yongmei ceased her pretense, stepping back a few paces to establish a safer distance from Yi Tianyuan, which granted her a semblance of composure. Observing the murderous intent in his eyes, she spoke. Somewhat anxiously, Yi Tianyuan, do not blame me. I was left with no choice. You provoked the Wang family, daring to offend even young Master Wang. The Wang family is a prominent clan in Qingshan, not someone of your lowly status could challenge. Our Jiang family cannot afford to provoke them either. If I do not comply with the Wang family's demands, our Jiang family will undoubtedly face their wrath, leading to our utter destruction. Thus, you must be sacrificed for our sake. Consider it a means to assist our Jiang family. Did you not claim to owe a debt to Jiang Yao? Use this opportunity to repay her. Rest assured, I will take good care of Jiang Yao and Yuan in the future. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Li Yongmei and replied in a low voice, "You should be grateful that you are Jiang Yao's mother. Otherwise, you would have no life left to stand here and utter such words. Before my wrath is unleashed, depart." In Li Yongmei's eyes, Yi Tianyuan was a murderer. Faced with such a madman, she was understandably terrified and did not dare linger, swiftly turning to flee the CF. She initially intended to drive away from this perilous place quickly, yet a lingering thought plagued her mind. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately halted. She needed to ascertain the outcome before she could leave in peace. Inside the CAF, the second-in-command of the Qinglong Society, Zhuo Xiao, squinted at the fearless young man before him, his subordinates having completely surrounded the area. Two third-rate warriors stood at the flanks, ready to unleash a ferocious assault on Yi Tianyuan at any moment. These two men, akin to ravenous wolves, fixed their hungry gazes on Yi Tianyuan, exuding an aura of menace that suggested they would relish the opportunity to devour him whole. Just the sheer intensity of the situation would have been enough to terrify any ordinary individual. Yet, Yi Tianyuan remained seated, his demeanor indifferent, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. The Qinglong Society? Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Zhuo Xiaohu and inquired. Zhuo Xiaohu regarded Yi Tianyuan with a playful gaze, sneering. "It seems you possess some discernment, young man. Since you recognize us as members of the Qinglong Society, what emboldens you to be so audacious? Do you not feel a twinge of fear? Your demeanor is quite distasteful to me." "Fear?" Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Zhuo Xiaohu and uttered three words. "You are unworthy, impudent, bold." The moment these words escaped his lips, they incited the ire of those present. Zhuo Xiaohu, enraged, laughed mockingly. "How amusing. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you even know who I am? Those who have dared to be so insolent before me have long since become fodder for the earth. Who cares? You are not my father, and I have no interest in knowing your identity," Yi Tianyuan replied, his expression a blend of amusement and disdain. It was evident that he was somewhat irked. Just yesterday, Lu Jinlong had come to pay his respects at the dock, and now members of the Qinglong Society were parading before him. Yi Tianyuan's words ignited Zhuo Xiaohu's fury completely. His expression twisted into a snarl, as if he were poised to devour Yi Tianyuan. One of the martial artists standing beside Zhuo Xiaohu let out a heavy snort, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Tianyuan. "You seek death, don't you? How dare you speak to our second-in-command? Master who? In such a manner, crack." Before the martial artist could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan swiftly broke his finger, eliciting a pained scream from the man. This scene left all onlookers in stunned silence. So Xiaohu's face momentarily froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yi Tianyuan, a hint of astonishment creeping into his expression, now tinged with gravity. As a second-tier martial artist, he had failed to perceive the events as they unfolded. The sheer speed of the young man's attack had escaped his notice entirely. This indicated a significant truth. The young man before him possessed a speed so remarkable that it was beyond the scope of Zhuo Xiaohu's perception. In martial arts, swiftness is invincible. To possess such speed is a formidable skill in itself. Anyone capable of inflicting severe injury on a member of the Wang family must possess considerable strength, potentially even that of a second-tier martial artist. Although Zhuo Xiaohu found it hard to believe that someone under 30 could achieve such prowess, he was inherently cautious in his dealings. Thus, he had brought his most trusted subordinates with him today to ensure absolute security. Now, it seemed the situation warranted utmost vigilance. This unforeseen turn of events compelled Zhuo Xiaohu's subordinates to adopt a combative stance, all seething with fury as they fixated their glares on Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, cold as a reaper, addressed the third-tier martial artist. "I detest being pointed at. You should consider yourself fortunate to be in Qingshan, for I have merely severed one of your fingers as a minor reprimand." With that, he cast a chilling glance at Zhuo Xiaohu, stating, "Today, I have no desire to take a life. I offer you an opportunity to depart." Given that the Qinglong Society could be seen as his subordinate, Yi Tianyuan was reluctant to unleash a massacre upon Zhuo Xiaohu and his men. In the face of Yi Tianyuan's unexpected benevolence, Zhuo Xiaohu failed to appreciate it. Instead, he became infuriated, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Zhuo Xiaohu scoffed derisively, remarking that while the individual may be insignificant, their audacity was anything but small. Those who speak recklessly are destined to reap their own bitter consequences. Since you are so oblivious to your own peril, allow me, Lord Tiger, to enlighten you on the notion that beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater powers at play. Slap. However, before Zhuo Xiaohu could finish his proclamation, Tianyuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Zhuo Xiaohu's face. The force was so tremendous that it sent Zhuo Xiaohu hurtling through the air. This formidable man, weighing 180 pounds, spun helplessly several times before crashing heavily to the ground in a most undignified manner. Struggling to rise, Zhuo Xiaohu found himself disoriented, unable to discern his surroundings. That single strike had utterly bewildered him. The onlookers were equally stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. This was Lord Tiger, the second in command of the Qinglong Society, a martial artist of considerable renown. In the entirety of Qingshan, there were scarcely a handful of individuals whose prowess surpassed his. Lord Tiger's reputation in Qingshan was formidable. He had never before suffered such a grievous defeat or found himself so utterly lost. How could this be? How could a young man possess such unfathomable strength? After what felt like an eternity, Zhuo Xiaohu finally shook his head vigorously, regaining a modicum of clarity. He spat out 2 bloody teeth, his expression a bewildered mix of shock and fury as he glared at Tianyuan, who returned the look with a cold sneer. Enough of your noise. Villains often meet their end through excessive chatter. Is it not more pleasant to be alive? Alas, you no longer possess that opportunity. I, Tianyuan, hereby sentence you to death. Chapter 46. Acknowledging defeat and standing tall in adversity, I, Tianyuan, hereby pronounce your demise. What a proclamation, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. It resonates like the divine, issuing a celestial decree that brooks no dissent. Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though death had already cast its shadow over Zhuo Xiaohu. His subordinates were struck dumb, their spirits shaken by Tianyuan's grim declaration, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhuo Xiaohu erupted into derisive laughter. Ha ha! This must be the most amusing jest I have ever heard in my life. With a modicum of strength, you truly think yourself a king? I, Zhuo Xiaohu, have navigated countless storms since I was 13. What spectacle have I not witnessed? I was careless earlier, allowing you to ambush me. Now, let's all join forces and eliminate him. Unrepentant fools deserve no mercy. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Tianyuan's eyes. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from afar. Cease this immediately. I demand you all to stand down. The tone was laced with authority and fury, striking fear into the hearts of Zhuo Xiaohu and his crew. The voice belonged to none other than Lu Jinlong, the leader of the Qinglong Society. As He Huang and Lu Jinlong approached swiftly, the former wore a grim expression, radiating malevolence, while Lu Jinlong's face was marked by trepidation, silently cursing Zhuo Xiaohu's ancestors for provoking such a formidable figure. Why must you, Zhuo Xiaohu, choose to antagonize this living deity? In a flash, Lu Jinlong reached Zhuo Xiaohu and, without hesitation, unleashed a flurry of resounding slaps across his face. The sound echoed brutally as Lu Jinlong struck him repeatedly, leaving Zhuo Xiaohu's visage bloodied and battered before he finally relented. Stunned, Zhuo Xiaohu could hardly comprehend this treatment from Lu Jinlong, his comrade through thick and thin. What had transpired today? Lu Jinlong, however, had no time to reassure Zhuo Xiaohu, as he turned to Tianyuan with utmost deference, bowing deeply. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi. It is my failure in managing my subordinates that has led to this unfortunate encounter. With a fierce glare, he commanded Zhuo Xiaohu and his men. You all better kneel at once. Despite their confusion, who would dare defy Lu Jinlong's command? One by one, they obediently sank to their knees. At this moment, the greatest mystery weighing on Zhuo Xiaohu and his followers was the identity of this young man. Who was he that even Lu Jinlong would bow so low in submission? Surely, there could not be such a figure in Qingshan. Lu Jinlong, with utmost caution, addressed Yi Tianyuan once more. Mr. Yi, feel free to deal with these individuals as you see fit. I shall show them no leniency. Yi Tianyuan remained seated, his expression cold and unyielding, offering no response. Yi Tianyuan remained silent, while Lu Jinlong dared not utter a word. Zhou Xiaohu, being the second in command of the Qinglong Society, quickly regained his composure and addressed Yi Tianyuan. I am aware that I have committed a grave error today, provoking individuals far beyond my capacity to contend with. I accept my fate. In our world, we must eventually pay our dues. We, as practitioners of the martial arts, must embrace the reality of our existence. I can only blame my own avarice for the misfortune that has befallen me. Mr. Yi, you may exact whatever punishment you see fit. Should you wish to keep your hands clean, I, Zhou Xiaohu, am prepared to take matters into my own hands. However, I wish to understand my fate clearly. Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhou Xiaohu with an indifferent gaze, noting the remnants of courage within him. Yet, one must possess a certain mettle to rise to the rank of second in command in the Qinglong Society. Without at least this modicum of spirit, he would hardly deserve his position. Lu Jinlong cautiously observed Yi Tianyuan, and upon sensing no opposition, he turned to Zhou Xiaohu and stated, "You need not concern yourself with Mr. Ye's background. Simply know that he is the envoy sent by our leader, the Black Emperor, to the Qing Mountains, and we are obliged to comply with his every command." What? This order comes directly from the Black Emperor? Zhou Xiaohu gasped in shock. The Black Emperor was, to him, a deity, not only in Zhou Xiaohu's eyes, but in the hearts of nearly all rogues in the Dragon Kingdom. He was the supreme overlord. The Black Emperor ruled over a significant portion of the underground world of the Dragon Kingdom, while the Qinglong Society held dominion over the underground realm of the Qing Mountains. It merely constituted a small faction within the Black Emperor's organization. Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Qing Mountain, was but a minor figure in the hierarchy of the Black Emperor's empire. The distance between them and the Black Emperor felt insurmountable. To be summoned by the Black Emperor indicated a connection of extraordinary significance. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Upon grasping Yi Tianyuan's identity, Zhou Xiaohu gave a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "It appears I have been blind to the truth in my lifetime, and now I have erred gravely. One must accept defeat and stand firm in the face of adversity. Mr. Yi, I have no further words. Having crossed your path, I acknowledge my unforgivable sins. As a mere insignificant figure, there is no need for you to dirty your hands. I shall take my own life." With that, Zhou Xiaohu drew a knife and thrust it toward his heart. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh, a sharp metallic sound rang out, and the knife shattered in his grasp. So Xiaohu looked up in astonishment, confusion etched on his face as he regarded Yi Tianyuan. It was evident that Yi Tianyuan had intervened to save him. Lu Jinlong had braced himself for the loss of his closest ally, the second in command of the Qinglong Society. Yet he had not anticipated Yi Tianyuan's timely intervention. Lu Jinlong gazed at Yi Tianyuan with a flicker of hope, while the others stood transfixed, scarcely daring to breathe. The atmosphere was taut, filled with an oppressive tension. At an indeterminate moment, the Black Emperor had respectfully positioned himself behind Yi Tianyuan. Finally, Yi Tianyuan spoke. "I have never harbored an ounce of mercy for my enemies. However, for my own, I may extend a single opportunity. The saying ignorance is no crime applies here. You have utilized the Wang family's resources to alleviate their misfortunes, which is not without justification. I ought to execute you, but in consideration of your affiliation with the Azure Dragon Society, I shall grant you a chance to redeem yourself. I trust you comprehend what must be done." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiaohu momentarily believed he had misheard. Lu Jinlong immediately kicked Zhou Xiaohu with force, scolding, "Why aren't you expressing your gratitude to Mr. Yi for sparing your life?" Coming to his senses, Zhou Xiaohu hurriedly bowed to Yi Tianyuan, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your magnanimity in sparing my life. Rest assured, I understand what needs to be done." Yi Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively at Lu Jinlong and the others. Lu Jinlong immediately nodded and bowed to Yi Tianyuan, then led the group away. Upon exiting the CAF, Lu Jinlong turned to Zhuo Xiaohu with a serious expression, stating, "Old Two, today marks your fortunate escape from death. You must handle the matters concerning the Wang family with utmost efficiency." So Xiaohu nodded solemnly, replying, "Understood, boss. I know what to do. By the way, boss, I have a question. Just how formidable is Mr. Ye's strength? He seems exceptionally powerful." Lu Jinlong shot Zhu Xiaohu a cold glare, his demeanor grave as he cautioned, "Do not inquire further. Such curiosity can sometimes lead to peril. In Mr. Ye's presence, I fear I am but an insignificant insect." What? Dragon Master is a top-tier warrior, one of the foremost experts in Qingshan. If even Dragon Master is akin to an insect, how powerful must Mr. Yi be? Could he possibly be a Grandmaster? No, surely a Grandmaster cannot possess such strength. Perhaps he is the legendary being that transcends even the Grandmaster? Zhuo Xiaohu gasped at this thought, unable to entertain it any longer. At that moment, he felt an immense relief for being alive, having narrowly escaped with his life. Meanwhile, sitting in a car by the roadside, Li Yongmei observed as Zhuo Xiaohu and the others emerged from the CF, allowing herself a quiet sigh of relief, believing that Yi Tianyuan had met his demise. However, just as Li Yongmei was about to drive away, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chapter 47. The Wang Family. Disgraced, the Wang family awaited news from Lord Hu with bated breath. Wang Guohua toyed with a sharp knife in hand, intent on personally avenging his son by eliminating Yi Tianyuan. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Master, Lord Hu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Wang Guohua sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, murderous intent. The members of the Wang family rose to greet Zhuo Xiaohu. However, as they beheld the menacing aura surrounding him, an unsettling tension filled the air. "Where's that brat?" Wang Guohua scanned the room, failing to locate Yi Tianyuan. His expression darkened as he directed a question at Zhuo Xiaohu. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room, delivered by Zhuo Xiaohu himself. The abruptness of this act left the Wang family in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief as they stared at Zhuo Xiaohu. His followers quickly surged forward, apprehending every member of the Wang family. This unforeseen turn of events left the Wang family paralyzed with fear. Zhuo Xiaohu, seething with rage, glared at them and bellowed, "Damn it, you nearly brought about my demise. If you wish for death, do not drag me down with you. I cannot fathom how your family has risen to prominence in Qingshan. You all act like fools." The onslaught of Zhuo Xiaohu's tirade left the Wang family utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Hadn't they given him 200 million to eliminate Yi Tianyuan? Was it possible that Zhuo Xiaohu had suffered a significant setback at the hands of this Yi Tianyuan? Zhuo Xiaohu's cold voice cut through the air. "You have provoked someone you should not have. I am merely following orders to eradicate your family." Wang Guoshu, panicked, interjected, "Lord Hu, wait. Allow me to speak. If you intend to wipe out my family, we deserve some clarity, do we not? Has Yi Tianyuan commanded you to annihilate us? Who exactly is this Yi Tianyuan? Is he not just a mere pauper? A pauper?" Zhuo Xiaohu scoffed, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he regarded Wang Guoshu. Ignorance can be a perilous thing. With a frigid gaze, Zhuo Xiaohu continued, "In light of our past acquaintanceship, I shall divulge a fragment of truth. Mr. Yi is not a person to be trifled with. Not only your insignificant Wang family, but the entirety of Qingshan cannot afford to provoke him in the slightest. As for Mr. Yi's identity, I advise you not to inquire further. The dead do not require such knowledge. Now, you may proceed on your path." The members of the Wang family exchanged bewildered glances. How had it come to this? Why had they chosen to provoke Yi Tianyuan? Now, they faced the dire consequences of their actions. "Guohua Guoshu, you have caused my Wang family immense suffering. Your sins are profound, and you deserve the harshest of fates." Lord Wang erupted in a desperate denunciation. Yet, what value do such words hold now? It is far too late for regrets. "Tigers, my Wang family is willing to offer all our wealth in exchange for a chance to survive." Wang Guoshu attempted to bribe Zhuo Xiaohu with money, but this time, he was destined to miscalculate. Zhuo Xiaohu glared at Wang Guoshu, his fury palpable, You dare betray me once and seek to do so again? Though I have a penchant for wealth, I cherish my life even more. If I do not eliminate you, it is my own life that will be forfeit. Attack! At Zhuo Xiaohu's command, his subordinates sprang into action. Amidst the cries of despair, the Wang family met their tragic end. Once the Wang family was dealt with, Zhuo Xiaohu called Chief Ma of the City Defense Bureau to assist in clearing the scene. Typically, reaching out to Chief Ma for such matters would be akin to walking into a trap. However, as this was an order from Dragon Lord, Zhuo Xiaohu had no choice but to comply. To his surprise, when Zhuo Xiaohu initially mentioned the task to Chief Ma, he was met with outrage. Yet, upon revealing that it was Mr. Ye's directive to eliminate the Wang family, Chief Ma's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and he promptly pledged his full cooperation. With the City Defense Bureau on the scene, the annihilation of the Wang family would not escalate into a sensational headline. Otherwise, such a significant event would undoubtedly provoke widespread uproar. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family's villa, they were graced by an extraordinarily esteemed guest. The Jiang family could scarcely believe that the renowned Dr. Mo would arrive uninvited. They had no prior connections with him, and typically, securing his presence was a formidable challenge. However, unexpectedly, Dr. Mo chose to visit them today. Elder Jiang greeted Dr. Mo with immense excitement, exclaiming, "It is an unparalleled honor for my humble abode to host you." Esteemed Dr. Mo, after assessing Elder Jiang, Dr. Mo graciously engaged in pleasantries, inquiring about his health. In the face of Dr. Mo's concern, Elder Jiang felt both honored and overwhelmed. Following the formalities, Dr. Mo finally transitioned to the matter at hand. Head of the Jiang family, I wish to meet Mr. Yi. Might you facilitate an introduction? What? Dr. Mo seeks to meet Yi Tianyuan? Upon hearing this, the members of the Jiang family froze, realizing their prior excitement was in vain. Dr. Mo's desire to meet Yi Tianyuan stemmed from the astonishing fact that someone had managed to revive the dying head of the Jiang family, even after Dr. Mo had administered half the treatment. This indicated that the other party's medical skills were undoubtedly on par with his own. In Qingshan, there exists such an extraordinary healer, and Dr. Mo was eager to make his acquaintance. As Qingshan's acknowledged foremost physician, Dr. Mo had maintained his esteemed reputation for decades. No one could even come close to his level, making it exceedingly rare to be in his presence. Thus, Dr. Mo held an indisputable authority in the realm of medicine within Qingshan. In the present day, a skilled physician has emerged in Qingshan, one whose medical prowess may rival that of Mo, the esteemed doctor. Naturally, Mo harbors some concerns and seeks to uncover the true nature of this individual. He has inquired with Director Zhang, yet the latter remains tight-lipped, offering only a well-meaning caution. Mo must not provoke Mr. Yi, lest he find himself regretting it too late. Despite Mo's persistent questioning, Director Zhang remains reticent. Their decades-long friendship seems insufficient to elicit further information. The fact that someone of Zhang's caliber treats Mr. Yi with such extreme caution only deepens Mo's curiosity regarding Yi Tianyuan. Noting the evident discomfort of the Jiang family, Mo inquires about their predicament. With a bitter smile, Old Master Jiang briefly explains the situation. Upon hearing that the Wang family has enlisted the notorious tiger to eliminate Yi Tianyuan, Mo furrows his brow in concern. At that moment, a disheveled Li Yongmei returns. Seeing her, Old Master Jiang promptly asks, "Have matters been resolved?" After glancing at him, Li stammers for some reason. Tiger did not act against Yi Tianyuan. After their meeting, they simply parted ways. What? He did not strike. The Jiang family members are left bewildered by this revelation. Mo's brow furrows deeper as he ponders the implications. He retrieves his phone and calls Zhuo Xiaohu. After some indirect inquiries, Mo receives a shocking piece of news. The Wang family has been completely annihilated. Realizing he may have spoken too freely, Mo hastily departs. Once he leaves, the Jiang family exchanges incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. The Wang family, obliterated? How coincidental. Just as they had summoned Tiger to eliminate Yi Tianyuan, the Wang family faces utter destruction shortly thereafter. Could this be the handiwork of Yi Tianyuan? Just yesterday, after being defeated by Yi Tianyuan, young Master Wang was killed in the hospital. Today, as the Wang family attempts to retaliate against Yi Tianyuan, they are swiftly eradicated. Is this merely coincidence? Or does Yi Tianyuan possess extraordinary capabilities? Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of the Black Emperor Group, Yi Tianyuan gazes coldly at a stunningly beautiful woman, her alluring figure clad in professional attire, embodying the essence of a captivating enchantress. Chapter 48. Yuan Yuan is not a bastard. Yuan Yuan has a father in terms of physique and appearance. She is undoubtedly a ravishing beauty. Although she is slightly older, appearing to be in her early 30s, her excellent maintenance allows her to resemble someone in their mid-20s. Most notably, her figure is exceptionally developed, making one worry that her attire might burst at the seams. Sensual, alluring, she embodies the essence of a captivating enchantress. It is likely that few men in the world could resist the allure of such a stunning creature. Even Yi Tianyuan could not help but glance at her once more. Of course, it was merely a fleeting glance. Yi Tianyuan is undoubtedly a resilient individual, capable of enduring any trial. He Huang stood respectfully by his side and introduced, "Boss, this is my adopted daughter, Yi Rao, one of the 4 guardians of the He Huang group. She is unwaveringly loyal to me. During my absence, she has been instrumental in maintaining stability, preventing the He Huang group from fracturing. Her capabilities in various aspects are exemplary, which is why I have appointed her as the president of the Qingshan branch of the He Huang group." Yi Tianyuan merely nodded slightly, indifferent to the matter. The He Huang group remains under He Huang's purview. He does not interfere. "Boss, you can instruct her directly for any matters in the future." He Huang intended to say more, but Yi Tianyuan waved his hand impatiently. Observing this, He Huang promptly fell silent and exchanged a glance with Yi Rao, who hurriedly withdrew. Such a terrestrial beauty, however, did not capture Yi Tianyuan's interest. With nothing to occupy his time, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Leaning back, he placed his feet on the coffee table, prompting He Huang to kneel before him and begin massaging his legs. He Huang cautiously suggested, "Boss, Yi Rao has quite a good massage technique. Would you like her to come over and assist you?" Before He Huang could elaborate, Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance in his direction. Startled, He Huang immediately fell silent, focusing on the task at hand. "Aside from Jiang Yao, I hold no interest in any other woman. Do not harbor such thoughts in my presence in the future," Yi Tianyuan stated sternly to He Huang. He Huang quickly nodded, "Understood, boss." He Huang will remember this and will not dare to do so again. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan's phone suddenly rang. Upon noticing it was Jiang Yao calling, he promptly answered. The moment the call connected, Jiang Yao's anxious voice came through. "Yi Tianyuan, you must go to the school immediately. Yuan Yuan's homeroom teacher just called to say she got into a fight with a classmate during recess and injured them. Is Yuan Yuan hurt? Is she all right?" Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yi Tianyuan sprang to his feet, filled with concern. Jiang Yao replied, "I don't know the specifics. You need to hurry to the school." "Okay, I'm on my way." After ending the call, Yi Tianyuan rushed out, with He Huang hastily following behind. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Yuan Yuan's school. The enchanting demoness swiftly approached, her expression one of remorse as she humbly apologized. "I am truly sorry, my lord. I failed to protect Yuan Yuan. Please, I beg for your punishment." Yi Tianyuan regarded the demoness with a cold gaze and inquired, "What exactly transpired?" The demoness promptly explained, "My lord, during physical education class, a boy bullied Princess Yuan Yuan. Initially, she did not dare to retaliate and allowed the little boy to have his way. However, when he insulted her, calling her a bastard and claiming she had no father, Princess Yuan Yuan became incensed and defended herself. Consequently, the two engaged in a scuffle until the teacher intervened. As he is merely a child, I did not dare to act rashly." After observing the deeply remorseful demoness, Yi Tianyuan replied, "This matter is not entirely your fault. Indeed, it is unwise for you to intervene with children. You all wait outside. I shall speak with the teacher." Inside the office, Yi Yuan cowered in a corner, trembling in fear and weeping profusely. She bore a slight bruise on her face, and her hands were scraped, oozing blood. Beside her stood a boy her age, exuding the demeanor of a victor as he looked down at her with a smirk. He too bore minor injuries. Yet his expression was one of triumph, emboldened by the presence of his parents who had come to support him. His mother and father glared at Yi Yuan with fury, their predatory gazes causing her to shrink into herself, unable to meet their eyes. Yi Yuan's homeroom teacher, a woman in her 30s, stood silently nearby, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the couple before her, rendering her powerless to act. The boy, named Yu Haohai, was notorious in class for his mischief and penchant for tormenting his classmates. Yi Yuan had long endured his bullying in silence, never daring to retaliate, especially during her father's absence when she was subjected to the taunts of being a bastard without a father. But now that her father had returned, Yi Yuan resolved to no longer allow anyone to speak to her in such a manner. Yu Haohai's mother, visibly impatient, addressed the homeroom teacher, Ms. Su. When will the mother of this bastard arrive? How much longer must we wait? If this child has no one to educate her, I shall take it upon myself to teach her a lesson. At such a young age, she resorts to violence? What will become of her in the future? Look at my son's condition. Our family has cherished him since he was born. No one has ever dared to raise their voice at him. If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution from my Haohai today, I shall ensure that her hand is broken. Ms. Su appeared utterly at a loss, while Yi Yuan's sobs grew louder. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the room, striding purposefully to stand before Yi Yuan. It was Yi Tianyuan. Upon seeing his beloved Yuan in such a pitiful state, his heart ached intensely, filled with profound remorse. Yi Tianyuan gently cradled Yuan in his arms, soothing her by stroking her head. Yuan, be good and don't cry. I'm sorry for being late, but now that I'm here, no one will bully you again. Do you want to see your father teach the bad guys a lesson? Upon seeing Yi Tianyuan, Yuan finally ceased her tears and tightly hugged him, saying, Daddy, I'm sorry. It's Yuan who's at fault for fighting. Please don't be angry with me. Her words pierced Yi Tianyuan's heart like a sharp knife. This foolish girl. With immense tenderness, he wiped her tears away, saying, Yuan has done nothing wrong. You acted rightly. It is others who bully you. One can be kind, but one must not always endure. When someone bullies you, you need not retreat. You should retaliate. For only then will they dare not bully you again. The more accommodating you are, the more they will perceive you as easy to bully. Henceforth, whoever dares to bully you, you must strike back, understand? Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan with a semblance of understanding and replied, Daddy, I'm not afraid of being bullied, but I am not a wild child. I have a father, and I will not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Yi Tianyuan, feeling a surge of affection, embraced Yuan, realizing she was defending him as her father. Yu Haohai's parents glared at Yi Tianyuan with fury, their anger intensifying upon hearing his words. Yu Haohai's mother scoffed derisively. It's clear what kind of family raises such a child. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap resounded across her face. Caught off guard, she was sent sprawling to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes due to the pain. Yu Haohai's father, momentarily stunned, rushed to help his wife up. The couple glared fiercely at Yi Tianyuan, unleashing a torrent of insults. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? It seems your daughter's violent behavior is a result of your instigation, right? A family of uncultured, lowly individuals daring to act tough here? You've picked the wrong person to provoke. We are not someone your lowly status can contend with. Yu Haohai's father, filled with rage, shouted at Yi Tianyuan. However, the moment he finished speaking, he was unnerved by Yi Tianyuan's cold, menacing gaze, instinctively recoiling. It was as if he had encountered a deity of wrath. Chapter 49. Until everything is clarified, you shall not depart silence. Speak another word, and I shall render your mouths useless. Yi Tianyuan's icy voice rang out, instilling a pallor of fear in Yu Haohai's father's face. Cast a furtive glance at Yi Tianyuan. He was a blend of dread and anger, visibly flustered. Beside them, Teacher Su was similarly shaken, her gaze towards Yi Tianyuan transforming into one tinged with apprehension and hostility. After years of dealing with parents, this was her first encounter with such a fierce guardian. Could this man truly be Yi Yuan's father? Yi Yuan was generally quite obedient and gentle. Before Teacher Su could ponder further, Yi Tianyuan's cold gaze fell upon her, Never before had she encountered such a chilling and fearsome stare, causing her to involuntarily retreat a step, her expression betraying her trepidation. Would he dare to strike a teacher as well? In a flurry of anxiety, Teacher Su hastily addressed Yi Tianyuan. Mr. Yi, please do not be angered. Let's discuss this calmly. I have summoned both sets of parents to facilitate communication and resolve this matter amicably. Yi Tianyuan interrupted her coldly. Teacher Su, as an educator, you ought to handle this situation with fairness and impartiality, should you not? Teacher Su nodded promptly. Of course, both Yi Yuan and Yu Haohao are my students. And as a teacher, I must, before she could finish, Yi Tianyuan cut her off, directing his attention to Yuan Yuan, recount the events precisely as they transpired. Do not fear, for your father is here. No one shall bully you. With her father's presence granting her courage, Yi Yuan recounted the incident in detail. It was evident that the fault lay with Yu Haohao. Yu Haohao's mother, visibly agitated, exclaimed, lies. At such a tender age, learning to deceive so skillfully. What excellent teaching from the adults. My Haohao is very well behaved. He would never bully a classmate. It must be this little. She is the one who bullied my Haohao first. As she spoke, Yu Haohao's mother tugged at her son, urging him, Haohao, tell them what happened. Your parents are here to support you. Do not be afraid. Speak boldly. Determined to defend their son, Yu Haohao's father encouraged him. Yes, Haohao. Confidently declare whether she is wronging you or if she struck you first. Speak freely. With the support of his parents, Yu Haohao initially felt emboldened. However, just as he was about to echo his parents' sentiments, he suddenly sensed an utterly terrifying gaze fixed upon him. The intensity of this stare left him feeling as though he had encountered a specter, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his complexion paling, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Yu Haohao finally admitted, Yuan is correct. I bullied her first. I called her a wild child without a father. And I hit her first. Before he could complete his confession, Yu Haohao's mother swiftly clamped her hand over his mouth, silencing him. As Yu Haohao's father suddenly stiffened, he shot an indignant glare at his son. Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Teacher Su and inquired, Teacher Su, is the situation now quite clear? Teacher Su had already suspected that the fault lay with Yu Haohao, but given the family's substantial influence, she felt ill-equipped to confront them. However, she could no longer show favoritism. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Yu Haohao's parents, stating, this matter is indeed Yu Haohao's fault, before she could finish. Yu Haohao's mother erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raising her voice in a furious outburst. Teacher Su, how can you be so blind to the truth? It is clearly they, father and daughter, who are lying. My son was merely frightened, which is why he said that. Yu Haohao's father, maintaining a stern expression, threatened Teacher Su, saying, as a teacher, you must not take sides indiscriminately. Choose the wrong side, and you may find yourself unable to remain a teacher. Upon hearing his words, Teacher Su's expression darkened. After all, Yu Haohao's grandfather was the chairman of the school board, and she could not afford to offend him. Moreover, the Yu family was a prominent second-tier family in Qingshan, capable of easily obliterating her career. Thus, the fear gripped her heart. Faced with the undeniable truth on one side and the powerful Yu family on the other, she, an ordinary teacher, felt utterly helpless. After biting her lip in frustration, Teacher Su finally called Yi Tianyuan aside and spoke in a lowered voice. Mr. Yi, I understand that this incident is indeed Yu Haohao's fault, but the Yu family is beyond our capacity to challenge. You may not be aware, but let me inform you that the Yu family is a major stakeholder in our school. Offending them could not only cost me my job, but it may also jeopardize your daughter Yuan's continued education here. Therefore, I propose this. If you could apologize to Yu Haohao's parents and to both Yu Haohao and Yuan, I will advocate on your behalf, and we can put this matter to rest. It is all for your daughter's sake. We are but ordinary people, and we must accept our fate. Upon hearing Teacher Su's words, a cold glimmer flashed in Yi Tianyuan's eyes. He replied icily, as an educator, you should not cower in fear to such an extent. If you merely suggest that I let this go, I might assume you are looking out for our best interests, wishing to avoid further trouble. However, If you expect me to bow my head and apologize to the wrongdoers, do you not find that absurd? Where is your professional integrity? Where is your moral compass? Without the fundamental ethics of teaching, you are leading students astray. Do such individuals even deserve to be called teachers? Confronted by Yi Tianyuan's scathing rebuke, Teacher Su felt her face flush with shame. As a teacher, she indeed should not have uttered those previous words. Yet, she was striving to maintain the hard-won high-paying job she had secured. After all, people must look after their own interests in this world. Yet, she could not help but acknowledge that her previous words were somewhat disingenuous. Yi Tianyuan, weary of engaging with Teacher Su, took Yinyan by the hand and said, "Yinyan, let us return home." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's intention to go home, Yinyan's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression, softly pleading, "Daddy, Yinyan understands her mistake. Yinyan will apologize to you Hao. Please don't take Yinyan home. I want to go to school." Yi Tianyuan tenderly ruffled Yinyan's hair and reassured her, "Silly girl, how could your father prevent you from attending school? Rest assured, since Yinyan was hurt today, you may take a day off. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you back to school, if that pleases you. It is not Yinyan who is at fault. It is they who should apologize to you." With Yi Tianyuan's comforting words, Yi Yinyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. She quickly transformed her tears into smiles. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "All right, Yinyan will listen to Daddy. Thinking of leaving? Did I grant you permission? Do you truly believe this place is your backyard, that you can come and go as you please? Today, you shall not depart until we clarify this matter." As Yi Tianyuan attempted to escort Yinyan away, Yu Haohao's father immediately obstructed his path, wearing a fierce expression. Yu Haohao's mother quickly joined in, asserting, "Unless we settle this today, your daughter may as well abandon her education altogether. You should now comprehend our standing. With a mere word from us, your daughter will never set foot in this school again. You wish for us to apologize to your daughter? Such a notion is nothing but a foolish dream, both laughable and tragic. Let me make this clear. If you desire your daughter to continue her studies, you must obediently kneel and apologize to us, allowing me the pleasure of delivering 10 slaps to your face. Furthermore, your daughter must kneel before my son in front of the entire class to offer her apologies. As for the medical expenses, do not concern yourselves. Your impoverished family cannot afford it. The choice is yours. Allow your daughter to drop out and return home, or kneel and apologize. I grant you but one opportunity. Do not squander it." Chapter 50. The methods of Yi Tianyuan with a sharp crack. A resounding slap echoed through the air, even more forceful than the previous one. Yu Haohua's mother was once again sent sprawling to the ground by Yi Tianyuan's strike, landing heavily and seemingly suffering far worse than before. One side of her face was swollen and bruised. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and she cried out in agony while clutching her face. Yu Haohua's father, utterly exasperated, glared at Yi Tianyuan with a mix of fury and humiliation. Yet, Yi Tianyuan did not even bother to lift his eyelids, completely disregarding him as he pulled Yi Yuanwan away. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to exit the office, several security guards wielding batons rushed in. Upon seeing the guards, Yu Haohua's father felt a surge of confidence and immediately shouted at them with renewed arrogance, "Stop him. Take him down. Anyone who dares to resist, beat him mercilessly. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. Once this is done, I will reward you generously." Even without a hefty reward, how could the guards not exert themselves when ordered by the chairman's son? Thus, the guards swung their batons toward Yi Tianyuan. "How dare you strike my mother? Beat him to a pulp. If you can't take him down, you'll answer to me." Yu Haohua's mother, now back on her feet, shouted furiously at the door, disregarding her image entirely. After receiving 2 slaps from Yi Tianyuan, she felt utterly humiliated. She could not let this grudge go. After all, she was the matriarch of a Yu family. Nearby, Teacher Su let out a long sigh, shaking his head with a wry smile. The common folk should not engage with the affluent. Pride in the face of harsh reality only leads to bloodshed. However, shortly thereafter, an astonishing event unfolded that left all 3 speechless. Before the guards could even reach Yi Tianyuan, he lightly stomped his foot, and the guards were sent tumbling to the ground, writhing in pain and howling in agony. What had just transpired? Yu Haohua's parents were utterly bewildered, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, particularly Yu Haohua's mother, whose face was a comical sight. After dispatching the obstructive guards, Tianyuan turned back, flicked his wrist, and delivered another slap to Yu Haohua's mother, sending her back to the floor. The other side of her face began to swell, leaving her looking like a cartoonish pig. Even her own mother would scarcely recognize her in this state. Having completed his actions, Yi Tianyuan strode out with Yi Yuanwan, leaving behind a dazed Yu Haohua's father and a sobbing Yu Haohua's mother, who was now weeping like a child, caught between pain and indignation. Yu Haohua stood there, paralyzed with fear and shock. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Yu Haohua's father let out a furious roar. Yi Yuanwan's father, I, Yu Cheng, will never let you go. There will come a time when you will kneel and beg for mercy. You little wretch, you are unworthy to play with the Yu family. Those who dare to provoke the Yu family shall undoubtedly meet a dismal fate. Upon uttering these words, Yu Cheng retrieved his mobile phone, preparing to take action. For a mere lowly individual from the societal underbelly, extinguishing their existence would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yu Cheng resolved to impart a valuable lesson in humility to Yi Tianyuan. After exiting the school premises, Yi Tianyuan entrusted Yeoheim with the care of Yuan Yuan. The Black Emperor approached Yi Tianyuan with utmost respect, awaiting his instructions. Yi Tianyuan issued several commands to the Black Emperor. Firstly, initiate a short-selling strategy against the Yu Group S stocks to undermine the family. Secondly, expedite the acquisition of this school without delay. Thirdly, uncover the entirety of the Yu family's network and sever all ties. The Black Emperor promptly accepted the orders. Meanwhile, at the Yu Group's conference room, the venerable elder Yu convened a board meeting. Among the 9 seats, 5 were occupied by members of the Yu family, while the remaining 4 were filled by individuals fiercely loyal to them. Though the Yu Group was a publicly traded company, the Yu family maintained absolute control over it. Just as the board members were setting the revenue targets for the upcoming season, the door to the conference room was abruptly thrust open by the chairman's secretary. Disregarding the disapproving glares of the assembly, the secretary strode forward to the elder Yu, panic evident on their face. Chairman, our group stocks have just suffered a sudden attack from major capital short sellers, causing a catastrophic plunge in share prices. What? At this revelation, the expressions of the board members shifted dramatically. The elder Yu exclaimed urgently, quickly, project the stock market situation onto the big screen. In an instant, the company's stock performance was displayed for all to see. All eyes were glued to the screen as they watched the stock prices plummet relentlessly. Every passing moment represented a loss in the millions for the Yu Group. Chairman, the company has already incurred a loss of 5 billion. If we do not act swiftly to halt this downward spiral, the consequences will be dire, the secretary added. The elder Yu felt his blood pressure surge, his body faltering. Had it not been for the secretary's timely support, he would have surely collapsed. Yu Cheng's father, Yu Hui, roared in fury. Who is responsible for this? Who is maliciously short-selling the Yu family? We have not offended anyone recently, have we? The elder Yu replied sternly. This is not the time for such discussions. We must inject capital to stabilize the stock price. Otherwise, the repercussions will be unthinkable. Quickly, allocate 80% of our company's funds to this endeavor. Furthermore, contact our allies to assist us in weathering this storm, and hasten to investigate who is orchestrating this attack against our family. Following the elder Yu's commands, the 8 board members sprang into action. The funds of the Yu Group were swiftly deployed, yet to no avail. They could not halt the downward trend. Whatever amount the Yu Group invested was instantly consumed, without even a ripple to mark its passing. This left the board members in a state of profound alarm. In a sudden surge, the Yu Group has poured in a substantial amount of cash, yet remains utterly devoured, with no hint of a recovery in sight. The underlying power of capital is truly formidable. Is it conceivable that Qingshan possesses such financial clout? If not attributed to the Qingshan faction, then who could it be? The Yu Group has not wronged anyone externally, nor have they made enemies within Qingshan. To make matters worse, the Yu family soon discovered that their entire network of connections had inexplicably collapsed. Either they were unreachable, or those who did respond claimed to be otherwise occupied and promptly terminated the call. Some even candidly stated their inability to assist, advising the Yu family to fend for themselves. After extensive inquiries, they finally unearthed a significant piece of information. It was confirmed that this was a deliberate suppression targeting the Yu group. The motive was disarmingly simple. The Yu family had offended someone powerful. Whom have we offended to invoke such a ruthless response? Investigate immediately. It must have occurred in the past couple of days. Determine who from the Yu family has crossed paths with whom. The elder Yu pounded the table firmly, issuing commands to his sons and daughters. The family members, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily began making calls to organize this matter. Just as they were engulfed in anxiety, the secretary suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. "We've found out who has taken action against us. It's the Black Emperor Group." "What? The Black Emperor Group?" A chilling silence enveloped the room as the name reverberated. An oppressive weight settled upon everyone's hearts, rendering them breathless with terror. Could it truly be the Black Emperor Group that has turned against the Yu family? How could this be? The Black Emperor Group had only just been established in Qingshan yesterday, and today they have targeted the Yu family. What could possibly explain this turn of events? Quickly, devise every possible means to contact the Black Emperor Group. We must ascertain how the Yu family has offended them. Secretary, prepare the car. I must personally visit the Black Emperor Group in hopes of meeting Miss Yi Rao. Arrange for an appointment at once. The elder Yu issued several more orders. Just as he was poised to depart for the Black Emperor Group, the secretary received a message. "Chairman, the Black Emperor Group has sent a message. 2 words. Yu Cheng." Chapter 51. The bewildered Yu Cheng upon receiving the news. Yu Cheng's father, Yu Huaining, felt a wave of darkness envelop him. How could his son, this reckless scoundrel, possibly have provoked the Black Emperor Group? Old Master Yu cast a furious glare at Yu Huaining and thundered in a chilling tone, "You've sired a fine son. Hurry and bring that little wretch to me, quickly." Faced with his father's wrath, Yu Huaining was paralyzed with fear and fled in a panic. Investigate immediately. Find out what this reckless little brat has done today, even if it means tracing his steps to the restroom. Old Master Yu bellowed again at those present. The second and third sons of the Yu family sprang into action. The gravity of the situation could spell the doom of the Yu family, who among them was not trembling with fear and anxiety. At this moment, everyone was as restless as ants on a hot stove. Old Master Yu was particularly agitated, consumed by an inferno of rage. Thoughts of killing Yu Cheng flitted through his mind. How could this wretched child have entangled himself with the Black Emperor Group? This was the Black Emperor Group, after all. Who among the Qing Mountain could dare to provoke them in the slightest? Though the Yu family was a second-rate clan in Qing Mountain, they were but insignificant ants in the eyes of the Black Emperor Group, who could extinguish them with the slightest effort. Half an hour later, Yu Cheng and his wife, battered and bruised, were brought to the conference room by Yu Huaining himself. "Kneel before me." Upon seeing the couple, the pent-up fury of Old Master Yu erupted like a volcanic eruption, roaring at them with the force of thunder. This thunderous rebuke startled the already bewildered Yu Cheng and his wife, causing them to immediately collapse to their knees. Old Master Yu, unable to contain his wrath, charged at them, unleashing a torrent of blows, slapping their faces with unrelenting ferocity. He only ceased when he was utterly exhausted, breathless, and drained. The couple lay there, bloodied and bruised, their faces disfigured. "Grandfather, what have we done wrong?" Yu Cheng, filled with trepidation, gazed at Old Master Yu with an expression of profound grievance. Old Master Yu, fuming, pointed a shaky finger at Yu Cheng's nose, admonishing, "You little wretch, have you grown wings? You think yourself invincible? Typically, your antics and mischief could be overlooked, and the Yu family would clean up after you. But you've dared to provoke the Black Emperor Group. Do you have countless lives to squander? If you wish to perish, do not drag the entire Yu family down with you. Do you not understand that the Black Emperor Group is targeting our family? To date, we have suffered losses amounting to billions, and all our connections have severed ties with us. If the Black Emperor Group continues their onslaught, today shall mark the end of the Yu family." Confronted with his grandfather's tirade, Yu Cheng and his wife were utterly bewildered. Yu Cheng shook his head vigorously, pleading, "Grandfather, I truly do not understand what has transpired. I am not foolish enough to provoke the Black Emperor group. Bang! Upon hearing Yu Chang's continued defiance, the elder Yu, filled with fury, advanced and forcefully kicked him. Yu Chang felt a wave of grievance wash over him, on the verge of tears. Just moments before, he had been scheming to seek vengeance against Yi Tianyuan when his father barged in with a group, delivering a merciless beating before bringing them to this place. Now, facing a tirade from his grandfather, Yu Chang, who had never endured such a brutal reprimand throughout his life, was utterly overwhelmed. His wife was already in tears, appearing as distressed as a child. "If you dare to lie again, I will break your legs," the elder Yu bellowed, his anger palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Chang. Sensing his grandfather's impending wrath, Yu Chang was thrown into a state of panic, his mind racing in turmoil. He had not offended anyone today, save for a brief visit to school. He had no dealings with the He Huang group. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be Yi Tianyuan? No, he quickly dismissed the notion. That was simply impossible. At that moment, the secretary brought fresh news and reported to the elder Yu. "Chairman, the He Huang group intends to fully acquire Dream School and demand that we sell immediately, or face the consequences. Agree to it at once. We shall hand it over to the He Huang group," the elder Yu commanded urgently. The secretary continued. "According to our current findings, young Master Yu Chang had an altercation with someone named Yi Tianyuan at Dream School today, which could very likely be related." "What? It truly is Yi Tianyuan? He is a high-ranking official of the He Huang group? How can that be?" In disbelief, Yu Chang and his wife exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, it seemed that this was the only plausible explanation for their predicament. After casting a piercing gaze at Yu Chang, the elder Yu declared to everyone, "All of you, come with me to Dream School at once. Contact the teachers immediately and ensure they do everything possible to reach Yi Tianyuan. We, the Yu family, will personally apologize and plead for his forgiveness." Meanwhile, in the villa, Yi Tianyuan instructed old Mo to bring forth precious medicine to treat Yuan's injuries. Although the wounds were merely superficial, Yi Tianyuan felt a heart-wrenching pain. After old Mo's treatment, all traces of injury on Yuan's body vanished without a trace. Once finished, old Mo, with a hint of sympathy, remarked, "Young master, such minor abrasions will heal on their own in 3 to 5 days. The medicine used just now could fetch billions if sold." Yi Tianyuan shot old Mo an exasperated glance and replied, "Not even hundreds of billions could compare to my daughter's well-being. Every second her injury is healed sooner is worth more than any amount of money." Coughing lightly, old Mo could only smile awkwardly. He had merely made a casual remark, not truly lamenting the loss. Suddenly, Yuan weakly turned to Yi Tianyuan and asked, "Daddy, I'm all better now. Can I go to school?" She longed to be in class with her peers, feeling rather bored at home. Yi Tianyuan gently caressed Yuan's head, nodding in agreement. All right, if Yuan wishes to go to school, then we shall go. We will follow her wishes." After calculating the time, he deemed it appropriate to proceed. Upon hearing her father consent to the school visit, Yuan instantly burst into a joyful dance. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan's phone rang, as anticipated. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he recalled that aside from the Black Emperor and his companions, only Jiang Yao was privy to his contact details. It was evident that the call was from the Yu family. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of Su, Yuan's homeroom teacher. Yi Tianyuan harbored no fondness for this teacher. Su commenced by inquiring about Yuan's well-being before feigning that she had already reprimanded Yu Haohao, claiming he had acknowledged his mistakes, and requested Yi Tianyuan to escort Yuan to school. Since arrangements had been made, it was time to resolve the matter at the school. After ending the call, Yi Tianyuan took Yuan's hand and headed to the school. Su was already waiting respectfully at the entrance. As soon as she spotted Yi Tianyuan and Yuan, she approached them with utmost deference. "Mr. Yi, the Yu family is awaiting you in the chairman's office. Shall we proceed?" Yi Tianyuan replied coldly, "Lead the way." Su glanced at Yuan, prompting Yi Tianyuan to reiterate sternly, Yuan is the victim. She must be present. I do not wish for such incidents to recur." Su promptly nodded and gestured for him to follow. Holding Yuan's small hand, Yi Tianyuan followed Su to the chairman's office, where the Yu family, including Yu Cheng and his wife, as well as Yu Haohao, stood in a neat formation. Upon seeing Yu Cheng and his spouse, Yuan instinctively hid behind Yi Tianyuan, frightened. Observing her reaction filled Yi Tianyuan with immense compassion. It was clear that Yuan had been intimidated by the Yu couple. Gently stroking her head, he reassured her softly, "It's all right, Yuan. Daddy is here." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, demanding, "Why haven't you knelt yet?" Chapter 52. How could I be lenient in bullying Yuan? The voice emanated from the venerable Mr. Yu, directed sternly towards the Yu couple. Startled, they hastily knelt before Yi Tianyuan, a gesture that left Yu Haohua, who stood nearby, in tears. Teacher Su, the class instructor, had never witnessed such a spectacle. She was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. How could the Yu family bow before the father of Yi Yuan? Who exactly was Yi Yuan's father? He appeared to be an ordinary individual from the lower echelons of society, did he not? Yi Yuan's eyes widened in curiosity as she observed the Yu couple's actions. What were they doing? Mr. Yu, bowing deeply, addressed Yi Tianyuan. "Mr. Yi, you are truly—" Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted him. "I do not appreciate being spoken to while standing." With that, Yi Tianyuan took a seat on the nearby sofa, pulling Yuan beside him. Mr. Yu, a shrewd old fox, quickly grasped the implication and promptly knelt before Yi Tianyuan, casting a fierce glare at the rest of the Yu family. With the patriarch kneeling, the others dared not hesitate and immediately followed suit, kneeling behind him. The Yu couple also pulled Yu Haohua to kneel beside them. This scene left teacher Su utterly perplexed. With the Yu family kneeling, what about her? Should she kneel as well? Yi Yuan, filled with curiosity, turned to her father and inquired, "Daddy, why are they all kneeling?" Yi Tianyuan chuckled softly, responding, "They find it tiring to stand, so they believe kneeling is more comfortable." "Is that so?" Yi Yuan blinked in wonder. Mr. Yu spoke again. "Mr. Yi, it is my failure as a parent that has resulted in such a disgraceful child. I have clarified the situation with teacher Su. It is indeed my grandson Yu Haohua's fault, and the Yu couple's actions are inexcusable. The punishment for them is at your discretion, and our family dares not utter a word of dissent. We simply ask for your mercy and to spare my family." As Yi Tianyuan gently stroked Yuan's head, his gaze turned cold as ice towards Mr. Yu. "Yuan is my lifeblood, more precious than my own existence. It is natural for children to play and squabble. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not hold a grudge against a mere 7-year-old. A simple acknowledgement of wrongdoing and an apology would suffice for correction. However, your family has acted with brazen insolence, distorting the truth, threatening, and humiliating my daughter. Such transgressions are unforgivable. If you had merely provoked me, I might have shown leniency. But you have dared to bully my daughter. How could I possibly be merciful?" Yi Tianyuan's words struck the hearts of the Yu family like a heavy stone, instilling a deep sense of dread among them. They now harbored thoughts of harming the Yu couple. Why provoke anyone else when they had drawn the ire of such a formidable figure? Old Master Yu, having navigated the vicissitudes of life for many years, quickly composed himself and addressed Yi Tianyuan with candor. "Mr. Yi, please articulate what you desire from the Yu family. We shall comply with your directives." Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance over the Yu family members before his gaze settled upon old Master Yu, whereupon he spoke with a chilling detachment. "Considering my daughter has only sustained minor external injuries, I shall refrain from exacting retribution upon your family. However, the 3 individuals responsible must face appropriate consequences. External injuries are temporary and can heal, yet psychological and emotional wounds may linger for a lifetime. To assuage my wrath, you must adhere to the following 3 stipulations. First, the Dream School shall be wholly acquired by the Black Emperor Group, with all formalities completed by noon." Old Master Yu promptly nodded in acquiescence, stating, "I have instructed my subordinates to expedite this matter and guarantee its completion by noon. The acquisition will be conducted at no cost to the Yu family, as compensation for your daughter's medical expenses and emotional distress." Yi Tianyuan regarded old Master Yu with an icy stare, questioning whether a mere school sufficed as restitution. And Mo Lao has already expended billions on medical treatment alone. This gaze startled old Master Yu, prompting him to add hastily, If Mr. Yi finds this insufficient, we can negotiate a higher sum. Yi Tianyuan retorted coldly. No amount of money can remedy the harm inflicted upon my daughter. Do you truly believe I would be concerned about your family's trifling offerings? The members of the Yu family winced at his words. Yet, contemplating that the Black Emperor group could be commanded by Yi Tianyuan, they recognized the gravity of the situation. The second condition, the three of them must publicly clarify the incident before their classmates and issue a formal apology to my daughter. Old Master Yu nodded again, affirming, that is only right. The third condition, I do not wish to see them again. They must leave Qingshan. Old Master Yu nodded once more, replying, very well. I shall ensure they depart this afternoon. After articulating these demands, Yi Tianyuan stood, taking his daughter Yuan by the hand. His gaze fell upon Teacher Su, who stood petrified with fear. Upon meeting Yi Tianyuan's gaze, her complexion drained of color, trembling with trepidation. You lack both professional ethics and character. Once this matter concludes, you may take your leave, Yi Tianyuan stated frostily. Teacher Su, in a daze, remained rooted to the spot, on the verge of tears. Indeed, she was not to escape the repercussions. At that moment, Yuan suddenly grasped the implications and urgently addressed Yi Tianyuan, Daddy. Are you going to have the school expel Teacher Su? Yi Tianyuan gently responded, Yuan, would you like me to arrange for a new homeroom teacher? However, Yuan vehemently shook her head, her small voice firm yet plaintive. No, I like Teacher Su. I don't want a new teacher. Please, Daddy. Don't let the school expel Teacher Su. As a first grader, she held a deep affection for her first teacher. Hearing her heartfelt plea, Yi Tianyuan's resolve softened. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Teacher Su, and after a brief silence, he spoke, Since Yuan has interceded on your behalf, I shall not hold you accountable this time. However, I implore you to embody the qualities of a commendable teacher and serve as a role model. It is through your example that true education can flourish. Should you falter in this regard, I fear my wrath next time will be beyond your capacity to endure. Witnessing Yi Tianyuan's earlier formidable demeanor, Teacher Su dared not utter a word of dissent. He hastily nodded in agreement, assuring Yi Tianyuan, Yes, Mr. Yi, rest assured. I shall strive to improve. Yi Tianyuan replied coolly, Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to Yuan, for it is she who advocated for you. Yi Tianyuan's willingness to overlook Teacher Su's transgressions was motivated not only by a desire to spare Yuan's feelings, but also to ensure that Teacher Su would harbor a sense of gratitude towards her, treating her with greater kindness in the future. After all, it would be Teacher Su who would spend the most time with Yuan in the days to come. Teacher Su accompanied Yi Yuan and the Yu family to the classroom, diligently adhering to Yi Tianyuan's directives. This marked Yuan's inaugural experience of receiving respect, garnering the admiration of her classmates, and receiving high praise from her teacher. Furthermore, Teacher Su specifically relocated Yuan to the most favorable position in the front row, showering her with special attention, thereby making it known to her peers that Yuan had become the teacher's favorite student. They were to befriend her, cease any bullying, and refrain from mocking her as an illegitimate child without a father. Meanwhile, the Yu group swiftly transferred all operations of Dream School to the Black Emperor group. Once these arrangements were finalized, Yi Tianyuan departed from the school, and the Black Emperor group ceased its assaults on the Yu group, allowing the Yu family to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon exiting the school, the Black Emperor and the Enchantress promptly approached him with respect. Yi Tianyuan instructed the Black Emperor, appoint the Enchantress to oversee Dream School as its chairwoman. This will facilitate her care for Yuan. Additionally, send someone to eliminate Yu Cheng and his wife. How could I possibly let them off for tormenting Yuan? I intend for them to spend their lives in repentance and atonement. The Black Emperor and the Enchantress nodded in agreement, prepared to execute his orders. Chapter 53. The demise of the Yu couple. The Yu family, filled with trepidation, wasted no time in urging Yu Cheng and his family to hastily vacate Qingshan. In the vehicle, the couple engaged in a bitter quarrel, blaming one another for their predicament. Yu Hao, terrified, curled up in the back seat, overwhelmed by fear. They were consumed by resentment towards Yi Yuan, the illegitimate child, wondering how she could possibly have such an impressive father. Wasn't she supposed to be an unwanted child? It was all her fault that they were expelled from Qingshan, shattering their lives of wealth and splendor. They loathed her deeply. Yu Cheng vowed silently that he would remember this grievance. If he could not outsmart Yi Tianyuan, could he not deal with a mere child? Once he regained stability, he would find a way to eliminate that little wildling, for how else could he assuage his fury? As Yu Cheng drove, his heart simmered with animosity towards both Yi Tianyuan and Yi Yuanyuan. His wife chimed in, "I understand, dear." Yi Yuanyuan's mother possessed a measure of beauty, having once been regarded as one of the four beauties of Qingshan. Surely, she must have seduced a high-ranking member of the Black Emperor group. That man, Yi Tianyuan, must be her stepfather. What could a prominent figure from the Black Emperor group see in someone so beneath him? That shameless woman, that cunning vixen, must have bewitched him somehow. Suddenly, they were confronted by a blockade of vehicles, prompting Yu Cheng to slam on the brakes in alarm. Just as he halted, several cars surged forward, sealing off their escape route. A throng of menacing figures emerged from the vehicles, and at the forefront stood Zhuo Xiaohu, the second in command of the Qinglong Society, a notorious figure whose influence even Yu Cheng's grandfather had to appease. Yu Cheng and his wife turned pale. Their faces drained of color as terror gripped them. It was over. The Black Emperor group had come for them. Even a fool could discern the gravity of their situation. Before they could react, several thugs forcibly dragged them from the car, forcing them to kneel before Zhuo Xiaohu. With a cold gaze, Zhuo Xiaohu addressed them, "Mister, ye merely instructed us to incapacitate you, yet you dare to act so recklessly? You even plotted to harm Mr. Ye's daughter and insulted his wife? You have chosen your own demise." With that, he gestured to his subordinates, issuing a grim command, "Eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng and his wife were paralyzed with fear, filled with regret, wishing they could retract their earlier words. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Before they could plead for mercy, Zhuo Xiaohu's men rushed in, delivering brutal blows. In no time, the couple was mercilessly beaten to death. Meanwhile, Yu Haohao in the car was already in tears, paralyzed by fear. After the demise of Yu Cheng and his wife, Zhuo Xiaohu glanced at the vehicle and instructed, "Inform the Yu family to collect the bodies and take this child away." Black Emperor Group, Chairman's Office. The Black Emperor respectfully addressed Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Boss, Zhuo Xiaohu has reported that they overheard Yu Cheng and his wife discussing plans for revenge against Princess Yuanyuan, while also insulting our matriarch. Consequently, Zhuo Xiaohu has executed Yu Cheng and his wife on the spot. They have sent for the boy from the Yu family. What do you think? Should we eliminate all traces of them?" With a cold snort, Yi Tianyuan responded, "I had considered sparing their lives, but they truly are oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Such people are not worth mourning. Nevertheless, the child is merely 7 years old and does not deserve death." Black Emperor nodded in agreement. "Boss, there are further matters I need to report," but before he could finish, Yi Tianyuan abruptly rose, stating, "Yuan is about to finish school. I must go and pick her up. Handle those trivial matters yourself." With that, he departed, leaving Black Emperor in a state of bemusement. These are not trivial matters. They are of great significance. However, Black Emperor understood that in the eyes of the boss, nothing holds more importance than Princess Yuanyuan. Today, Yuanyuan appeared particularly joyful, skipping towards Yi Tianyuan with a radiant smile adorning her face. Witnessing her happiness, Yi Tianyuan's icy demeanor melted away, and he could not help but smile in return. This feeling of bliss is unparalleled, surpassing any honor or achievement one could attain. In the car, Yuanyuan enthusiastically recounted her school experiences, expressing how well her teachers and classmates treated her. She mentioned how the teachers often called upon her to answer questions in class and praised her with rewards. The joy of a child is indeed simple. Yuanyuan's happiness is the greatest delight for Yi Tianyuan. Were it not for today's events, he hadn't even contemplated acquiring the school. Now, the entire institution belongs to him. What teacher would dare neglect Yuanyuan's care? By the way, Daddy, I saw Sister Yaoi at school this afternoon. She seems to be a teacher at our school too, Yuanyuan suddenly remarked. Yi Tianyuan chuckled softly, explaining, "Sister Yaoi is not just a teacher. She is the chairwoman of your school." Yuanyuan looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Daddy, What is a chairwoman? Besides teachers, the principal, and the security guards, how can there be a chairwoman? Yi Tianyuan patiently clarified. The chairwoman is the highest authority in the school. Principals, teachers, and security personnel all must heed her. After blinking in contemplation, Yuan responded, "Oh, so Sister Yaoi wasn't lying to me. She said that the teachers must listen to her. I thought she was joking. Hee. Then if I have difficulties at school, I can ask Sister Yaoi for help, right? But Sister Yaoi is so peculiar. She is gentle and kind only to me, yet she is fierce with everyone else. The teacher and classmates all harbor a certain fear towards Sister Yaoji." Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Of course, one would fear her. How could one not? The Lady Yaoji is an unparalleled menace, and if she were not properly restrained, it is likely that no one would dare approach within 5 meters of her. As long as Yuan is unafraid, that suffices. Yi Tianyuan gently patted Yuan's head and remarked. Yuan nodded earnestly and replied, "I'm not afraid at all. Sister Yaoji is so kind. She is not frightening in the least." Yi Tianyuan thought to himself that she had yet to witness the more fearsome side of her esteemed sister. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they soon arrived home. Just as they stepped out of the car, Yuan suddenly smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot something important." "Important?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Yuan with curiosity, pondering what could possibly be significant. Yuan produced an invitation and handed it to Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Dad, today is my desk mate, Wei Xini's birthday. She has invited me to her house to celebrate, and this is the invitation from her mother." Wei Xini mentioned that her mother has prepared a plethora of cakes, delicious treats, and numerous gifts. Yi Tianyuan took the invitation and noticed that Wei Xini's residence was in the nearby Tang Palace. It was rather extravagant for a child's birthday to warrant an invitation. He inquired, Yuan, did all your classmates receive an invitation?" Yuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "Of course not, Dad. Our class has over 40 children. It's impossible for everyone to be invited. Just imagine how grand Wei Xini's villa must be. She must have only invited a few close friends. I'm currently her desk mate, and she said I'm her good friend, insisting that I must attend her birthday celebration. Please, Dad, will you accompany me?" Wei Xini's mother mentioned that I can invite both you and Mom. By the way, when will Mom be back? Yi Tianyuan smiled and nodded at Yuan, saying, "Since you wish to go, of course, I shall accompany you. However, your mother is quite busy with work and may not have the time." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression turned somewhat despondent. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "But Wei Xini's mother said I should invite you both, and I promised her I can go back on my word. Dad, why don't you give Mom a call?" Yi Tianyuan chuckled in agreement. And just as he was about to take out his phone to make the call, Chapter 54, mocked at the birthday party, a deep brown Maserati Quattroporte slowly glided into the courtyard. Upon seeing her mother step out of the car, Yi Yuan couldn't contain her excitement and rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, you're back. I was just asking Dad to call you." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Yuan with a tender gaze and inquired, "Is there something you wanted to discuss with your mother?" Given her mother's busy work schedule, Yuan typically returned home alone after school, diligently completing her homework without ever calling to urge her mother. Yi Yuan recounted her request to Jiang Yao, who readily agreed to her daughter's wishes. "Yi Tianyuan, I'll go upstairs to change. Why don't you take Yuan to buy a gift first?" "It wouldn't be right to arrive empty-handed," Jiang Yao suggested to Yi Tianyuan. He nodded in acknowledgement. After seeing Jiang Yao off, Yi Tianyuan discreetly signaled the hidden enchantress to proceed with her task. Before Jiang Yao finished changing, the enchantress had already presented a beautifully wrapped gift to Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao emerged in a relatively formal evening gown. Although it was not from a prestigious brand, the way it accentuated her figure was truly captivating. The allure of a dress often lies in the person who adorns it. "Yi Tianyuan, I must leave early for an important business gala later," Jiang Yao informed him. He nodded reassuringly. "That's fine. You can stay for a little while before you depart." When the trio arrived at Villa 47 in Tangong, the entrance was already filled with luxury vehicles. The least expensive among them were Mercedes-Benz S-Class models, alongside Porsches, G-Class vehicles, and even Bentleys. Fortunately, there were only 8 luxury cars in total, indicating a modest guest list. The villa's courtyard was adorned with a warm birthday setup, featuring a small playground for children. The food area was brimming with an array of fruits, beverages, cakes, and snacks. A designated gift area showcased a multitude of small presents for the children to choose from at their leisure. The adults' lounge was arranged with sofas forming a large square, while the coffee table was laden with exquisite wines and delicacies. Premium brands like Matai, Lafite, and Romani Conti graced the table, alongside a lavish assortment of gourmet foods, 10-pound abalone, 10-pound king crabs, top-tier caviar, and other world-class ingredients, all at a staggering cost. The atmosphere of the birthday celebration radiated opulence. Children frolicked joyfully in the play area while their parents mingled in the lounge, savoring food and drink in high spirits. Tianyuan's here. Come play over here. As the family of 3 entered the courtyard, a little girl dressed like a princess rushed over and grabbed Tianyuan, leading her towards the playground. Excited to join her classmates, Tianyuan happily followed. At that moment, the gaze of all the parents collectively fell upon Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Dressed to perfection, Jiang Yao radiated an extraordinary allure. She was already a vision of ethereal beauty, captivating and unparalleled. Even on ordinary days, when she donned simple attire, her stunning features could not be concealed. Tonight, however, she adorned herself with great care for an important corporate gala, representing her company as its president. In that moment, Jiang Yao resembled the moon amidst a starry sky, shining brilliantly wherever she went. Men's eyes widened at the sight of her, unable to tear their gaze away. Not only the men, but even the women regarded her with a mix of envy and admiration. Upon the arrival of Tianyuan, all other women felt overshadowed, relegated to mere background against the resplendent beauty of Jiang Yao. The men, one by one, looked at Tianyuan with tears of envy, pondering the fortune required to win such a stunning spouse. Especially when comparing their own wives, a wave of regret swept over them, igniting a fleeting desire to trade for someone else. Without comparison, there can be no pain, and a palpable scent of jealousy filled the air. The hosts of the evening, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen, approached, though their demeanor was noticeably tinged with sarcasm. Su Yinfen, filled with jealousy, remarked, "Ah, Jiang Yao, after all these years since graduation, you remain unchanged, as youthful and graceful as ever, and your daughter is already grown, yet you seem untouched by time. It's no wonder that back in college, you had half the boys chasing after you." While these words ostensibly complimented Jiang Yao, they dripped with a distinct bitterness. With a playful tone, Su Yinfen nudged her husband, Wei Jian, saying, "You were among the throng of admirers back then, weren't you?" Upon being called out, Wei Jian's expression darkened slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He forced a smile and replied, "I was merely part of the crowd. After all, Jiang Yao was our class's goddess, the universally acknowledged beauty of our school. Not just our class, but the entire institution had thousands pursuing her." Su Yinfen shot a disapproving glance at Wei Jian. Such memories irked her. Jiang Yao, feeling a bit awkward, interjected, "Let us not dwell on our school days. It has been many years, and I've long forgotten." The titles of goddess or school beauty were just playful banter among classmates. "I had no idea our daughters were in the same class. What a coincidence." Su Yinfen quickly laughed, saying, "Oh, the esteemed Jiang Yao must have a poor memory. I invited Tianyuan because I knew she is your daughter." The underlying implication was clear. Jiang Yao seemed to lack the standing to attend otherwise. Yet Jiang Yao was no fool. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also remarkably astute, effortlessly grasping the subtext in Su Yinfen's words. She did not wish to be there. Her presence was merely to accompany her daughter. However, over the years, Jiang Yao had grown accustomed to such circumstances and thus remained indifferent, offering Su Yinfen a faint smile. Yet Su Yinfen persisted, her gaze shifting to Tianyuan. After appraising him as one might scrutinize a criminal, she remarked, "Oh, Jiang Yao, could this be your husband? I have heard whispers that you indulged in fleeting romances, giving birth to your daughter as a result. Are these mere fabrications? But I cannot help but inquire, Is he truly Yuan's biological father? At this, the other 6 pairs of parents cast curious glances in their direction. Jiang Yao's expression darkened instantly. She was well aware that Su Yanfan aimed to humiliate her by publicly airing her scandal. Tianyuan regarded Su Yanfan with a cold stare and replied in a low voice, "I am indeed Yuan's biological father. I have spent the past 7 years stationed at the border, hence my absence from Qingshan." Su Yanfan chuckled mockingly, her expression peculiar as she looked at Tianyuan. "So, the wild man everyone speaks of is you? Quite impressive, a soldier nonetheless. Yet after so many years in the military, you have been discharged. It seems your prospects are rather bleak. No wonder you lack even a vehicle. I truly feel for our class beauty." She continued, "Jiang Yao is the daughter of the Jiang family. While they may not be a prestigious lineage in Qingshan, they are still a third-rate family. I wonder what kind of enchantment you have cast upon Jiang Yao, compelling her to sever ties with her family and be cast out. I had assumed you were some affluent and handsome figure, but it appears you are merely a retired soldier struggling to make ends meet, a quintessential example of mediocrity." Wei Jian quickly chimed in with a smirk. Well, who could blame him for his misfortunes? What can one do if fate is unkind? Their sardonic banter led the other parents to point and laugh at Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao's expression grew even colder, her displeasure palpable. She could endure the insults directed at herself, but those aimed at Yi Tianyuan were intolerable. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan clasped Jiang Yao's hand firmly and spoke in a steady voice. Chapter 55. The swift blow to the face. I apologize. It seems I may disappoint you. I am not a high-flying wealthy gentleman, merely possessing a villa in Tangong and a BMW X5. Fortune has favored me, as my wife has recently ascended to the position of president of Rand Trading Company, while I find myself currently unemployed. Although my circumstances may pale in comparison to yours, they are not entirely dismal, are they? Yi Tianyuan's words did not astonish the crowd. Rather, they elicited laughter, particularly Wei Jian and Su Yanfan, who reacted as though they had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, their derision palpable. Su Yanfan, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked to Jiang Yao, "Oh, really, Jiang Yao? I never expected you to rise to such a position within a few short years without relying on your Jiang family. Truly, a capable and beautiful woman can ascend rapidly wherever she goes. Having the right resources certainly has its advantages." Her comment clearly insinuated that Jiang Yao had achieved her status through leveraging her looks. Before Jiang Yao could express her indignation, Su Yanfan turned to Wei Jian. "Dear, I remember you know Chairman Li of Rand Trading, right? Given his regard for our old classmate, we ought to express our gratitude." Wei Jian's face broke into a grin. "Indeed, my love, you're absolutely right. I shall arrange to invite Chairman Li for a meal." With that, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Su Yanfan, brimming with satisfaction, waved at Jiang Yao. "Hee, we are all old classmates after all. My husband, Wei Jian, is quite familiar with your Chairman Li. We'll invite you along for the dinner." The other parents chuckled and exchanged knowing glances, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao might falter. Su Yanfan's intent was transparent. She aimed to publicly humiliate Jiang Yao. Though Rand Trading Company was not a colossal enterprise, it generated several hundred million in revenue annually. Su Yanfan harbored doubts about Jiang Yao's claim of being the company president. As a daughter of the esteemed Su family, she managed a modest company with a valuation of merely 100 million. Having been classmates since high school, Jiang Yao had consistently outshone her in every aspect: academics, appearance, and social connections, leaving Su Yanfan in the shadows for years. Yet, Jiang Yao hailed from a third-rate family. How could she possibly compete with the daughter of a first-rate family? Consumed by jealousy and resentment that had festered since their high school days, she found herself embittered. Moreover, her husband, Wei Jian, had once been a fervent admirer of Jiang Yao during their university years, a fact that had tormented her for years. Had it not been for the scandal 7 years ago, when Jiang Yao bore a child out of wedlock, and the subsequent rumors that shattered many dreams, leading to her ostracism from the Jiang family, Su Yanfan's resentment would likely have remained unquenched. Now, with her daughter's birthday as an opportunity, she sought to summon Jiang Yao and humiliate her, hoping to release the pent-up frustration that had plagued her heart for so long. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Yao, she wasted no time in launching her attack. Jiang Yao cast a cold glance at Su Yinfen, surprised that after all these years, Su still harbored such resentment towards her. Had it not been for the sight of her daughter joyfully playing with her classmates, she would have turned on her heel and left immediately. Yi Tianyuan observed Su Yinfen and Wei Jian with a bemused expression, curious to see what antics they might attempt today. Did they wish to embarrass Jiang Yao? They would only bring shame upon themselves. Su Yinfen narrowed her eyes, scheming as she regarded Jiang Yao, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to strike a blow to her pride. However, her triumph was swiftly thwarted. Upon receiving confirmation from Chairman Li on the other end of the line that Jiang Yao was indeed the newly appointed president of Land Trading Company, her expression froze. Hardening like iron, she stared at Jiang Yao in disbelief, instinctively exclaiming, "Are you truly the company president?" Initially, Jiang Yao had no intention of boasting about her position. But since Su Yinfen insisted on making a spectacle of the matter, she decided to forego politeness and retorted coldly, "Did you not hear it just now? Would you like me to take you to the company for a first-hand verification?" Slap. The invisible sting of her words left Su Yinfen blushing furiously. The humiliation of having the tables turned upon her was both shameful and degrading. Following the revelation of Jiang Yao's true identity, the gazes of the other parents shifted, now tinged with newfound respect. Su Yinfen, not one to concede defeat, quickly turned to Yi Tianyuan, saying, "The Tang Palace is the most luxurious villa district in Xinjiang, comprised of only 100 villas, numbered from 1 to 100. The villas numbered 1 to 10 belong to the 10 most powerful families in Xinjiang, symbolizing status and prestige. The remaining 90 villas are invaluable. Mere wealth cannot secure a purchase. Our villa was acquired through considerable effort from the Wei family, and with the influence of my Su family, it became our wedding residence. 5 years ago, we invested 30 million, and now it would easily be worth double that. You claim to have just returned from military service and purchased a villa in the Tang Palace?" Yi Tianyuan responded succinctly, "Yes." Su Zanfan Laoget. Since it is such a coincidence that we both reside in the Tang Palace, we shall be neighbors. When shall you invite us to tour your new home? As old classmates, it is only fitting that we celebrate this joyous occasion together, is it not? In response to their intentions, Yi Tianyuan offered an unexpected reply. "If you are willing to take a trip, we can go right now." This statement rendered Su Yinfen and Wei Jian momentarily unsettled. They exchanged a glance, questioning the veracity of Yi Tianyuan's claim. Could it truly be the case? Yet, it seemed implausible. The prominent families of Qinshan bore no surname of Yi. How could Yi Tianyuan possibly afford a villa in the Tang Palace? Even if he could, it would not be available for purchase. The villa district had been established 5 years prior and had never been publicly sold. All acquisitions were reserved for those with the requisite qualifications. Villas of such prestigious standing were unlikely to ever be sold. Surely? Impossible. This could not be true. Was he merely posturing? Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian quickly concluded that Yi Tianyuan must be boasting. After exchanging knowing smiles, Su Yinfeng said, "All right then, it's not far. Let's go have a look." With that, she beckoned everyone to join her, intent on exposing Yi Tianyuan's deception and putting him in an awkward position. However, Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao remained remarkably calm, leading the way ahead. Before long, the group arrived at Villa 88 of Tang Palace. Villa Tantoto. Su Yinfeng widened her eyes at the doorplate, staring blankly at Wei Jian. Isn't Villa 88 the most prestigious one aside from Villas 1 to 10? It is said to have been purchased by a mysterious figure from Jiangning and has remained unoccupied for 5 years. 5 years ago, this villa was already exorbitantly priced. In today's market, it would likely sell for several hundred million. Wei Jian nodded. Several hundred million? I doubt that mysterious figure from Jiangning would even consider selling it. The other parents, overhearing Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian, were astonished. The value of this villa was indeed staggering. Such an amount truly reshaped their understanding of the Tang Palace villas. Several hundred million? Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Tianyuan. Is it really worth that much? Yi Tianyuan mentioned that this was a reward from the Ministry of War. If it were truly worth several hundred million, the ministry wouldn't be so generous, would they? Su Yanfeng continued to regard Yi Tianyuan with skepticism, asking, "Are you certain this villa belongs to you?" Yi Tianyuan simply opened the gate and gestured for everyone to enter. Upon seeing the two luxurious cars parked in the yard, Su Yanfeng's lips involuntarily twitched. A villa of this caliber, accompanied by two fine vehicles. The conditions were certainly no less impressive than her own family's. This revelation struck a heavy blow to her psyche, leaving her deeply unsettled. Impossible. She still refused to believe that the villa truly belonged to Yi Tianyuan. With a grim expression, she fixated on him, asserting, "This villa cannot be yours. I believe you have broken in to impersonate the owner, since this place has been vacant for so long." As her words echoed, the gazes of all the parents swiftly turned toward Yi Tianyuan, filled with skepticism. Chapter 56. Kneel, bow, and admit fault. Wei Jian, with an expression of utmost seriousness, addressed Yi Tianyuan. "Brother, trespassing into a private residence and claiming it as your own is a criminal act. The individual capable of acquiring the villa at number 88 Tang Palace is not someone you can provoke. If the situation escalates, your very lives may be at stake." He then turned to Jiang Yao and advised, "Old classmate, heed my counsel. While the situation remains manageable, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself bereft of any opportunity for regret." Jiang Yao, fully convinced that the property belonged to Yi Tianyuan, still harbored a modicum of doubt regarding his previous assertions. However, she was certain that the house itself posed no issues. With a serious demeanor, she declared, "I believe you are gravely mistaken. This villa indeed belongs to Yi Tianyuan. He has rendered significant contributions to the War Department, and this is a reward bestowed upon him." Upon hearing this, Su Yanfeng and Wei Jian became even more convinced that the villa could not possibly belong to Yi Tianyuan. Su Yanfeng, adopting an educational tone, remarked to Jiang Yao, "It is often said that a woman in love possesses an IQ of 0, and the truth of that statement is indeed revealed here. Jiang Yao, you, a woman of such intelligence, how could you fall for such fabrications intended for naive girls?" Huh. He has supposedly achieved great merit in the War Department. If he truly had, why would he not remain there in an official capacity? Why would he retire? Only those unable to thrive in the War Department are forcibly retired. If he were transitioning to another role, why is he still without employment? Even if he did achieve great merit, do you truly believe the War Department would reward him with a villa worth billions? Do you think he is the leader of the War Department, or perhaps the war god of our dragon nation? Wei Jian looked at Jiang Yao with a sympathetic gaze and shook his head, saying, "Jiang Yao, you have been deceived by Yi Tianyuan. My grandfather was a general in the War Department, and I possess a fair understanding of its workings. No matter how significant the contributions, the maximum reward from the War Department would be a mere 1 to 2 million. Listening to their words, Jiang Yao's brows furrowed slightly, yet she remained steadfast in her belief that the villa belonged to Yi Tianyuan. In this matter, she was resolute that he would not deceive her. Yi Tianyuan, however, stood there indifferently, observing the farcical display of the two individuals. Other parents began to murmur amongst themselves, clearly unconvinced that the villa was Yi Tianyuan's, and many suggested that Jiang Yao was merely a fool duped by a scoundrel. "Are you certain this house is not mine?" Yi Tianyuan suddenly asked with a cold smile. Su Yanfeng confidently nodded, retorting, "Still stubborn, are we? How about we place a wager? If the villa truly belongs to you, then my husband and I shall kneel and apologize to you both. If it does not belong to you, then you too shall kneel and admit your fault to us. What do you say? Do you dare to gamble? If you lack the courage, then it would be wise to concede. After all, we are old classmates, and we wouldn't report you. But should you remain obstinate, do not blame us for forgetting our camaraderie." Yi Tianyuan looked at Su Yanfeng with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one, and inquired, "Are you certain?" Su Zanfeng, "Dietz Lacing Zemak Ben Zisong," promptly retorted, "Of course I'm certain. But do you dare to wager?" She dismissed his bravado, asserting that such tactics were futile against them. Yi Tianyuan, uninterested in further dialogue, directly called the property manager of the community, requesting an immediate visit. Naturally, Su Yanfeng was skeptical of Yi Tianyuan's little ruse. Perform, Continue your act. Let us see how long you can keep it up. 3 minutes later, the property manager arrived. Both Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian recognized him and immediately launched into a barrage of complaints. Yi Tianyuan presented the property deed to the manager. After a meticulous examination of the deed and corroborating the details within the property management system, as well as confirming the information with the housing authority via phone, the manager respectfully returned the deed to Yi Tianyuan, bowing deeply and stating, "Esteemed Mr. Yi, we have verified your ownership. You are indeed the proprietor of Villa 88 in Tangong. This villa was transferred to your name a year ago by the Zhongjun War Department and the city government. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to instruct us. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly at the manager. His words left everyone in a state of astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock as they gazed at Yi Tianyuan. The villa, valued at several hundred million, truly belonged to him? The villa owned by Wei Jian and Su Yinfeng paled in comparison, likely worth nearly 10 times less. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their perceptions of Yi Tianyuan shifting dramatically. Wei Jian and Su Yinfeng, utterly flabbergasted, wore expressions that were nothing short of remarkable. Just as the property manager was about to depart, Su Yinfeng called out to stop him. With a look of skepticism, she asked, "You aren't colluding with Yi Tianyuan, are you? Is this house truly his?" The property manager, somewhat displeased by her insinuation, maintained a professional smile as she replied, "Miss Su, I have already shown you the information we gathered. If you still have doubts, you may verify it at our property management office, or I can accompany you to the housing authority for a personal inquiry. What do you think?" With such an assertive offer, Su Yinfeng understood that the truth was indisputable. Continuing to dispute would only result in her embarrassment. Seeing that she had fallen silent, the property manager departed with her associates. Once the property manager was gone, Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian, stating, "You have also verified the house. It is time to honor the wager." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian's expressions turned icy, their faces reflecting utter dismay. The humiliation was unbearable, kneeling and bowing their heads. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Wei Jian forced an awkward smile as he gazed at Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Brother, it was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? We only meant well, concerned that you might inadvertently stir up some trouble. Now that it has been confirmed that the house indeed belongs to you, let us rejoice. Congratulations to you both. Kneel, bow your head, and admit your faults." Yi Tianyuan's chilling voice cut through the air. His gaze, as cold as that of a reaper, instilled a deep-seated fear in Wei Jian and his wife, causing their hearts to quiver in trepidation. Su Yinfeng, visibly displeased, retorted, "We are all adults. Why can't you take a joke? All right, let's return to my villa. The children are still waiting for us." This incident was merely a misunderstanding. Although we had no ill intentions, we still owe you and Jiang Yao an apology. As she spoke, Su Yinfeng gestured for everyone to head back. Yi Tianyuan sudden. Like an avenging deity, he effortlessly positioned himself before Wei Jian and Su Yinfeng, emanating a formidable and icy aura that compelled the pair to retreat, their bodies teetering perilously close to the ground. Particularly, his gaze, reminiscent of a demon's wrath, sent shivers down their spines, leaving them trembling in sheer panic as if facing the king of hell. "Jiang Yao, we are all old classmates. Please persuade Yi Tianyuan. Must this be taken to such extremes? We acknowledge our error from earlier. I've already apologized. What more do you want from us?" Su Yinfen's face drained of color, and she urgently sought Jiang Yao's intervention. With thoughts of her daughter still playing at Su Yinfen's home, Jiang Yao's heart softened, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. Thus, she approached Yi Tianyuan and gently tugged at him, saying, "Let it go. We are classmates after all. Consider it a joke. Yuan is still at their place. Let us not make it too awkward." Yi Tianyuan regarded Jiang Yao, and upon recalling Yuan, he tempered his hostility. After casting a cold glance at the couple, he relented. Su Yinfeng and Wei Jian exhaled a silent sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. They quickly ushered everyone to return. Jiang Yao, citing other obligations, departed in her vehicle. Upon returning home, Su Yinfen mentioned that she needed to attend a crucial business gala that evening, instructing Wei Jian to see to their guests before hastily driving away. No sooner had Su Yinfen left than a Ferrari glided to a stop at the entrance. Chapter 57. The mediocre martial artist, tormented like a dog, a tall man clad in casual athletic attire, descended from his vehicle. Although his outfit appeared rather unassuming, those with discerning eyes recognized that it was worth an exorbitant sum, amounting to several tens of thousands. The limited edition sneakers adorning his feet could easily purchase a BMW. Striding leisurely, he approached with a broad grin, casually tossing a hefty red envelope toward Wei Jian from a distance. Wei Jian caught it effortlessly, greeting him with a smile. "Good brother, you are quite late." The tall man stepped up to Wei Jian and playfully tapped his fist lightly against Wei Jian's chest, eliciting a frown from him due to the unexpected sting. With a hearty laugh, the tall man remarked, "Huh, have I ever been on time from childhood to now?" Wei Jian opened the thick envelope, revealing a substantial stack of foreign currency, estimated to be worth around 100,000. The lavishness of the tall man's gesture drew astonished glances from the other parents present. After surveying his surroundings, the tall man inquired of Wei Jian, "Did you not say our class goddess would be here? Where is she?" Wei Jian replied, "You arrived late. She was here just a moment ago, but had to leave for a bit. However, her husband and daughter are still around." "Oh, her husband?" The tall man's gaze swiftly settled on Yi Tianyuan, scrutinizing him as if assessing a suspect. After a prolonged examination, he extended his hand towards Yi Tianyuan, introducing himself. "My name is Zhang Xiaoqiang, from the Zhang family of the Bagua sect. I was a classmate of Jiang Yao. Hee. I was the class monitor and her #1 suitor for 4 years, yet I could not win her heart. Who would have thought our class goddess would end up with you? Impressive, my friend. Perhaps you could share some insights on how you captured her affection." It was evident that he sought to provoke. He seemed to possess considerable martial prowess. However, Yi Tianyuan appeared disinterested in even lifting his eyelids. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "Considering you are Jiang Yao's classmate, I shall overlook your disrespectful words this once. Should you dare to speak insolently again, I will strike you." Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback by this remark. He scrutinized Yi Tianyuan, confirming that the words indeed came from him. "Are you serious?" he asked, his expression darkening and revealing a hint of ferocity akin to a beast. Being from the Zhang family of the Bagua sect, he had trained in martial arts from a young age and had now entered the ranks of martial artists, becoming a third-rate warrior. In terms of strength, among his peers, he claimed the top spot without contest. Zhang Xiaoqiang prided himself on being the invincible one under 30 in Qingshan, heralded as the youngest and most talented martial artist. He had never feared nor lost a fight throughout his life, naturally instilling in him a sense of extraordinary arrogance. "You may give a try," Yi Tianyuan replied coldly. Zhang Xiaoqiang cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck, the sound of bones popping resonating like firecrackers. Just a glance is enough to reveal that Zhang Xiaoqiang is not to be trifled with. Beside him, Wei Jian evidently had no intention of mediating. Instead, he relished the prospect of watching the confrontation unfold. It was an opportune moment for Zhang Xiaoqiang to teach Yi Tianyuan a lesson, thereby curbing the latter's arrogant disregard for others. Zhang Xiaoqiang flashed a beast-like, cold grin and remarked, "In Qingshan, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. You certainly possess an audacious spirit. Do not presume that your marriage to our class's goddess, a wife of ethereal beauty, makes you remarkable. Qingshan is not a domain where someone of your societal standing can act so brazenly. I, Zhang Xiaoqiang, am not someone you can provoke. If you retract your earlier words for Jiang Yao's sake, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, should I decide to beat you, it would be entirely deserved. You have sullied the goddess I pursued for 4 years in university. I am quite displeased. If you choose to throw yourself into the line of fire, I shall not hesitate to give you a thorough lesson. If you seek this out, it cannot be considered me bullying you, can it?" Wei Jian then feigned concern as he addressed Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang hails from the esteemed Bagua sect of our Qingshan martial arts lineage. He is trained in martial arts since childhood, showcasing astonishing prowess. He has now ascended to the ranks of a martial artist becoming a third-rate warrior. I advise you not to contest Zhang Xiaoqiang. If he resorts to violence, I cannot intervene." Upon hearing Wei Jian's words, the parents present regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with a mixture of awe and respect. A martial artist is indeed a figure that ordinary individuals look up to. Is a third-rate warrior truly formidable? Yi Tianyuan inquired disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Wei Jian. Wei Jian regarded him with a knowing expression and replied with a smirk. "What a martial artist represents seems to be lost on you. For an ordinary person, he can take on 100 with ease, effortlessly dispatching them. Even the most formidable special forces would find it impossible to approach him. In all of Qingshan, few rival Zhang Xiaoqiang's strength. A retired soldier like you would be easily overwhelmed by him." However, before Wei Jian could finish, a sharp and resounding slap echoed as it struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. His mouth split open, blood gushing forth, a testament to the force behind the blow. This unexpected slap left everyone in a state of shock. Moments ago, no one had discerned what transpired. They had only heard the sound. Now, they beheld the vivid imprint of a hand on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, unmistakably revealing that Yi Tianyuan had delivered the blow. Such incredible speed. Not even Zhang Xiaoqiang, a third-rate warrior, had been able to react in time. He merely perceived a flash before an overwhelming force crashed into his face, igniting a fiery pain that left him stunned for a considerable moment before he finally regained his senses. As Zhang Xiaoqiang regained his senses, he was instantly consumed by rage. Resembling a frenzied beast, he roared at Yi Tianyuan, "You seek death." However, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to strike, Yi Tianyuan retaliated with a resounding slap. This blow was imbued with even greater force than the last, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang staggering back 2 steps, utterly bewildered. How could this happen? He was, after all, a third-rate martial artist. How could he be so easily humiliated? Did he not care for his dignity? Wei Jian looked on in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. The slap had come too swiftly. Mere moments ago, he had been fervently boasting about Zhang Xiaoqiang's prowess. He had anticipated a scenario in which Zhang Xiaoqiang would thoroughly dominate Yi Tianyuan, yet the reality was starkly opposite. This defied all logic. Even if Yi Tianyuan had spent a few years in the War Department and fought at the borders, his strength seemed implausibly formidable. Yi Tianyuan showed no mercy, not granting Zhang Xiaoqiang a moment to regain his footing. Like a shadow, he advanced with uncanny swiftness, appearing before Zhang Xiaoqiang as if conjured from thin air, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to shudder in fright as though he had encountered a specter. Despite his desire to resist, Zhang Xiaoqiang found no room for defiance against Yi Tianyuan. With a mere flick of his hand, Yi Tianyuan seized Zhang Xiaoqiang and hurled him away as though he were a mere sandbag. Zhang Xiaoqiang soared through the air for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the pavement below. The sheer force of the impact elicited pained cries from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Even he, in his folly, recognized that he had encountered a true expert today. No matter how furious he felt, he dared not confront Yi Tianyuan again. Thus, after casting a resentful glance at Yi Tianyuan and muttering curses under his breath, he fled in haste. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they witnessed the third-rate martial artist, Zhang Xiaoqiang, beaten into retreat by Yi Tianyuan in mere moments. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Wei Jian and remarked, "A third-rate martial artist is hardly impressive. Mediocre strength, yet an abundance of empty words." Wei Jian was left speechless. Yi Tianyuan casually tossed the gift box he held to Wei Jian and strode away with Yu Yan, departing with purposeful strides. Chapter 58. The figurine worth over $1 million after Yi Tianyuan and Yuan had departed for a while. Those remaining suddenly regained their senses. The events that had just transpired felt surreal. A seemingly unremarkable individual from the lower echelons of society had not only acquired a villa in Tangong worth several hundred million, but had also ruthlessly vanquished a third-rate martial artist. How fantastical was that? Perhaps even television dramas would shy away from such a portrayal. However, it wasn't long before Wei Jian emerged from his astonishment. "You foolish brute," he seethed through clenched teeth, having offended the Zhang family. "You, Yi Tianyuan, shall not enjoy a peaceful existence. Regardless of your strength, against the formidable Zhang family, you are doomed. The Zhang family is the most powerful clan in Qingshan, a first-rate family in every sense. In terms of martial prowess and financial resources, they stand unrivaled. You, an ordinary person devoid of any influential background, cannot provoke them without dire consequences. You will soon learn the meaning of regret. The other parents nodded in agreement. The might of the Zhang family was well known throughout Qingshan. Wei Jian casually opened the gift box presented by Yi Tianyuan, and upon discovering a figurine within, he scoffed disdainfully. A toy worth merely a few dozen yuan, yet packaged with such extravagance, truly a reflection of a loser-esque mentality. With that, he carelessly hurled the figurine to the ground, shattering it into 2 pieces. The other parents looked on with expressions of contempt. Although their gifts may not have been as lavish as those from the Zhang family's heir, they still valued several thousand yuan. How could Yi Tianyuan dare to present such a paltry gift? This left everyone puzzled. How had Yi Tianyuan come into possession of the villa at Tiangong number 88? He hardly appeared to be someone capable of yielding such wealth. Was it Jiang Yao? Yet that seemed unlikely. Even if she had just been appointed as the president of Land Trade Company Limited, how could she possibly have access to that kind of cash? Just then, a female parent picked up the shattered figurine from the ground, examining it closely, her expression shifting to one of excitement. Indeed, it bears the autograph of a world-renowned figurine master, along with a security code. The craftsmanship and materials are impeccable. This should be an authentic piece. Figurines, as works of art, were cherished only by a select few. The vast majority of people simply could not appreciate them. Observing her fervent reaction, Wei Jian derisively remarked, "Even if it is genuine, it can't be worth much. At most, a few hundred yuan." However, the words of the female parent left everyone present in shock. "Wei Xiao, you may not be familiar with figurines. This particular piece has an official price tag of over $1 million, and it's not something that can simply be purchased with money. On the black market, prices have escalated to a staggering $1 million. What? This broken figurine is worth over $1 million? Are you trying to deceive me?" The words of the female parent were met with skepticism from everyone present. Wei Jian cast a scrutinizing gaze upon her, his voice laced with cold ire. "Surely you are not in cahoots with Yi Tianyuan?" The woman hastily clarified, "Wei Xiao, I have long been an enthusiast for figurines, passionately collecting various models. Though this is my first encounter with this particular piece, I can assure you it is undoubtedly authentic." As she spoke, she swiftly accessed the official page for the figurine on her phone, directing Wei Jian's attention to it. "Look, Wei Xiao, does it not match this one perfectly?" The other parents gathered around to take a closer look, some even resorting to their own searches on their phones. The results they found corroborated her claim, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had mocked Yi Tianyuan for presenting what they presumed was a worthless gift, only to discover that the figurine was valued at over $1 million. However, all eyes soon converged upon Wei Jian, who had just recklessly thrown away something worth a staggering sum. Although his heart ached at the loss, over $1 million was no trifling matter for him. He maintained an outward facade of indifference, proclaiming nonchalantly, "Even if it is genuine, it's merely $1 million plus, I don't care." In truth, Wei Jian longed to slap himself for his impulsive actions. The No. 1 mansion stands as the pinnacle of reception venues in Qingshan, with the city government holding a 50% stake, while the remaining half is owned by Long Yi of the Qinglong Society. Today, it was reserved exclusively by the Heihuang Group in conjunction with the city government for a commercial gala, a meeting of the local power brokers. The Heihuang Group's audacious entry into Qingshan had become the talk of the town, with everyone eager to forge alliances with such a formidable entity. Thus, the anticipation surrounding the evening's event had various influential families in Qingshan clamoring for an invitation. The expansive parking lot outside the No. 1 mansion was overflowing with vehicles, and many uninvited executives loitered like street vendors at the entrance, hoping to either sneak into the event or catch a glimpse of the prominent figures of Qingshan. This was indeed a rare opportunity, as many notable personalities were expected to attend. Just as Jiang Yao was about to produce her invitation to enter the No. 1 mansion, a shrill voice interrupted her. "Oh, Jiang Yao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yao furrowed her brows and turned to see Su Yanfeng, adorned in ostentatious finery. It seemed fate had conspired to reunite them sooner than expected. Jiang Yao replied curtly, "I'm here, of course, to attend the gala." Huh. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Su Yanfeng burst into laughter, her expression dripping with sarcasm as she gazed at Jiang Yao. She pointed towards the one mansion and asked, "Do you know who is hosting the gala there tonight?" Jiang Yao understood Su Yanfeng's insinuation and replied with a glance, "Yes, the Black Emperor Group." Su Yanfeng continued, "But do you also know that the guests invited tonight are all prominent figures in Qingshan? And who are you? Merely a member of a third-rate family." "Oh right, your Jiang family is indeed at the top of the third-rate families, but I believe you were expelled from the Jiang family 5 years ago, weren't you? The Jiang family hasn't mentioned anything about you returning, have they? Are you trying to say that just because you're now the president of land trade, you feel entitled to attend tonight's gala? Haha, you're just a president of a small company. Look over there, do you see that crowd? Which one of them isn't a company executive? Do you think they're qualified? Are you not aware that tonight's gala operates on a real name basis, with each person requiring a unique invitation? Without an invitation, how will you gain entry? Haha, you aren't planning to sneak in, are you?" After saying this, Su Yanfeng immediately turned to a few security personnel at the entrance, instructing, "Keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't manage to sneak in." The security guards, seemingly familiar with Su Yanfeng, nodded in understanding and kept a vigilant watch on Jiang Yao, as if guarding against a thief. Jiang Yao, however, was disinclined to engage further and simply retrieved her invitation from her bag, presenting it to the security personnel at the entrance. Su Yanfeng immediately mocked her. "Oh, did you do your homework? You even know how to prepare a fake invitation in advance. But it's useless. Invitations are real name verified. If your name isn't on the list, you won't be allowed in." She then cautioned the security personnel, "Make sure to check thoroughly. If someone sneaks in, you will bear the responsibility." Yet, before Su Yanfeng could finish her sentence, she was met with an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 59. Slapping Su Yanfeng in the face after the security personnel conducted their inspection, they respectfully returned the invitation to Jiang Yao, bowing slightly and gesturing, "Esteemed guest, please proceed inside. An attendant will guide you to the venue." Upon hearing this, Su Yanfeng was momentarily taken aback, her expression rigid, as though struck by lightning. Was the invitation in Jiang Yao's hand genuine? How could this be? What right did she have to possess such an invitation? Neither her status as the daughter of the Jiang family, nor her position as the president of land trading company seemed sufficient to warrant such a privilege. Suddenly, Su Yanfeng felt disoriented. At that moment, Jiang Yao coldly remarked to Su Yanfeng, "There is but one face. Must you squander it so recklessly? Do you assume I would stoop to your level and commit foolish acts?" With that, Jiang Yao turned her back and strode into the number 1 mansion. As Su Yanfeng watched Jiang Yao enter the mansion, her face turned an irate shade of green. After muttering angrily to herself, she thrust the invitation at the security personnel and shouted irritably, "Hurry up!" The security staff, unable to express their frustration, could only expedite their inspection. However, after several meticulous checks, they stumbled upon an exceedingly awkward situation. The security personnel returned the invitation to Su Yanfeng, who snatched it and attempted to enter the mansion, only to be halted by the security staff. "Miss, we sincerely apologize, but we have not found your name on the list associated with this invitation. Thus you cannot enter." This declaration immediately attracted the curious gazes of onlookers. Su Yanfeng's face flushed crimson with indignation. Was she truly the fool in this scenario? Hearing the whispers and feeling the mocking stares around her, Su Yanfeng erupted in anger, raising the invitation and bellowing at the security personnel. "Are you blind? Do you not recognize who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the esteemed Su family, a prominent lineage in Qingshan. This invitation was procured for me by my grandfather, and you dare claim it is a forgery? Have you verified this? Do you comprehend the repercussions of your words?" Su Yanfeng intentionally amplified her voice, seeking to ensure that everyone present was aware of her identity, thereby asserting that she could not possibly possess a counterfeit invitation. Yet the security personnel, wearing a pained expression, replied, "We are truly sorry. We have checked thoroughly multiple times, and your name is indeed absent from our records. Therefore, we cannot permit you entry." This response incited such fury in Su Yanfeng that she felt the urge to strike someone. With an air of superiority, she pointed at the security personnel and demanded, "Immediately summon your supervisor. I refuse to converse with you insignificant minions." At that moment, several figures emerged from the know. One mansion was Xiaohu accompanied by two subordinates. Who is causing such a commotion here? Zhou Xiaohu barked. Su Yanfeng, unfamiliar with Zhou Xiaohu, assumed he was merely the security head for the event and therefore did not hold back her ire, glaring at him and retorting, "What sort of business are you running, smack?" Before Su Yanfan could finish her words, Zhou Xiaohu swiftly struck her face with a resounding slap. The force of the blow was considerable, sending Su Yanfan sprawling to the ground. Her delicate visage became swollen and bruised, a cut forming at the corner of her mouth from which blood flowed freely. In agony, Su Yanfan wept bitterly, calling for her parents. Her makeup was ruined, and her exquisite evening gown was soiled. The onlookers regarded her with expressions of disbelief, contemplating how a woman could venture out without her wits about her, daring to provoke anyone, let alone the second-in-command of the Qinglong Society, Lord Hu. Truly, she had brought this upon herself. After a moment of stunned silence on the ground, Su Yanfan sprang up, still oblivious to her predicament, and shouted furiously at Zhou Xiaohu, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Zhou Xiaohu smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, I know you are the young lady of the Su family. Look, your grandfather is coming right now." Upon hearing this, Su Yanfan turned around and, to her relief, spotted her grandfather approaching. With her grandfather's arrival, she felt emboldened, her confidence surging. However, before she could revel in her newfound assurance, Zhou Xiaohu's hand struck her face once more with a resounding crack. With another sharp slap echoing in the air, Su Yanfan was knocked to the ground again, utterly dazed. "Before your grandfather, I dare to strike you. Why all this fuss? Now that I know who you are, do you know who I am?" Su Yanfan was rendered speechless, her fear palpable as she gazed at Zhou Xiaohu. Even she, in her ignorance, realized that the man before her was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would not have dared to strike her in the presence of her grandfather. Although the head of the Su family wore a grim expression, he addressed Zhou Xiaohu with respect, saying, "Lord Hu, may I inquire what offense my granddaughter has committed against you? She is just a young girl, lacking understanding. I hope you can find it in your heart to overlook this matter." Hearing the title Lord Hu sent a shiver down Su Yanfan's spine, nearly paralyzing her with fear. She suddenly comprehended that the man before her was indeed the formidable second-in-command of the Qinglong Society. He was someone the Su family could not afford to offend. Known for his ferocity and ruthless methods, those who dared to cross him met with dire consequences. Realizing this, Su Yanfan trembled uncontrollably, her previous arrogance evaporating as she cast a contrite look at Zhou Xiaohu. "Unwise fool, apologize to Lord Hu at once," commanded the head of the Su family. Noticing Zhou Xiaohu's unwavering demeanor, Su Yanfan, quaking in fear, immediately offered her apologies, claiming that her earlier behavior was due to ignorance and a lack of awareness, which had led her to offend Lord Hu. Yet, Zhou Xiaohu remained unmoved, coldly chuckling as he addressed the Su family head. "I have no time to entertain you today. Depart, for you shall not attend this evening's gala." Upon hearing this, the head of the Su family grew anxious and urgently exclaimed, "Lord Hu, if you are still unsatisfied, I will ensure my granddaughter does not attend the gala. But what do you mean by excluding us from the event? The evening gathering holds significant importance for the Su family, and I sincerely hope that Lord Hu will refrain from exploiting this minor matter for his own advantage." Lord Hu's expression darkened, and a fierce rage erupted in his eyes. A chilling aura of menace sent the head of the Su family into a state of profound trepidation, as if standing on the precipice of death. "Have I not been sufficiently clear?" Lord Hu's voice resonated with severity and palpable hostility. Faced with such an imposing presence, the head of the Su family understood that Lord Hu was serious and dared not utter another word. Despite the frustration boiling within him, he chose to temporarily retreat and avoid confrontation. Regaining his composure swiftly, the head of the Su family, a leader of a prominent clan in Qingshan, was no ordinary man. Thus, he quickly discerned the underlying implications and addressed Lord Hu directly. We have shared decades of camaraderie. You cannot possibly deny me attendance at the gathering over such a trivial matter. Might you offer me a reason? If I, Su, have indeed offended you in any way, I shall accept whatever reckoning you deem fit. However, today, can we not separate the issues at hand? After casting a cold glance at the head of the Su family, Lord Hu approached him and lowered his voice. The Black Emperor Group has issued orders preventing any member of the Su family from attending. And as for the reason, he left the statement unfinished, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yanfeng on the ground, making his implication abundantly clear. The head of the Su family's countenance instantly turned icy as he cast a frigid gaze towards Su Yanfeng, who appeared utterly bewildered. Come with me, he commanded coldly before turning on his heel and striding away. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of the number 1 mansion, Tianyuan stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, with the Black Emperor respectfully stationed behind him. This entire scenario had, of course, been orchestrated by Tianyuan. At the entrance of the mansion, Jiang Yao lingered, having witnessed the unfolding events. While she felt a sense of satisfaction, a wave of inexplicable doubt washed over her. Was this coincidence too fortuitous? Had Su Yanfeng, having merely provoked her, been swiftly dealt with? Was she truly barred from attending the gathering merely by chance? Or was there something more at play? Chapter 60. The fifth elder comes knocking. How could you be so blind as to offend someone of such stature from the Black Emperor Group? What emboldens you? The head of the Su family reprimanded Su Yanfeng coldly after leading her to a secluded spot. That is the Black Emperor Group. Do you wish to bring calamity upon the Su family? Su Yanfeng stood there, utterly bewildered, her face contorted with grievance as she replied, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I don't even know a single security guard from the Black Emperor Group. How could I possibly provoke someone of their caliber? I haven't left the house all day, as I've been preparing for my daughter's birthday party. Who have I offended? The head of the Su family raised his hand as if to strike Su Yanfeng. But upon seeing her swollen face, he halted. Are you still trying to argue? This is what Elder Hu himself informed me. Do you think someone of his prominence would wrongfully accuse you? Reflect carefully on whether you've offended anyone in the past few days. I have not encountered anyone significant from the Black Emperor Group, she protested. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so foolishly. Who could I have possibly upset? Her thoughts drifted to Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Could they be the source of her troubles? The head of the Su family furrowed his brow. Tianyuan, Jiang Yao? Who are they? Su Yanfeng briefly introduced the two individuals, and after hearing her words, the head of the Su family's expression grew more troubled. If that is the case, it seems unlikely they are involved. Su Yanfeng shook her head vigorously. Grandfather, I have not ventured anywhere except for the company and home these past few days. I truly have not offended anyone else. The head of the Su family's frown deepened, a chill enveloping his countenance as he pondered. Jiang Yao belongs to the Jiang family. She must be unrelated to the Black Emperor Group. As for Tianyuan, I have not heard of him. However, his return to Qingshan coincides with the Black Emperor Group's entrance into the area. Perhaps this is not mere coincidence. He then decided to call Chief Ma to inquire about Tianyuan's background. After making the call, Chief Ma nearly dropped his phone upon hearing the request, promptly refusing to assist. Unfazed, the head of the Su family subtly probed if there was any connection between Tianyuan and the Black Emperor Group, but Chief Ma, terrified of divulging any information, quickly terminated the call. Though the head of the Su family did not receive a definitive answer from Chief Ma, he had formed a conclusion in his mind. He looked sternly at Su Yanfeng. It is highly likely that Tianyuan is an important figure within the Black Emperor Group. He is still at your house, correct? Come, let us go see him. At the top floor of mansion number 1, the Black Emperor respectfully addressed Tianyuan. Boss, Chief Ma just called to inform me that the head of the Su family is inquiring about your situation. Tianyuan chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness in his smile. It seems the head of the Su family is not as foolish as I presumed. Perhaps the head of the Su family has already surmised that you are a significant figure within the Black Emperor Group. The Black Emperor remarked. Yet Tianyuan, seemingly unfazed, responded, It matters not. Whether he guesses or not is inconsequential. The identity of the Black Emperor Group holds no importance. Even if he has deduced it, it remains merely speculation. Being an astute man, he surely would refrain from disseminating such information. The Black Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this statement. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Boss, the matriarch has already entered the gala. Will you not make an appearance?" Tianyuan shook his head, replying, "No. It would be unwise for me to show myself. Jiang Yao is a remarkably intelligent woman. She has begun to harbor suspicions about me. I have already instructed Zhou Xiaohu to deal with Su Yanfen. Should I appear now, it would undoubtedly lead her to connect the dots regarding my association with the Black Emperor Group. After all, the Black Emperor Group is a force rooted in the underworld, which Jiang Yao might not appreciate. I do not wish for her to perceive me as a villain." The Black Emperor smiled awkwardly at this. He was the founder of the Black Emperor Group, which, despite now operating in a corporate manner within Qingshan, inevitably conjured images of its origins in the underworld. No matter how much one attempts to cleanse the reputation of something tainted, it can never be entirely purified. The darkness is an indelible mark of the Black Emperor Group. It cannot simply be washed away. Tianyuan continued, "I merely came to take a brief look at Jiang Yao. Yuan awaits my return at home. I must go back to keep her company. You stay vigilant here and report to me immediately should anything arise." The Black Emperor promptly nodded in acknowledgement. 20 minutes later, Tianyuan returned home. Just as he exited the vehicle, his brow furrowed, and a glint of cold light emanated from his eyes. With a swift motion, he evaded an attack aimed at him. Before the assailant could strike again, Tianyuan retaliated with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the attacker flying. In a seamless motion, he seized the airborne assailant, firmly gripping his throat. Upon closer inspection, the assailant appeared to be a man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in black. He was tall and muscular, with a face chiseled like stone, indicative of a top-tier expert. Yet before Tianyuan, he was evidently outmatched. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly commanded, "Tianyuan, cease your actions." Upon hearing this voice, Tianyuan furrowed his brows and turned to see an elderly gentleman in his 60s, flanked by a group of men in black. The older man gazed at Tianyuan with a benevolent expression, reminiscent of a grandfather watching over his grandson, exuding warmth and kindness. Recognizing the elder, Tianyuan released his grip. The man in black respectfully bowed to Tianyuan and then silently retreated behind the elder. Tianyuan approached the elder and softly addressed him. "Elder Fifth." The elder turned, and the black-clad guards parted to reveal a few specially armored vehicles parked behind them. One of the vehicles opened its door, and the elder Fifth smiled at Tianyuan, saying, "Shall we have a seat in my vehicle and converse for a moment?" Confronted with the invitation from the fifth elder, Tianyuan maintained an expression of utter indifference, his face betraying no emotion as he stated, "I have no business with your elder council, nor do I have anything to discuss. My daughter awaits my return at home. I must take my leave." With that, Tianyuan turned to depart, showing no regard for their presence. However, as he pivoted, several black-clad guards, akin to phantoms, swiftly positioned themselves before him, barring his path. These were the elite forces of the Dragon Kingdom, each possessing formidable strength. Yet, Tianyuan appeared to regard them with disdain. He cast a cold glance at the guards obstructing him and commanded, "Step aside, lest I be compelled to act." The guards, resolute in their stance, showed no intention of yielding. They were unafraid of death. Absent the fifth elder's orders, they would steadfastly hold their ground, seeking death. Just as Tianyuan was about to unleash his wrath, the fifth elder interjected once more, "Tianyuan, I have come to you today for reasons that pertain not only to your safety, but also to that of the Dragon Kingdom and, indeed, the tranquility of the world. More importantly, it concerns the safety of your wife and daughter. I believe you have no grounds to refuse, do you?" Tianyuan's gaze bore into the fifth elder, his demeanor still frosty as he replied, "Speak quickly. Do not delay me from returning to my daughter." Chapter 61. 5 million enemy troops arrayed at the border. The fifth elder let out a bitter laugh and remarked, "The Emperor of the Snow Country is enraged upon learning of your departure from the dragon prison ship. He has amassed an army of 1 million at the border, presenting a posture that suggests he intends to wage war against our dragon nation. The envoy from the Snow Country has also submitted a formal decree to our sovereign, demanding your surrender. Otherwise, they threaten to declare war on us. Apart from the Snow Country, other nations have issued stern protests against us for your release of those unparalleled fiends. Currently, a coalition of 30 nations has been organized, gathering 5 million soldiers, who are hastening to the border with the intent to jointly invade our dragon nation. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan remained utterly indifferent, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever, as if these matters bore no relevance to him. Observing his lack of response, the fifth elder furrowed his brow, his expression darkening slightly. After glancing at the fifth elder, Tianyuan said, "Do not worry. Once my Tianyuan Hall is properly organized, I shall proceed to the frontier and repel any invading forces. As long as Tianyuan Hall exists, no enemy shall set foot on our dragon nation's territory. This is the sacred mission of Tianyuan Hall and the very purpose of our existence. Even if this matter does not concern me directly, I shall ensure that Tianyuan Hall intervenes. Everything that has arisen from my actions must be resolved by me. The duty of safeguarding the frontier shall rest solely upon Tianyuan Hall." Upon hearing these words, the fifth elder's expression finally softened. His body straightened suddenly, and with a solemn demeanor, he performed a standard soldier's salute to Tianyuan. He then spoke gravely, "Tianyuan, on behalf of the capital and the 14 million citizens of the Dragon Nation, I express our gratitude to you and Tianyuan Hall. The defense of the frontier is not solely the responsibility of Tianyuan Hall. Our Dragon Nation's War Department will certainly provide full support." Tianyuan, however, chuckled lightly and resolutely declined. "There's no need for that. The defense of the frontier has always been the duty of Tianyuan Hall. We do not require assistance from the Dragon Nation's War Department. A coalition of 30 nations and 5 million soldiers is merely a rabble in the face of my Tianyuan Hall's 100,000 warriors. Should they manage to breach our territory, then Tianyuan Hall would no longer deserve to exist." Such extreme confidence and imposing words left the fifth elder astonished as he looked at Tianyuan. If these words had come from another's lips, the fifth elder would have dismissed them outright. 1,000,000 against 5 million? Even with the advantage of terrain, it would be difficult to hold the line, would it not? Yet, spoken by Tianyuan, the fifth elder, although shocked, found reason to believe. Tianyuan was regarded as a godlike figure within the Dragon Nation's military. Tianyuan Hall had never known defeat. "With you saying this, I shall be at ease." The fifth elder nodded in reassurance. He then solemnly addressed Tianyuan, "Rest assured, our Dragon Nation will never surrender you. In this matter, we will not yield an inch, even if the entire world joins forces against us. Some mistakes may require a lifetime to rectify. Daring to take this step renders everything worthwhile." Upon hearing these words, Tianyuan felt a stir within his heart. His gaze softened slightly as he glanced at Elder Fifth. Suddenly, Elder Fifth continued, "By the way, Tianyuan, there is another crucial matter. According to our intelligence, the Snow Nation has dispatched a substantial number of assassination squads, infiltrating our Dragon Nation in phases to enact their revenge upon you. Other nations are also engaging in similar maneuvers. Their armies dare not strike openly. Hence, they will send assassins to clandestinely deal with you. Although our Dragon Nation is closely monitoring and has intercepted quite a few, many remain undetected and have already infiltrated our borders. Therefore, you must remain vigilant, as these assassins may very well target your wife and daughter." Upon hearing this, Tianyuan's expression instantly turned cold. Although he had anticipated this situation, the revelation from Elder Fifth that assassins had entered the Dragon Nation ignited a fierce wave of murderous intent in his eyes. Whoever dared to harm Jiang Yao or Yuan Yuan would face a gruesome fate at his hands. With the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress providing covert protection for Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan, the situation should be manageable. However, for the sake of safety, it was indeed imperative to take this matter seriously, implementing additional measures to ensure absolute security. Tianyuan had already begun to formulate some ideas in his mind. "Thank you," Tianyuan expressed to Elder Fifth. The unexpected gratitude from Tianyuan caught Elder Fifth off guard. It was a rare feat to earn a thank you from him, a testament to a hard-won camaraderie. A smile appeared on Elder Fifth's face as he looked at Tianyuan and inquired, "Do you intend to remain in Qingshan permanently?" "Presumably." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. Elder Fifth shook his head, saying, "You are a dragon. How can you confine yourself to this small place?" Yi Tianyuan chuckled softly and replied, "What does it matter how high I stand? Home is my ultimate sanctuary. Were I without a wife or daughter, I would likely spend my days aboard the dragon prison ship. But now, all I desire is to quietly accompany Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. Nothing else holds significance for me. They're my entire world. I have wronged them for 8 years, and even with the remainder of my life, I cannot repay them." Elder Fifth nodded slightly, extending his hand and pausing momentarily in the air before gently patting Yi Tianyuan's shoulder, saying, "That sounds good. Take care. I shall take my leave now." With that, Elder Fifth boarded his war chariot and departed. After bidding farewell to Elder Fifth, Yi Tianyuan entered the villa. In the living room, Yuan Yuan was playing joyfully with the enchantress. "Daddy." Upon seeing Yi Tianyuan return, Yuan Yuan immediately spread her arms and leapt towards him. Yi Tianyuan affectionately enveloped Yuan Yuan in a warm embrace. After the hug, Yuan Yuan said, "Daddy, for my next birthday, can we invite my classmates to our home to celebrate together?" Yi Tianyuan gazed affectionately at Yuan Yuan and inquired, "Do you wish for your classmates to celebrate your birthday with you?" Yuan Yuan eagerly nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "Of course I would love that. When I was in kindergarten, we celebrated in class with our teacher and classmates. It was so much fun." "All right then," Yi Tianyuan replied. "As long as Yuan Yuan desires it, I shall arrange for your entire class to join you in your birthday celebration. In fact, wouldn't it be even better to invite all the children in the city to celebrate with you? Really? Wouldn't that make me the happiest girl in the world?" Yuan Yuan beamed at Yi Tianyuan. With a smile and a nod, Yi Tianyuan affirmed, "Indeed, it is true. Father would never deceive you." Yuan Yuan nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Daddy promised he would always be truthful with me." Her birthday was just 3 days away, coinciding perfectly with the Saturday holiday. "By the way, Daddy, my birthday is on the same day as Mommy's," she added. "What a coincidence," Yi Tianyuan remarked, surprised to discover that Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan shared the same birthday. He gently patted Yuan Yuan's head and said, "All right, Father will remember this. I will ensure a special celebration for both you and your mother. I intend to make up for the 6 birthdays you both missed." Yuan Yuan nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up with joy. In 3 days, it would be both Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan's birthdays, and this would serve as Yi Tianyuan's first official gift to them, a celebration worthy of grandeur. Yi Tianyuan promptly stepped aside to place a call to He Huang. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's ideas, He Huang swiftly proposed, "Boss, I have a plan. Let me know if it is feasible. 3 days from now coincides with May 20th, which carries a lovely connotation. We can organize a special event through the He Huang group. Anyone celebrating a birthday on that day can register. After verification, each participant will receive a cash reward of 520,000 along with various birthday gifts. We will then select 2 fortunate individuals to share a grand cash prize of 520 million and become ambassadors for our He Huang group. This will be conducted discreetly, with the Lady and Princess Yuan Yuan drawing the winners, allowing everyone to extend their blessings and admiration towards them." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. "Your proposal is quite commendable. Proceed with the arrangements." After ending the call, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but ponder whether the 520 million prize was perhaps a bit ostentatious. Nevertheless, he reasoned that his identity would soon be no secret to Jiang Yao, and a somewhat extravagant birthday celebration was entirely reasonable. At that moment, a raucous commotion erupted outside. A loud voice boomed, "Yi, I give you 3 counts to come out immediately, or I will smash your villa." Chapter 62. Call me whatever you wish. If you can touch me, I concede my defeat. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could count to 3, Yi Tianyuan had already stepped forward. Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang with a cold glare, flanked by 100 men at the entrance, exuding an intimidating aura. It was evident that Zhang Xiaoqiang sought retribution for the earlier incident. The 100 individuals he had brought were not mere ruffians, but disciples of the Bagua sect, all seasoned martial artists. Each one of them was undoubtedly a master, capable of fending off dozens without breaking a sweat. Collectively, they could easily intimidate even a second-rate warrior. In a nearby corner, Wei Jian and Su Yanfeng were concealed. Having concluded, after careful consideration, that Yi Tianyuan could not possibly be a senior figure within the Black Emperor group, they speculated that perhaps a high-ranking member of the group had taken an interest in Jiang Yao, which explained the support he had offered her at the first mansion. Hence, when Zhang Xiaoqiang had stormed in, demanding Yi Tianyuan's address, Wei Jian and Su Yanfeng devised a plan. Why not utilize Zhang Xiaoqiang's aggression to deal with Yi Tianyuan? The Zhang family of the Bagua sect was not an entity to be trifled with in Qingshan. The Zhang family boasted an abundance of adept fighters. In terms of martial prowess, the Zhang family undeniably held the top position. Since Zhang Xiaoqiang intended to confront Yi Tianyuan, they were more than willing to witness the unfolding drama. With a fierce and furious countenance, Zhang Xiaoqiang glared at Yi Tianyuan and declared, "So, you think you're quite the fighter, don't you? I wonder if you can contend with the strength of our 100 men. Do you possess the capability to face a member of the Zhang family? Have you even inquired about our reputation? When it comes to fists, who in the Zhang family has ever been afraid?" Yi Tianyuan let out a cold laugh and casually replied, "Perhaps it is you who are too weak." His words struck Zhang Xiaoqiang like a bolt, darkening his expression. Too weak. Zhang Xiaoqiang was a third-rate martial artist, unrivaled among his peers. Stubbornly, he retorted, "I wonder if your knees are as tough as your tongue. I now present you with two choices. Either kneel and beg for mercy, or I shall ensure that you kneel and beg for mercy myself. Choose." Slap. Before the last word could escape Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips, Yi Tianyuan delivered a resounding slap that left him momentarily stunned. The suddenness of the blow bewildered the crowd he had brought. It was an all-too-familiar sensation, a recipe they knew all too well. Despite Zhang Xiaoqiang's preparation, he found himself unable to react. It was all too swift, so rapid that he had no opportunity to defend himself. Such foul language. Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? Yi Tianyuan coldly regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang. After a prolonged moment of shock, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally regained his senses and roared, "Brothers, let us take him down together." But before he could utter the final word, Yi Tianyuan retaliated with another resounding slap, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang careening backward. Bang! 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 Before those individuals could make a move, Yi Tianyuan launched a swift and astonishing attack, effortlessly incapacitating all of them in mere moments. They lay on the ground, either severely injured or in excruciating pain, unable to rise. The only one still standing was the utterly stunned Zhang Xiaoqiang. His expression was one of disbelief as he glanced at the fallen figures and then fixed his gaze on Yi Tianyuan. How could he be so formidable? He had barely comprehended what had just transpired. Everything unfolded far too rapidly. It was inconceivable that Yi Tianyuan was merely a secondary martial artist. Could he possibly be a first-rate warrior? But how could that be? A first-rate warrior under 30? Such a notion was unheard of. Why seek death when life offers countless paths? Yi Tianyuan approached Zhang Xiaoqiang with the icy demeanor of a reaper. The overwhelming aura emanating from him turned Zhang's face pale with fear, causing him to retreat in a panic. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented terror, as if he were confronting a demon from the abyss. Those cold, piercing eyes radiated a lethal intent. Who, exactly, was Yi Tianyuan? Wasn't he merely a retired, ordinary soldier? This was far from ordinary. As Yi Tianyuan drew closer, resembling a harbinger of death, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of dread and even contemplated kneeling to plead for mercy. Yet, how humiliating would that be? Just moments ago, he had been in a position to belittle Yi Tianyuan, and now he entertained thoughts of submission. Truly, a testament to the saying that those who court disaster will meet their end. What should he do now? He was certain he could not win in a fight. Should he genuinely kneel and beg for mercy? I offered you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. Thus, I shall send you to hell, where you truly belong. Yi Tianyuan stated coldly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoqiang was struck by a chilling wave of terror, sensing the arrival of death. Was he to perish? No, no. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He should never have provoked Yi Tianyuan. Even if he lamented to the depths of despair, it was too late. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to strike down Zhang Xiaoqiang, a deep and commanding voice suddenly resounded. "Esteemed friend, I implore you to show mercy and spare my nephew for the sake of the Zhang family. Please exercise restraint. A middle-aged man, appearing to be nearly 50, approached with heavy, deliberate strides. His presence was steady and powerful, his vital energy swirling around him, causing his garments to billow as if caught in a gust. His aura was extraordinary, revealing him to be a martial arts expert. This man was none other than Zhang Defu, the son of Zhang Hong, the leader of the Bagua sect, and he had reached the pinnacle of secondary martial artists, just a step away from ascending to the realm of first-rate warriors. In terms of strength, it is indeed impressive. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Zhang Defu, a mere second-rate martial artist who naturally did not merit a second look. Yi Tianyuan coldly replied, "The Zhang family has yet to attain the status that warrants my respect." Upon hearing such brazen words, Zhang Defu's expression turned icy. Throughout the entirety of Qingshan, there was likely no one else who would dare speak to the Zhang family in such a manner. If the Zhang family were not deemed worthy, one must ponder who in Qingshan truly holds that distinction. However, for the safety of Zhang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Defu suppressed the fury within and spoke again. "Young brother, it is wise to show mercy. It is best to leave a thread for future encounters. The previous incident was instigated by my nephew, Zhang Xiaoqiang, but you have also taken action against them. Thus we are even, would you not agree? In this territory of Qingshan, everyone must afford the Zhang family a modicum of respect. Young brother, as a fellow practitioner of martial arts, it is said that one must not fight without knowing the other. Tomorrow I shall host a banquet to offer you a few drinks, as an apology on behalf of my nephew. What say you?" Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhang Defu with a semblance of a smile and inquired, "Is your Zhang family truly formidable?" Zhang Defu cleared his throat and asserted, "I cannot claim we are very strong, but in Qingshan, there is likely no one who would dare challenge us. That is all I can say." The implication was clear. Do not underestimate your position. Yi Tianyuan let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Since no one in Qingshan would dare to challenge, I shall do just that. I wish to see how formidable your Zhang family truly is. Bold enough to demand respect from me, Yi Tianyuan. I shall grant you a night to prepare. I will arrive at your door promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not accuse me of bullying your family. You may summon anyone you wish, and if they manage to touch me, I shall consider it a loss. Remember, this opportunity is granted but once. Now be gone." With that, Yi Tianyuan turned and entered the villa, leaving Zhang Defu with a countenance as cold and dark as the depths of winter. He had encountered arrogance before, but never quite like this. Tomorrow I shall see if this young man dares to approach the Zhang family. Chapter 63. A billion-dollar birthday celebration. It was only after 9 in the evening that Jiang Yao returned home. Today had been a day of abundant harvest for her, as it marked her first attendance at such a prestigious gala. Not only that, she had found a remarkable connection with Yi Rao, the president of the Black Emperor Group, and was fortunate enough to engage in a brief conversation with him. With Yi Rao's endorsement, Jiang Yao became one of the most captivating figures at the evening's event. Several prominent individuals from Qingshan took the initiative to introduce themselves and exchange contact information with her. In the professional realm, Jiang Yao was undoubtedly a formidable woman, adept at navigating such grand occasions with ease. Seeing Jiang Yao's radiant happiness brought immense joy to Yi Tianyuan. The happiness of Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan constituted Yi Tianyuan's greatest bliss. Accompanying Jiang Yao, he soon lulled Yuan Yuan to sleep. As Yi Tianyuan prepared to leave, Jiang Yao suddenly called out to him, "Do you have a moment to chat?" Yi Tianyuan smiled at her. "Of course, I have time." Jiang Yao stepped onto the balcony, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed into the night sky. The gentle evening breeze caressed her cheeks, lifting a few strands of her hair. From this angle, Jiang Yao possessed a unique charm that captivated Yi Tianyuan. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Jiang Yao felt a bit shy under his gaze. Yi Tianyuan blurted out, "You are truly stunning." Jiang Yao stifled a laugh and playfully chided, "You are quite the smooth talker." Yet, receiving compliments from someone she admired felt undeniably delightful. "You look even more beautiful when you smile," Yi Tianyuan added earnestly. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh even louder. However, she soon felt the need to maintain her composure and stifled her laughter, adopting a serious expression. Yi Tianyuan, do you consider yourself my lucky star? Lucky star? Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao in intrigue. Jiang Yao nodded slightly. You see, ever since your return, I have been promoted and received a raise, landing a position I never even dreamed of. Tonight, I was fortunate enough to attend such a high-profile gala, granting me the opportunity to enter the upper echelons of Qingshan's business circle. Before you came back, I felt as if my life was shrouded in darkness. But now, it has transformed into a realm of light. I reside in a magnificent villa, drive an excellent car, and earn a substantial salary. Everything feels like a dream. Yi Tianyuan smiled and inquired, do you enjoy your current situation? Jiang Yao nodded, of course I do. However, beyond the material aspects, I find greater fulfillment in the position of president. It is not that I seek vanity. Rather, I have always aspired to achieve something significant in my career. I have been interested in business since childhood, having studied finance and business administration in college. I had hoped to showcase my talents at the Jiang Group after graduation, but unexpectedly. Nevertheless, fate has not been unkind to me. When one door closes, another opens. Yi Tianyuan pilai fulire market. So your ultimate wish is to become a domineering female CEO? Jiang Yao chuckled self-deprecatingly. My ultimate wish during university was to establish a company with a market value of 100 billion. Reflecting on my youth, I realize how naive I was. Yet, Yi Tianyuan remarked, it's merely 1,000 small goals. They are not entirely unattainable. As Lei Busi once stated, one must have dreams. Who knows? They might just materialize. I have faith in you. You can certainly make it a reality. For the sake of my aspirations, do your best. Soft life, you say? This villa alone is worth several hundred million. Is there truly such a life of ease? Jiang Yao gazed deeply at Yi Tianyuan, as if attempting to see through him. After a prolonged silence, she meaningfully said, Yi Tianyuan, why do I feel as though I cannot fathom you? These past few days, I have pondered who you truly are. I sense that I know so little about you. Yi Tianyuan met Jiang Yao's gaze, fully comprehending her words. After a moment of silence, he earnestly replied, I do possess certain secrets that I cannot divulge at this moment. Grant me 3 months, and I shall reveal everything to you. Is that agreeable? After studying him, Jiang Yao nodded. Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring further. 3 months will allow me to learn more about you. With that, she added, it's getting late. I plan to take a shower and rest. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan returned to his room. Come forth, he called to the shadowy balcony. 3 figures emerged like phantoms, respectfully bowing to him. He Huang reported, Boss, the birthday plan for the 520 celebration has been prepared by Yi Rao. It will launch tomorrow with a budget of 1 billion. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. 1 billion for a birthday celebration is an unimaginable sum, even for the 3 prominent families of Qingshan. However, had he not feared Jiang Yao might struggle with the revelation, he would have considered 100 billion. He Huang continued, Boss, there's no need for you to intervene with the Zhang family. I can send Lu Jinlong. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand. Since I mentioned visiting tomorrow, I cannot go back on my word. He Huang dared not press further. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the 3, and he solemnly stated, there is another matter at hand. I need you to each assign some loyal and elite personnel to covertly protect Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. The coming days may not be peaceful, so we must remain vigilant. The Grim Reaper promptly replied, Boss, all 10 judges from my death hall have arrived in Qingshan. They are my most loyal and formidable assassins. The safety of the mistress is entrusted to me. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not allow anyone to harm a hair on her head. He Huang added, Boss, I have dispatched the 4 guardians and the 8 warriors to Qingshan at the fastest possible pace. They should all arrive tonight. Finally, the enchantress said, Boss, I have ordered the 12 most skilled from my Tianji Tower to head to Qingshan, and they will arrive tonight. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. Grim Reaper, you and your 10 judges will be responsible for protecting Jiang Yao. Enchantress, you and your 12 will safeguard Yuan Yuan. The Black Emperor, addressing his 4 guardians and 8 stalwarts, instructed them to remain as reserve forces, to be summoned only when necessary. The 3 immediately acknowledged his command. The Black Emperor then proposed to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, you ought not to allow those individuals to depart. If we were to retain them all, Even the mightiest of deities would find it impossible to vanquish us. Indeed, if over 100 unparalleled fiends were to remain, one must ponder who beneath the heavens could possibly prevail against them, aside from Yi Tianyuan himself. Yi Tianyuan chuckled softly and replied, "You three are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and your influence resides here. Thus, having you close at hand will not significantly affect you. However, the others are not of my realm, and their respective forces do not belong to the Dragon Kingdom. They have been away for far too long. If I do not allow them to return and reorganize their factions, it will be exceedingly difficult to command them from a distance. Presently, I must confront the perils posed by nations across the world, and permitting them to return to consolidate their powers will facilitate my future endeavors against these nations. Otherwise, no matter how formidable the Tianyuan Hall may be, it would struggle to contend with the combined forces of the world's nations." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's reasoning, the Black Emperor felt enlightened and admired Yi Tianyuan's foresight. Yi Tianyuan gestured to the three, who swiftly faded away like phantoms. After dismissing them, Yi Tianyuan retrieved his phone and called the war god of the sky. Once connected, he issued a command: "Tianqing, covertly mobilize a contingent of elite troops to station in the outskirts of Qingshan. There is no need for a large number. 3,000 will suffice. Proceed discreetly and maintain confidentiality." After conveying his instructions, Yi Tianyuan hung up, taking this precaution as a means to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Having arranged everything, Yi Tianyuan felt a sense of relief. He then moved to the balcony, seated himself upon the ground, and closed his eyes to begin his meditation. The luminous moonlight bathed Yi Tianyuan, enveloping him in a silvery glow. Soon, however, a misty aura erupted from within him, transforming into a celestial dragon that coiled around him, an extraordinary sight to behold. Chapter 64. Why should flowers be planted in cow dung? The following day, after enjoying the meticulously prepared breakfast by Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao set off for work as usual. However, as soon as she exited the Tangong Villa area, her path was obstructed by another vehicle. Upon noticing the man and woman stepping out of the car, Jiang Yao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a hint of displeasure, she rolled down her window to address the pair. "Wei Jian, Su Yanfeng, I am in a hurry to get to work. Please move aside." Jiang Yao was well aware that their intentions were far from benign, evidently stemming from the events of the previous day. The humiliation Su Yanfeng faced at the entrance of the #1 mansion had no bearing on her. Su Yanfeng, with a malicious smile, replied, "You may not yet be aware, but your man is facing a life-threatening predicament today. Yi Tianyuan is in danger." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yao's expression darkened instantly, and she fixed Su Yanfeng with a cold glare, demanding, "What do you mean? Are you truly unaware?" Su Yanfeng retorted playfully. Jiang Yao's countenance grew even more serious, and she insisted, "Su Yanfeng, if you have something to say, please be clear. I have no time for riddles." Feigning a nonchalant demeanor, Su Yanfeng remarked, "Well, it's true. What man would return home to confess a grave calamity he has caused? It is quite normal that Yi Tianyuan hasn't informed you. Out of courtesy for our old friendship, I shall enlighten you. Yesterday your man, Yi Tianyuan, assaulted Zhang Xiaoqiang. Moreover, it happened not once but twice. Do you grasp the severity of this situation? Yi Tianyuan struck Zhang Xiaoqiang?" Jiang Yao scrutinized Su Yanfeng, sensing sincerity in her words. After all, Yi Tianyuan was indeed capable of such actions. Yet, she failed to comprehend the full extent of the crisis. It was merely a brawl. Surely it could not lead to such dire consequences? Noticing Jiang Yao's nonchalant demeanor, Wei Jian scoffed. "It seems your heart is as vast as Yi Tianyuan's. You both have grossly underestimated the situation. Jiang Yao, you should be aware of my relationship with Zhang Xiaoqiang. He is one of my closest friends. I can assure you with utmost responsibility that Zhang Xiaoqiang will retaliate against Yi Tianyuan today, and it will be brutal. The Zhang family, known as the leading clan in Qingshan, is also the most formidable martial arts lineage. Their martial artists are numerous and temperamental, often acting without regard for consequences. If Zhang Xiaoqiang truly decides to take action," Wei Jian left his thought hanging, a smirk of schadenfreude spreading across his face. leaving Jiang Yao with a plethora of dreadful possibilities. Hearing Wei Jian's insinuations, Jiang Yao's face fell to an abyss of concern. She finally recognized the looming peril. Sensing their plan had succeeded, Wei Jian and Su Yanfeng exchanged satisfied glances before returning to their vehicle. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yao accelerated her departure. But her destination was not the office. Rather, she was en route to the Zhang residence. In the car, Wei Jian and Su Yanfeng shared a knowing smile, reveling in their successful scheme. "Let us follow her and enjoy the spectacle," Su Yanfeng said with a wicked grin. On the other side, at the villa, Tianyuan was preparing to send Yuan to school when, at that moment, the enchanting demoness unexpectedly approached him, saying, "Boss, just now." The demoness proceeded to relay the information she had received from the Grim Reaper in detail. Upon hearing her report, Tianyuan's expression instantly turned frosty, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Humph, Wei Jian and Su Yanfan, I had no intention of involving myself with you. But since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige." He instructed the demoness, "You take Yuan to school." With that, Tianyuan drove off towards the Zhang residence, simultaneously issuing commands to He Huang. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yao arrived at the Zhang family estate. The Zhang villa was extraordinarily grand, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, with the courtyard alone exceeding 500 square meters. The modern European-style villa exuded an air of opulence. The entire Zhang family resided there, surrounded by dozens of other villas. These dwellings were occupied by either collateral branches of the Zhang family, their disciples, or individuals employed by the Zhang family. It could be said that this vast expanse was wholly under the Zhang family's dominion. The Zhang family of the 8 trigram sect had a legacy spanning over a century in Qingshan, renowned for their formidable reputation. It would not be an exaggeration to state that approximately 80% of martial artists in Qingshan had emerged from the Zhang family. Currently, the 8 trigrams sect boasted over 1,000 disciples, all of whom were unwaveringly loyal to the sect. The sheer number of martial practitioners within the Zhang family instilled a sense of trepidation in others, making it clear that when it came to martial prowess in Qingshan, the Zhang family was undoubtedly at the forefront. Even the Qinglong society would think twice before confronting the Zhang family directly. This was the foundation of the Zhang family's audacity in Qingshan, which had fostered Zhang Xiaoqiang's arrogant disposition. As usual, the Zhang family exhibited no signs of change. Regarding Tianyuan's announcement the previous day that he would visit at 9 o'clock, it was evident that no one in the Zhang family took it seriously. Not only did they disregard it, but they also scoffed at it with disdain. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang had summoned 300 of the Zhang family's disciples to gather in the front courtyard early on, having been humiliated twice by Tianyuan the day before. Enduring the disgrace of having his face trampled upon, Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly contain his fury. He swore that today he would avenge his humiliation, ensuring that Tianyuan would be brought to his knees, begging for mercy to quell his burning resentment. Gazing at the courtyard filled with disciplined disciples clad in black martial attire, each exuding an air of defiance and spirited determination, he addressed the 300 disciples, "Brothers, you are the finest among the Zhang family, each possessing exceptional skills and accomplishments in martial arts. Shortly, an audacious young man, unaware of his own limitations, will dare to provoke our family. If he comes today, ensure that you strike him down mercilessly. The dignity of the Zhang family shall not be challenged by anyone, not even in the slightest." At that moment, like a goddess of icebergs, Jiang Yao approached with heavy, purposeful strides. Her breathtaking beauty instantly captivated the attention of all the men present. The allure of a woman with such an aloof demeanor only intensified the desire for conquest among them. Zhang Xiaoqiang, taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yao, recalled his past as her devoted admirer during their school days, a pursuit that had met with continuous rejection. It had been many years since he last laid eyes on her, and this reunion stirred within him the long-buried restlessness. With a beaming smile, he addressed Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, it's been a while." However, Jiang Yao offered him not a trace of warmth, responding coldly, "You have gathered so many people. Is it to confront Tianyuan?" Realizing that Jiang Yao had come for Tianyuan's sake, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He smirked, curiosity piqued as he asked, "Are you here to plead for him?" Jiang Yao remained silent, and her silence spoke volumes. With a scoff, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to chuckle derisively, regarding Jiang Yao with a mix of pity and regret. "He is merely a lowly man from the fringes of society, unworthy of you. Why should such a beautiful flower be planted in a pile of dung? Jiang Yao, with your beauty, intelligence, and excellence, you should not squander yourself in such a manner. You are still young and deserving of a better man. You know I have always held affection for you. I wouldn't mind that you have a daughter, as I quite like daughters. Why not consider me?" Chapter 65, Yi Tianyuan. You must leave at once. Jiang Yao cast a cold glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang, disregarding his words. Instead, she reiterated, "Zhang Xiaoqiang, while I am unaware of the discord between you and Yi Tianyuan yesterday, I am confident that he would not provoke anyone without just cause. I recognize that your Zhang family is both affluent and powerful, with a multitude of followers, and that you command respect through martial prowess, making you formidable in the eyes of many. Both Yi Tianyuan and I are but ordinary individuals, unable to contend with your family. I offer my apologies on his behalf for yesterday's incident. I implore you to let this matter rest." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a derisive laugh. His expression one of displeasure as he retorted, "From where do you derive this unfounded arrogance? Are you implying that I deserve to be attacked by Yi Tianyuan? What do you mean by asking me to let it go? By what authority do you make such a request? If you come to issue commands, I must inform you that you are not my girlfriend. Why do you have to command me? If you are here to plead for him, it appears our class beauty has grown accustomed to her pride and struggles with humility. To seek a favor, one must adopt a posture of supplication, my goddess. Would you not agree?" Despite the mocking taunts from Zhang Xiaoqiang, Jiang Yao's expression remained as icy as ever. Yet, for the sake of Yi Tianyuan, she resolved to lower her stance slightly and addressed Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Very well, I beseech you." Upon witnessing Jiang Yao finally relent, Zhang Xiaoqiang erupted into triumphant laughter. The once aloof goddess, who had consistently kept him at bay, had finally acquiesced. This was a momentous occasion. The exhilaration was overwhelming, surpassing even the joy of mastering a traditional craft for the first time. "Since you're asking me, this is easily arranged. I have but one demand. You must become my girlfriend," Zhang Xiaoqiang stated with a gleeful smile. Jiang Yao's expression turned frigid, and she retorted with indignation, "I am married. I ask that you show some respect." Zhang Xiaoqiang's demeanor darkened, and he scoffed, "You haven't even held a wedding. How can you claim him as your husband? Who knows where you found this wild man? Do not dare to insult Yi Tianyuan. He is my husband, the father of my daughter, my hero, my Prince Charming, not some wild man." Jiang Yao exclaimed, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap across Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, her emotions surging with anger as she staunchly defended Yi Tianyuan. Though Zhang Xiaoqiang, a third-rate martial artist, possessed the ability to evade the strike, he could not fathom that Jiang Yao would actually dare to slap him. This seemingly frail woman displayed an unexpected courage. Infuriated by the public humiliation, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his hand, ready to retaliate against Jiang Yao. Despite her pale face, she stood her ground defiantly, refusing to flinch. However, his hand ultimately halted mid-air, suspended in a moment of hesitation. Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his teeth fiercely, his face contorted with rage as he withdrew his hand and pointed at Jiang Yao, declaring, "I was assaulted by your man yesterday, and now you strike me today. You and he truly are a match made in heaven. You both wish to play rough with me, do you? Very well. I shall engage you two wretched souls thoroughly today. Jiang Yao, I have already shown you considerable leniency out of our shared history as classmates, yet you have the audacity to disregard it. Since you refuse my goodwill, prepare to face the consequences." Someone closed the door. The last sentence was nearly a roar. Instantly, several disciples of the Zhang family rushed to shut the door, while others swiftly blocked Jiang Yao's escape route. Jiang Yao had never encountered such a scene. Naturally, she was petrified. However, she stood her ground, resolutely staring at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Noticing that Jiang Yao still possessed some courage, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked with amusement. Jiang Yao, congratulations on successfully inciting my wrath. Since you are so devoted to Yi Tianyuan, I am willing to offer you a choice. You can persuade me to spare his life. But here are your options. First, agree to be my girlfriend. If you refuse, then you shall accompany me for 3 days. That is not an unreasonable request, is it? 3 days in exchange for Yi Tianyuan's life is a rather profitable transaction. Second, kneel and plead for my mercy until I'm satisfied. Then, perhaps I may reconsider. Despicable and shameless. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's foul words, Jiang Yao trembled with rage, wishing fervently to slap him across the face. She had assumed that as classmates, Zhang Xiaoqiang would show her some respect, yet she had gravely underestimated the depths of human depravity. The ugliness of humanity knows no bounds, and the bonds of friendship are rendered worthless in their eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yao refused to submit, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued with a mocking grin. Do not say I have not given you an opportunity, Jiang Yao. While Yi Tianyuan is yet to arrive, this is your condition. Once he does, and I have him my mercy, the terms will no longer be negotiable. Do you believe I would hesitate to toy with you in front of him? Jiang Yao's fists tightened, her nails nearly digging in her flesh. Her body trembled with fury, her anger barely contained. Yet she understood that a person like Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his character flaws, was capable of anything. For a young master of the Zhang family, taking a life was nothing. They could easily cover it up. Yi Tianyuan was merely a retired soldier, lacking power, influence, or connections, and thus posed no threat to Zhang Xiaoqiang. As for Jiang Yao, she was even less significant. Even if the Zhang family cherished her, it would matter little. In the face of the Zhang family was as weak as an ant. Zhang Xiaoqiang's face bore a sinister smirk as he looked at Jiang Yao, confident in his dominance over her. He was in no hurry, holding the power of life and death over her. He had no fear of her defiance. Indeed, as he anticipated, after a tumultuous internal struggle, Jiang Yao let out a resigned sigh. What did she do now? Besides bowing her head in submission and pleading with Zhang Xiaoqiang, what other recourse remained? Even if Yi Tianyuan possessed exceptional fighting prowess, confronting the Zhang family would lead him to certain doom. No matter the circumstances, she could not allow anything to befall Yi Tianyuan. After 8 long years, she had finally awaited his return. Everything was beginning to unfold positively, reigniting her hopes and dreams for the future. She wished for this moment not to dissolve like a fleeting dream upon waking. Ultimately, Jiang Yao made her decision. Suddenly, she lifted her head with unwavering determination, her gaze icy as she addressed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Very well. I shall kneel and beseech you to spare Yi Tianyuan. As she prepared to kneel before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression revealed little satisfaction. In truth, he desired Jiang Yao to agree to accompany him for 3 days. Even if he could not win her heart, he still sought to possess her in some manner. However, just as Jiang Yao's knees began to bend, a voice, filled with fury and akin to a vengeful deity, reverberated throughout the Zhang residence. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you are courting death. The thunderous voice struck terror into the hearts of all present, leaving them in shock. Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively recoiled, a sense of dread washing over him. He recognized the voice as that of Yi Tianyuan. Having been humiliated by him twice the previous day, fear had taken root in his psyche. With the imposing presence of a harbinger of death, Yi Tianyuan strode forward, his formidable aura compelling all who stood in his path to yield, retreating instinctively. Who dared obstruct his way? Soon, Yi Tianyuan reached Jiang Yao's side. She gazed at him, momentarily entranced, finding solace in his presence. With Yi Tianyuan there, all seemed right. Yet, as if awakening from a dream, Jiang Yao suddenly pushed him away with urgency, exclaiming, Yi Tianyuan, you must leave at once. Zhang Xiaoqiang intends to kill you. You cannot confront the Zhang family. You're no match for them. Please flee. Chapter 66. Only one hand remains, yet you still shout? Oomph. Upon the arrival of Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang's cold laughter echoed ominously. Now that you are here, do you think you can simply leave? Close the door and restrain him. With a commanding voice, Zhang Xiaoqiang ordered his disciples to swiftly barricade the entrance, 300 of them obstructing Yi Tianyuan's escape. Could he think it would be so easy to flee? What brings you here? I can handle this matter. Jiang Yao admonished Yi Tianyuan with a reproachful expression. However, after speaking, she positioned herself in front of him, casting a cold glance at the increasingly deranged Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you promised that if I knelt, you would spare Yi Tianyuan. I hope you will keep your word. With that, Jiang Yao intended to kneel before Zhang Xiaoqiang, but a powerful hand grasped her arm, preventing her from doing so. Panic surged within her as she attempted to push Yi Tianyuan away, but her efforts were futile against his strength. Yi Tianyuan, release me. We cannot provoke Zhang Xiaoqiang. Do not act rashly. Both my daughter and I need you. You must not come to harm. It's merely a matter of kneeling. It won't cost you anything. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Listening to Jiang Yao's words, a tempest of fury and murderous intent surged within Yi Tianyuan. He cast a cold, lethal glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang, his gaze delivering a death sentence. Zhang Xiaoqiang was courting death, recovering his composure. Yi Tianyuan turned to Jiang Yao with a tender and pained expression. You are my woman, and no one in this world deserves to make you kneel. Should anyone dare to demand such a thing, I will annihilate their entire family. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming surge of confidence emanating from Yi Tianyuan's eyes and tone, leaving her momentarily uncertain of how to respond. His unwavering protection stirred her heart, evoking a deep sense of gratitude. At that moment, however, Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered with a twisted delight. Cease your bickering. Kneeling was the condition previously set, but this is no longer a matter that can be resolved with mere submission. I previously mentioned that before Yi Tianyuan's arrival, I could offer you a chance. Now, however, I have changed my mind. Even if you were to accompany me for 3 days, this situation cannot be resolved. Yet, before Zhang Xiaoqiang could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan, like a specter, swiftly closed the distance between them. Such speed took Zhang Xiaoqiang by surprise, leaving him no opportunity to react. In an instant, Yi Tianyuan struck him down with a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the blow was so immense that Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though his neck had snapped, his head striking the hard floor with such intensity that it left a dent in the ground. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang found his mouth filled with blood, sensing that his jaw had dislocated, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. His face was a gruesome sight, marred and bloodied, as waves of excruciating pain surged forth, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang utterly dazed. Indeed, the harshest of words had led to the most brutal of beatings. This once proud, third-rate martial artist found himself felled by a single slap, rendered powerless to rise again. Yi Tianyuan, however, showed no mercy, swiftly bringing his foot down upon Zhang Xiaoqiang's knees. The sickening crunch of bones shattering echoed through the courtyard of the Zhang family, sending chills through the spines of the 300 disciples present, who stood frozen in a state of shock and terror. They were utterly unprepared for such an outcome, left speechless and bewildered. The agony of having both knees crushed was beyond comprehension, and Zhang Xiaoqiang's cries of despair pierced the air. You bastard! Yi Tianyuan! How dare you cripple my legs? I swear I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yet his threats were cut short as Yi Tianyuan continued his assault, this time targeting one of Zhang Xiaoqiang's hands, shattering it with merciless precision. Within moments, both of his legs and one hand lay in ruins with no hope for recovery. This was a complete and utter destruction of Zhang Xiaoqiang's capabilities. Overwhelmed by madness, he spiraled into a frenzy. How could this happen? What madness drove Yi Tianyuan to commit such a heinous act within the Zhang family? Speak less, it won't harm you. Yi Tianyuan replied, his gaze as cold and deadly as a vengeful deity. Zhang Xiaoqiang, wishing to hurl more insults, hesitated, realizing the peril of further provocation. He understood all too well that if he dared to challenge Yi Tianyuan again, he would surely lose his last hand. To be completely incapacitated would render his existence a living hell, devoid of meaning. Beside them, Jiang Yao stood in petrified shock, resembling a statue of ice. She had not anticipated such ferocity from Yi Tianyuan, who had utterly dismantled Zhang Xiaoqiang. The ramifications of today's events would surely be catastrophic for the Zhang family. What would be done? A sense of confusion enveloped her as she grappled with the enormity of the situation. Faced with the formidable Zhang family, Jiang Yao felt a profound fear and despair. Yet, with events having unfolded in such a manner, what could she possibly say? Could she truly blame Yi Tianyuan for his actions? Certainly, one cannot place blame on Yi Tianyuan. It is indeed Zhang Xiaoqiang who has overstepped his bounds, exhibiting egregious behavior. Jiang Yao is acutely aware of the true nature of Zhang Xiaoqiang. The fault does not lie with Yi Tianyuan. However, this world lacks the virtue of fairness. Notions of right and wrong become trivial and laughable in the face of overwhelming power. Alas, a deep sigh escaped Jiang Yao's lips as she pondered this. Had she just glimpsed a glimmer of hope in life, only for it to vanish so swiftly? With a complex mix of emotions, Jiang Yao gazed at Yi Tianyuan, shaking her head gently, and murmured, "Yi Tianyuan, you ought not to be this way. There is no retreat left. The Zhang family will not allow us to escape unscathed." Noticing Jiang Yao's palpable concern for him, Yi Tianyuan felt a surge of compassion and guilt. Had he known better, he would have resolved matters with the Zhang family the previous night. Wei Jian and Su Yanfan, you two are truly despicable. A wave of intense resentment surged within Yi Tianyuan. Were it not for their meddling, Jiang Yao would not have been compelled to seek Zhang Xiaoqiang's assistance. First, he would deal with Zhang Xiaoqiang, and then he would confront those two. With a serious expression, Yi Tianyuan reassured Jiang Yao, "Do not worry, I shall be fine. The Zhang family is but a minor obstacle. They cannot harm me in the slightest. When it comes to combat, I have never feared anyone. What grand spectacles have I not witnessed? I have faced armies of a million without trepidation. How could I be daunted by a mere Zhang family? Jiang Yao, you should leave. The unfolding scene may be rather unsettling for you. You need not bear witness to it." With that, Yi Tianyuan took Jiang Yao by the hand and began to lead her out. Jiang Yao fervently shook her head in refusal. "No, I will not go." Yet, she found herself unable to resist. In no time, she was ushered out of the Zhang family's gates. Once Jiang Yao was outside, Yi Tianyuan swiftly locked the door behind her, turning to regard the members of the Zhang family with an icy gaze reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 67. Remember, you only have one chance. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door, Jiang Yao pounded desperately on the Zhang family's entrance, yet remained obstinately shut. Her eyes reddened with urgency, and tears threatened to spill over. Flustered and fearful, she appeared utterly lost. However, upon realizing her futile attempts to summon a response, Jiang Yao quickly regained her composure. "I must devise a plan to rescue Yi Tianyuan. I cannot stand idly by and watch him perish at the hands of the Zhang family. The Zhangs are notoriously ruthless, especially considering Yi Tianyuan has incapacitated Zhang Xiaoqiang." Jiang Yao's mind raced. What could she possibly do to save Yi Tianyuan? She was merely a frail woman without any means of defense. Should she seek her grandfather's assistance? Although Yi Tianyuan had once saved her grandfather's life, that option was evidently unfeasible. Not only was it unlikely that her grandfather would agree, but even if he did, he lacked the capability to intervene. The Zhang family appeared far too weak before the Zhangs. Who else could she turn to for help? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She recalled someone she had met just the day before. CEO Yi Rao, with her standing, might hold enough influence to sway the Zhang family. Yes, she realized, the only person I can appeal to is CEO Yi Rao. I shall risk my dignity. I cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Yao leapt into her vehicle and sped towards the He Huang group. Meanwhile, the Zhang family's martial practitioners rushed out, alerted by the commotion. The Zhang clan was populous, with the current patriarch, Zhang Hong, having over 10 brothers. In the generation of Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, Zhang Disheng, their number swelled to between 40 and 50, though some had ventured out to establish their own branches. Nevertheless, the majority remained loyal to the Zhang family. By the time of Zhang Xiaoqiang's generation, the count had nearly reached 100. However, Typically, only about a third resided in the ancestral home. Even this fraction represented a formidable force. Among the third generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoqiang was undoubtedly the most exceptional, a true prodigy and the family's beacon of hope. If all went as expected, he would soon wield significant power over the clan. Thus, when the Zhang family's martial practitioners beheld Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had been rendered incapacitated by Yi Tianyuan, they were filled with astonishment and fury. They were astounded by Yi Tianyuan's strength and skill, which had allowed him to incapacitate a third-rate martial artist like Zhang Xiaoqiang in such a brief span. They were also taken aback by Yi Tianyuan's audacity to strike so viciously within the Zhang ancestral home, an undeniable provocation to the entire clan. The Zhangs seethed with rage, their eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance as they glared at Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Dusheng, Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, was in a state of profound anguish, his emotions reaching a boiling point as he fixed an intense and menacing stare upon Yi Tianyuan. "Dad, I want him to suffer more than death. To endure a fate worse than death." Zhang Xiaoqiang screamed hysterically at his father, Zhang Dusheng. Zhang Dusheng, with a face full of determination, reassured Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Fear not, my son. Our Zhang family shall ensure he pays a price tenfold or 100-fold, so he may comprehend the dire consequences of provoking a member of the Zhang family." After speaking to Zhang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Dusheng erupted like a frenzied beast, roaring at the 300 disciples of the Zhang family. "Why do you stand idle? Are you waiting for me to purchase your coffins? A bunch of ineffectual gluttons. How could you all stand by and watch my son be incapacitated? What use do we have for you now? Move, and if you fail to eliminate this brat, then you may as well leave." The 300 disciples wore expressions of grievance. The event had unfolded far too swiftly for them to respond. Yet, it was evident that voicing their concerns was futile. Their only course of action was to subdue Yi Tianyuan and redeem themselves, lest they find themselves expelled from the Zhang family. "Kill!" The 300 disciples, without hesitation, shouted in unison and charged toward Yi Tianyuan. Though they had not yet reached the level of martial artists, they were formidable opponents among ordinary people. In any other setting, each one could easily contend against dozens. While they may not be martial artists, their numbers provided them with an advantage. Armed with long staffs, the throng advanced menacingly toward Yi Tianyuan. "A swarm of ants, you are not worthy of my effort. Begone." Yi Tianyuan coldly scoffed at the approaching disciples. With a powerful stomp, an immense surge of energy erupted forth like a tidal wave, instantly toppling the entire throng of 300 disciples to the ground. The sheer force of his energy created a gust of wind that compelled the martial artists of the Zhang family to stumble back 2 steps. With but a single step, and without even raising a hand, Yi Tianyuan had felled all 300 disciples. Such strength was undeniably formidable. The martial artists of the Zhang family gazed at Yi Tianyuan in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could someone so young possess such immense power? The prowess he had just displayed left the Zhang family warriors feeling inadequate, as they realized they could not match his strength. What kind of profound energy must one possess to wield such formidable might? A first-rate martial artist? A first-rate martial artist at such a tender age? That was truly inconceivable. Zhang Xiaoqiang was regarded as a rare martial arts prodigy within the Zhang family, of similar age to Yi Tianyuan. Yet he had only recently attained the level of a third-rate martial artist, which was already considered commendable. Yet here stood someone of comparable age who had reached the terrifying realm of a first-rate martial artist. This revelation left the Zhang family's warriors utterly astounded and enlightened. Zhang Difu, who had witnessed Yi Tianyuan's strength the day before, had only deemed him to be at the level of a second-rate martial artist. It was now evident that he had underestimated Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Difu fixed a cold gaze upon Yi Tianyuan and inquired, "A first-rate martial artist?" Upon hearing Zhang Difu's words, the martial artists of the Zhang family collectively inhaled sharply. If this young man truly possessed the prowess of a first-rate martial artist, then today S events would likely prove challenging to navigate. A single first-rate martial artist is not particularly daunting, as the Zhang family has their own esteemed practitioners. Moreover, the family boasts dozens of martial artists, with no fewer than 6 being second-rate. Given the Zhang family's strength, they need not fear a solitary first-rate martial artist. However, the concern lies in the potential influence backing such a youthful first-rate warrior. To what extent might that power extend? This was the shared apprehension among the Zhang family martial artists at that moment. Yi Tianyuan cast a cold glance at Zhang Difu and declared, "I am indifferent to the distinctions of first-rate or otherwise. I simply recognize that none of you are my equals. The number of martial artists in your Zhang family surely exceeds this, and there must be more formidable fighters among you. Cease your concealment and summon them all forth. I, Yi Tianyuan, have an aversion to complications. I prefer to resolve matters in one fell swoop. I informed you yesterday of my intent to arrive at your family's doorstep at precisely 9 o'clock today. Unexpectedly, I have arrived early. It is merely 8:30, granting you a half hour to prepare. Do not claim I have not afforded you an opportunity. Within this half hour, summon every capable individual and resource at your disposal. Allow me to witness the true strength of the Zhang family. Remember, you have but one chance. At the stroke of 9, I shall commence my actions." Arrogant. Such words were nothing short of audacious. The martial artists of the Zhang family stared in disbelief at Yi Tianyuan, rendered speechless by his extreme bravado. It is said that youth is often marked by impetuosity, yet this young man named Yi Tianyuan seemed to embody far more than mere recklessness. He was insufferably haughty. Yet, Yi Tianyuan's proclamation had indeed left the Zhang family members astounded, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. To possess such confidence, who exactly is Yi Tianyuan, and what formidable connections might he have? Surely, one does not utter such audacious claims without substantial backing. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, "Do not allow yourself to be intimidated by Yi Tianyuan. He is merely posturing and bluffing. He is the husband of my classmate Jiang Yao, a recently discharged soldier, devoid of any significant identity or background. Father, why do you fear him? Act swiftly. Eliminate him." Chapter 68 Apologies, but the Zhang family truly lacks any notable figures. Oh, just a mere soldier recently returned from service? Given the absence of any significant identity or background, the Zhang family need harbor no concerns. They might as well crush him without hesitation. In Qingshan, few possess the audacity to provoke the Zhang family. To cross them means certain death. Eliminate him. In a fit of rage, Zhang Duxing bellowed and charged towards Yi Tianyuan. His fatherly love for his son fueled a desire to see Yi Tianyuan suffer 1,000 torturous deaths. The other martial artists of the Zhang family swiftly joined the fray, converging their efforts against Yi Tianyuan. In an instant, Zhang Duxing reached Yi Tianyuan's side. Confronted with the furious onslaught of Zhang Duxing, Yi Tianyuan remained indifferent. To him, Zhang Duxing, a second-rate martial artist, was merely a robust insect. Why should Yi Tianyuan spare even a glance at an insignificant creature? He barely lifted his eyelids. And as Zhang Duxing closed in, Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck. His counterattack was executed with such swiftness that Zhang Duxing was left utterly unaware. He was suddenly met with a forceful punch that sent him hurtling backwards. Like a cannonball, he soared several meters before crashing violently into a wall, creating a gaping hole in its wake. This scene left every member of the Zhang family utterly dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, they stood frozen in place. None could comprehend what had just transpired. It seemed Yi Tianyuan had barely moved, yet when Zhang Difu charged, he was instantaneously sent flying. Such a phenomenon was perplexing. After all, Zhang Difu was a peak second-rate martial artist, nearly stepping into the realm of first-rate warriors. Few second-rate practitioners could rival him. In all of Qingshan, aside from a handful of first-rate warriors, no one could match Zhang Difu's prowess. Yet this formidable second-rate warrior had failed to even graze Yi Tianyuan's clothing, instead being effortlessly struck away, crashing into the building with utter disarray. Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Difu coughed up blood. A deep crater resembling a bowl formed in his chest. His garments were soaked in blood, a harrowing sight that was difficult to behold. The look in Zhang Difu's eyes as he gazed upon Yi Tianyuan was filled with shock and terror, as if he had encountered a demon. In the depths of his complex gaze flickered an expression of disbelief. How could he be this powerful? Zhang Difu struggled to recollect what had just occurred. The speed of Yi Tianyuan's strike was beyond his comprehension. He had not been able to discern the events that unfolded. The casual blow possessed an overwhelming strength that felt akin to being struck by a heavy bomb. Surely, a first-rate warrior could not be this strong. Could it be that the young man before him surpassed even their ranks? Just moments ago, Zhang Xiaoqiang had been roaring in fury, but now he was rendered speechless. His expression frozen in shock, as if turned to stone. How could this be? A tempest of disbelief churned within him. It was utterly inconceivable that Yi Tianyuan, of a similar age, had grown so inexplicably powerful. Is there anyone else eager to meet their end? Step forward. Yi Tianyuan's gaze swept coldly over the Zhang family. His voice devoid of warmth, akin to a grim reaper's inquiry. With the dire fate of Zhang dashing fresh in their minds, who would dare to approach him now? Do not attempt to test my dwindling patience and mercy. You have 28 minutes remaining. Time is of the essence for you. Do not squander it, Yi Tianyuan reiterated coldly. After speaking, he casually pulled up a chair and sat beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. Feeling Yi Tianyuan's presence beside him, Zhang Xiaoqiang was seized by dread, wishing to distance himself. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Terror-stricken, he gazed at Yi Tianyuan, fearful that another strike might come his way. Fortunately, Yi Tianyuan did not seem inclined to act against him, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained on edge, too anxious to even glance at Yi Tianyuan, lest he provoke the wrath of this formidable figure. Gone was the arrogance he had displayed moments ago before his father, Zhang Dashing. The rest of the Zhang family stood mute, their expressions a mix of incredulity and fear. At that moment, an elder emerged, his steps appearing slow, yet swiftly bringing him before Yi Tianyuan. Upon seeing this newcomer, the Zhang family suddenly seemed to regain their composure, their eyes filled with anticipation. Following Zhang Hong's demise, the leadership of the Bahua sect had temporarily fallen to Zhang Meng, the second strongest in the Zhang family, who now presided over them. Zhang Meng was indeed a first-rate martial artist. Previously, the Zhang family boasted two first-rate martial artists along with Zhang Hong, recognized as the foremost among them. In addition to these two first-rate warriors, the Zhang family had several second-rate and numerous third-rate martial artists, totaling over 50 martial practitioners within their ranks. Comparatively, the entire region of Qingshan likely had fewer than 100 martial artists, with the Zhang family comprising a significant portion. Thus, the Zhang family possessed the undeniable strength and confidence to assert themselves within Qingshan, unafraid of any rival. In the realm of martial prowess, no other force could challenge the Zhang family, a fact beyond dispute. As Zhang Meng approached, Yi Tianyuan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before losing interest entirely, too apathetic to even spare him a second look. Zhang Meng, having observed from the shadows, finally stepped forward. His gaze was as profound as an abyss, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light, as if he sought to pierce through Yi Tianyuan's facade. After scrutinizing Yi Tianyuan for a considerable time, Zhang Meng finally spoke. "Young friend Yi, as we are all practitioners of martial arts, let us converse amicably. Your actions have been rather ruthless. Is this not excessive? Could it be that you truly believe there is no one left in the Zhang family?" However, before Zhang Meng could finish his words, Yi Tianyuan had already taken action. By the time Zhang Meng uttered his final syllable, Yi Tianyuan had closed the distance between them. This formidable martial artist, with sharp brows and a piercing gaze, exuded an air of ruthless determination. Zhang Meng unleashed his powerful Bahua palm with all his might, channeling a force akin to a tidal wave, and struck fiercely at Yi Tianyuan. He clearly did not anticipate that Yi Tianyuan would attack him without a moment's hesitation. This young man displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. Bang! The palms of the two combatants clashed violently in midair. This was a collision of sheer power. The moment their immense strengths collided, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a muffled thunderclap. The deafening sound alone attested to the incredible force behind this strike. The overwhelming energy sent Zhang Meng flying. Zhang Dashing fared no better, as he too was propelled several meters away, crashing through the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The distinction lay in the nature of their injuries. Zhang Daxing was wounded in the chest, while Zhang Meng suffered a grievous injury to his arm. The arm that had struck out against Yi Tianyuan was now grotesquely contorted, its bones shattered, with jagged fragments piercing through the skin, a clear indication that Zhang Meng's hand was irreparably damaged. The entire venue plunged into a profound silence. Everyone present was utterly petrified, their expressions frozen in shock and disbelief. At that moment, the collective psyche of the onlookers was shaken to its very core. The third-rate martial artist Zhang Xiaoqiang had been mercilessly trounced. The peak second-rate martial artist Zhang Daxing had also been thoroughly defeated and gravely injured. Now, even the first-rate martial artist Zhang Meng had been reduced to a mere frail chicken, easily vanquished in a single exchange, left bloodied and incapacitated. The Zhang family members felt as though their understanding of reality had been completely upended. They were astounded by the true level of Yi Tianyuan's prowess. Surely, he had transcended the realm of first-rate martial artists? Was he a master? A master at such a young age? It was hard to believe even the entire Jiang County had not heard of him. Yi Tianyuan cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Meng and coldly remarked, "A group of flashy fighters, yet not a single one possesses true skill. I'm afraid there really is no one left in the Zhang family." Chapter 69. The Zhang family's final resort. Listening to such extreme humiliation, the members of the Zhang family felt their faces flush with shame, an affront of the highest order. Yet, did they possess the strength to refute it? In the midst of an oppressive silence, the gravely injured Zhang Meng, dragging his battered body, approached with difficulty and fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Tianyuan, coldly inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Tianyuan, disinterested in further discourse, simply returned to his seat. Observing this, Zhang Meng's expression grew increasingly grave and foreboding. He understood that Yi Tianyuan had deemed him unworthy of conversation. At the stroke of 9, he would act without hesitation. From this perspective, the young man before him adhered to his principles. Yet such principles were evidently unfriendly to the Zhang family. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Meng spoke again, his voice low and serious. "Esteemed one, surely one must show mercy when the opportunity arises. There is no need for such relentless hostility. Today, it is clear that my Zhang family has failed to recognize your greatness and has inadvertently offended you. I apologize on behalf of the Zhang family. I have come to understand the origins of this matter. It was indeed instigated by Zhang Xiaoqiang, and all responsibility lies with him. However, you have already crippled him, rendering him incapable. Surely this punishment is sufficiently severe? Do you truly intend to pursue his destruction? The Zhang family concedes. We acknowledge our faults. I implore you to show leniency and consider bringing this matter to a close." To conclude the matter? Would that not render Zhang Xiaoqiang's suffering in vain? Would it not disgrace the Zhang family? For a century, the Zhang family had established their presence in Qingshan. When had they ever endured such a loss? Those daring enough to inflict such a misfortune upon the Zhang family had yet to be born. Yet at this moment, despite their reluctance and dissatisfaction, what could the Zhang family possibly do? Dare they utter a word of dissent? In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Fists embody justice. Everything else is mere nonsense. In the face of overwhelming power, one must bow in submission. Yi Tianyuan cast a dispassionate glance at the head of the Zhang family and coldly remarked, "You have 25 minutes remaining. Make haste. Utter another word of nonsense, and I will not hesitate to strike you down. Do you believe me?" This profoundly contemptuous statement was, for Zhang Meng, an unparalleled humiliation. As a top-tier martial artist, who in Qingshan dared to speak to him in such a manner? Who would dare to utter threats against his life? Yet this young man, Yi Tianyuan, did so without fear. Moreover, Zhang Meng had no doubt that Yi Tianyuan was entirely capable of following through. Thus, after a deep and penetrating gaze at Yi Tianyuan, he chose not to speak further. It was evident that today's events would not conclude amicably. Decisive measures would be necessary. With this in mind, it was time to mobilize the Zhang family's resources. This was an unprecedented course of action for the Zhang family, and it provided an opportunity to gauge the depth of their foundation. Zhang Meng promptly assumed a solemn demeanor and began issuing commands to those present. Defu, contact Leader Ma. Debao, reach out to Mayor Hu. Deqiang, get in touch with Lord Long. I shall reach out to Dao Wu and ensure they arrive at Zhang Ye's residence within 25 minutes. Upon receiving Zhang Meng's command, the designated individuals promptly began making phone calls. Responses were swift. Once Zhang Meng connected the call, he wasted no time in pleasantries, issuing a directive in a commanding tone. "De Wu, there has been an incident at home. Gather your team and rush to Zhang's house immediately. It is imperative that you act quickly." After hanging up, Zhang Meng cast a menacing glance at Tianyuan, who had closed his eyes in a meditative state, an attitude that exuded utter disdain for the Zhang family. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Black Emperor Group, Jiang Yao anxiously recounted the situation to President Yi Rao. With a pleading expression, she implored, "President Yi Rao, I understand that my approach is quite abrupt and impolite, but I find myself in a desperate situation and must summon the courage to seek your assistance. I would be immensely grateful." Jiang Yao nearly fell to her knees before Yi Rao. At that moment, Yi Rao was in a state of panic. The individual before her was the partner of her adoptive father's superior, and she held Yi Tianyuan in the highest regard. Hence, she was almost compelled to kneel before Jiang Yao herself. Before Jiang Yao could complete her plea, Yi Rao quickly and cautiously supported her, saying, "Miss Jiang, please do not worry. Although we met only yesterday, I feel a strong connection with you. I truly admire your beauty and talent, and I find your allure captivating. Sometimes, a single glance is all it takes to recognize the right person. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude, her emotions rendering her speechless and at a loss for words. She had not anticipated President Yi Rao's prompt and willing agreement, especially given the gravity of the situation, which was bound to bring forth some complications. It was rare for anyone, let alone a mere acquaintance, to agree so readily, let alone family. However, consumed by the urgency to help, Jiang Yao did not dwell on such thoughts. Yi Rao recognized the critical nature of Jiang Yao's situation and, in truth, felt no apprehension. She was acutely aware of Mr. Ye's formidable prowess. Not even the Zhang family could pose a threat to him, let alone the small matter at hand. To Yi Rao, the Zhang family seemed no larger than mere ants in the presence of Mr. Yi. Yet, she could not divulge these insights to Jiang Yao, so she offered her reassurance. "Do not fret, Miss Jiang. I will make a few calls to enlist some assistance." Enlist assistance? The thought of Yi Rao seeking additional help made Jiang Yao anxious, fearing that any delay might hinder their progress. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Yi Rao, having discerned Jiang Yao's unease, quickly clarified, "Miss Jiang, you must understand. I am relatively new to Qingshan and unfamiliar with the area. I have had no dealings with the Zhang family. For matters concerning Qingshan, it would be prudent to consult someone well-versed in the local landscape. Sister Jiang, you need not worry. I understand that time is of the essence. I will ensure they hasten to the Zhang residence to rescue your husband, Mr. Yi." Upon hearing Yi Rao's words, Jiang Yao felt a slight sense of relief. However, the reference to her husband caused a blush to rise to her cheeks. Although she and Yi Tianyuan shared a daughter, they had yet to engage in the true essence of marriage, nor had they claimed the title. Hence, being called husband felt somewhat peculiar to Jiang Yao. Yi Rao promptly made calls in Jiang Yao's presence, reaching out to 3 individuals, the Mayor Hu, Leader Ma, and Lord Long. Each assured her from the other end of the line that they would rush to the Zhang family with utmost speed. With their assurances, Yi Rao hung up and turned to Jiang Yao, saying, "Miss Jiang, you heard them. You can rest easy now." Jiang Yao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "President Yi Rao, I cannot thank you enough. Your kindness is truly remarkable, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Yi Rao quickly shook her head, insisting, "Miss Jiang, you flatter me. It was merely a small act of assistance. There is no need for such formality. It is my privilege to help you." Privilege? Jiang Yao thought the word rather strange and cast a questioning glance at Yi Rao, who immediately realized she had misspoken and sought to change the subject. "Miss Jiang, shall we head to the Zhang residence? You must be worried about your husband. By going there, you can be informed of the situation firsthand." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention. Let us depart. I apologize for the inconvenience, President Yi Rao. Yi Rao wished Jiang Yao would cease speaking. She truly felt overwhelmed. The prospect of Mr. Yi discovering the situation was daunting. Meanwhile, at the Zhang ancestral home, time ticked away. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling silence, tension hanging palpably in the air. Soon, the half-hour deadline would be upon them. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Chapter 70. The Zhang family surrender. Upon hearing the commotion, the members of the Zhang family were instantly invigorated, each feeling as though they had grasped a lifeline. Reinforcements had arrived. A large contingent of Zhang family members surged in, creating a formidable crowd that swiftly filled the expansive courtyard, numbering well into the thousands. The principal members and disciples of the Zhang family had gathered, a formidable assembly of dozens of martial artists united. When the newcomers beheld the incapacitated Zhang Xiaoqiang, along with the severely injured Zhang Disheng and Zhang Meng, astonishment swept through the ranks. Suddenly, a resounding voice pierced the air, brimming with excitement. Captain Ma has brought a significant number of city guards. Upon realizing that genuine reinforcements had finally arrived, Zhang Meng could not help but display a change in demeanor. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Captain Ma, accompanied by a battalion of armed city guards, made his entrance, instantly elevating the atmosphere with his imposing presence. Zhang Meng, despite his injuries, hastily led the core members of the Zhang family to greet him, saying, "Captain Ma, we appreciate your personal effort to come here. If not for the extraordinary circumstances, we would not wish to trouble you." However, in stark contrast to Zhang Meng's warm welcome, Captain Ma exhibited an air of indifference, failing to respond even with a word, merely standing there with an expressionless visage. This behavior left the Zhang family members exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation's implications. At that moment, Mayor Hu arrived in his official vehicle, appearing weary yet determined. Upon seeing Mayor Hu, Zhang Meng and the others momentarily disregarded Captain Ma and turned their attention to the mayor, showering him with flattering smiles. Yet to their dismay, Mayor Hu mirrored Captain Ma's demeanor, displaying a similar coldness and ignoring their enthusiastic greetings, remaining aloof and unfamiliar. The last to arrive was Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Qingshan. Lu Jinlong did not even cast a glance at the Zhang family members. Instead, he approached Mayor Hu and Captain Ma directly, apologizing for his tardiness. After this brief exchange, the three of them moved towards Yi Tianyuan. What followed left the Zhang family in a state of utter shock. Their jaws agape. As Hu Lu and Captain Ma approached Yi Tianyuan, they bowed respectfully and collectively exclaimed, "We greet you, Mr. Yi." Their voices were not particularly loud, but to the Zhang family, it struck like a thunderbolt, rendering them completely immobilized, as if struck by lightning. Staring in disbelief, they found it impossible to comprehend the scene before them. What could this possibly mean? The rulers of Qingshan, Mayor Hu and Lord Long, were bowing so low before Yi Tianyuan. Who exactly was Yi Tianyuan to command such profound respect? Among those most affected was Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had long perceived Yi Tianyuan merely as a recently retired soldier, a mere pauper. How easy it would be for the Zhang family to crush such a powerless individual, like stepping on an ant. What significance did his martial prowess hold? The Zhang family is numerous and influential, with extensive connections. Is there anyone in Qingshan that the Zhang family cannot handle? However, Zhang Xiaoqiang never anticipated that Yi Tianyuan possessed an extraordinary background. He now harbors grave doubts about whether Yi Tianyuan is merely a recently retired soldier. Zhang Meng, pale and speechless, gazes intently in their direction, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. He is consumed by a desire to eliminate Zhang Xiaoqiang, for it is this reckless individual who has instigated this calamity. It seems increasingly difficult to resolve this predicament amicably. Upon the arrival of the three leaders from Hushi, Yi Tianyuan finally opened his eyes and nodded slightly to them. The trio immediately stood behind him with utmost respect, resembling devoted bodyguards. With such formidable protectors, one must wonder who in Qingshan would not be utterly intimidated. At that moment, the members of the Zhang family felt as though a colossal mountain loomed over them, silencing them into submission. Yi Tianyuan glanced at the time. There were still 2 minutes remaining, so he decided to wait a little longer. Suddenly, Zhang Ming stepped forward, slightly bowing, his tone laced with a hint of submission as he implored, "Mr. Yi, today our Zhang family has shown a lack of discernment and has committed grave offenses. We acknowledge our mistakes and accept the consequences. If there is any way to appease your anger, please, we are ready to accept punishment." Yet Yi Tianyuan responded coldly, "There is still one person who is yet to arrive. Let's wait." Zhang Ming nearly spat blood at this remark. The implication was unmistakable. There would be no opportunity for the Zhang family to concede. "Mr. Yi, what must we do to end this? My Zhang family has already conceded and is prepared to accept all forms of punishment, willing to pay a considerable price. Is it truly necessary for you to be so relentless?" Zhang Ming implored once more, his gaze shifting to the 3 leaders from Hushi, hoping for their assistance. However, it was abundantly clear that the trio from Hushi would not dare utter a single word in favor of the Zhang family. They cherished their lives and had witnessed others, like President Yang and Commander Hong, lose their positions due to such entanglements. Any hint of disloyalty could result in dire consequences, loss of status, or worse, death. Thus, the 3 leaders feigned ignorance of the Zhang family, resolutely distancing themselves, ignoring Zhang Ming's pleading gaze. Their actions instilled within Zhang Ming a foreboding sense of dread. What kind of formidable figure had the Zhang family inadvertently provoked to elicit such fear in the 3 leaders? Just as Zhang Ming pondered this troubling thought, Yi Tianyuan suddenly rose to his feet. This seemingly trivial action sent shockwaves through the Zhang family, rendering them all tense and vigilant, their wary eyes fixed intently on Yi Tianyuan. It was as if they beheld a demon emerging from the abyss. The Zhang family, enveloped in tension, was gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread, setting aside Yi Tianyuan's formidable and terrifying prowess. The mere fact that he could reduce the 3 foremost figures of Hushi to such a subservient state was enough to provoke boundless speculation and a palpable feeling of oppression. The invisible pressure had rendered everyone on edge to the utmost degree. Yi Tianyuan, cold as a reaper, cast a glance at Zhang Ming, his towering figure resembling a deity of wrath. Zhang Ming felt a sudden jolt of fear. He could not comprehend why such an unaccountable terror had seized him in Yi Tianyuan's presence. With an icy demeanor, Yi Tianyuan spoke, "The hour is upon us, and I have no time to linger. I must express my profound disappointment in the Zhang family." Zhang Ming, momentarily stunned, found himself at a loss for words. The only hope for the Zhang family, Zhang Du, had yet to arrive. Yet under the current circumstances, should Zhang Du appear, it was uncertain whether he could alter the course of events. Yi Tianyuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had long since turned pale, devoid of any color, and was now watching Yi Tianyuan with palpable terror. The frigid glare from Yi Tianyuan felt as if the king of hell had fixed his gaze upon him, amplifying Zhang Xiaoqiang's already overwhelming fear, leading him to lose all composure. No longer concerned with dignity or pride, he humbly implored Yi Tianyuan for mercy. "Yi Tianyuan, no, Mr. Yi. It is I who am at fault. It is all my doing. I should not have provoked you. I recognize my mistakes and beseech you to spare me. I am still young. I do not wish to die. I will bow before you in Jiang Yao, offering my sincere apologies. I will compensate you with whatever sum you desire. Please, spare me, spare the Zhang family. I'm a classmate of Jiang Yao. I implore you, Mr. Yi, for the sake of our shared past, grant me this reprieve. I will never dare to offend again." Yi Tianyuan, regarding the pitifully pleading Zhang Xiaoqiang with icy indifference, replied with chilling finality, "There is no need for your pleas. There will be no opportunity for you to ever bully my woman again. Had you merely provoked me, perhaps I would have spared your life. But having wronged my woman, you must pay the ultimate price. There is no room for negotiation. To utter the term classmate from your lips is utterly revolting. You shall perish." Chapter 71. Crushing Zhang Xiaoqiang underfoot, Yi Tianyuan pronounced Zhang Xiaoqiang's death sentence with chilling finality. As he spoke, his foot had already pressed down upon Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. Instantly, a suffocating sense of impending death engulfed Zhang Xiaoqiang, instilling a profound terror within him, as if he were standing on the brink of the abyss. In the face of death's arrival, how many can confront it with composure? No, no, no. Ye Tianyuan, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I will do anything you ask. Ah, it hurts. Dad, save me. I don't want to die. Zhang Xiaoqiang's horrifying screams echoed throughout the Zhang residence, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard, instilling a palpable dread in their hearts. No matter how Zhang Xiaoqiang wailed and pleaded, he could not deter Yi Tianyuan's murderous intent. Amidst the cacophony of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang's life ultimately came to a tragic end. The members of the Zhang family could only watch in horror, none daring to voice a word of protest, let alone intervene. This despair filled Zhang Xiaoqiang with profound regret. Yet alas, he had no opportunity for repentance. After extinguishing Zhang Xiaoqiang's life, Yi Tianyuan's cold gaze swept over the gathered Zhang family. Just a glance sent waves of anxiety and terror rippling through them, each person fixated on Yi Tianyuan as if he were the grim reaper himself, fearful that he might turn his wrath upon them. Zhang Daxing, gravely injured and lying on the ground, watched helplessly as his once proud son met a cruel fate. His heart bled with anguish, leaving him in unbearable torment. But what could he do? Yi Tianyuan, who exactly are you? Zhang Ming suddenly erupted with a desperate inquiry. Yi Tianyuan smirked coldly, countering with a question of his own. Does it matter? Zhang Ming responded grimly. You must at least provide us with clarity regarding your identity. Yi Tianyuan, I am aware that you possess significant influence. However, my ignorance is profound. I truly do not know of your existence in Qingshan, let alone in Jiangjun. There are no prominent figures of the Zhang family in Jiangjun, at least to my knowledge. Your ability to command respect from both Hu Shihou and Lord Long indicates your tremendous stature. In terms of strength and power, the Zhang family is utterly outmatched. The disparity insurmountable. We, the Zhang family, acknowledge our defeat. However, I wish to understand whom we have lost to. Such a request is not unreasonable, is it? Throughout the century-long history of the Zhang family in Qingshan, we have never bowed our heads in submission to anyone. But now, we are compelled to yield. This formidable opponent is one the Zhang family has never encountered in 100 years. At that moment, a tremendous commotion erupted from outside. Momins Lete. A general adorned with a single star on his shoulder led a group of fully armed soldiers into the Zhang residence. Upon witnessing this, the Zhang family members hastily parted ways. This general was none other than Zhang Ming's son, Zhang Dui. Under the Zhang family's meticulous cultivation, Zhang Dui had risen to the rank of general in the Jiangjun War Department, commanding an army of 20,000. He was undeniably a figure of considerable authority. It is precisely due to the presence of Zhang Dui that even the likes of Hu Shihou and Long Yi must show some respect to the Zhang family, refraining from easily provoking them. Zhang Dui is indeed the trump card of the Zhang clan. Unless absolutely necessary, the Zhang family would not resort to utilizing this formidable asset. His arrival instantly reassured the members of the Zhang family. Witnessing the brutal demise of Zhang Xiaoqiang and the severe injuries sustained by Zhang Daxing and his father, Zhang Ming, an inferno of wrath ignited within Zhang Dui, enveloping the entire Zhang family in his overwhelming fury. I apologize, father. I have returned late, he declared. Leave this matter to me to resolve. In this day and age, there are truly those who are unafraid of death. The world has indeed changed. How dare anyone have the audacity to trample upon the Zhang family? If there are still those in Qingshan who remain oblivious to the true ruler of this domain, then today, allow me to turn the tides of Qingshan. Having been away for several years, perhaps no one remembers my name anymore. Zhang Dui's voice was laced with cold anger, exuding an aura of formidable power. As a first-rate warrior who has fought valiantly in numerous battles, he radiated an overwhelming presence. As a general commanding 20,000 soldiers, Zhang Dui naturally possessed an extraordinary ferocity. Upon hearing Zhang Dui's bold proclamations, the members of the Zhang family felt a renewed sense of confidence, even experiencing a surge of fervor. Indeed, with General Zhang Dui on their side, what did the Zhang family have to fear? No matter the status of the nobility, before an army of 20,000, would they not bow their heads in submission? In this world, all power serves the might of the fist. Just moments ago despondent, Zhang Ming now lifted his spirits, nodding gravely at Zhang Dui. With a heavy tone, he stated, The honor and disgrace of the Zhang family now rest solely upon your shoulders. Zhang Dui, with a resolute expression, assured his father, Rest easy, father. I shall handle everything. I will not allow anyone to tread upon the Zhang family's dignity, not a single soul, not even a small Qingshan, and certainly not in the entirety of Jianjun are there many who warrant my concern. In Qingshan, no one shall dare to disrupt this order. Anyone attempting to infringe upon the Zhang family, believing us to be defenseless, will face my unbridled wrath. Before Zhang Dui could finish his imposing declaration, an impatient and chilling voice suddenly interrupted. You Zhang family members are quite verbose. Have you finished your prattle? If so, come forth to meet your demise. Come forth to meet your demise? Hearing such audacious words from Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Dui's fury ignited, his gaze locking onto Yi Tianyuan like a ravenous wolf. His eyes gleamed like sharp blades, as deadly as a venomous serpent. Merely the intensity of his stare was enough to instill fear. It was evident that he had been steeped in countless battles, his aura heavily tainted with the essence of slaughter. After scrutinizing Yi Tianyuan with a cold, penetrating gaze, Zhang Dui shifted his focus to Hu Shishou and Long Yi. The leader of the horse was directly disregarded by Zhang Dewu. Unceremoniously, Zhang Dewu let out a heavy snort and declared, Mayor Hu, Lord Long, my Zhang family has always maintained cordial relations with both of you, and we have no enmity. I advise you not to interfere in today's matters. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. I have brought 1,000 elite soldiers, and an army of 20,000 is already assembled and prepared for battle. At my command, they shall promptly march to Qingshan. Zhang Dewu's words dripped with menace. Under normal circumstances, Hu Shi and Lu Jinlong would have certainly weighed their options carefully, for it would be unwise to confront a general commanding 20,000 troops. The defenses of the horse leader could not withstand such a formidable force. However, with Yi Tianyuan present today, Hu Shi and Lu Jinlong harbored no concerns. There was no need for them to intervene. Thus, they responded to Zhang Dewu's threatening remarks with silence and smiles. Their reaction irked Zhang Dewu, leaving him perplexed about their demeanor. Nonetheless, he dismissed such thoughts. With an expression akin to a feral beast, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Tianyuan and snorted disdainfully, Umph, you come out flaunting your bravado before you've even grown a full set of fur. Who failed to keep an eye on you? You think you're quite formidable, don't you? With a prestigious lineage and a solid backing. Even Mayor Hu and Lord Long bow to you. Is that so? Then why don't you enlighten me about your significance? Upon hearing Zhang Dewu's crude remarks, Hu Shi and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads and regarding Zhang Dewu with pity. There are countless ways to court death, and the Zhang family seems to embody half of them. With Zhang Xiaoqiang just having perished, here comes another seeking their demise. The Zhang family is beyond saving. Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhang Dewu with an enigmatic smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he coldly inquired, Are you eager to know? Little did Zhang Dewu realize the calamity that awaited him. With an air of arrogance, he looked down upon the heavens and the earth, his expression one of derision as he addressed Yi Tianyuan. I am giving you an opportunity to introduce yourself. You should learn to cherish it. Understand? Chapter 72. You tell him, who I am Zhang Dui remains blissfully unaware of the enormity of the calamity he has unwittingly invited upon himself. The three prominent figures of Hu City regard him with a mixture of sympathy and pity. How audacious for a mere one-star general to provoke the master of the Tianyuan Palace to reveal his identity. What audacity indeed! How many lives does he presume to gamble with such arrogance? What, has he lost his tongue? Was he just boasting with unbridled confidence? It matters not if he refuses to speak. I, as a general, am unfazed. In a vast expanse of Jiang County, there are scarcely a handful of individuals who instill fear within me, and regrettably, none bear the surname Yi. As silence envelopes him, he should brace himself for the tempest of my wrath. Oblivious to his peril, Zhang Dui continues to spout reckless bravado, unaware of how perilously close he stands to the gates of death. I am Hong Yuanqi, Everyone stand aside. No sooner had Zhang Dui finished speaking than a voice, resonant and thunderous, echoed throughout the Zhang residence, compelling the 1,000 soldiers he had brought with him to part swiftly, bowing in deference to the speaker. Zhang Dui and his cohorts were momentarily taken aback before hastily turning to see who had arrived. To their astonishment, 3 figures strode confidently into the hall. Yang Jie, the former governor of Jiang County, Hong Yuanqi, the former commander of the War Department, and a figure known as the Black Emperor. While the Zhang family may not recognize the Black Emperor, the mere fact that he walks alongside Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi signifies his exceptional stature. Even though both Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi have retired to their homes, they recently vacated their authoritative positions in Jiang County and have not yet faded from relevance. Their influence remains undiminished. What brings the governor and commander here? Zhang Dui's mind raced with apprehension, a gnawing suspicion creeping in. Surely they cannot be here for Yi Tianyuan? The mere thought sent icy sweat cascading down his back. Surely not. However, as Zhang Dui witnessed the 3 men completely disregard him, striding directly towards Yi Tianyuan, he felt as though struck by lightning, his body rendered immobile. The expressions of the Zhang family shifted to one of sheer terror, frozen in disbelief and despair. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Jie and his companions approached Yi Tianyuan, bowing deeply in reverence. The impact of this scene was akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb. The entire Zhang family crumbled emotionally, their spirits shattered, plunging them back into a chasm of fear and hopelessness. For over a decade, Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi had ruled Jiang County. Their profound respect for Yi Tianyuan raised unsettling questions. Who exactly is he? Perhaps he is a descendant of some illustrious figure from the capital? The Zhang family, it seems, has reached the end of their road. Zhang Dui, now pale and stricken with fear, stood there in a daze, utterly devoid of the arrogance he had displayed moments before. Resembling a wilted eggplant, Zhang Dui's composure finally shattered, and he directed a frenzied inquiry towards Yi Tianyuan. Who on earth are you? Am I truly so ignorant? While I may not know all the prominent figures in the capital, I should at least have some inkling. There are no notable figures bearing the Yi surname in the capital. I am genuinely curious about your identity. How is it that even Governor Yang and Commander Hong regard you with such reverence? This level of treatment must surely be reserved for the descendants of esteemed elders or military commanders, correct? What? Descendants of elders or military commanders? A sharp intake of breath escaped the Zhang family members, leaving them utterly aghast. The notion of a sovereign entity, a ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, loomed over them like a colossal dragon from the heavens, while they felt themselves to be mere ants, separated by a vast expanse of the cosmos. Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhang Dui with an icy demeanor and asked in a cool, detached voice, "Do you know how the Qin family was annihilated?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dui's brow furrowed deeply in confusion as he gazed at Yi Tianyuan. What could this mean? Before he could ponder further, Yi Tianyuan continued, "It was because the Chun family harmed my wife and daughter that I personally eradicated them." Boom! The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. The members of the Zhang family were engulfed by a tempest of disbelief, shocked to the core. The Qin family had inexplicably been wiped out overnight, and the incident had not circulated widely in Qingshan, as the authorities in Hushur had been diligently suppressing the news. Although there were discussions among the social elite of Qingshan, no one truly understood the circumstances. Rumors suggested that the Chun family had offended the military department, committing an unforgivable crime that led to their extermination. Given the involvement of the military, no one dared to speculate further. Yet, Yi Tianyuan's words revealed to the Zhang family that it was he who had brought about the Chun family's downfall. This was the Chun family, the foremost among the 3 great families of Qingshan. To obliterate the Chun family overnight required an extraordinary level of influence and power. Unfazed by the astonishment of the Zhang family, Yi Tianyuan turned to Zhang Dui and inquired, "Do you know how the leader of the Bagua sect met his demise?" This time, Yi Tianyuan did not pause to allow Zhang Dui a moment to contemplate his response. Instead, he posed the question and answered it himself. It was because he foolishly attempted to stand up for the Chun family that he met his end. The members of the Zhang family were left speechless, stunned into silence. The reason for the leader's death at the hands of the Chun family was revealed in such a manner. The Zhang family had previously inquired about the matter with Hu Shi and Chief Ma, but upon learning of its connection to the military, they had refrained from further questioning. Now, they realized that the leader had fallen victim to Yi Tianyuan himself. Yi Tianyuan continued, "And as for how the Jianjun Wangfu was destroyed, I trust you have come to understand that as well." Furthermore, at this point, Yi Tianyuan cast a glance at Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi, adding, "It was I who orchestrated their removal from power. Now, do you recognize who I am?" One formidable revelation after another cascaded from Yi Tianyuan's lips, leaving the Zhang family utterly petrified and dumbfounded. The word shock scarcely suffices to encapsulate their bewilderment. Just moments ago, the arrogant Zhang Du, brimming with bravado, now trembled with fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. His complexion had turned ashen, and his expression was fraught with terror, reaching its zenith. His mental state had completely shattered. Yet, Zhang Du shook his head, his voice quavering. "Despite all you've said, I still do not know your identity. If you could simply clarify, I understand that my demise is inevitable today, and I accept my fate. At this juncture, I seek nothing more than to comprehend the truth." Yi Tianyuan, visibly disappointed, shook his head at Zhang Du. "After all the hints I've provided, you remain oblivious to my identity. I truly wonder how you managed to attain the rank of general." With that, Yi Tianyuan turned his gaze toward the 6 members of the Black Emperor and declared, "Since the Zhang family is so eager to know who I am, I shall make an exception today and reveal myself with great fanfare. Come, inform the Zhang family of my identity." Thud! As soon as Yi Tianyuan's words fell, the 6 members of the Black Emperor immediately knelt in unison, reverently proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord of Tianyuan." Chapter 73. A decent opportunity to atone with death. A resounding voice echoed throughout the Zhang family's domain, startling every member as if struck by a bolt of lightning, plunging them into stunned silence where even a pin drop could be heard. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. All present were rendered speechless, their expressions exaggerated in sheer disbelief. Particularly Zhang Dui, who was so overwhelmed by fear that he lost control, collapsing to his knees with an audible thud. An all-encompassing dread coursed through him, making him tremble violently as if gripped by a seizure. Here stood a first-rate warrior, a general commanding an army of 20,000. Yet in this moment, he was reduced to a quivering fool. Yi Tianyuan, the lord of Tianyuan Palace, the guardian god of the nation, an unparalleled hero. Yes, he was indeed the lord of Tianyuan Palace. Zhang Dui could have slapped himself in frustration. How could he have been so foolish? With such clear indications, how could he not have realized that Yi Tianyuan was the very lord of Tianyuan Palace? The last incident had summoned all 4 war gods of Tianyuan Palace. The figure behind that was none other than the Lord himself. It had been evident that the announcement from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department 3 years ago was a fabrication. How could such a divine being have perished in foreign lands? Indeed, the Lord of Tianyuan Palace was alive, and, astonishingly, he was right here in Qingshan. Alas, he had come to this realization too late. The Zhang family had foolishly drawn the ire of the Lord of Tianyuan Palace. How many heads from the Zhang family would suffice for the Lord and his 1,000,000 soldiers? Thud! 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 As Zhang Dui knelt, the others followed suit, each dropping to their knees before Yi Tianyuan. At that moment, save for Yi Tianyuan himself, all were prostrate before him. Yi Tianyuan addressed the 6 members of the Black Emperor. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities towards me, especially in the presence of outsiders." The 6 members of the Black Emperor dared not hesitate, promptly standing up and nodding respectfully towards Yi Tianyuan, signaling their understanding. Yi Tianyuan's gaze shifted to Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi, and he offered a slight nod, saying, "I appreciate your efforts in coming here." His words elicited immediate trepidation from the 2, who hastily shook their heads in denial, exclaiming, "It is our utmost honor to serve Lord Yi." Having narrowly escaped death previously, both Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi were filled with profound gratitude towards Yi Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Jinlong remained utterly perplexed, still grappling with the events unfolding before him. Although he was aware of Yi Tianyuan's significant standing, someone he needed to treat with utmost caution, He had always assumed that Yi Tianyuan was merely the son of a high-ranking figure within the Black Emperor group, perhaps a deputy or one of the Four Guardians. Never in his wildest dreams did Lu Jinlong imagine that Mr. Yi was, in fact, the lord of Tianyuan Palace. Despite his background in the underworld, Lu Jinlong held a deep-seated respect and admiration for the lord of Tianyuan Palace. Thus, he felt both shocked and exhilarated at this revelation, overwhelmed by a sense of honor. Indeed, it is a fortune that seems to have been earned through countless lifetimes. Yi Tianyuan's gaze once again fell upon Zhang Du, who, frightened, hurriedly bowed his head in deep remorse, acknowledging his faults. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Tianyuan regarded Zhang Du with cold indifference and stated expressionlessly, You could have avoided death, but alas, you chose to seek it. Thus, I cannot let you live. It would be unjust. I grant you a dignified opportunity to atone with your life. Though faced with the specter of death, Zhang Du harbored a profound understanding that he had no alternative. Today, he was undeniably doomed. To die with dignity was all that remained of his honor. He bowed thrice in gratitude to Yi Tianyuan, saying, Thank you, Lord Yi, for your mercy. Without hesitation, Zhang Du drew his sidearm and took his own life, succumbing to despair in the northwest. A first-rate warrior, a one-star general, with but a word from Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Du acquiesced to his demise. This unparalleled authority bore down upon the hearts of the Zhang family like a mountain, suffocating them with its weight. They all deeply felt the sensation of mere ants confronting a dragon, forced to look up in reverence. Zhang Du lay lifeless, and the members of the Zhang family, as if facing a calamity, knelt in submission, awaiting the punishment that Yi Tianyuan would bestow upon them. Who could they blame? It was all their own doing, and they could not hold anyone else accountable. The root of it all lay with Zhang Xiaoqiang. Because of his singular transgression, the entire Zhang family was condemned to pay with their lives. At that moment, the family members cursed Zhang Xiaoqiang silently countless times. Zhang Xiaoqiang was indeed the sinner of the Zhang family. Zhang Dusheng, seemingly sensing the immense pressure, spoke with a stoic expression. The faults of a child reflect upon the father. I bear undeniable responsibility for the grave mistakes committed by Zhang Xiaoqiang. I cannot escape my guilt, and thus, I shall atone with my own life. With that, Zhang Dusheng ended his own existence. Zhang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Du, and Zhang Dusheng, 3 lives, soaked in blood, lay still. The crimson hue had stained the ground, and the air began to fill with the scent of blood. To the Zhang family, it was the very breath of death. Gazing upon the corpses of the 3, Zhang Ming let out a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked at Yi Tianyuan, declaring, Lord Yi, you are the esteemed master of Tianyuan, revered as the guardian deity of our nation by countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, a myth inscribed in our history, a paragon of virtue. Your wrath is beyond what the Zhang family can endure. Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions have received their due punishment. Their deaths are not to be lamented. As the current head of the Zhang family, I too share in the responsibility for today's events, and I confess my guilt. I offer my life in atonement and implore you, Lord Yi, to spare the lives of the other members of the Zhang family. They are not culpable and should not face death. As the guardian deity, I trust you would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Yi Tianyuan gazed at Zhang Ming with an expression of indifference and coldly remarked, Have I ever stated my intent to annihilate the Zhang family? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon overwhelmed with gratitude. He hurriedly expressed his thanks to Yi Tianyuan. Thank you, Lord Yi, for your magnanimity. I shall take my own life to atone for my family's sins. With that, Zhang Ming attempted to end his own existence. But Yi Tianyuan halted him. There is no need for that. The transgressions of the Zhang family have already been borne by Zhang Dusheng. It is only fitting that he meets his end, serving as a form of redemption for your family. Let this matter conclude here. Zhang Ming, initially incredulous, took a moment to grasp the reality of the situation. This unexpected reprieve filled him with joy, prompting him to express his profound gratitude once more towards Yi Tianyuan. The members of the Zhang family felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from death, each one brimming with immense appreciation for Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan then turned to the Black Emperor and instructed, "You shall handle the subsequent matters. I must take my leave." Jiang Yao was waiting outside the Zhang residence. "You should depart a few minutes after me and not follow." The Black Emperor nodded solemnly in acknowledgement of his orders. With the respectful farewells of all present, Yi Tianyuan strode confidently towards the exit. Meanwhile, outside, Chapter 74. As the ancients say, listening to one's wife is always wise inside the car. Jiang Yao was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, her heart racing anxiously like an ant on a scorching pan. She had cast pleading glances at Yi Rao countless times. Had it not been for Yi Rao's persistent restraint, Jiang Yao would have already dashed into the Zhang residence. Her concern for Yi Tianyuan consumed her. She truly feared for his safety. With each passing second, the dread of potential danger intensified. "Miss Jiang, rest assured." With the formidable trio of Hushi, Captain Ma, and Lord Long together, no one in Qingshan would dare to disrespect them. "Mr. Yi will be absolutely fine. We simply need to wait here in peace," Yi Rao reassured her, though she too felt a pang of helplessness, internally imploring her ancestors for guidance. She had repeated such sentiments a myriad of times, yet Jiang Yao remained deeply troubled. Without sight of Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao could not find solace. Yet, Yi Rao knew she could not allow Jiang Yao to enter the Zhang residence. The consequences of mishap would be dire, and she would not know how to face the repercussions. This has gone on long enough. If Yi Tianyuan does not appear soon, I can't wait any longer. I must go and check. Jiang Yao suddenly clenched her teeth, resolutely making up her mind. Dismissing Yi Rao's comforting words, she flung open the car door and bolted out. This impulsive action startled Yi Rao, one of the 4 protectors of the Black Emperor group, prompting her to hurriedly chase after Jiang Yao, hoping to intercept her before she could breach the Zhang household. However, Jiang Yao seemed to have anticipated this, sprinting towards the Zhang residence the moment she exited the vehicle. Though Yi Rao was swift, maneuvering around the car delayed her slightly. By the time she caught up, Jiang Yao had already reached the entrance of the Zhang family. Fear gripped Yi Rao, her back drenched in cold sweat as she thought, what if Miss Jiang barges in and sees something she shouldn't? If Mr. Yi were to blame me? Fortunately, just then, Yi Tianyuan emerged from the Zhang residence, striding confidently. Jiang Yao nearly leaped into his embrace upon seeing him safe and sound. With relief washing over her, Jiang Yao halted, her eyes wide as she scrutinized Yi Tianyuan, still not entirely at ease. Meanwhile, Yi Rao stood frozen in place, her head bowed slightly, resembling a child awaiting reprimand. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yao finally confirmed that Yi Tianyuan was indeed unharmed. In an instant, the floodgates of her pent-up emotions burst forth. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and had she not restrained herself, they would have spilled over. Gazing at Yi Tianyuan, she smiled through her relief, exclaiming, "Yi Tianyuan, I'm so glad you're all right." Witnessing Jiang Yao's distress and concern for his well-being deeply moved Yi Tianyuan, stirring feelings of both gratitude and guilt within him. Yi Tianyuan sudendi imbranjit Viangyo, gently patting her shoulder as he expressed his remorse. "I'm sorry, Jiang Yao, for causing you concern. I am fine." The unexpected embrace left Jiang Yao momentarily stunned, as if she had been struck by lightning, her body rigid as if encased in ice. Although this was not the first time she had experienced such intimate contact with Yi Tianyuan, the previous occasion had been 8 years prior, fueled by an evening of excessive revelry. The present circumstances were evidently different. For the first time, she found herself in a man's arms with full consciousness. However, she could not deny the warmth and sense of security that enveloped her, despite the ensuing shyness, particularly with President Yi Rao observing from behind. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yao blushed and gently pushed Yi Tianyuan away. She intended to tease him, but softened her resolve, recalling that he had just narrowly escaped a dire situation. Meanwhile, Yi Rao stood in a state of trepidation, hesitant to speak. Yi Tianyuan reassured Jiang Yao, "I'm all right now. You should head to work. I drove here and will return on my own." Yet, Jiang Yao, still somewhat unconvinced, contemplated, "Let me accompany you home. It's quite late, and I'll take a leave of absence for the morning." Yi Tianyuan chuckled, It wouldn't be proper for a newly appointed president to take leave, would it? You are a driven woman, and the chairman of your company holds you in high regard. How could you let that slide? I assure you, I'm not foolish enough to cause you further trouble. Nevertheless, Jiang Yao stubbornly shook her head, resolutely stating, no, I must accompany you home to feel at ease about going to work. If I can't settle my mind, I want to be productive at the office and might even make mistakes. So, please heed my words, or I will genuinely be upset. Seeing her earnestness, Tianyuan couldn't help but smile, appreciating the sense of being cared for by his wife. This was indeed a blissful feeling. Since Jiang Yao was unwavering, he agreed with an amused nod. All right, I'll do as you say. As the ancients say, it's wise to listen to one's wife. Jiang Yao shot him a playful glare, exasperated by his jest, retorting there was no such thing as a wife in ancient times. Together, Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao swiftly departed. Phew! After their departure, Yi Rao exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful that Mr. Yi did not blame her. Without lingering, she promptly drove away. In a nearby corner, a Porsche Panamera was parked, occupied by Wei Jian and Su Yinfeng, who had been observing the unfolding drama. However, as the scene progressed, they began to feel increasingly uneasy about the situation. Fortunately, their limited horizons prevented them from recognizing Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi, as well as Yi Rao and He Huang. They were only familiar with Hu Shishou, Ma Shouling, and Long Yi. Upon witnessing these three enter the Zhang residence, a sense of unease began to settle over the two. Their apprehension deepened when they observed Zhang Dui arriving with 1,000 armed warriors, leading them to suspect that something was amiss. Shouldn't Zhang Dui be the Zhang family's strongest trump card? Logically, as the family's greatest asset, he would only intervene in dire circumstances. The hurried return of Zhang Dui, flanked by 1,000 fully equipped soldiers, clearly indicated that the Zhang family was in peril and that only a grave situation could compel him to act. This was indeed perplexing. They had been stationed there all along and had witnessed Jiang Yao and Yi Tianyuan enter the Zhang residence one after the other. Subsequently, they saw Jiang Yao being pushed out by Yi Tianyuan. Even when Jiang Yao returned with a young and beautiful woman, they could not ascertain her identity. Moreover, since the two of them remained in the vehicle without disembarking, Wei Jian and Su Yinfan did not dwell on it, assuming that Jiang Yao had merely invited a friend to accompany her. Then, a series of individuals continued to enter the Zhang residence. It was only moments ago that they saw Yi Tianyuan emerge from the Zhang family unscathed. Watching Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao drive away left Wei Jian and Su Yinfan in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. What on earth was happening? We must pursue them to find out. After an indeterminate pause, Su Yinfan, still unwilling to resign herself to uncertainty, remarked to Wei Jian. He promptly started the vehicle, preparing to follow Yi Tianyuan, but just as he was about to drive off, an individual suddenly stepped in front of the car. Chapter 75. He is the master of the heavenly abyss, Yi Tianyuan. This sudden turn of events startled Wei Jian and his wife immensely, particularly when they beheld the stranger pressing his hands against the front of their car, displaying a sinister and ghostly grin. The sight was enough to instill a paralyzing fear within them, akin to encountering the king of hell. In their panic, Wei Jian instinctively slammed the accelerator, attempting to forcefully push the intruder aside. However, an uncanny scene unfolded. The vehicle refused to budge an inch. Had it not been for the engine roaring like a ferocious beast, they might have doubted whether they had even pressed the gas pedal. This was a Porsche worth over $1 million, capable of unleashing around 300 horsepower. With such formidable power, even a wall of reinforced concrete would struggle to impede its progress. Yet here stood a single individual, immovably blocking their path. Before Wei Jian and his wife could fully comprehend the situation, the figure suddenly exerted tremendous force. Bang! Bang! The sheer strength descended upon the car's front like an avalanche, entirely crushing the engine. Tires exploded, the front crumpled, and in an instant, the vehicle lay in a heap of scrap metal upon the ground. The engine, too, succumbed, belching smoke and sputtering to a halt. The couple inside the car was utterly petrified, staring blankly at the demon-like figure before them. Was this truly a human being? To reduce a car to mere rubble with bare hands? What kind of immense strength could achieve such a feat? Before they could regain their composure, the figure approached the front of the car and effortlessly tore the door from its hinges. Such an inhuman display of power seemed only fit for the screen. Faced with the advancing demon-like figure, Wei Jian and his wife were utterly terrified, their minds blank. The figure, as though grasping a mere chick, yanked them from the vehicle and strode towards the Zhang family's residence. Though Yi Tianyuan had departed, an atmosphere of palpable tension and oppression still enveloped the Zhang household. Everyone stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The figure casually discarded Wei Jian and his wife onto the ground. Upon noticing the corpses scattered about, they screamed in terror, instinctively clutching each other tightly. They were thoroughly paralyzed by fear, their minds struggling to process the surreal scene. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before they regained a modicum of composure. What on earth was happening? They were still grappling with the reality of their situation. "Brother, what crime have we committed?" Wei Jian stammered, casting a trembling glance at the imposing figure. Just a single glance sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to avert his gaze, fearful of invoking the wrath of this formidable presence. A chilling voice echoed in their ears, commanding, "Lift your heads." After exchanging a terrified glance, the couple cautiously raised their heads. The figure pointed towards Hu Shirtu, Ma Sholing, and Long Yi, inquiring, "Do you recognize them?" In a fervent display of desperation, Wei Jian and his wife nodded vigorously. Hu and Qingshan did not know these three influential figures. The Black Emperor pointed once more at Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi, inquiring, "What about them?" The two exchanged glances and immediately shook their heads. The Black Emperor then gestured towards the three lifeless bodies on the ground, asking, "And these three?" It was only then that Wei Jian and his wife observed closely, and to their astonishment, they recognized Zhang Xiaoqiang, his father Zhang Dishing, and the General Zhang Du from the Zhang family. How was it that Yi Tianyuan had just departed unharmed, while Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others had met their demise? What could have transpired? Do you know how they perished? The Black Emperor sneered ominously at Wei Jian and his wife. How they die? Could it be Yi Tianyuan? The thought struck fear into the hearts of Wei Jian and his wife, leaving them pale and exchanging terrified glances. First the Chen family, then the Duke of Jiangjun, and now the Zhang family. Why are there so many reckless individuals in this world, daring to provoke my master? Do you insignificant ants believe you are worthy? The Black Emperor's voice dripped with fury, directed not only at Wei Jian and his wife, but also at all present. In a state of utter panic, Wei Jian and his wife pleaded, "Who is your master? We're not acquainted, are we? Please do not tell me your master is Yi Tianyuan." Preposterous! The Black Emperor roared, his voice booming like that of a wrathful deity. "Yi Tianyuan is not someone you may speak of lightly. My master is the guardian god of the nation, an unparalleled hero, the Lord of the Tianyuan Hall." What? The Lord of the Tianyuan Hall? Wei Jian and his wife were struck as if by lightning, their expressions betraying their utter confusion. Yi Tianyuan, Yi Tianyuan, the Lord of the Tianyuan Hall. He is the very embodiment of legend. The retired soldier they regarded as a mere impoverished fool, a figure of ridicule, was in fact the revered Lord of the Tianyuan Hall, a man of divine stature. Had they truly incurred the wrath of the Lord of the Tianyuan Hall? Did the Chun family and the Duke of Jiangjun also meet their fates due to their provocations against him? Were Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others slain by the hand of the Lord? And now, were they next in line? The thought filled Wei Jian and his wife with dread, and they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Yet it was all in vain. The Black Emperor had already acted, sending them to their demise. After dealing with the couple, the Black Emperor cast a cold, piercing gaze over the remaining onlookers and thundered, "I expect everything that has transpired here today to remain sealed within your lips. Should anyone dare to utter a single word, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Do you all comprehend my words?" Everyone nodded fervently, fearful of defiance. Once satisfied that his message had been conveyed, the Black Emperor turned and departed. Lu Jinlong promptly followed. Once outside, Lu Jinlong knelt before the Black Emperor, expressing utmost respect. "I am Lu Jinlong, and I humbly beg for your forgiveness, as I was unaware of your true identity." In a trembling voice, there was a profound admiration. Although Lu Jinlong held the title of emperor in the underground world of Qingshan, a formidable figure in his own right within the Black Emperor group, he was merely a minor player. If we were to categorize the hierarchy of the Black Emperor group, it would be as follows: the Black Emperor at the pinnacle, followed by the left and right envoys, then the 4 great guardians, the 8 great Vajras, the 18 Arhats, and finally the 108 earthly fiends. Lu Jinlong found himself among the ranks of the 108 earthly fiends, relegating him to the 6th tier of this organization. His reverence for the Black Emperor was unwavering. He regarded him with a devotion akin to that of a deity. Lu Jinlong had often fantasized about the prospect of meeting the Black Emperor, and he never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him this time. The Black Emperor cast a glance at Lu Jinlong, quickly discerning his identity, indicating that Lu Jinlong possessed a modicum of intelligence. My identity must remain confidential. The Black Emperor coldly instructed Lu Jinlong. Lu Jinlong promptly nodded, affirming, "I shall obey your command and keep my lips sealed, daring not to utter a word to anyone." Meanwhile, upon returning to the Tangu Palace Villa, Jiang Yao finally felt a sense of relief. After exchanging a few words with Yi Tianyuan, she hurried off to her company. No sooner had Jiang Yao departed than the Black Emperor arrived. "Boss, the 2 individuals have been executed. Should we eradicate their entire family?" The Black Emperor inquired. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Do not involve their family. Their demise is well-deserved, and their relatives have not yet entangled themselves with me. So there is no need for further bloodshed." The Black Emperor nodded and continued, "Boss, I have acquired all the neighboring villas. My people, along with those of the Grim Reaper and Lady Yaoji, are now situated in Qingshan, temporarily housed in these nearby villas to ensure the safety of the matriarch and Princess Yuan." He then asked, "Is there anything else you wish to command?" Yi Tianyuan offered a slight nod. "Just ensure these matters are well arranged. There is nothing further. You may take your leave." The Black Emperor hastily added, "One more thing. Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi have purchased property in Qingshan and intend to settle there. Additionally, they wish to join the Black Emperor group. What are your thoughts on this?" Yi Tianyuan smiled lightly, recognizing their intentions. Their desire to settle in Qingshan and join the Black Emperor group was simply an effort to align themselves with him. He bore no ill will towards Yang Jie and Hong Yuanqi. Although they had erred previously, they had accepted their punishment. Yi Tianyuan gestured to the Black Emperor. "Handle this as you see fit, but refrain from troubling me with such trivialities in the future." Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor promptly withdrew. Just as he departed, an armored vehicle came to a halt in front of the villa. Chapter 76. The 4 war gods come to report. The 4 formidable war gods, Tianqing, Hell, Xinming, and Huangquan, gracefully dismounted from their war chariot and approached Yi Tianyuan. Upon reaching him, they bowed respectfully and spoke in unison. "We pay our respects to the Lord of the Hall. We have come to report our duties." Observing the 4 war gods, a rare smile graced Yi Tianyuan's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. War god Tianqing immediately began his report. "My lord, as per your instructions, we have assembled a battalion of 2,000 elite warriors stationed at the western outskirts of Qingshan, ready to heed your every command at a moment's notice." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly, but remained silent. This elite force was merely a backup, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. War god Tianqing continued, "My lord, today our 4 war divisions will finalize the assembly of all warriors in the Tianyuan Hall, enabling us to officially declare the return of the Tianyuan Hall to the world. Our 100,000 soldiers have awaited this moment for a full 4 years. My lord, your presence is the very essence of our existence in the Tianyuan Hall. The atmosphere among our soldiers is one of fervor and renewed ambition. Everyone is eager to follow you into battle once more, to claim victory on the battlefield and instill fear across the lands. This is our supreme glory, the very purpose of our existence, and the lifeblood of our 100,000 warriors." War god Tianqing spoke with fervor, his spirit alight with anticipation, almost longing for the battlefield at that very moment. Yi Tianyuan gazed at him thoughtfully and replied, "I am pleased to see the return of the Tianyuan Hall. Your eagerness to engage in combat is commendable, and I wholeheartedly support it. However, I do not wish to return to the battlefield at this time. I simply wish to spend time with Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. From now on, the affairs of the Tianyuan Hall shall be entrusted to you. After years of warfare, I find myself weary. You are all capable of standing on your own. Allow me a moment of respite to take a step back and let you lead." The four war gods exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Rest assured, my lord, the matters of warfare will be entrusted to us. You need only to oversee the Tianyuan Hall. As long as you are at the helm, you remain with us, instilling us with purpose, boundless resolve, and the spirit to conquer, ensuring that the Tianyuan Hall remains a force that instills dread across the nations." Yi Tianyuan smiled lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt within. The Tianyuan Hall had been restructured and reborn, embarking on a new journey. Yet he, Yi Tianyuan, preferred to take a back seat, which left him feeling somewhat indebted to the 100,000 warriors of the Tianyuan Hall. However, the debt he owed to Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan was far greater. At this moment, he would rather forsake the world than betray Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. With a firm pat on the shoulders of war gods Tianxin and the others, he earnestly declared, "From this point forward, the Tianyuan Hall relies on you. I have faith that you will excel. I shall remain in the verdant mountains, steadfastly watching over you. You shall not disappoint me." The four war gods immediately stood tall and saluted Yi Tianyuan with a formal warrior's gesture, proclaiming in unison, "Yes, master. We shall not let you down." Yi Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively, returned swiftly. "I have already pledged to the Elder Council to prepare for the imminent clash against 500,000 coalition forces of the nations. You must ready yourselves and mobilize the troops to the borders, ensuring we are battle-ready. Protecting our national frontier has always been the solemn duty of our Tianyuan Hall. It is the very essence of our existence. We do not fight for the Elder Council, but for the 1,400 million citizens of our Dragon Nation. This predicament arose from my actions, and thus it is our obligation at Tianyuan Hall. I shall rely on your efforts." The four war gods nodded in acknowledgement. They were already aware of the situation and had been diligently preparing. Although the forthcoming battle promised to be unprecedentedly arduous, their spirits remained buoyant. The Tianyuan Hall has never known defeat. As they were departing, the war god of the heavens suddenly recalled a matter of great significance and, with a serious expression, addressed Yi Tianyuan, "By the way, Master, there's another issue I must report to you. Are you familiar with the Dragon Soul, war god?" "The Dragon Soul, war god?" Yi Tianyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Is he not the grandson of the third elder? He was conferred the title of Dragon Soul War God 8 years ago, and thereafter, news of him seemed to vanish. I have not followed his development since. Does he now seek to confront me on behalf of the third elder?" The war god of the heavens nodded. "Indeed, Master is the grandson of the third elder. This individual possesses extraordinary prowess, commendable leadership skills, and excels in cunning strategies, adept at winning hearts and garnering countless followers. Over the years, the Dragon Soul War God has remained low profile. While we four war gods have steadfastly defended the borders of the Dragon Nation from our respective strongholds in the southeast and northwest, he, however, has been stationed in the desolate, frigid expanse of the extreme west. I had not paid much attention to him until recently, but in the days following your return, the Dragon Soul War God has suddenly become remarkably active. His emergence has indeed garnered significant attention." "Oh, remarkably active?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan regarded the war god of the heavens with newfound intrigue. "Pray, elaborate on this remarkable activity." The war god of the heavens continued. "While the Dragon Soul War God was conferred his title 8 years ago, he has always concealed his true capabilities, leading many to perceive him merely as an ordinary war god, akin to the likes of the Azura war god, hardly worthy of note. He has only commanded 10,000 troops in the extreme west. However, in recent days, it has come to light that he has been biding his time, operating discreetly over the past 8 years. Utilizing his talent for garnering allegiance, he has successfully amassed all the forces of the Dragon Nation, aside from our 4 war departments, under his command. In other words, aside from our Tianyuan Hall, the entirety of Longhua is now under the command of the Dragon Soul War God. Not only that, but during these past 8 years, he has quietly nurtured a formidable army of 100,000 in the far west. Furthermore, The Dragon Soul War God now boasts 4 formidable subordinates of divine warrior caliber, known as Xinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu. In addition to these 4 divine warriors, there are 100 dragon generals, each a master of their craft, and 3,000 dragon guards, all of whom are elite martial artists. Presently, the entire military of Longhua is in upheaval, leaving everyone astounded. Initially, the 4 of us were skeptical, suspecting that this was merely a smokescreen designed to intimidate our Tianyuan Hall. However, after thorough investigation and confirmation, we ascertained the veracity of these claims. It is indeed true. The Dragon Soul War God has already entered the capital and is reportedly scheduled to meet with the Emperor today to request permission to establish the Temple of the Gods. Oh, the Temple of the Gods? This is clearly an intention to rival our Tianyuan Hall. After 8 years of obscurity, could he truly be preparing for such an explosive emergence? If that is the case, then the scheming and depth of the Dragon Soul War God are astonishingly profound, verging on the alarming. Such a figure cannot be underestimated. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyuan appeared rather unconcerned, merely stating, if he wishes to establish the Temple of the Gods, then so be it. Since he possesses both the personnel and the strength, it is hardly surprising. As long as he does not provoke our Tianyuan Hall, we shall not concern ourselves with him. We shall focus on our own affairs, and that will suffice. Everything else is inconsequential. The war god of the heavens interjected. Hall Master, while I understand your perspective, I cannot shake the feeling that this is no mere coincidence, but a deliberate act. I believe the Dragon Soul War God's actions are distinctly aimed at us, even targeting you personally, Hall Master. You have severely injured the third elder, and it is said that he has decided to retire early. Once the sovereign selects a successor for his position, he will formally withdraw from the Council of Elders. The Dragon Soul War God likely seeks vengeance for the third elder. Therefore, Chapter 77. The Dragon Soul War God requests the formation of the Celestial Hall upon hearing that the third elder had decided to retire early. Yi Tianyuan let out a cold snort, deeming it wise for the third elder to recognize the gravity of the situation. Anyone who dared to touch his woman would undoubtedly pay a severe price. As for the so-called Dragon Soul War God, he deemed it unnecessary to pay him any heed. If he were to rise merely by taking advantage of the circumstances, then let him be. The name held no significance for the Tianyuan Hall. The greatest honor for the Tianyuan Hall lies in safeguarding our borders, a glory that no one can usurp or erase. Should he foolishly provoke the Tianyuan Hall, it matters not what title he bears, nor what the third elder represents, nor the might of 1,000,000 soldiers. Those who challenge the Tianyuan Hall shall face merciless retribution. His resounding voice carried an overwhelming aura of lethality, embodying formidable divine authority. The 4 war gods were deeply inspired. Their spirits ignited as they fervently echoed, "Those who provoke the Tianyuan Hall shall face no mercy." With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianyuan bid farewell to the 4 war gods. They needed to hasten back to regroup their forces and swiftly proceed to the borders, lest the coalition of nations launch an offensive. The current situation along the frontier was undoubtedly tense, with the specter of war looming ominously. The coalition could strike against the Dragon Nation at any moment. Now that the Tianyuan Hall had officially returned, and Yi Tianyuan had taken on this heavy responsibility before the 5th elder, he had no intention of shirking from it. As for the Dragon Soul War God, Yi Tianyuan paid him little mind. If he chose not to provoke him, all would be well. However, should he dare to do so, he would meet his demise. Just after sending off the 4 war gods, Jiang Yao called. Yi Tianyuan quickly composed himself and answered the phone. "Hello, Jiang Yao. Do you have something to discuss?" On the other end, Jiang Yao's voice came through. "Yi Tianyuan, my cousin is getting married this afternoon, and I'm quite busy at the moment. Could you please help me pick out a decent gift? Once it's ready, you can come to the company to pick me up." "Cousin?" Yi Tianyuan felt a hint of confusion and inquired, "Did your mother ask you to go?" He held little affection for his future mother-in-law. After a brief pause, Jiang Yao replied, "My mother did call earlier, and my cousin made a special call to me. Regardless, it's a significant occasion, and since they invited me, we should attend. If you're unwilling to go, I can manage on my own." Since Jiang Yao was insistent, Yi Tianyuan didn't press further, saying, No worries, I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Yi Tianyuan promptly called He Huang to arrange for the gift. In the capital city, within a heavily guarded imperial palace, unauthorized individuals were prohibited from approaching. Outside a grand hall, 5 elders and 4 commanding generals convened. The 3rd elder was absent due to recuperation at home. The 5th elder wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed with concern as he addressed the assembly. Are you truly prepared to allow the Dragon Soul War God to command the 3 armies? The Hall of Heavenly Abyss has taken away 1,000,000 soldiers, and currently, our Dragon Kingdom's various military divisions, excluding the logistical support troops, are left with approximately another 1,000,000 warriors. Should we entrust this 1,000,000 warriors entirely to the Dragon Soul War God? Combined with the additional 1,000,000 warriors he has secretly cultivated over the years, it would amount to him commanding a formidable force of 2,000,000 troops. Consequently, our Dragon Kingdom's military strength would be reduced to just 2 factions, the Hall of Heavenly Abyss and the Dragon Soul War God. Given that we are now struggling to maintain control over the Hall, should any unforeseen circumstances arise on the Dragon Soul War God's front, we would find ourselves bereft of soldiers. The 4 supreme commanders seem to harbor no dissent regarding this matter. The expressions of the other 4 elders vary. Elder 6 shook his head and remarked, the Dragon Soul War God rises with 1,000,000 troops, unstoppable. As the 500,000 allied forces of various nations array at our borders, relying solely on the 1,000,000 soldiers from the Hall of Heavenly Abyss may prove insufficient for defense. Thus, it is indeed imperative for our Dragon Kingdom to summon forth a powerful force to safeguard our nation. After all, the Dragon Soul War God is the beloved grandson of Elder 3, one whom we have watched grow up, and he enjoys the trust and favor of the monarch. As the future commander, cultivated diligently by Elder 3, the Dragon Soul War God should be wholly trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Elder 5 appeared poised to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by the sound of synchronized footsteps. The resounding cadence of their march reverberated like thunder, revealing the immense strength of these individuals. As they approached, a formidable aura descended upon the assembly, akin to the weight of a mountain pressing down upon them. Even though these 9 individuals are the most powerful entities in the Dragon Kingdom, they could not help but furrow their brows in response to such a terrifying pressure. Soon, a contingent of over 100 soldiers emerged within the sight of Elder 5 and his companions, striding confidently with synchronized steps, akin to a precision formation. Clad uniformly in warrior garb, their imposing presence radiated an aura of valor, each resembling a ferocious tiger or a mighty lion, embodying the essence of earthly demigods. The sheer force of their presence was nothing short of astonishing. Leading them was a man in his 30s, tall and robust, yet not corpulent. Handsome in countenance, he exuded an air of regal confidence, with a demeanor that spoke of a kingly bearing. His every gesture echoed his title as a war god, commanding respect and admiration. This man is none other than the Dragon Soul War God. Following closely behind him were his 4 formidable subordinates, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. Behind these 4 legendary warriors marched 100 dragon generals, each a master in their own right. The sheer number of such powerful individuals arrayed before them instilled a palpable sense of dread among the surrounding imperial guards, as if facing a formidable adversary. If those individuals were to truly engage in combat, it is likely that the 3,000 elite soldiers stationed here would struggle to withstand their might. The mere thought of such a scenario is profoundly terrifying. This formidable aura has instilled a sense of pressure among the 4 commanding generals, who now bear expressions tinged with trepidation. Soon, the Dragon Soul War God, accompanied by his retinue, approached the 5 elders and the 4 commanding generals. He came to a halt, displaying utmost respect and courtesy as he bowed before the 9 dignitaries, stating, "I pay my respects to the 5 elders and the 4 commanders. In a private setting, I would have addressed you as grandfather, but today I come on official business, so I shall maintain a more formal demeanor." In response to the Dragon Soul War God's graciousness and humble demeanor, the assembly seemed to regard him with admiration. However, the 5th elder furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of concern. The Dragon Soul War God's assertive rise and ostentatious mobilization of troops suggest that his intentions are far from simple. After 8 years of concealment, his ambitions must extend beyond mere service to the nation. Moreover, his choice to act at this particular juncture appears to be a direct challenge to the heavenly abyss palace. The fifth elder scrutinized the dragon soul war god, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. His cunning surpassed even that of his own grandfather, the third elder. With the third elder's full support behind him, it was evident that the other elders and the 4 commanding generals were also in favor of him. Compounding the situation, even the sovereign held him in high regard, leaving the fifth elder with little recourse to impede his ascent. However, he was deeply concerned that, should the dragon soul war god wield significant power, he might turn his attention towards Tianyuan. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, approaching the dragon soul war god with purpose. He declared, "Dragon soul war god, heed my command. The sovereign has granted you permission to establish the divine hall, to lead 200,000 troops to the front lines and thwart the enemy beyond our borders. Should you achieve great merit, the divine hall shall be officially sanctioned." A smile flickered across the dragon soul war god's lips as he promptly executed a precise military salute and responded with vigor. "I, the dragon soul war god, shall not fail the sovereign's mandate. I will ensure the enemy is repelled. Grant me 7 days, and I will restore peace to the borders of the dragon kingdom." After uttering these words, the dragon soul war god once again bowed to the 5 elders and the 4 commanding generals before taking his leave with his followers. As he departed, the 5th elder's gaze grew increasingly profound and grave. Chapter 78. He is my man, the father of my daughter on the other side. Tianyuan, nestled in the verdant hills, was naturally aware of the happenings in the capital city. However, he remained indifferent. At noon, he arrived punctually at the company to pick up Jiang Yao. Yuan had lunch at school, so there was no need for him to fetch her at midday. With the enchanting Yao Ji accompanying Yuan at school, Tianyuan felt no cause for concern. After a busy morning, Jiang Yao felt somewhat disoriented. Managing an entire company was far more demanding than overseeing a single department, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of endless tasks. As she settled into the car, she collapsed heavily into the seat, exhaling with a sigh of exhaustion. Observing Jiang Yao's fatigued demeanor, Tianyuan's heart ached for her. He remarked, "I thought being the president of the company would ease your burdens, but it seems to have intensified them. Perhaps you should reconsider your position?" Jiang Yao turned her weary gaze toward him and replied, "This is a goal I have tirelessly pursued, one I never imagined would come to fruition. I am elated by this unexpected reality. How could I possibly give it up? This has been my aspiration all along. It may be a bit overwhelming for now, as I have just assumed office, and many matters remain unorganized, naturally leading to a sense of chaos. Moreover, I have discovered numerous issues within the company that I intend to thoroughly investigate and rectify, ultimately devising a feasible reform plan. With the chairman's support, I might initiate substantial changes to elevate the company towards greater success." As she spoke of her work, Jiang Yao's enthusiasm ignited. Tianyuan quickly interjected, "Let us not discuss work while together. I find such lofty concepts rather perplexing. You should take the time to rest." Jiang Yao nodded and closed her eyes to recuperate. 20 minutes later, the car came to a halt at the prestigious No. 1 mansion. Jiang Yao's cousin, Yin Fei, was to hold her wedding there. The ability to reserve the entire venue for a wedding spoke volumes of the groom's family's considerable wealth, a feat beyond the reach of an ordinary family. The expenses for such an event would undoubtedly amount to a significant sum. The expansive parking lot at No. 1 mansion was filled with luxury cars, a clear indication of the affluent and influential guests in attendance. After parking, Jiang Yao opened her eyes, feeling revitalized after her brief rest. She turned to Tianyuan and inquired, "Did you purchase the gift for me?" Tianyuan casually lifted a small box in his hand and replied, "I did." Upon seeing the modest box, Jiang Yao's brows furrowed slightly, indicating her dissatisfaction with the gift. On the phone, she instructed Tianyuan to procure a decent gift. However, considering that he might not have much money, she soon reconciled herself to the situation. After all, she had not yet received her salary and was not particularly flush with cash herself. Once their identities were established, The security personnel permitted Yi Tianyuan and her to enter the #1 mansion. The grand banquet hall was already filled to capacity, bustling with guests and lively chatter. After searching around, Jiang Yao finally spotted her parents at a table in the corner of the second row. Due to her familial connections, they had been seated in this privileged section. The first row featured 5 tables, presumably occupied by prominent figures of considerable stature. At that moment, 4 of those tables were full, leaving one in the center unoccupied. Clearly, that central table was reserved for the most distinguished guests. Yi Tianyuan was indifferent to such matters. However, upon their arrival, the other guests at the table regarded them with curious glances. Jiang Yao's mother cast a disapproving look at Yi Tianyuan and remarked to Jiang Yao, "Were you not supposed to come alone? Why did you bring him? You are not yet officially together. You shouldn't have brought him along." The others at the table scrutinized Yi Tianyuan with varying expressions. An elderly couple, presumably Jiang Yao's grandparents, sat alongside a middle-aged pair and a young man in his 20s, whose brown-dyed hair gave him a somewhat roguish appearance. This trio belonged to Jiang Yao's aunt's family. Jiang Yao, with a serious demeanor, countered Li Yongmei, saying, "Though Yi Tianyuan and I have not yet obtained our marriage certificate or held a wedding, he is already my partner and the father of my child. Why should I not bring him?" Hearing her words, Yi Tianyuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Li Yongmei responded with an exaggerated eye roll, muttering under her breath. Nevertheless, since they were already present, she refrained from further comments. Jiang Zhenghai wore a stern expression, as if Yi Tianyuan owed him a substantial sum of money. He merely shot Yi Tianyuan a cold glance, huffing through his nose, his disdain unmistakable. "Stop standing around. Take a seat," Li Yongmei begrudgingly directed, yet still addressed both Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao nodded slightly to Yi Tianyuan before sitting beside Li Yongmei, while Yi Tianyuan pulled out a chair to sit down. However, just as he was about to take a seat, a foot suddenly kicked his chair aside forcefully. The perpetrator of this rude act was none other than Jiang Yao's cousin, Bai Fei. Upon witnessing Bai Fei's impudent behavior, Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, anger flashing across her face as she confronted him. "Bai Fei, what do you think you are doing?" Yi Tianyuan cast a cold stare at Bai Fei. To dare to kick his chair, one must possess an extraordinary lack of fear. Bai Fei smirked, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he gazed at Yi Tianyuan, disdainfully proclaiming, "Is there a seat for you here? Can't you see this table is already full? This is the family table. Who do you think you are? Do you have a right to sit here? Given that you were brought by my cousin, I'll 1T throw you out. But you must take that chair and sit in the corridor. Once we have feasted, you may return to nibble on the leftovers, understood?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao immediately expressed her indignation. "Bai Fei, you must not treat Yi Tianyuan with such disrespect. After all, he is your cousin's husband." The others, however, adopted a spectator's attitude, refraining from intervening in Bai Fei's actions. Particularly, Jiang Yao's aunt and her family appeared to support Bai Fei, sporting amused expressions as they observed Yi Tianyuan. It seemed everyone was waiting for Yi Tianyuan to embarrass himself. In the face of Jiang Yao's fury, Bai Fei remained unfazed, growing even more audacious. With a mocking smile, he quipped, "Cousin's husband? Huh, my aunt and uncle have yet to give their approval. This is merely a hypothetical situation. Even if it were true, that is a matter for the future, not the present. Since it is not the case now, why do I lack to treat him with disdain? Is it unacceptable? Today is my cousin Fei Fei's wedding. What qualifications does an outsider have to sit at the family table? My insistence on his departure is entirely justified, is it not?" Jiang Yao's face turned a shade of green with anger. Her parents would surely not speak a word in support of Yi Tianyuan, and her grandparents and aunt's family would likely harbor even greater disdain for him. Initially, Jiang Yao had hoped to introduce Yi Tianyuan to her family, aiming to ease the atmosphere. Despite the challenges, she believed it was necessary to break the ice gradually. However, she never anticipated that, in such a setting, her family would choose to target Yi Tianyuan. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have refrained from bringing him along. Seeing Jiang Yao's anger, Yi Tianyuan felt a surge of rage. His expression darkened, his demeanor chilled, and his gaze turned icy as he cast a sweeping glance, exuding an aura of menace. Chapter 79. brother-in-law, do you still need a thigh pendant? Bai Fei had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. When Tianyuan cast a cold glance in his direction, he felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, overwhelmed by an insatiable fear. Startled, he instinctively retreated into his seat, the arrogance he had displayed moments before evaporating, replaced by a hint of trepidation. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yao hurriedly tugged at Yi Tianyuan's sleeve and shook her head. Li Yumi, who had witnessed Yi Tianyuan's prowess firsthand, knew him to be a madman unafraid to confront even the most formidable of foes. She feared Yi Tianyuan's wrath might ignite, so she promptly called out, Yi Tianyuan, please take a seat. With his mother-s intervention, Jiang Yao quickly pulled a chair over and urged Yi Tianyuan to sit down. It was only then that Yi Tianyuan reigned in his frigid aura. After regaining his composure, Bai Fei, feeling humiliated, could not resist shooting Yi Tianyuan a fierce glare and threateningly declared, Yi Tianyuan, don't act all high and mighty before me. I am a member of the Qinglong Society. Do you understand? If you provoke me, I can summon 100 or so brothers to come after you. The Qinglong Society? Yi Tianyuan replied with indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Fei. Mistakenly believing he had intimidated Yi Tianyuan, Bai Fei smugly boasted, now you know fear, don't you? My boss is the notorious Biao Gu of Qinglong District. Dare to provoke me, and he make sure you regret it. Zhang Sanbiao. Yi Tianyuan let out a cold, dismissive laugh and casually remarked, I've already dealt with him. What? Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Bai Fei was struck with disbelief as he stared at him in astonishment. Zhang Sanbiao, was that not the very name of Biao Gu? Infuriated by Yi Tianyuan's audacity, Bai Fei glared at him furiously and warned, if you dare speak such nonsense again, I won't hesitate to take action against you. The others regarded Yi Tianyuan with disdainful looks. How could someone so ineffectual still indulge in boasting? At his age, he should understand the most fundamental principle of avoiding trouble through his words. Yi Tianyuan, unfazit, cast a cold glance at the furious Bai Fei and scoffed, to be struck by me would be an unparalleled honor for Zhang Sanbiao. Don't think for a moment that even Lu Jinlong is beyond my reach. Bang! As Yi Tianyuan continued to escalate his bravado, Bai Fei, unable to contain his fury, slammed his palm down on the table and stood up. His fierce glare directed at Yi Tianyuan thickened the tension in the air. Jiang Yao watched Yi Tianyuan with a wry smile, feeling helpless. Although Bai Fei had instigated this confrontation, she also felt that Yi Tianyuan was indeed overstepping with his claims. While it might be plausible that he had crossed paths with Biao Gu, given Yi Tianyuan's impressive skills. To speak of Lu Jinlong, the leader of the Qinglong Society, one of the most powerful figures in the region, was audacious indeed. If word of such bravado spread, it would undoubtedly attract trouble from the Qinglong Society. Such statements could invite dire consequences. Jiang Yao tugged at Yi Tianyuan once more, signaling him to refrain from further reckless assertions. Is a universal trait for men to indulge in boasting? Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei both darkened in countenance. Lacking wealth and influence was one thing, but boasting without merit? Such behavior is a testament to poor character. Just as Bai Fei was about to confront Yi Tianyuan, a respectful voice suddenly resonated. Mr. Yi, it's a surprise to see you again so soon. As the voice fell, a figure approached Yi Tianyuan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the individuals at the table were instantly alarmed, rising in unison with expressions of awe, especially Bai Fei, who appeared utterly stunned, soon revealing a profound admiration and excitement. Trembling as he exclaimed, Lord Long. The visitor was none other than the emperor of the Qing Mountain Underground, Lord Long. Yi Tianyuan merely cast a casual glance at Lord Long, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Such an arrogant demeanor left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. In Qing Mountain, how could anyone dare to display such insolence before Lord Long? What emboldened Yi Tianyuan to act thus? Yet, to the astonishment of all, rather than responding with anger to Yi Tianyuan's haughty demeanor, Lord Long merely chuckled and remarked, Mr. Yi, please take a seat. I shall come over later to raise a toast to you. Afterward, Lord Long waved farewell to the crowd before departing. His initiative to greet them left Bai Fei and the others in a state of honored astonishment. Once Lord Long had taken his leave, the group turned to Yi Tianyuan, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Why was Lord Long so courteous to Yi Tianyuan? Were they well acquainted? Even if so, would it warrant such deference from Lord Long? Could it be that Yi Tianyuan was merely feigning modesty, concealing his true stature as a formidable figure? Yet, this notion was quickly dismissed by all, as it seemed implausible. Bai Fei, disregarding the surrounding speculations, underwent a complete transformation, adopting a fawning demeanor as he addressed Yi Tianyuan. Brother-in-law, I must confess my narrow-mindedness. I realize my earlier words were somewhat loud. I acknowledge my error. Please, let's not hold the actions of a mere recent graduate against me. From now on, you should be my esteemed brother-in-law. Should anyone show you disrespect, I shall confront them. Brother-in-law, do you require a loyal follower? I am quite adept at servitude, and I wish to align myself with you. Bai Fei's obsequiousness left everyone astounded, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Yi Tianyuan glanced at Bai Fei, bemused by his capacity to adjust his words to suit the audience. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyuan had little desire to engage further with such a character. Unable to contain herself, Li Yongmei inquired of Yi Tianyuan, Yi Tianyuan, do you know Lord Long? Her tone had softened considerably. Observing his prospective mother-in-law's demeanor, Yi Tianyuan casually replied, not quite. I have only met him once. Li Yongmei, incredulous, retorted, one meeting, and Lord Long treats you with such civility? Even the heads of whose city and the three prominent families do not command such respect. The others regarded Yi Tianyuan with skepticism, their brows furrowed in doubt. The more Yi Tianyuan denied it, the more suspicion arose among the crowd, compelling them to uncover the true nature of his relationship with Lord Long. Should Yi Tianyuan indeed possess a close rapport with Lord Long, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. After all, in Qingshan, establishing a connection with Lord Long could facilitate numerous undertakings with remarkable ease. Yi Tianyuan, perceptive to the thoughts of those around him, felt that had they shown him a modicum of courtesy earlier, he might have acknowledged their inquiries. However, their previous disdainful demeanor had left him quite displeased. They had scoffed at him and even attempted to dismiss him, yet now sought to exploit his potential connections. Yi Tianyuan resolutely refused to acquiesce to their desires. He reiterated, I cannot say. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding with Lord Long. What misunderstanding? What do you mean? Li Yongmei and the others gazed at Yi Tianyuan, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Jiang Yao's mind sparked with a possibility. Yi Tianyuan might have had a minor altercation with Zhang Xiaoqiang from the Zhang family. And earlier that day, she had mustered the courage to request President Yi Rao of the Black Emperor Group to intervene on her behalf. President Yi Rao had contacted Hu Shiho and Lord Long, which could have led to a misunderstanding, making Lord Long believe that Yi Tianyuan was well acquainted with President Yi Rao. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's theory, the group's expectations plummeted. They had genuinely believed in a close connection between Yi Tianyuan and Lord Long. It appeared they had indeed overthought the matter. Li Yongmei, however, was suddenly overjoyed and exclaimed to Jiang Yao, my dear daughter, to think you are so well acquainted with the president of the Black Emperor Group is simply marvelous. Establishing a rapport with such a significant figure could yield endless benefits. You must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Zhenghai, too, regarded Jiang Yao with rare approval, already scheming how to leverage this newfound connection. In Qingshan, everyone was eager to forge ties with the Black Emperor Group. Any association could lead to vast opportunities and advancement. Jiang Yao's aunt and uncle looked at her with envy, pondering what stroke of luck had enabled her to connect with the president of the Black Emperor Group. With a wry smile, Jiang Yao shook her head. Chapter 80. A billion as dowry. The sovereign's wedding, my dear. You have misunderstood. I merely had the fortune to meet President Yi Rao at a business banquet yesterday. Perhaps she simply felt obliged to assist, as I approached her without reservation. Today's circumstances are indeed urgent. Otherwise, I would never have dared to seek out President Yi Rao. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, the smiles on Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei's faces faded considerably. Had they overthought the matter? Jiang Yozun, Li Yunzhen, felt a wave of relief wash over her and remarked with a smile to the esteemed president of the Black Emperor Group, "This may well be a trivial matter, merely a gesture of goodwill." Jiang Yao, having boldly approached her, must have prompted the president to lower her pride. The identity of the Black Emperor Group's president is not one to be trifled with. Even the likes of Mayor Hu and Lord Long must curry favor. Establishing a rapport with her is no simple feat for us insignificant figures, who are but mere ants in their eyes. Li Yongmei remained silent, her expression tinged with disappointment. In contrast, Bai Fei was undeterred, tirelessly flattering Yi Tianyuan, addressing him as brother-in-law with more affection than one might show a biological father. After a brief silence, Li Yongmei and Li Yongjin began discussing Jiang Yao's second aunt, Li Yongtao, and her daughter, Yin Fei. Suddenly, Li Yongjin raised her voice, feigning deep sentiment, and commented, "This woman, it seems, is better off marrying well than being merely beautiful. My second sister is fortunate indeed, having married into the prestigious Yin family, entering the realm of the affluent. Yin Fei's fate is even more enviable, having wed into one of the three great families, the Li family, truly a paragon of wealth. In terms of appearance, Jiang Yao surpasses Yin Fei, yet the comparison is rather disheartening." Li Yongjin's words cast a shadow over the three men at the table, particularly targeting Yi Tianyuan. However, he paid no heed to the veiled sarcasm in her remarks. At that moment, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue, announcing the commencement of the wedding. Following the host's introduction, several distinguished guests were ceremoniously invited to the stage. President Yi Rao, Mayor Hu, Lord Long, the head of the Chu family, Leader Ma, and Dr. Mo. These individuals represent the most influential figures in Qingshan, highlighting the remarkable stature of the Li family. With such prominence as one of Qingshan's three great families, it is only natural for the Li family to command such respect. Once the 6 distinguished guests took their seats at the main table, a group of staff promptly presented an impressive array of wedding gifts, prominently displayed on the ceremony stage. The host then elaborated on the exorbitant dowry that the Li family had bestowed upon the Yin family. With a cash sum of 10 million, a luxurious villa in the Tangu Palace, and a Ferrari, one could amass an array of exquisite jewelry, garments, handbags, and footwear, leaving nothing to be desired. The betrothal gifts totaled 99 items, embodying the auspiciousness of longevity. None of these gifts were valued below 50,000. The cumulative worth of these offerings amounted to precisely 131,452,099, which carries a splendid connotation. An engagement gift of over 31 million is undeniably extravagant, truly a testament to opulence. When the host announced the betrothal gifts, the entire banquet hall resonated with envious murmurs. What woman does not yearn for such an exorbitant display of affection? Li Yongmei could not suppress her envy, particularly when glancing at Jiang Yao seated beside her. Meanwhile, Li Yongjin fanned the flames, tauntingly remarking, "Jiang Yao, you had the same opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. Otherwise, 8 years ago, you could have proudly married into a wealthy family, hosting a grand, lavish wedding, basking in the admiration of others. How could you let such a splendid opportunity slip away for someone like Yi Tianyuan? Was it worth it?" Li Yongjin seemed entirely unfazed by Yi Tianyuan's presence. Bai Fei, however, rose to Yi Tianyuan's defense, exclaiming, "Mom, you must not speak of my brother-in-law in such a manner." Li Yongjin shot a disapproving glare at Bai Fei. As Jiang Yao prepared to speak, Li Yongmei interjected, "Jiang Yao, look at Yin Fei. In terms of appearance, stature, and education, how does she compare to you? You have squandered the title of one of the 4 beauties of Qingshan. Observe Yin Fei today, radiating with happiness and splendor. She is undoubtedly the most fortunate and glamorous woman in Qingshan. A betrothal gift of over 30 million is the headline of today's news. You possess better qualities than Yin Fei, yet look at your situation. Not only can you not afford a lavish betrothal, but even a simple wedding seems out of reach." With that, Li Yongmei cast a disdainful glance at Yi Tianyuan, her meaning all too clear. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan before addressing Li Yongmei. The grandeur of a wedding has no bearing on happiness. A lavish ceremony does not guarantee a blissful marriage. nor does a modest wedding signify a lack of joy. I have never aspired to marry into wealth or lead an extravagant life. For me, a simple life is sufficient. Tranquility itself is a form of happiness. Liu Mi, exuding disappointment, glowered at Jiang Yao, reproaching her, "You foolish girl. I see you've endured much hardship. Following Yi Tianyuan will only lead you to a lifetime of poverty, and you will surely regret it." Just as Jiang Yao was about to respond, Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke earnestly to Li Yongmei. "Annie, grant me 3 months, and I will provide Jiang Yao with a wedding befitting a grand era. I assure you, she will never endure a life of hardship with me. What others can provide for Jiang Yao, I can also offer. What others cannot provide, I am equally capable of delivering. In short, within 3 months, I shall ensure that Jiang Yao becomes the happiest woman in the world. Boundless splendor shall, for her, become a mere commonplace affair." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's grand declarations, Li Yongmei and the others erupted into derisive laughter. With a disdainful scoff, Li Yongmei shot Yi Tianyuan a piercing glance and retorted, "A splendid wedding, you say? Do you truly understand what constitutes a magnificent wedding? Consider the nuptials of Yin Fei and the heir of the Li family. That is the epitome of a grand affair. The bride price alone amounts to a staggering 130 million, and hosting this wedding at the #1 mansion is rumored to cost upwards of 100 million. We have invited all the prominent figures from Qingshan, with the mayor of whose city officiating. Now that is what we call grandeur. The lavish expenditure and the grandiosity must be in perfect harmony. Anything less cannot be deemed a splendid wedding. Yi Tianyuan, what do you possess that could offer Jiang Yao such a magnificent ceremony?" Li Yongzhen, with a mocking expression, looked at Yi Tianyuan and quipped, "Young man, one must be pragmatic. Boasting is not a commendable trait. It is time for a change. This reflects a peculiarity of society today. The less capable often indulge in grandiloquence, while those with true prowess embrace humility." A cold chuckle echoed in Yi Tianyuan's heart. Was he not humble and understated enough? Yet, all he received were scornful jibes. Very well, let it be a tad ostentatious. Turning to Li Yongmei, he declared, "Such a wedding is hardly worthy of being called splendid. It is nothing more than ordinary." With a derisive smile, Li Yongmei retorted,